Luckily, you said that you've been seeing me every day. You'll see me every hour from now. I've been involved in a number of things in West Africa and in Africa. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to Kenya. On the 14th, I will be in Liberia for the rerun elections. That is what we've been doing. So I'm like a roving ambassador, seeing how we can bring peace to the sub-region, to the continent, and indeed, our country. This happened actually, it's almost like a week ago, but we couldn't. And today, it now coincided with the judgment of the Supreme Court yesterday. So it was an opportunity for me to also to congratulate Mr. President, and we talked a lot about the country. And so you'll soon see me, because there are certain things we discuss, and the country must move forward. And elections are over, so we must move forward.
So with the success of the transition in Nigeria, how do you see Nigeria leading Africa?
Yes, that is what all Africans are saying. I had the program, my foundation had what we call democracy dialogue, and Professor Lumumba spoke. And he emphasized the need for Nigeria to take a lead in Africa. Because, yes, we have challenges economically now, but we still have what it takes to lead. And these are some of the issues I will continue to have a conversation with Mr. President, including briefing him on all my foreign programs, because they are not personal issues. As traditionally, if former presidents go outside the country for this continental, regional program, even some international, you come home and you tell your president. So that's the tradition. So most of the time when you see me here, it's because of this thing that we must do, and to move Nigeria forward, to move ECOWAS forward, to move the African continent forward.
Your Excellency, with the current state of...
That's what I exactly have been saying, because we need to bring everybody, all our political leaders, including all the former presidents, together. We will not be fighting. If we fight, like this common saying that when two elephants fight, the grass suffer. If top leaders continue fighting, they will not suffer that much, but the downtrodden that suffer. And we want to end all this tension and so on. So we move forward as a nation.
Then that so many television houses and individuals had approached me to speak on different issues since I left office, and I declined. Two reasons why did I decline? Two reasons. My publicist said don't speak, and I chose to be my publicist, and he's very angry that I'm speaking today. He knows. Second reason, what is new to say? Nigerians don't react to anything. Has any politician told you that he's not a thief? Tell me one politician that has told you that he's not a thief. Tell me one. I don't know why you're gathering forgery, no forgery. What politician told you I didn't forge? Which politician told you he went to university? Which politician told you he served in NYSC? Which politician told you he has a certificate? Nigerians know and still vote for them. So what's your problem? No, tell me what's your problem. So I said, why should I speak when already there's nothing new? Okay, you observed Buhari's period. I will leave Port Harcourt 1 a.m. I arrive Abuja, I leave Abuja 3 a.m. Somebody said they made Buhari. Did I say anything? I didn't say anything. It's not important. Nigerians choose who to believe and who not to believe. Nigerians choose who to vote and who not to vote. Even if you come to a Nigerian man's house and kill the mother, the father will continue his life. Nothing bothers you. Nothing. So why do I waste my time? Yes, that's the original. So give it to me. You see it? So that you won't say tomorrow he brought photocopies. But when we get the actives, when we're talking about Buhari's government. So there's nothing that our chairman said that is new. Absolutely not new. I've said this several times. I've taken so many risks. I've said too many things. The fight from Goodluck's government to Buhari's government, you all knew about it. My aircraft was seized. I was shot at. If I was killed, what would happen? Nothing. So you would die a useless life. So what did I choose? I chose to stay in my house quietly. Fortunately for me, I got admission to study in Nigerian law school. And rule number one is, like they told me if I came here, you are our property. You have no right to go anywhere unless we permit you. That's the rule in the Nigerian law school. So Anybody who says, why have I not seen you? I'm a student of Nigerian law school. Until I graduate, I can't disobey them. So I chose not to speak again because there is nothing to say, and because Nigerians will do absolutely nothing. If you say it's a line up 10 Nigerians and shoot them tomorrow, and nothing will happen. If you say it's in fact, the worst thing about Nigerians is that even when you claim you're not committing any crime, and they pick you up tomorrow, we said it is a thief. Nigerians will join. They will cross it, and you go to prison for nothing. The greatest fear I have is being found in prison for nothing. And you can be found in prison for doing. So, I don't want to repeat what I used to say before because you hold it against me. Those who are close to me know. We repeated yesterday. I will just only use one word. I won't use the rest. I say it's a hopeless situation. Is it a lie? So let's go a bit further. Let's go a bit further. You will be shocked that I won't talk about Buhari's government for two reasons. And I won't talk about President Tinubu's government. One reason why I won't talk about Buhari's government is that I'm a participant. But they asked me that question yesterday. What moral reason do you have to criticize Buhari's government, having been part of it? That was the argument. I do, if I want to argue it. But again, that was a huge debate amongst us. And we are all agreed I should say nothing about the government. So I now told them if I will say nothing about Buhari's government, I will also say nothing about President Tinubu's government, because you know the problem. Instead of Nigerians finding solutions to their problem, they are committing suicide. I'm praying for you every day that you should continue to commit suicide, so that by the time I wake up one day, all of you have died. I can now reap the benefit of your death by taking those things. What other people resist, like in Ghana, as it's going on now, like in Kenya, is what Nigerians, no worry, not be 4 years. After 4 years, he will go. The man wins the second time, whether by magic or by crook or by reason. You know, not only 8 years. Not be good luck, not be good luck don't go so, not be worried don't go so. He will soon go. Another person will come and repeat the same thing. You'll be saying that until the day God will come. For those of us who are Christians. So I have chosen to be like you, say nothing, hear and do.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Alexi.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, 28th of October, 2023. We are glad to have you. It's a wonderful day here in New York City. I hope it's wonderful where you are. We have a wonderful show for you. We have several issues in the news. One is that the Supreme Court, they ruled, and now we are sure that we have Bola Tinubu as president for maybe 4 years. And also we are hearing from Rotimi Amaechi, who is one of the most interesting politicians in Nigeria. He spoke and he basically slammed Nigerians. And we also have a retired judge. He is retiring, and as part of the process, he spoke to Nigerians. He basically faulted the judiciary for what Nigeria is. So we're going to talk about that, Bawa, who was freed and he's suing the DSS, and Emefiele, who was released by DSS and was taken up by EFCC. So many things to discuss. So we are going to go straight to it by bringing in our people who are here already, and we begin the conversation. Let's bring them in. Ovia, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum,
Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. I can't hear anybody. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So it's been an interesting week. Nobody, or maybe some people predicted that it would be like this. So let's hear what's interesting for you guys. Let me start with you, Paul.
Well, Doctor, there's so many things to talk about, but I'm getting the feedback.
Yeah,
So many things.
I think it's me. Let me cut it. Hold on.
Why did you do that?
All right, Paul, go ahead.
Okay, Doctor is the Supreme Court judge. I guess they even criticized the judge that it would be wrong for the judge to even do some of those things, and the judge actually says mine. But Doctor, it didn't surprise me much with that judge. Why I say it didn't surprise me much? Nigeria, in our usual way, when you leave office, you become a statesman. You start advising the system. Look at everybody will be so happy to go meet Babangida, to go meet Abu Salami. Very soon they'll meet Buhari. Then before you know, we hope they see Tinubu because his health, I don't know whether it's there to sustain him to be somebody that will go see later. You understand? That's how the system rolls. You understand? It has been there. Yeah, that's my
All right, thank you. Ovie.
Yes. I mean, you mean additional story or?
Yeah, additional story. If you have anything that you think we are missing that is very important.
Well, other than that, we have what's his name? The new speaker in our all of us adopted country. Even though we don't want to talk about it, we are that the four of us live in America. So we have a new speaker in person of John Johnson, who is pretty much a stooge of Donald Trump. So that movement, the mega movement, is very much alive. That's what it means. So yes, that's really thing.
For America, I have the story about the shooter
Okay.
in Maine that killed 18 people.
I have the story about
Man of Prestige.
Yeah.
You've been here for long. You know how to do
Man
it.
of Prestige, you don't become rookie for this game again. Though. I don't understand.
All right. So yeah, but hopefully we'll get to that. I really want us to remember America whenever we do this, because what happens here has implications for other countries, and also since we are practicing democracy like the same structure like they have, so we should maybe learn something from it. Okay, Ovie. So what else? Anything?
Not really. Just nothing. I mean, I think the court judgment. I don't know. It kind of do something to everybody, both the victors and the and the losers. Everybody kind of like. Some people are $14 on it. So I don't really know. Really, I'm just not really paying attention to new things. Or that I was pay attention to some spaces. Everybody kind of say, "Oh, let's go protest," but nobody wants stand up. So, which I'm happy anyway, because I'm not a fan of protest. But yes, other than that, you pretty much.
Ovie, let me make you laugh. I saw a comedian who talk about. I said, dollar is so trending that when the president wins, some of them start celebrating with the APC people. Say, thank God, though, I don't win, because you are the people that is buying the dollar, that is making the dollar go up. Any dollar for me. They don't just tell me anything about APC or dollar. APC person is not celebrating their victory, and they don't want to hear about dollar. It's so funny.
All right, Man of Prestige, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm good right now. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So, what is there any story that you think we should be talking about?
No particular story, but I have a lot to say when it comes to what transpired. I think I saw something in Oyo State, like APC won, and you have women protesting in the market. I don't know if you saw the video. complaining about APC and the cost of living and where Nigeria is heading to hell, according to their word. That's what they used. They spoke in Yoruba, but it was like a riot. I mean, it wasn't like, but it was very rowdy. So having said, and what we're probably going to talk about what transpired in USA, OVA party, their chaos, the chaos going on there. They elected somebody, which I think Democrat will campaign on, because that guy is very conservative in all ramifications. I mean, he's like a hell from bottom to top, abortion, election denier, and he doesn't even have a chairman. He doesn't even have any kind of chairman position, So it's going to be very interesting. But let me make a comment before we proceed, Dr. Rudolph. I wasn't here. I wasn't there last Sunday, but I tuned in later to hear what's going on. So we need a clarification from one of your lieutenants, which is one of your co-hosts, Tunaja. I mean, I like Tunaja, but there are certain comments he made that need a clarification. I didn't listen to it, but people were so mad at on Sunday after he made that comment. So I'm saying I didn't listen to it, but according to what I heard later from the people commenting about it, he has already left because they say he was mad, he left. So we need a clarification. We don't need that kind of stuff in Nigeria. Because he compared the Biafra, the Igbos, to Biafra, which is Igbo, to Boko Haram. Yes, that was his statement. I don't know if he heard about it. So when he come here, we need a clarification. We don't need any division. How can you make such an, utterly statement? I don't know what caused it or whatever, but I hope he come here today, so he need a clarification. You can't compare the Biafra to Boko Haram. That is
Man of prestige, if you don't mind, can I speak a little bit about it because I was there?
Yeah, okay, I wasn't there, but I just had it.
To some extent, I myself too, I blame him. I said, forefather, since we don't know where you come from, and it is your right for us not to know where you come from, please don't speak about tribe again. It will be better because you are a nationalist. You said Nigeria is enough for you. So when people are talking about that tribe, don't speak. But what forefather was saying is that, remember the repentant Boko Haram. So he said the repentant Boko Haram and government want to recruit the repentant Boko Haram into the military. Will it be right? It is wrong. You understand? So that was what he was talking. He said during the Biafran War, after the Biafran War, all the things that the Biafran did are they tactically generate their own weapons, their own everything. And Ogbomudiana advised the government to ask these people to join the military, to teach them how they do all these things. And he said it's wrong. So he's just talking about the way it will not be right for government to recruit the repentant militant into the militant. Then it is also will be wrong for the government to also recruit these so-called Biafran soldiers when the war just finished. In as much as Gowon is saying no victor, no vanquish, is wrong. You understand? So that's what he just said, that as at that time, because of trust issue, it will not be right for the government to say, oh, you people do all these things, let's bring you in. Remember, no matter anything, the Biafran lost the war. They are not happy. They lost over 2 million lives. They are not happy. So if you want to bring them into sensitive position like that, they can use it again to alter the system. That's what he was saying.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for the clarification. Like I said, I wasn't there, but I was just hearing the rancors after that. Thank you.
My biggest concern is that, forefather, please, if you're hearing me, or doctor, if you want to talk to me, I would like you to beg him. Let him not talk about tribe. Because he's not a tribal person. He's in Nigeria, he's a nationalist.
We don't even know where
tell anybody where he comes from.
Why he's ashamed.
So why are you entitled to discuss about everybody's tribe, but nobody is entitled to discuss about your tribe? I think it's wrong.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, guys. I want to go to Bob, but before maybe I should announce that we had a meeting yesterday of the moderators, and we came to some agreements, and we will talk about it when show comes on the show, and we want to talk about it when there are more people watching. So for people also in the comment section to know, we unbanned everybody. There were people who were banned on this platform. We gave everybody amnesty. Everybody free to comment again, but we have new guidelines and restrictions and things like that we are going to talk about, but that will be down the road when everybody's here.
Doctor, everybody's nice and activist. Me too, I want to be an activist. You give all these London people position. You give everybody, you even give Nigerian people position. You don't go give us waiting for West Coast position.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Let me just tell you something now. Sorry, people basic. I think based on what Man of Prestige and Paul Joshua light on, right? I like the fact that Paul said two Nigerians in nationality is not a tribal affair. He's not talking about tribe, which I totally agree with you anyway, since you know what talk we is anyway. But I want to go on the road and ask people three questions. What is more important to us, Nigeria? Because I don't understand why we act like this. Is it religion? Is it ethnicity? Or is it electricity? Because the fact that 2023, we are still in darkness, 2023, and nobody is calling for protest, nobody is doing anything about it, it boggles me. So which one is more important to us so that we will know where they waste time? If not religion, we will face out, we will turn the whole country to Holy Land. We could not say now, I thought you be that. If not ethnicity, they'll find way, because we just have to start defining some things. What is important to us? Because how come 2023, the biggest black nation in the world, we are in darkness? Nobody, things are very cool. And this is information age. This is information age. It's powered by electricity, it's powered by power. Nobody cares. What's it they call them? During the industrial revolution, agricultural revolution, they carry us, call do slave. Industrial revolution, we beg to call do the slave. Now, when we don't enter information revolution, we don't need to leave our home. They will slave us for inside our villages. That's what we're saying. And we need power to actually demoralize me. But nobody they worry. There's someone will go protest because they need to want buy their Jeep. As if we go stop them. If you don't buy a Jeep, you go carry the money put in bank account now. It's still the same. So I need to actually go out there and ask people. Especially we were in diaspora. I think we are better off now. We shop, we know the word about some certain things. What is important to us? Religion, ethnicity, or the fact that we don't have electricity? I really want to do that. That's my next project.
All right, thank you.
That's a good point.
Igbo Basics.
When I was born, I wasn't ready to be born, yet I was born. And as I get ready to go and retire in my age grade activities, I'm not ready to retire. I thought my days of staying up until 7 a.m. to go to press, produce Igbo Basics, I thought it was over, but now comes Dr. Damages. I'm not quite ready this morning, but here is Dr. Damages once again asking us to have our say. Today, I've been up since about 5 o'clock. It was the Academy of Medicine Specialty Practitioners of Nigeria, and that just took place at the Sheraton in Lagos. We are one of our own, Professor Carlo Ubureke was one of the 6 inductees there, the Minister of Health, and the rest of them were there. It was quite a gala occasion. So I thought I'd bring that to the table, that something is going on, whereas the people who are on the road struggling for daily bread, at least there is still some level of sanity in the medical industry. The language they are using there is quite interesting. So that's on the one hand. I just want to appreciate. I'm going to try to stay as far away as possible for now from this president that, Nigeria this, Nigeria that, so I can at least still have my head on my shoulders. I want to commend Rudolph Okonkwo for the great things that he's been doing, as I ran into him at Princeton University this past Wednesday at the book signing of, the Chimamanda Adichie was there. So I am grateful that I was able to see Rudolph there, and that was on the African Writers Initiative inaugural lecture. I encourage a lot of us to still make some time to participate in some of these things. And today, I think tomorrow, Gab Okoye, who is a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, a fellow Nigerian, he will be in Cararet, New Jersey, for Nigeria's independent anniversary celebration, where mayors from around this area, Linden, Roselle, etc., they will all be there. And Paul, next time you pass through here without stopping in Elizabeth, we will make sure that the police will wait for you at the, at the Wood Bridge.
I am coming. I cannot be in Linden and not reach Elizabeth.
Not a problem.
It's less than 10 minutes Uber.
I'm glad to see you all again, and let's try to be as civil as possible. And for the people who are both in the comment section and stuff like that, please realize that some of us are senior citizens. Don't knock us too much. Just take it easy, because we're equally capable of throwing back punches. But see, you don't tell when we begin to throw this punch. Make we stop now. Make we gather, make Nigeria work again. Thank you so very much.
All right. Thank you, Igbo Basics. Dexter, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Dexter.
Sorry. Yes, thank you, Dr. Damages and everyone here. I think I would say for topics I would like us to add. I don't know if we can add the elections, off-season elections coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the off-season elections coming up in Kogi, Bayelsa, Imo. You know, because I think it's probably a chance for this administration to show the people what the kind of elections we'll be having going forward. And considering that Mahmoud is going to be the one in charge of these elections, I think it's something we should add to the discussion. Yeah. Then on the other side, I don't want to talk too much, but I think that some things should be put in proper context. At the beginning of the show, I think I heard what somebody was saying about the Biafran army, Biafra and Boko Haram, and whether you should get military. I think that, that statement was, I just think that if you read far and wide, a lot of America's inventions after the Second World War were driven by German scientists. America actually gave asylum to German scientists who had inventions that were record-breaking at that point in time. Number two, Boko Haram is not fighting a conventional war with the Nigerian state. So, it's when I listen to that statement, it's like you put an arrow through my heart to kind of say that the Boko Haram and the Biafra was fighting for something that was clear, something specifically clear. Until today, you cannot even justify why you forced them back into the unity of Nigeria. There's really no justification yet, till today. And everybody is still fighting that fight today. Everybody in Nigeria is fighting that fight. So for us to now come and say, and unfortunately, there's something about distorting history. The history also shows that Nigeria missed a lot, because afterwards, it was after the Second World War that you had the internet boom. Every war, after wars, what you have is, because during wars, people are driven to the extent of their intellectual capacities. Nigeria actually missed a chance to tap into the resourcefulness of the Biafrans, who stayed for 3 years blockaded but surviving. Palestine is barely 2 weeks and Palestine is complaining. So Nigeria as a state missed an opportunity. Nigeria as a state missed an opportunity to tap into the resourcefulness of those guys.
You're right.
The intellectual capacity they had. In fact, what the Nigerian state did was to destroy most of their inventions. Those guys, look, there's no reason why in Africa today, Nigeria should not be selling weapons. That's the truth. Those guys were producing their own weapons. America makes billions from weapon sale. Meanwhile,
Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't want to stop you, but it's not that time yet. Let's.
Okay, no problem. But I just want to. What I'm saying is that after that, I'll let it go. But when I heard that comment, I think somebody saying, "Oh, that the Biafra was a different. It's not a Boko Haram. This is not a terrorist group. These were guys that had an ideology of what they were fighting for, and you can't justify it." Okay, thank you, Dr. Damage is here.
All right, Precious Man, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I think, do you have any story that we're missing, or you think that is very important that we didn't mention? We want to start the conversation by getting people to win. It doesn't look as if he can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Unmute yourself, please.
Hello.
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon.
How is Nigeria? How is the West?
Nigeria is as bad as you guys left it.
You mean people were not celebrating about the Supreme Court's ruling?
Celebrate what? Celebrate what? What are we celebrating? Nigeria is in mourning situation. Everywhere is just down, and it's quite unfortunate anyway. Nigeria is in a sorrowful state, in a very sorrowful state. Just like I pleaded with you guys in the panel some times ago, whatever you can do to help your brothers or your sisters from your family or from your kindred to leave this country, please do. It's a sacrifice that you will not regret. If I'm abroad today and I have opportunity, I will make sure that every member of my family relocates. That's the truth. Giving them €100, $100 or $200, you are not helping them at all. You are just adding fire upon their head the more. So the best thing you can do for anyone you think you love is to get him out of Nigeria. Even if it's to go to Togo, it's better than to be here. Because if anyone tells you that being here, that is enjoying it, the person may be one of the politicians or is doing something else. Anyway, what I would want you to add to our discussions today is the issue of the court judgment that said IPOB is not a terrorist organization, and the court awarding 8 billion naira to Nnamdi Kanu. So the action of the federal government and the state prescribing IPOB as a terrorist organization, the court has nullified it and said it was uncalled for. That's number one. Number two, the validatory speech made by the outgoing Supreme Court judge, he opened a can of worm to reveal what had been going on in the Nigerian judiciary, which maybe let me use the word speculation. We have been speculating and we have been thinking of. And now one of them opened up just on Friday, thereabouts, or is it Friday? Yeah. And just released the bomb. So judiciary officially today in Nigeria is a corrupt institution. And anybody that will come to salvage them or to defend them or to say that you can't call the Supreme Court the learned justices. One of the learned justices rubbish the justices and say they are corrupt and something need to be done.
All right.
And finally, the armed robbery attack in Otuko that led scores of people dead. So we have a total breakdown of security in Nigeria right now. Where I'm living, within where I'm living, 2 men were kidnapped last week, and hundreds of millions of naira were demanded from them. So it's getting worse. And one of the place I'm living is a little bit secure more than other places. But these guys could come within the estate and pick up 2 individuals demanding 100 millions of naira from them. So we're in a terrible situation right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Professor Nebulous, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here again. Please, let me just add this if it will be worthy of our discussion today. I don't know how many of you have watched this show or Kimbaloye's interview with a particular senator. That's one. Then the other one was another interview with Rotimi Amechi, where he was actually indicting Nigeria that we don't take anything serious, that we don't ask questions, that nothing is sacrosanct in Nigeria. So I want to join the two together. If you have watched the interview of Shehu Okimbaloye, I called somebody in Nigeria today out of concern that this is where our conversation should start. A man like that, who called himself a senator, you could hear him very coherently. He didn't even have any point to make. Why would you elect to be given 140 million naira car in a country that my brother who just spoke last is saying that people should relocate their family from Nigeria? In a country where people are so full of despair, where people are depressed, no food, nothing, you call yourself a senator, and you were even telling Shehu that even before you became senator, you were using the card. Is that something to be heard at all? Inocris is there. You don't patronize him. Other car manufacturers are coming. You are not patronizing them. And yet you want our naira to appreciate. Where on earth will that happen? So, sorry, so that it will not look as if one is inciting. If I was still around there holding my usual television program, I would have incited the youth of Nigeria to go to the National Assembly and chase away those people. We can't have it this way and expect to get anything better, no matter who is there. As long as we have this kind of legislators who are not even sympathetic at all, it's like they're in another world. How is India developing? Go and look at the official car that the Indians are using. They are all produced in India. That's how you develop. But with this, like Rotimi Amechi said, that Nigerians don't ask questions. Don't you think we should start asking questions now? And my brother who talked about, I think he said something about the ingenuity of the Igbo during the war. Okay, I buy your idea. But my problem with that is this. The Southeast governors, what have they done to tap into that technological ingenuity to develop the Southeast? They all get the money that other governors are getting. What do they do with the money? I mean, I don't think you are thinking the way I'm thinking. I'm boiling. Because the charity should begin at home. If you want people to take you seriously, the Southeast governor should meet together and say, look, our people are so intelligent. We want to turn our back to Japan. We want to do this. Let us see you begin this process and see who will scuttle it. Whether, in fact, the true federalism we're all crying for, you can start it in that a remote format. You will see that other states beginning to emulate you. But we are not seeing any of that. The people collect the money that other people collect, they pocket the whole thing, and yet the people still remain the way they are. Their ingenuity is just there, latent in them, suffering from diffuse atrophy. Let me stop for now.
All right, thank you so much. Henry, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Ruto. Good evening, everyone. As all what the panelists was saying before, I support it. You can talk about this topic, including the Southeast governance. They have to bring this topic on it because I said it last time. We are talking about the government. The government. Who's the government? The state government of the Southeast. They have to do more to change things around. They should not always blame this federal all the time, but they get a lot of money to make sure that state become better. So we should talk about this topic about the Southeast governance. And secondly, Mr. Rudolph, you have to put on about this recruiting of Boko Haram and what do you call it, bandits in your Nigerian security service. They should talk about this issue. It's alarming. Nnamdi Kanu did not even kill one person, but he's still in jail. Why? Boko Haram, who rape women, beheaded kids, let them become repentant Boko Haram. It's only in Nigeria we have something like that where criminals, terrorists become Nigerian security. I don't know if they have it in America like that where you people stay, but some people here will come and defend this topic. Put this topic, please, about this recruiting of criminals to become your security in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alaba, welcome. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I was just, all protocols duly observed. I do have a lot to say, but you see, this is just basically the introduction. I just want to say that as Nigerians, we need to start asking. I think today's conversation should be based on a few facts. One, what do we have now? Is it worth keeping? Is it working? If not, why are we participating in it? Secondly, what are you as an individual? Are you an enabler of the current situation, or are you the solution? What part is your role in the agitation groups that exist? Which one do you belong to? What is the way forward? Now, next thing we should talk about, what is next for us as individual, as a group? What is our plan as individual, as groups, as sections, as tribe, as a people? These are basic facts we have to address, because we have to answer the question, each of these questions. Is this thing working? If it's not working, why are we participating in it? If you're participating in it, it means you're an enabler. I have constantly said Nigeria is a plane that has been hijacked, and the hijack are heading 200 million people towards destruction because of their greed. You understand? So what is the solution? What's the way forward? You know, do you keep participating? Do you think right now, I don't want to go into details, but we will when I have a chance to talk in details. Right now, we have a dictatorship. We have a fascist state. We have hijackers in control, people who should be in jail, who should be in prison. Enemies of the state are running the state. Enemy of the country are running the country. People who should be locked up, the keys thrown away, or immediately executed for treason are running the state. So what is the solution? So if you're an obedient, if you're waiting for OB to give you direction, then you don't know what you have. You don't know what you're dealing with. OB is just one person, just like you. If you're an IPO and you don't like the obedient because they participated, you're enabling the problem, because right now, whether you're IPOP, whether you're an obedient, whether you are Yoruba Nation, whether you are revolutionary now, whether you are Nadeko, whatever you are, all forces should unite, because we all have a common enemy. Whether you're from the Middle Belt, whether you're from the North, we have a common enemy that is making criminals out of our citizens, out of us. The only way you can participate in what exists now is for you to be a criminal. And this system is not only killing us, it's not only destroying us, it's not only making us slaves. You understand? It is worse than apartheid. It is worse than segregation. You see, because we don't have a name for it, although I call it big manism, that we all keep taking it lightly. You know, if you're an articulator, if you're an article person, everybody should unite to fight this monster. You cannot have a lawless state. If these people have proven to us now, thanks to Obi's election, that Nigeria is a complete lawless state, this is our opportunity. We should put together that anger, that rage should be our force now to say, now we have a right to create a new state. We cannot be a part to the state. I don't understand it. All these educated people, you have, yes, you have money, but your money will not save you in a lawless state. Yes, you have money. Your money will not save you in a state that is if you have a business, you can't go to court. If you have a problem, your business will not stand in a lawless state. Yes, it might not be you that is affected today, but it will touch you, whether you like it or not. This is the time we have to think. I have a lot to say.
All right, Alan, thank you. We'll get to that. Let me go to Ngozika finally before we start the conversation. Ngozika, just 2 minutes. Welcome. We can't hear you, Ngozika, if you're speaking. Unmute yourself first. All right. I think she's having. Can you?
I think I was able to unmute myself. Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a while. So nice to join again, especially my people in the comment section. Yes? Okay. Okay, so I've been good. I'm doing okay, and I don't even have strength to talk about Nigeria again. I am tired of talking about Nigeria. That's all I have to say for now. Maybe when we get into the issues, I'll have more to say. Thank you.
Because our advice me Jackpot if you want Jackpot. Make it give Nigeria for them.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me say this. One is that we have a lot of people who are trying to join. So what we are going to do when you speak, we get you out so that we can get other people in. You can come back again after the first round. We have several topics we want to get to. So we try to manage time as well as possible with everybody. So don't think that we're picking on you for any reason. That's one. Secondly, I just want to announce I was waiting for a show, but I think I can as well say that we granted amnesty to all the people who were banned. So everybody who, if you were ever banned on this platform, you can now write your comments, you can do anything. But we want to appeal to everybody to please be respectful. That's all we ask for. We did several adjustments. So for instance, we said that if you are if you are rude, if you are doing things that you shouldn't do in front of your imam or in front of your pastor, if you're using words you can't use in front of your pastor or your imam, we will probably warn you. We'll probably put you on timeline. But to ban somebody moving forward, we said that one person will not do, one moderator will not ban you. A moderator will reach out to another moderator and they will discuss that and agree that someone should be banned or not. So it will be a collective decision. So don't think that Rudolph will ban you or that forefathers will ban you. Nobody can do that on their own. They have to consult another moderator and they will both agree, 2 or 3. We agree that something you did was so bad that we have to ban you. So that's why I think it's fair. But at the same time, we want to play with people. People know all of us are adults. People know what they're doing. There are implications to this, and not just so we don't want to see someone banned or someone stopped from saying their view, but we want to make sure that people know that you have to be respectful for everybody, and that applies to people who are also on the in the studio too. To respect people. Don't use words like stupid and you're a foolish man and things like that. There are better ways you can say that. We also did something that people might also be surprised to notice. On the comment section, you can actually use some words now. So things like stupid, fool, idiot. So when you try to use those words, it may stop you from typing, or I don't know what it will do. But these are efforts to make sure that people feel safe, feel comfortable being on this platform. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from everybody. But we also want to make it safe for people to come in here and have conversations. So please bear with us. It's just efforts to see that this is something that people will benefit from and enjoy being part of. So thank you for joining us on the comment section.
Mr. Rudolph, take me out to backstage. Bring somebody in if you want to bring in. I'll come back later.
Okay, all right.
Well, I wanted to ask, do you have some people have immunity in your program too, They can insult people anyhow they like there.
They
You
have
don't put them. Yeah, some people have immunity there.
No,
Yeah.
not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah,
Nobody.
because if he say to me the way I don't like, if you don't take him out, it's not going to be fair. It's not going to be fair then.
Yeah,
Because,
no.
yeah.
You see the changes.
Yeah, okay then. All right,
Yeah.
then. Take me out to backstage. I'll be back later.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So we are going to start the conversation by talking about the judiciary. We will combine the ruling on Bola Tinubu, what it means for the country, what it means for our politics moving forward. But the judiciary is the first topic we have. And we will start by playing this video of the retiring judge. Let's listen to him a little bit and then we'll go in. All right, something went wrong. We couldn't. I don't think it's playing. All right, let's start. You guys, most of you have seen it. I'll find what's going on and I'll play it again. Let me start with you, Ovie. I'm sure you've seen the judge. What do you think about the ruling? First of all, let's start with that. What do you think about the ruling? Go ahead, Ovie.
Nothing really, because I mean, since the very day Yakubu announced Bola Tinubu as the winner, I said it's a wrap. That was 8 months ago, and I often get heated pushback when I stick my ground. It's not because I know what people don't know. 99% of us know that's going to be the outcome.
To deter subsequent contributions. The quest for institutional improvement, particularly in the judiciary, they insisted, must rather be intensified to avoid hastening the demise of our society. A society, they significantly reason, rots too easily when institutional defects are ignored. I capitulated, and thus the unfolding events today.
Yes, I'm coming now.
I am also here to say goodbye, particularly to the attendees of today's event, the public, and indeed the country at large, for giving me the privilege and honor of serving the judiciary for 47 years. The valedictory, again, is a thanksgiving exercise for the good health one enjoyed in the course of service. Glory be to the Almighty Allah, the Lord of the universe. Because I would eventually write a book to tell my story, including the experience gathered while serving in the judiciary, it is incumbent for me to be very brief in my address this morning. Appreciable efforts have been made by earlier speakers in telling you
Chief, I try head for me.
Some Ovie, go ahead.
That thing.
That
case.
Ovie, go ahead. Ovie, I'm not asking you about the outcome is a surprise or not. I'm saying I want you to look at it this way.
Underneath where the
That is Tone, but I think he's changed his name.
Tone, you're on.
All right, sorry. Okay, so Ovie, what I want to hear from you is really was something accomplished, and I believe something was accomplished. For instance,
okay. Do you want me to talk now? Sorry, Doctor.
No,
I do apologize.
No, you're free.
I was distracted. Yeah.
No, you yet. No, you. I'm going back to Ovie. Okay. So Ovie, I want you to look at it from. I think there's something that we accomplished they accomplished, the people that went to court, by going to the Supreme Court, even though they may not have gotten the judgment they were looking for. So, for instance, in the next election, we know that we are not going to talk about Abuja and 25%, you must win 25%. We know whether you agree with the judgment, the decision or not, but at least that is taken out of the consideration in the next election. And also, we know that they are saying, obviously, that the INEC should not, must not upload the results the same day, at the same time. So these things are settled. But that's where I wanted to know. It's not just enough to say you know that this will be the outcome. Go ahead.
Well, the only thing that I see that we have accomplished with these 8 months of this is that we have successfully deceived the Gen Z. We have led them astray. We have successfully made fool of ourselves. I said that to say this. Again, there's no adult in Nigeria that deep down in his or her heart that will say that he expects anything contrary to what just happened. But we look up to few people, either leaders, influencers, whatever that you want to think of, for their own selfish interests, to give us hope. And the question I ask is that Nigeria is after 2 biggest religions on earth, Muslim and Christianity. Their biggest market deal is selling hope. What has that gotten us to? We hope that miracle will happen at the judiciary without putting in any work. Everybody that is believed that, oh, things will change, they will do something right. The question I keep asking, what gives you that belief? What have you done? The men in the chambers that their Chief Justice is complaining about today, how many of them did you let to that place? Because these are appointed positions. We know ourselves. There are nuances that we believe. Not if it changed because we did not work to change it. And that was my anger then. It's not that, as I said, nobody's that no waiting, everybody don't know. No, we all know this. We know the outcome. That's why nothing happened. Everybody just decided to just take them like that because we expected it. But we want something to change. How? We have to walk into towards that change. We to forget that it is a fight. We are hoping that the Chief Justice will bid our bid instead of the elite bid. But that is the reality. We did not do anything. We are just hoping just because we come out and campaign and all that it will reflect in Chief Justice. No. If we all agree that the system is bad and it did not start getting bad 4 years ago, 8 years ago, we'll say 60 years. So why are we expecting things to change without work? So we have succeeded in deceiving the young people because I said them because they did not experience this before. Nothing that happened now that did not happen during Obasanjo's time, Goodluck's time, Yar'Adua time, Buhari time. Nothing that happened, and we did not do anything to change it. We just believe that okay, we don't pass electoral law, people will right away pass and we believe in them. Since when? When we start believing that we know these people, they are not strangers. So yes, we succeed in deceiving the young people who we are supposed to, tell them better. If to say we focus on, because as far as I'm concerned, we lost the election because we were rigged. If we have spent the last 8 months just focus on that, I think we will have hope come 2027. As far as I'm concerned, what we have done so far, we have successfully give them go ahead to repeat the same thing in 2027. And we are not in position to do anything about it because we are not planning to do anything about it. We are just planning, we are just hoping things will change. So let's keep hoping. So as far as I'm concerned, those are the only things we successfully achieving. Nothing outside that. And I think we hold them apologies too, the young people. We need to apologize to them for taking them through this torturous journey of 8 months.
And then say okay.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Tone, you want to mute yourself? Mute yourself, Tone.
Yeah, Tone, you keep coming back on, and let's go to Ngozika, go ahead. Can you guys hear Ngozika? Can you hear her?
Ngozika, unmute yourself.
No, she's not muted. Just that we can hear her. All right, let's go to Paul. Paul, you're next.
Ngozika, I'll take your position. Ngozika, go to court. I'll take your position. Okay. My take, let me start, take it up from where Ovie stopped. I want to thank this Gen Z very well. They did a good job. They fight a good fight. But like Barack Obama would say, there is no strong institution. So institution rig this Gen Z. They did a good fight. They fight a good fight. But the system failed them. Just imagine that a young man, I'm from Delta State, I'm from a local government that has a lot of oil, and I went to school very well, everything. But if I could apply for NNPC today, they will say I'm from minority. They will not give me the position. I think I did my part, but the system failed me. So the Gen Z, they did a good job, but the system failed them. I will use a man. Obasanjo was very, very powerful. When Obasanjo became president, 1999, all Obasanjo was hearing on the side, the so-called G34, the G38, guys, the lives of Solomon La, the first PDP chairman, Barnabas Gemade, the Awoniyis, the Audu Ogbe, they fought a good fight. And Obasanjo felt within him that he's going to disturb the system. Obasanjo pulled Solomon La out. Barnabas Gemade came in. Obasanjo pulled him out. Barnabas Gemade was very powerful. Obasanjo pulled him out. Audu Ogbe talk, understand the handwriting very clearly. He resigned as PDP chairman. Obasanjo literally take the whole state House of Assembly member in Bayelsa State to impeach Dipriye Alamesiya. This is how powerful Obasanjo could be. But I will tell you, when they say institution is stronger than a big man, Ibrahim Mantu was the deputy Senate president as at that time. When third term was all over the news, third term looked like it's going to come. Ibrahim Mantu was pushing for third term. There is a senator called Ken Nnamani. Ken Nnamani just raised that gavel, say, let us push this thing to the next assembly. That is how third term failed. Obasanjo did not do anything. Ken Nnamani did not push the gavel in Washington, D.C., or in Ghana, or even though in Benin, our next neighbor. He did it in Abuja, where Obasanjo stayed. Ken Nnamani, as we are talking today, is still in Nigeria. Nothing happened. Sometimes we make these men too powerful. They don't have the power that you think they have. That's why you could see our pastors, they'll drive bulletproof cars, they'll take soldiers to guide themselves. They are not as powerful as we think. We are the ones that think they are so powerful. So when Ovie is talking about the Gen Z, the this, the that, the this, we understand the system. No, we did not understand the system. Institutions keep failing us. If this Supreme Court today, if they choose to do love for a nation, you understand, than fear for an individual. Ovie, I want to challenge you. Go and see the judgment of the judge in England in the PID court case that came up on Tuesday, Wednesday. Go and see. The judge blamed Nigeria, but said, my fellow British people are greedy people. And I will not be part of that British man that will be greedy. And he gave the judgment to Nigeria, even when Nigeria did not do a good job. But as at that place, he has the power of life and death. And he did the right thing. He said, my British people are greedy, but my Nigeria did not do a good work. What keeps failing us in Nigeria, Ovie? I keep telling you, institutions keep failing us. It is not us. Ovie, we are not doing all this
Paul, you just call my name. Hold on, Paul. Hold on. What did I say about the Gen Z, please? I want you to repeat what I said about the Gen Z.
Yeah, you talk about the Gen Z, that we need to apologize for the Gen Z because the Gen Z are myopic, they are ignorant, they don't understand the system, they don't understand how politics work.
You see, I'm still here. You are. Hold on. What a lie. Hold on. If you don't understand, hold on, please.
You rebuke me.
Please. No. Hold on, please.
To your turn now.
Please, can you hold on? Please,
the Gen Z
let me clarify something.
Support.
If you don't understand something, you ask. It's as simple as that.
I understand, Ovie. The age why I did.
Wow.
My mama no go carry me go find man.
What did I say?
Come
Repeat
on
what I
now, not
said. Just
be
repeat
12
what I
months
said.
picking where they'll put for bag and give her ice
Just
cream, they lick
repeat,
him mama
repeat
own ice
what I
cream.
said. Repeat what I said. Let me know if you
The
understand what
Gen
I said.
Z fought a good fight. They support their party and they fight a good fight to support who they believe in, and they vote massively. And the
So that
system
so what
failed
did
them.
I
So they
say
did
about
not
Gen
do.
Z? Repeat what
So
I
we have
said
to
first
apologize
now.
because of they are ignorant. They don't understand the system, and they believe in faith. According to you, they believe in faith and religion. They believe with God, and they like for God to do them. No, they believe in doing the right thing, and they do the right thing, and institutions fail them. That is where I'm coming with your phrase. You understand? And I use that word very clearly because what the judge in England did, he said Nigeria did not do a good job, but my British people are greedy. But I will not be part of them. I will do the right thing and give it to Nigeria because Nigeria don't deserve what they're about to lose. You understand? So if the Supreme Court choose to do the right thing, they can do whatever they want to do, not respecting that a big man and ignoring some part of the judgment. That's all I will say for now. So, but while you are talking the way you're talking, I use a great man called Ken Nnamani. As powerful as Obasanjo bring everybody down, I want to believe that Ken Nnamani too will be panicked, and Obasanjo would have gone for third term. Who know whether by now Obasanjo would have been the system right now, going for the system. But Ken Nnamani stopped third term. You know, so because of institutions, you understand, he have the power as at that time, and he used it to do the right thing. And with the same people working in Nigeria Airways, we see people do all these things. Somebody will say, during my time, during your time, you lost 2 aircraft. The next person comes, during their time, they lost 4 aircraft. The next person comes. This is how we don't have Nigeria Airways again, because of institution is not working. But when institution work, all this go corner to try to make things work, won't work, my brother. Thank you, and have a good morning.
Thank you, Paul. Let me say this. I will give everyone 3 minutes. At 3 minutes point, I will have to stop you because we want to cover as many topics as possible. So moving forward, that's what I will do. Ovie, what I would say is when someone is speaking and you have need to respond, I also know that you may have that need to, and we will give you the chance. So please let the person speak so that we don't have this kind of, let them speak till the end, and then I can give you a minute to respond. If you're not ready now, I can come back to you. If you're ready, I can come to you now. Ovie, are you ready? But I don't want this to be conversation between 2 people only. So Ovie, go ahead. 1 minute. Or mute yourself, Ovie. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I apologize for that. But I think there's a need for us to listen to understand so that so we should stop listening to argue so that we can understand the question and the answer. I never said anything about the Gen Z. I just say we, the adult in the house, owe them an apology. You should have asked me, what do I mean by that? You just started calling them names and you ascribe those names to me. That's not fair. I never called them there. I said we should apologize. You understand? If you don't understand where I am addressing my point for, you just ask. It's as simple as that. I decided to just jump in because you are lying with my name in my presence. I'm not dead yet. I'm still here. I never said that. I said they deserve apology. If you don't understand what that means, ask me. What do I mean by that? You keep talking about institutions. Institutions are not managed by animals or foreigners. I'm managed by Nigerians, me and you. So blame us. Forget the name institution. So I said we should apologize to JC because we let them knowing the outcome already. We know, me and you know. We did not do anything to change the outcome, but we are hoping. We are like politicians selling hope. Why should we sell hope to innocent people? So I never call them names, please.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's move on. Let's go to Igbo Basics. 3 minutes, Igbo Basics.
I think we've been speaking and speaking and speaking. Just to latch on to what Dexter had brought on the table earlier on. It was last week we were having a conversation here. We learned a few things. And I turned out to remember some of the greatest minds that have come out of Nigeria that were either in the US or somewhere else. I remembered one Demian Anyanwu, Radio Mbise, as we knew him. And I knew his story, that when he came, he was here in this particular studio. And I spoke to him, and he explained why and how he left Nigeria after the authorities had clamped him down. As a matter of fact, they put all kinds of charges on him, so he left. He came here. He ended up visiting George Bush in Washington, D.C., with all his inventions and everything else he did. And there are so many of that nature. Unfortunately, because Nigeria has refused to take advantage of the numerous talents that already exist in Nigeria. That's why Nigeria will continue to buy arms from countries whom Nigeria should have been supplying arms to. It is painful that people like Damian Anyanwu is dead now, and many more will be dying for one reason or the other. So my gospel this morning is the Underground Railroad. My gospel is going to go to the Eastern Nigeria. And Eastern Nigeria, my gospel is that they should go back to the East and put all that ingenuity there, develop the East, security and otherwise, develop it. And then let's begin with the West and the North. And then I will finally point out something that all of us know. One of the problems with Nigeria is Eastern Nigeria and Western Nigeria. Northern Nigeria takes advantage of it. Western Nigeria, with the insincerity that goes on in between, if the East can band with the West at any point in time, honestly speaking, that Nigeria of a place will become a better place for all of us. But if they like say again, they are dragging for that beautiful bride, which is the leadership of Nigeria. The insincerity that is coming out of the West, I'm going to be very blunt, is unbecoming. And they should have a rethink if that country should continue to go forward. It will be fair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Bob Basics. Let's go to Righteous Man. You're next.
Yeah, good evening to everybody. Nigeria is a nation that kills talents. Nigeria is a captured state. Can it work? Yes and no. What is the cause of agitation? Why would people wake up and say we're agitating? It is because of the unresolved issues that we have brought tribalism, the power play between the Southeast and the Southwest. Who is the kingmaker? If not, in this last election, the truth must be said or told. The Southwest has no business in contesting for the presidency because they knew it was the turn of the Southeast. But the Southwest insisted that it was their turn. In 1999, Alex Ekwueme gave up what he was meant to be because he was the chairman of G29 or G37 that formed the PDP. But he allowed Obasanjo as a compensation for the loss of June 12, 1993. And subsequently, the Southeast backed the South-South that made them lose their precious daughter, Akuyele. He stood so that Jonathan would become the president. And after that, what have the Southeast gotten? That was what this justice highlighted in his validatory statement. He said he has been asking, why is it in the Supreme Court, the Southeast have no representative there? The position that is meant for the Southeast, they have refused to fill it up. How can you tell me that the Southeasterners will not agitate? In the highest court of the land, the Southeast have no representative. Why? Can anybody explain it? It is because of the corruption. And it's because of the power play. Some people want to say, okay, the Nigeria is owned by the North And when I'm saying the North, I mean the core North. The Middle Belt have not tested the real power after Gowon. The Middle Belt have not shared in any political goodies of this country. When I'm saying the North, I'm talking of the core North. The core North and the Southwest think that whatever they decide will happen in Nigeria. But you see, this 2023 election, February 25, we mark or may Nigeria to go forward or to crash. Because what I'm telling you now, nobody is happy right down here. Nobody. Nobody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Professor Nebulous.
Thank you so much for this opportunity again. What I want to suggest, I don't know, it may produce a kind of misfeelings. I would have suggested that we should allow the sleeping dogs to lie for now. I want to be of the opinion, for those who know me, Damages, you know me very well, I do not have anybody that I really support, because it is my view that even if you bring an angel to administer Nigeria, he will fail before the end of his time. In fact, he may not be able to spend up to 6 months before God will reject him from coming back to heaven, because he would have soiled his hand with corruption. So I would have wanted the first thing first. For me, I am still for agitation for true federalism. There lies the salvation of this country. Because I was conversing with some of my friends the other time. Okay, for those of you who support Tinubu, now, if the first thing is not done, assuming this guy spent 4 years or 5 years or double time there, as the case may be, who succeeds him? I say, assuming that this guy brings heaven down to Nigeria and everybody is now enjoying, and the structure that had destroyed the fabric of the society, which is corruption and the lack of true federalism, is not instituted. I say, who takes over from him will bring Nigeria to square zero again. That's why I do not support whatever they are doing there. I don't have faith in it. I'm sorry. I don't have faith in it until we have true federalism, alias resource control. That's what many people are afraid of. Whoever is afraid of it, it is because of laziness. They are too lazy to actually, prospect for mineral resources and exploit it. Apart from the goodies that come every month from Abuja, even that is an aberration. That's why I'm crying for true federalism. In case of, because if there is true federalism, what we raised earlier on, like the Eastern state, for instance, being the Japan of Nigeria, that is, we are still together, Japan of Nigeria and all that, it is then you actually see what is called competition among the various states, because they have, the power to actually tap the resources within their state. Can you imagine that Ondo State, where I came from, bitumen is oozing out of its own accord, begging to be tapped, but because bitumen is under exclusive list, Ondo State doesn't have good roads, and yet we have bitumen. Don't you see can't you see the contradiction there? So all these things must be addressed. Otherwise, my brother, I do not even have faith in that country. I'm sorry to say. This is my submission.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Nebulous. Let's go to Alaba.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I want to start by kind of disagreeing with, was it Righteous Man or a few of the people who have spoken earlier? Yeah, not just Righteous Man, the others, the one who talks about institutional failure and all that. I can't remember his name. Anyway, so let me go to my key point. So the question is on the failure of this judiciary. Nigerians, Nigeria is made up of Nigerians. Nigeria is made up of people. The first question we have to ask ourselves before we start saying, is this one's turn? Is the turn of the Igbo? Is the turn of Emilokan? if the Hausa have had too much of their turn, is that what kind of people are we made up of? You understand? We are very religious people, very educated people, and we have a large number of illiterates among us. You understand? But the educated ones have been thoroughly miseducated. They are not really educated, because if they are, they would know that since 1963, I repeat, since 1963, we don't have a system that works for themselves or the people. They would know. And who does the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result? Only insane people, not educated people. Nigeria is full of educated people. Educated lawyers who believe, oh, someone must be sworn in first before they go to trial whether the person won an election. And that's the right kind of education. Yeah. Fools. Fela called them animals in human skin. Nigeria is full of, let me phrase it like this. Let me phrase it like this. If hypocrisy could be said to be the homage vice pays to virtue, then the Nigerian governmental system could be said to be an homage. Absolute nonsense tries to make to sense. Let me put it in a simpler language. If hypocrisy can be said the homage, to be the homage, satanic behavior pays to good behavior, then what is happening, or the Nigerian system as it is an homage. Absolute nonsense tries to pay to sense. If this is the case, that means Nigeria, irrespective of our educational qualification, is full of hypocrites, 90%. It don't matter your tribe, your religion, where you come from, your PhD, hypocrite. People who see white and call it black. People who see red and call it green. The best way to solve a problem is to be sure you have a problem. Yes, we have a problem, but we still can't solve this problem. Fela has been singing since I was a teenager. 40 years ago, the same thing has grown. Tinubu is not just our problem. Tinubu is a seed of the Nigerian production that was watered by the Nigerians. It has now grown into an Iroko tree and has now yielded fruit. What is the fruit that we have yielded as a system? We yield the fruit of death. We yield the fruit of criminality. We yield the fruit of abuse.
Mr. Rudolph, why did I not see his face?
You understand? These are the fruits we have yielded. But it is easy for us once we have someone to point a finger to. It's because of the Igbos. It's because of the Hausas. It's because of the Fulanis. No, it's because of you.
All right.
I'm not done. I just want to quickly eat the
people.
No,
we are not seeing you. We are not seeing you at all.
Now, the people. Institutional
Mr. Rudolph, we are not seeing him.
As a result of the people. The
Henry,
people runs the institution.
I know. When he spoke first, you saw him. Maybe there's a technical problem. We can't just stop the show just because we are not seeing him. You know he spoke before. All right, go ahead. We have to go to the next person.
Okay. So let me just round up. The bad system we have, first of all, we all have to agree is bad. I have said since 1999 we didn't have a democracy. You are just coming to terms with that. And some of you are still even not come to terms with that. Some of you are still thinking of 2027. How can you have an election where the system is rigged? How can you change a system when you're not provided a medium to change the system? You have to come to terms with what you have. We never had a democracy. We've had selection. It's who can rig most. Your thief is better than my own thief. That's the system we operate. Your thief is better than my own thief. We have to come to terms with the reality of our situation. We have to be pragmatic, realist to have a solution. For me, this system needs to go. The structure of impunity needs to be pulled down. If Atiku believes that, if Obi believes that, then that system will go. But if they don't, if they still think the system we have will change, then they are fooling themselves. Let me stop there so others can speak. I still got more to say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Dexter, you're next.
Okay, yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to say that I kind of agree with, I think what everyone has said from Ovie to the last caller now. I would say I, in some way, agree with what they're saying. I think they're all saying the same thing, but with different ideas. However, I think one of the things we also need to realize is that I think Amechi, when I listen to Amechi's speech, I'm not a fan of Amechi, but when I listen to his speech, I think he's making a sense there that the Nigerian people, the Nigerian people don't seem to hold themselves in high value. That's why Nigeria, things just keep on reoccurring, the situation happens, and that's why the justices can do what they are doing, the politicians can do what they are doing, because the truth is that there's no consequences. We operate a system whereby there's no consequences for the crimes you have done, and if that is what it is, then talk as much as we want, then it will just keep on repeating itself. There is a need for a cultural shift, for a mental shift. And talking about the Gen Zs, the Gen Zs were privileged to come into the global community. For people that were born in the 1980s or in the early 1990s, unfortunately, they didn't have internet. So they were not part of a global community. They couldn't really see what's happening, what's obtainable elsewhere. But the Gen Zs came into a situation whereby they were seeing what was happening elsewhere. So they could say, oh, wait, so what's happening here is not right. What is democracy? We are supposed to have the power to choose our leaders. But then you have a demography in Nigeria for the people that were born, they are not part of the Gen Zs. They don't believe that they have the power to choose their leaders. That's why, the same people that came to fight against the military, right now, they are doing the same thing. The present president was part of NADECO, but what's the difference between what they are doing and what Abacha was doing? Completely nothing different. They're just doing the same thing. Everybody, it's all about a state capture. Who can capture the state and then who can control it? So I think thinking about the way forward, I think the soul of Nigeria it rests in the Gen Zs right now. And unfortunately for old men like us, but not all of us are old, the truth about it is that we can only encourage them, because that's where the soul of Nigeria rests. Because the Gen Zs have grown up many of them have grown up without tribal sentiments. They just want a meritorious system. But what they are seeing right now, what's happening right now, is not encouraging, because what we are I'll be rounding up. What we are parading for them is somebody like Mesoma will feel great injustice that she was vilified for forging her certificate. Yet we have a man in the highest office in Nigeria that clearly forged the certificate, and the highest court in the land says it's not a problem. And instructive is what happened in the UK. Nigeria did not meet all the requirements for filing this case, but a justice looked at the merit of the case. He didn't look at the technicality. He looked at the merit of the case, and he saved the Nigerian state from collapsing. Unfortunately, when the Nigerian justice needed to be patriotic, they were not patriotic to their state. Instead, they looked at technicalities and they did not look at what would be right for the Nigerian state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Esther. Let's go to Free Nigeria.
Hi, Doctor. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dan, everybody. Righteous man. Right. Okay. I will start by congratulating all the APC people, all the supporters of lies and hypocrisy and evil. I'd like to congratulate you for a good heist, for a job well done. Many, many congratulations. I doff my hat for you. But listen to me very carefully and listen to me very, very seriously. Something that will shake Africa is coming. You guys think you've gotten away with this? I just shake my head, and I'm just disgusted by people that will see the truth and will never, 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 never speak the truth as it were. It's a pity. How can we say we want to move forward? And someone will come and say, okay, now let us now run minds together and talk about economics. What? This has just been like how many months now that like Tinubu has come with. All we hear is just boring, boring, boring. Yeah. Somebody in the comment section here, Ovie, had just said he's just giving the military 18 million or 18 billion. Where is that 18 million going to go? It's going to go to the generals, all the big bellied generals. That's where it's going to go. It's not going to go to the junior officers and the other rank. It's not going to go there. But guess what? It's coming. We're in the second phase of the whole thing. We're not going away. We're not going away. A thief might come to your house and rob you and all that. I want to use that same money to bribe you for you to shut shut up. No be juju be that. Yeah. So don't think we're going to go away. And I will be very brief. I'll come back because I'm a bit busy. Doctor, you said something this afternoon about thank God for your courage of people being respectful. But I just saw something some few minutes ago. Somebody was removed. And before he was removed, somebody said something even more terrible than that, and he wasn't removed. So please, we need to have equity. Check your phone. I just sent you the comment and the timestamp of that comment. And that guy he's been a problem in this forum and all that. So I'm just going to ignore him. But I just want you to, if we do one thing to the other person, it should be equal. That same person, especially when you leave in the evening, I know that he will be trying. He's been trying it. So again, congratulations. But Nigeria will be good. We're not going anywhere. We're going to fight this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Free Nigeria.
Please put me backstage. Put me backstage, please. Yeah.
All right, Dan, you're next.
Yeah, good evening and greetings to everyone, or good morning in America. Anyway, if you can see my voice, I lost my voice. I was just crying silently because though I've been crying from that day they put that in there. I told you, doctor, that day they put him there, I know that nothing will happen. But you know now, Yoruba used to say, that is, a dead chicken can still eat corn. That was what I was just hoping. Maybe. But deep inside of me, I know that they've got the goal already. Anyway, for me, Obi said it very clearly. If the leader is not stealing, they don't burn anybody where they under them to steal. So Nigerian system is still the same shit. Leadership. We have not seen a leader that is honest. You understand? That is my own point. We have not come to a point where all those Obasanjo and all those type of people, we know who they are. We know how he nearly killed a fella because they were speaking the truth. So if today people are raising Obasanjo hand, I just laugh. I just pray, like Nigerian system, every time pray. God, sometimes if Nigeria start to pray, God go tell all those angels, I bet man, lock door and window, please. I'm tired of these people. So make I use our Nigerian system because we are all Nigerians. Prayer cannot save us. It's just unfortunate. In fact, as I did so, I don't have nothing to say, doctor, to be honest with you. I was just listening. I came in as listener today. Please, let me just, before I go and insult myself or insult somebody, let us, Tinubu say in turn. He tried everything. We pull and so they be like saying that then get power pass. So let's leave him there. And I don't know what to say. I just pray say something will happen. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Wayne, Basti, you're next.
Good day, everybody. It's been a while. In Ibibio, we say Nanayin often imami fonoyut. That means sorrow. Sometimes you have to laugh at it instead of cry, and that's what I've been doing about Nigeria. prayers cannot help us. I'm a Christian, and I say that because what God gives us the power and intelligence to do, He does not expect us to pray for those things. You know, we're supposed to move on and do those things for ourselves. I mean, we cannot be praying for good roads in Nigeria. We have the money, build good roads. God will not come and build good roads for us. And the same thing about democracy. I mean, we have lawyers from Nigeria who have succeeded in almost every country of the world that you can find a Nigerian lawyer. I think our hope, speaking about the judiciary and the judgment of Thursday, is that somehow the judiciary can box itself in a corner they cannot come out. And this is my explanation. I've been listening to all the judgments, and pretty much everybody agreed that primary is the affairs of the party, except for one judgment in Imo State that the tribunal weighed in and took the election from PDP, a PDP candidate, because of what happened during their primary. And I'm thinking, I want to see on appeal how they are going to upturn that when every panel sitting, every tribunal that sat for election in Nigeria this year said election was pre-election matters. The nomination of a candidate was totally the affair of the party. They wouldn't weigh into that. Pre-election matters. So hopefully we can box everybody into a corner so that next election we know that that's so established we cannot move it. And let's see how they're going to. I'm sure they will get creative on how to move it. Nigeria is occupied by people. If we don't stand up and fight for ourselves, we are going to be doomed. But I don't think that is going to happen. Something has to happen. Two things, I think, is either we're going to have a revolution of some form, or we are going to get progressively better with this election thing. And again, the people who are in charge, Supreme Court, should I give them a credit? They kind of weighed in and said, well, it's somewhat disappointing that INEC did not follow through with the promise they made to Nigerians with the beavers. It is criminal what they did. It's not just disappointing. But let's hope that before the next election, that so much pressure can be put on the powers that be for somebody to have the guts to say election result cannot be valid if it is not transmitted electronically at the site of the election. Let's see if Nigerians will have guts, because that's the bone of contention in this election. And we need to solve it by making laws, not arguing about it, because we can talk about it till kingdom come, and by next election cycle, the same thing happens because the court said it, that is inconsequential. May God bless Nigeria.
All right, Wayne, thank you so much. Henry, I think you spoke, no? Did you?
Come on, man. I didn't speak.
Okay, go ahead. I just don't.
So,
I was supposed to go first, but let him go first because I was here before him.
Okay, you go. Don't worry. I'll wait.
Henry,
Mr. Austin.
I don't want to be confused about where people are.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead, Henry.
Yeah. You know, Nigeria is the only country that have a lot of laws full everywhere, but they cannot even follow one of it. So shameful. It's time for Nigerian so-called judges to throw this their wig off. Maybe this wig is covering their brains. These are the people we depend on, but they let Nigerians down. Okay, Anna came out publicly, boasted, collect billions, boasted about the election. It's going to be this, it's going to be that, it's going to be that. But here he did nothing. But the so-called judges, since say it's not compulsory they have to do this, they have to do that. They're always taking Nigerians for a ride because Nigerians are just noisemakers. They make noise. They give them big brother Nigeria, big brothers, go to betting, drink alcohol. They forget about the situation. You know, Nigeria, like what Buhari said, Nigeria promised them. They said Buhari said it before. Said if they fail Nigerians, Nigeria should stone them. Buhari failed people 4 years. You didn't do nothing. He failed people 8 years. You didn't do nothing. Now, Amechi said it before too. Before Tinubu come in now, he said till Nigeria starts using stoning them, they will not stop failing. Now they still, the justice system still, the people's mandate, force somebody to rule Nigerians. And some of us here who live in Western countries who knows where they know they have rule of laws, and things like this can happen in your local government. You still have the guts to be smiling. It's normal. For me, it's not normal. Maybe you stole your certificate to come to America or Europe. I don't know. Some people claim to be intellectual here, but they are not. A sensible somebody who have this, will not think this what they did in the court was right. You can see that they sold their souls for peanut. They sold more than 200 Nigerians right for peanuts. It's so annoying. I will say, but Tinubu will never be my president. I'm going to Nigeria January. Tinubu cannot be my president. Forget it.
All right. Thank you so much, Henry. Austin, you're next.
Okay. Good morning, afternoon, evening to everybody. I see my congregate now. They say we are talking from the greatest city in the world, New York City. I had to first check my passport. When I got my passport the first time, that was some years ago, I always read through it. It says on the first page that the commander-in-chief is swearing for you that you are a good citizen. If you read through that first page. So before coming here, I make sure that I see and wait. I go read them again. The second time, the person who is the commander-in-chief is the one that swears that you are a nice citizen and should be treated with respect. What happens if that commander-in-chief, somebody, look, whether you like it, there is a I can hear reverberation.
Yeah, let me see who that is. Go ahead.
So there is a tag. You cannot remove it, even from this part of the world. They know that the Nigerian seat has been desecrated. They know. So when I go through the airport, they will sit me down for 5 hours to search even my toe and my neck, even my esophagus. I will need to give them the chance for them to do it. If I know they do Yahoo, I know they do this. When they finish, they tell me to go after 5 hours, I will go. We must learn to take the consequences of our action. The average Nigerian on the street is very corrupt. He likes to get money without working. And that is why we are all here today. Now, I always like the way forward. It is very true that the system is corrupt. One thing about the system is this. Nigerians, we have the best of laws, as the last person just said. Somebody said it. Read the laws very well. We get the best. The problem is implementation. The implementation of these laws, even at the local government, state, and the federal level, is poor. But if you read those laws very well, even the state government can implement a lot of social programs that will help the country. So one thing I want to propose, my own, is that nobody should despair. Don't feel bad or dejected. This thing will touch everybody, including Dangote. As the Naira, they fall ala. Dangote's money is also reducing. $10 money is also reducing in dollars. So it will touch everybody. Before now, maybe my first year, they paid $15,000 for my first year school fees. That time maybe it's about 6 or 7 million naira. Now, If a judge in the Supreme Court needs to send his child abroad, even if he don't finish with the children, the grandchildren, he go pay up to about 50 million, 60 million. So that money when the thief, he go still give them out. So it go round to everybody, including all of us. So my point is this: don't despair. Go ahead with your normal business. The only one thing I want to beg you is this: don't despair. Go with your normal business. Don't be despair that okay, 2027 or this and that. Do the right thing you are supposed to do. And when you do it, we are very, very sure that when the time will come, everything is going to be right. So don't fight with any Agbado person or this and that. And I don't see why you should fight with them. The most important thing is that try not to change from being good to going to be bad. They just take the consequences. If you are asked for certain things, just take it. That is just my own. We move further, we do the right thing, and everything will be fine. So no, forget about all this two way they talk. It will touch everybody.
All right. Thank you, Austin. KJ, you're dressed up for the show.
Dr. Damages, because of the respect I have for you, I stepped out of the business meeting I'm in to come and speak to you.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
I have come in peace, and I have come because nothing that has happened that we didn't say on this platform. I'm not disappointed. I would have been disappointed if the result came the other way around. And I want to tell my last brother and friend who just spoke that since 2015, Nigerian politicians stopped spending naira. They spend dollars. So their monies are all in dollars. They're not in naira. In fact, some of them that I had the opportunity of working with, when they finish, they ask you, how much is your money in dollars? You tell them, they go into their house and bring it and pay you. So whilst I was living in Abuja, I have collected not once, not twice. I don't want to talk about it. Many times I have to work with some of them, and I was paid in dollars. So it is the ordinary Nigerian who are refused to open their eyes that this is going to affect. Now, am I surprised? No. They say the law is an axe, and an axe, it can be interpreted in whichever way. But there's another saying that says that justice should not only be done, but must seem to be done in the eye of the ordinary man. Sorry, I have an echo.
Yeah, it's electricity. He's a moderator.
Okay.
You should know.
So, if the law from the eye of the ordinary man doesn't seem to be done, then there's a problem. You see, I am Igbo, and in my community, there was once a dispute between the two communities. You know, somebody had misbehaved, one of the girls from my community, and the young men went out to that community and fought everybody they could see. And when they came back, the elders sat in the square and said, hey, well done. If people didn't do this, we would have known that you're not youths, you're not young men. Every society, and they went ahead to say, if your society don't have radicals who can stand up and stand against the of injustice in that community, the community is finished. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, and I want to say with open face, the community called Nigeria is finished if we sit down and take this thing. Some people are talking about 2020. In fact, Doctor, one of the reasons why I came here, because I follow your videos that you do, and I like the way you actually put it across, and for whoever wants to hear, let him hear. That's the truth. We are desecrating our society by accepting things that no other society can accept. Okay? We are swallowing and saying, giving it a name. You are people who have, some of them have done PhDs, 3 PhDs, 4 PhDs. Some of them have gone to law schools for 5, 6, 7 years. And then you come out, you are the one interpreting what you know is wrong and accepting that it should be truth. So we have now put it, just like we made bribery and corruption, we change it to settlement. Okay, go settle him now, go settle this guy. The same way now, we are brought in forgery as it's not a problem. Once you can get away with it, you can get away with it. Now, it is so shameful that nobody has been able to even come up to say, well, oh, no, we're not going to agree for this one. Am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised. Unfortunately, you see, I'm not here to, because I didn't think it's going to change anyway. I'm only here to say, let us mark this day that we have started again to add new lexicons into our political sphere in Nigeria, where now you can say, I am going to be, and I will be, hook or crook. The Bible that I believe so much in says that the end just does not justify the means, but the process to the end is what justifies it. If your process is faulty, you cannot get to the end and say you have delivered. But now we can say if you deliver, once you get to the end and you have the throne, the trophy, you can keep it. It's your own. Gentlemen, it's dangerous waters we have entered. But I have no, like I said, I lost my faith in Nigeria, not today, not yesterday, many years ago. And so there's nothing to lose here. I'm not crying for anybody. It's not like the song, Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. I have sung that song many times for Nigeria. I'm not singing it again. So it's over for me. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let's go to Pastor Paul. You're next.
Yeah, Doctor, God bless you, Rico, for the wonderful work you are doing and gathering the young men and the elderly to talk about Nigeria. I appreciate so much.
Sorry, Doctor, put me behind. Thank you.
All right.
Hello?
Go ahead, Pastor. Go ahead.
I said I appreciate the great work you are doing for gathering us together to speak about Nigeria. I appreciate it so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
But there is something I discover when I'm hearing many of us. Some of us don't even understand Nigeria as it is now. We don't understand. And why I say so is that I don't know why we're expecting much from this country. We are expecting much. And we have lived up to 40 years, 45 years, 50 years. The same thing that have been happening seems to be happening and nothing has changed. And yet you are still expecting that it will just change without an action. Let me tell you, corruption is a spirit that requires a very great action to break it down. You can never break corruption down without force. Without force. And Nigeria as it is has been hijacked, kidnapped. And those who kidnap Nigeria, all of them are the same corrupt-minded people. So what we are going to be talking about, that forces, power will come through to break them down. Because if they are not breaking down, in next election, I can equally tell you who is going to be head of state. Just as I told some people 2 years ago that Tinubu will be a head of state of Nigeria. They doubted it. I didn't watch and see. So please, all this analysis we are talking, Nigeria is already dead. Looking for who will do the burial. And nobody has the strength and nobody has the power to conduct Nigerian burial. And that is what Nigerians are waiting. Because there is nothing you can do about Nigeria for now. There is a structure, internal structure, that want to totally arrest Nigerians and arrest Nigeria to be the way they want it. So you cannot change it, whether Yoruba, whether Igbo. The only thing you can involve yourself in that cabal. And if you don't involve yourself in that cabal, you will never be a head of state. You want to do something different, but he cannot. He has no power to do it. He cannot do it.
Pastor,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Before we go to John Abba, Mazi Prince and electricity and all the new people, the priest of peace. Let me remind us what we are having, the conversation we are having. We are having a conversation on the Supreme Court judgment, the judiciary. We played a video of the retiring justice who was basically complaining about the judiciary. Let me play this before we continue by listening to Ruben when he did his analysis of the judgment. We'll be back.
On this program, and we have the authority per Nikitobi JSC in Atiku Abubakar versus Umaru Musa Yaradua, who said that the only clientele of law is the law, not public opinion. People may express what they like at beer parlors and all of that, and we saw that yesterday, that their lordships dealt only with the law, qua law. And it seems to me that they even made that point. Justice Nyango Kuru made the point, telling people to trust the judiciary, because that's the last place of, of appeal. And so the judges, yes, they are not going to follow your opinion. It's not your opinion. They follow the technicality of the law. But as it were, this matter is now res judicata. That is settled in law. What is the implication? The implication is that President Tinubu has been confirmed as the properly elected president of Nigeria. The Supreme Court has upheld the decision of the Presidential Election Petition Court of September 6. The Supreme Court has further conferred, if you like, legitimacy on the government of President Bola Tinubu. So that's a settled matter, and there must be an end to litigation. And which is why I think that, look, in respecting the Supreme Court, the best thing, the best option going forward is for all the parties to come together to realize one fact, that election season is over, campaign is over. It is now time for governance. And that governance, we cannot leave it to President Tinubu and his team alone. All of us are going to be involved in it as follows. The PDP, the Labour Party, all the other parties, having lost at the highest court in the land, should go ahead and congratulate President Tinubu, as we have congratulated him this morning on his victory. They should act after the fashion of gentlemen and sportsmen, and then also go ahead to provide opportunities for collaboration in the national interest, which is the overriding factor in all of this matter. President Tinubu himself should be magnanimous in victory. And being magnanimous means, reaching out to everybody across party lines to see how all of us can focus on this process of governing Nigeria. Because there are very serious issues, particularly about the economy. And no political party has a monopoly of wisdom on this matter. And in any case, I also expect that after congratulating President Tinubu, the Labour Party, the PDP, and other political parties should also play their role as opposition party. Working with the Tinubu administration does not mean abandoning their role as a quality opposition. Now, let me go to the issues raised by the court, by their lordships. Justice Nyango Kuru providing the late judgment, and the other justices, all of them without exception, agreeing with them. There is cogent issues of law. And I think that their rulings is sounding law. I've always said it on this program, that look, within the province of conflict of laws, what is known as international civil litigation or private international law, if you go and take a ruling or whatever, or you go and collect evidence from another jurisdiction, it does not mean that it will automatically have effect. That voyage of discovery to the U.S. District Court is likely to be of no moment. That was exactly what their lordship said yesterday. In fact, Justice Emmanuel Agim made a point that, it was not registered That was not the exact word you used, but that is the effect. Because for you to enforce anything from a foreign jurisdiction, you have to register it, you have to before you can enforce it. And he said, no, this has not been registered, so it's not recognized. That's number one. And it's very strange how the lawyers to the appellant in this particular case do not recognize that. Two, their lordships raise very serious issues about procedure and technicality. Section 285, sub 5, and sub.
All right, let's stop it there. We have, for those who may care, we have a long-standing invitation for Ruben to be on our show. Hopefully one day he will accept and come so that we can engage him. And let me also say that, Ovie, some of the arguments you make, similar to what Ruben is making here, there's a question I have, and that's a question of, if you look at how things change in other societies, if you want to use America as an example, there comes a time when the judiciary, I know that Republicans or people who are on the right will say they become activist judges. But there comes a time when the judiciary will say, okay, looking at this situation, a good example is Brown versus Board of Education in America. The judiciary decided that, look, even though the precedent in this court is to say this and to support this, we think that the country is ready, we have to move in a different direction. And they moved in a different direction. That's something we have not seen in Nigeria. When you expect the country to change, it's not just the lawmakers that will change the country, it's not just the executive. The judiciary also, they have a role to play. In many societies, at a point, the judiciary will stop and say, I think it's time for the country to move in this direction. And they find reason in the constitution or the demands of the people to say, we need to move in this direction. Then they move the country in that direction. We've not seen anything like that in the judiciary in Nigeria. All they do is that we are basing things on technicalities or what is in the constitution. We are reading it this way. And even it's not even that they are consistent. That's the one that makes people so mad. So when you see the case of Lawan, having him as a member of the state running for Senate when he wasn't even in the primaries, there are so many things that they baffle people. Anyway, we'll get to that, but I want the people who are here.
Rudolph,
Yeah.
can I respond to that?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I like what you said, right? I think that's not in a normal situation, or that is how things ought to be. But again, if you listen to the judge that just retired, the whole speech that they made in that the whole judicial system, we all know this. Nothing that is said that is new. You understand? So when I'm making an analysis, I'm making an analysis based on the reality that we are in. For you to be expecting those judges to actually act like those that carry out Brown and that of America, you need to actually understand how those two judges came to that point, that realization. A lot of work has done on the ground. The only job that has done on the ground in this case is that APC successfully put their loyalists at every junction of the way. So when you have your loyalists, this is a winner take it all politics that we are playing. We should not deceive ourselves. That's why I say we hold the duty to actually educate the young people, tell them exactly what we are practicing. We are not practicing a democracy, not in any way. We are practicing a system whereby only the wealthy are only allowed to have a say. We don't have to disagree with me. All the talking points we see on our national TV, they don't come from us. They come from these people. That's why I'm so angry that why all of a sudden we find merit in Atiku going to Chicago. How? For God's sake, these people are friends and brothers. So we want our younger ones to tell them the truth. It is not the best thing the way we are doing it. I'm not saying we should be celebrating the system. I'm against it. But the only way for us to actually even start planning for any disruption or any progress, we have to actually agree that this is the situation we are in. That's why I agree with Halabra. This is who we are, whether we like it or not. So we have to face that reality and deal with it one-on-one. We need to ask ourselves tough questions.
Yeah,
that's
Mr.
why
Rudolph.
we know everything that is happening. We know the problem, we know the solution. We know the problem, we know the solution, because these people that all of us are pointing fingers at, they live among us. They are our parents, they are brothers and sisters, friends and relatives.
We are only complaining now because maybe if you look if the first 10 contacts in our list there has no correlation with the people in power. That's why we are complaining now. And I hope we'll get to our meeting and I will explain that. Right? And again, we have choice. We Nigerians, we have so much choice. If you know the world, we could japa. Right? If you don't work too much, go find way, make friends with the person where they get power. We know ourselves. So why are we deceiving us? Why are we expecting things that we did not work towards? Instead, we are hoping the judiciary to just be angel overnight. We did not work towards that. So okay. I know not that I am celebrating the situation we are in, but I cannot just look away and say, oh, I know where we should be. But we are not there for a reason. We are not there because we fail to acknowledge where we are now. That all of us are guilty. Whether by doing or undoing. Doing it or however you want to put it. We know because we know it.
Okay, thank you. I want to hear from people who are here to speak. I can give you 1 minute if you have.
Yeah. I just wanted to make comment on that Abati thing you posted. You see, that's part of the problem where a few educated people look down on others, think they know better than them. The same thing with these Supreme Court judges. You said it in civilized society. When a court gives an opinion, there will be divergent opinion. There will be, I agree with this. This is why I agree. I disagree with this. In the Nigerian context, there's no there because all these educated people like Abati still have this Kolo mentality that Fela talked about, and they are nothing but Mr. Follow. They don't open their eyes, their mouths, their sense. They don't, they are the problem. And in furthering solutions, we need to find a way to counteract these bankrupt people pushing poison into our community, because what comes out of Abati's mouth is nothing but poison and propaganda. He should be, as a journalist, the one to analyze the judgment, criticize the judges for not having a counter opinion. But when we have journalists like Abati, my brothers and sisters, we are not going anywhere.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, go ahead. We give everyone 3 minutes, so 3 minutes.
Let me see, Tamo, because my own case is special all the time. Before I finish talking, bell will ring, but it's okay. The judiciary stuff, I already said long ago before it started, it's a dead on arrival case. And I know it's about interest of what individual, wherever you are interested and whosoever you are interested. And to some of us that are believing that we should be buried ourselves in shame as a result of whether it's a forgery, and it is all the chain reaction of individual self-worth. There is no reason you take a blame for Tinubu or because you have Nigerian passport. The country that you are all living, they are more corrupt, they are more evil than you. So, and their leaders, the same thing. It's just like go to church and pray for generational curse, while the people that wrote it to it are the one that they bought you as a slave, they never apologize for it. And you now have generational curse to the fourth generation. It's all the same political, and I think we are just playing the same cycle. Let us find a way how to empower the system. I said here the last time that the federal government is the top, but we start from the grassroots. We have local government, we have state senators and governors, and all of those people who are very close to us, who can hold responsible based on whatever they have given to them, whether it's a security money or to implement or to develop ourselves individually, power grid released by Buhari. And all of those things, let's talk intellectual talk so that people know that, okay, we can actually hold these people responsible from the grassroots. And then we go to the top. You can't jump from bottom to the top. If you jump up, you come back to your level. So let us play a good politics with a good education. And I believe that you guys believe that they are all evil, and then the one that is lesser evil should be. And that is the problem. If one of your fingers touch the oil, the rest will not deny it. So it's a game of if we are of all of them ringing their endeavoring level, and the one that highest bidder take it. So there's nobody there among all the people that are innocent. They're always fighting for their own name and their own whatever greed or name they want to bear. All us, the burden is all of on us as a Nigeria. Turn mirror on ourselves and let us know that we can all start all over and start building our nation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Janaba. Let's
Can
go.
I ask Janaba one question?
No, oh, well, okay, all right, go ahead.
If we feel that the person at the top does not matter, then what do you think about oh my God, what do you think about some of the recent policies of some of these maybe institutions abroad who are now trying to scrutinize Nigeria more on their certificates?
They are just being hypocrite. The top matters. I mean, I'm not. There's no excuse that what Tinubu did or whatever happened. I don't want to go into whatever. But the issue is that don't let down and judge yourself on any issue that somebody is much or more of a better person than you or anybody else that believe that. So it's about your individuality. Hold your head up. You are not there. And if they refer that to you, tell them that they have done that to you or to your forefathers and bring them by force. So tell them that the evil does not start from any one person. So there's no reason to hold my head down because the people that are shedding down and killing other people while other people are still praying, and the same holy people are shedding on killing other blood. I don't want to. Let's not go there, man.
All right, thank you, Janaba. The priest of peace, Yanis.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Rudolph. It's unfortunate that some people might feel surprised at what is going on. The verdict. The verdict offered pronounced by the Supreme Court. You see, Amechi said something subtly to Nigerians that civility is not going to help anybody. Civility will not help Nigeria. And when you look at the situation in Nigeria, in Africa, you discover that the most dumbest people in the whole of Africa, in fact, in the world, is Nigerians. Because one, whatever that happens in Nigeria is just like pouring water on top of the rock. It will just spill and go away. Nobody will do anything. This thing that is happening in Nigeria has been orchestrated, planned, and APC started since 2011 to come this far. Even before then, CPC and all that. So they have putting all their cronies in the place of authority so that it will favor them. Nigeria is heading to one-party state, and it is going to be dreadful. It is going to be very brutal for all of us, even some of us that are abroad. So what is the way forward? Nigerians should stand up. That no more civility. That's for me, that's the key. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, the priest of peace. Let's go to Prince Mazi Prince, I believe. Go ahead.
Dr. Rudolph, good morning.
Yes,
I was absent last week, and being the fact that I was kind of like in a mini vacation, we're in fourth quarter and everything is finishing. I happened to be in Vegas, and while there, things were going on, and all of a sudden I was introduced to, to kind of like go view a property, and with the mindset, I thought I was only going there to view it, but then I ended up buying one thing or the other. And while we were talking, the guy was talking about the places they have their properties and all that stuff. And he came to Europe, came to Africa, and he mentioned South Africa. He showed it to me. I saw them, pretty nice hotels and, vacation sites. And while we're talking, and I said, guys, so how come you guys don't have anything in Nigeria? You need to see how this white man looked at me. And the next thing that came out of his mouth was, ain't nobody going to where he's going to be kidnapped. Ain't nobody going to go to a corrupt country. You need to listen to the foul languages. At some point, I had to search for my phone and I recorded the voices. You know, he apologized, at some point because I told him, I said, you're talking about my country. No matter what, Nigeria is still, I'm still part and parcel of Nigeria. And when we left there, I was just discussing with my wife, and I felt so mad. Felt so mad, so kind of like, how you're so angry that the next thing you did was to punch on the steering. Am I mad at the guy? No, I'm not mad at the guy. I'm not. Mm-mm. He said the truth. That's what it is. Am I gonna be mad at God? No. I came from Nigeria. I came from Nigeria. That's reality. But the truth is this. You see, I don't like when some people come here just to gaslight other people. Like one man went to more. I just seen what the super chat he put in there talking about something about when are we gonna latch on Biafra? You know, he can smile today, but guess what? Nobody is an island. Nobody is an island of knowledge. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. It will come to a day that he will be among the people that will speak just like the judge spoke yesterday. If you listen to what the justice or whatever spoke, it's too late. But that is reality about Nigeria. The Supreme Court should be changed from Supreme Court of Nigeria to Supreme Court of corrupt and criminal judges. I rest my case. Oh, before I leave, Tinubu still remains not my president. I don't recognize him. I don't care. Period.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Prince, California. Let's go to electricity units.
Yeah, thanks very much. Greetings to all on the panel and those in the comment section. Actually, I came in when I saw KG in his suit, so I was actually wanted to ask if an olive branch from Tinubu has been extended to him and his position was given, but it's left. I agree with Abati on only one thing, which is the Supreme Court is the highest court of the land, and the judgment has been made. So the question now to us is, what is the way forward? Which direction are we going to? He will get his appointment soon. Mark my word on that. They will call him and say, Abati, come and present us on this and that. He will get it, take it or leave it. So, but it's right in the sense that the judge, whether we agree with the judgment or not, whatever it is, that is the end of the road in the legal process in that regard. So the question is, what is the way forward? What do we do as citizens? How do we progress forward from here now? We can argue till the cock comes home. It's not going to change anything. The way forward is now the issue. So I think we discussed this yesterday, Dr. Rudolph. What is next? What's the next thing for us to do? Because we ain't going to be flogging dead horse again. The horse is dead, and let's leave it as it is. We know what the situation is like in the country, economic situation, inflation, the price of, the value of the currency. We know bag of rice is 60,000 naira now. 10 tubers of yam. I'm telling you, life thing. I get updates every day. So those are the things that matters to people. And like Sho said yesterday, even people are choosing not to buy fish again because fish is now, we can do without it, and those who are selling it are not crying. So these are the issues we have to address and how we can. I know the pastor earlier was saying we have to be, I don't know, he made a statement, I wrote it down, probably forgotten that. But he's not profiling any solution as to whether we should riot or we should. I know you asked a question, resistance or forgiveness, Dr. Rudolph. I think I will throw that question back to you. What do you think, Dr. Rudolph, given to your level of PhD and whatever it is, do you think it's a time for resistance or forgiveness? If it's forgiveness, what are we basing forgiveness on? What are we actually forgiving? Okay, what are we forgiving? I'm throwing the question back at you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So first of all, I don't have a PhD yet, so I'm not a doctor, but I'm Dr. Damages. And if you want my opinion, you can watch Dr. Damages for the next week. I will air my opinion. For here, I'm moderating, and that's what I'm doing. So let's go to Bello, you're next. Alaba and Austin, you can wait. I know you guys have said something. Let's get to people who are yet to say something. Bello, you're next.
Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Well, just briefly, my own contribution is just going to be that the whole election year for 2023 is done and dusted. Either we like it or not, the deed has been done. The Supreme Court has ruled, and depending on how we take this, depending on our biases, because whatever we say, we don't just say it on how we feel, and that's like a bias. And wherever each and every one of us belong to, either be Tinubu, Atiku, justice has been done. Justice is for everybody. It's either going to favor you or it's going to favor you. So Tinubu stands, he got justice. Even it goes the abuse way, it's justice, to their account. If it goes to the Atiku's side, it is justice for their side. But one way or the other, a judgment has been made. And for me, as a Nigerian, I think we should be looking forward. We should be looking ahead. Not how, it's supposed to be like. Whether you say, Tinubu is never going to be your president or not, either you like it, you still have the Senate families back home. One way or the other, the policy is going to affect them one way or the other. Either you like it or not. So saying, oh, he's not a president, we should sabotage the economy, I don't think that's the way forward. It's not being patriotic. It's not being that we love our country. We might, all the citizenship to other countries, but our heart, it's still Nigerian. Either we like it or not. We have to tell ourselves the fact. So we shouldn't come here and start saying, oh, people back home should start fighting against the government while we are here in the comfort of our living room, of our room, enjoying instigating the people against the government back home, and people are dying. And what I'm here to say is let's just look forward, and whoever loses should prepare for 2027. God bless Nigeria, and God bless everyone of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bello. I'll let Mazi Prince 1 minute to respond.
Okay, so Bello, please, when I say Tinubu is not my president, it's me. I did not encourage you, and I'm not sabotaging anything. It's my personal decision, and that's what it is. So please, when you say you can believe what you want to believe on your own, I don't, like I said, I don't care. It's me.
All right, thank you. Let me, Righteous, 1 minute, just 1 minute.
I just want to ask Mr. Bello, I want to ask him a question.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
So what is your vision for 2027? You are there and you are relaxing. You don't know what we are facing here. What is your vision for 2027 from your speech?
All right, thank you, righteous man. Thank you.
Yeah, just few seconds. My vision for 2027 is that, you know, if people are really serious and want to take their destiny in their own hands, the people cannot be divided. And somebody mentioned why the country they want to make it a one-party system. Okay, if you don't want to make it a one-party system, you know, people need to come together. Not when you see Obi from PDP, you know, do going his way. Atiku from PDP going his way. Some person from PDP going his way. And you are here talking about you are not getting justice. What other justice are you expecting? People have to come together. People have to be united. You don't just come here and just, you know, do, you know, just talk. And at the end of the day, you are coming at, you know, divided front, and you are expecting justice. What judgment are you expecting? You have to win elections at the polling booth. Elections, you shouldn't be expecting to win election and, you know, expecting the Supreme Court to say because Tinubu did not go to school, because Tinubu bringing evidence at the 99th hour. I don't know how you see it. To me, a judgment has been made, and it has to be respected. And we have to tell ourselves the blatant truth. 2027, you want a common, a good governance. Let's people come together and, you know, not coming with a divided front. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Pansa. Pansa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudolph and fellow panelists. Rudolph, I'm usually hard on you, but I thought about it this morning. I said, you know, that your method of not chiming in with your politics, you say you're moderating, it's not bad. I should today thank you for the work you do and providing this platform for all of us, right?
Thank you.
And then, of course, let me say hello to the fellow panelists and those listening to us in other media. To Nigerians, I'll say persevere, work harder, try to figure a way to make the situation better in the country regardless. You have to produce, to say that this Gary is 30,000 naira or whatever it is. I mean, go to the farms, go and do whatever you can, okay, until we sort these things out. Now, for those politically now speaking about the situation, we copied our constitution from that of the United States. So in times like this, it's okay to reflect historically. How did they handle people such as Tinubu, right? We know he didn't win the election. And I don't put all the blame squarely on his head. I've been in many platforms in the last week, and I've made my case to what I think the problem is. We have a Sunni Islamic problem in Nigeria. We have to solve that. If I have time, I will try to make the same case here at some point, in case people didn't watch it when I dealt with it academically, where I make citations and I would say why I'm saying that. Let's look at the situation today. We have a Tinubu now, but please do not say it's over, because it's not over. We copied our constitution from the United States. So about, I don't know how long ago that is now. We had a president in the United States who was, his name is Richard Nixon. And he went through an electoral process where he emerged as president. But within that period, before that election itself, he had committed some crimes. So they had the impeachment process against Richard Nixon. It was initiated by the United States House of Representatives on October 3rd, 1973. And it's colloquially known as the Watergate scandal. So a bunch of resolutions calling for impeachment emanated, and they finally got it done, right? So usually the president just doesn't become president, and then you have to look again 4 years later what to do about it. There are things that could be done if he's committed crimes. I say that in the backdrop that the Federal Bureau of Investigations here in the United States and other agencies would be releasing some information. Now, it depends on what's in there. If he made some mistakes as a youth, even peddle drugs here and there, well, maybe it doesn't rise, it doesn't stink to high heavens. Fine. But if it's in there that who we think is Bola Tinubu is not him, or there is somebody he assumed the identity, and for example, I'm not saying that he did this, but let's say he murdered somebody and he assumed their identity, or he did things that are just the moral turpitude gets to the scale where we cannot accept it. Then it's incumbent on the assembly to put together articles of impeachment to have him removed from office. I don't even think anybody. I see you raising your hand. Go ahead, Rudolph. Somebody wants to ask me a question.
Okay. I'm as the Prince.
Yes, Pastor.
Yes, sir.
How long are you in US or are you in UK?
I'm in the United States.
You are in the United States. Okay. And I believe that you've been in the United States for, let's say, over 10, 15 years. You know?
Yes.
For me, I've been here over 20 years. But I don't think that FBI have 2 pages of any file on me. Talk less of somebody who has 70,000. 70,000 that we're talking about. You know, when we keep comparing
I thought it was,
Nigeria and
it was 2,500. I don't think it's 70,000.
No, it's 70,000. They compressed it to 2,500 that they're going to release.
Okay.
And my own issue is that we keep comparing Nigeria and US. The different, I agree, US have their own corrupt politicians, but guess what? They have a checkmate with the second Menendez. His investigation did not start yesterday. They've been investigating him for a long time, and they got him. Okay? So what I'm saying in a sense is, when we're making these comparisons, it gets, it's kind of like somebody, kind of like trying to stab me with a knife. And I say this, it's high time we stop comparing that. Just let's agree that Nigeria is just, as much as I don't want to use a derogatory word, but guess what? It's gone. Thank you.
Okay. By the way, a point of order. When somebody's asking me a question, am I speaking or are they speaking? Is that coming out of my time?
Your time is actually gone. I'm just.
But you actually repeated what he said. The idea of House of Rep impeaching president. That is the checkmate thing that you are talking about. I don't understand.
Okay. All right. So
just repeated what he said.
Answer 2 more minutes. Just to
okay. I think Ngozika wants to ask me a question too.
Okay. Pastor, they offer you this platform. They offer you this platform. Last week you rejected it. You are supposed to be our guest.
I offered it to be the guest.
You are supposed to be our guest, Pastor, that you rejected it.
Pastor, I want to ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
I don't know if can I make an
should I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. If Rudolph would allow you.
Pastor is a dictator. It's more than a dictator, Pastor.
Go ahead.
You are a lord. You are a lord on your own.
Go ahead.
So I thought that you have spent 2 minutes. You are having only 1 minute remaining.
No, I don't blame Matt. I don't blame Pastor because Prince just actually repeated what Pastor is saying. Right? You should have something that checkmate the process, which is the National Assembly that the Pastor is talking about. Not the same thing now. Just be patient, make you finish the point.
We have to be able to compare the two, right? We can't compare the two. It's not lost. Hope is not lost. This is, in human terms, it's just a brief challenge that we have. All of us want to get the country going again. So in the case of that Watergate scandal, it was just a break-in into an opposition party's abode. That's it. But it was sufficient to be that president was removed. And Nixon is famous for saying, I cannot quote him verbatim, but he says, if the president does it, then it means that it's legal. So that's his mindset. And that didn't last very long. So let's see what's in that dossier. All right. I believe that if it meets a certain threshold, Tinubu will be removed from office. So let me conclude by tying it together with my theory that our problem in Nigeria is that Sunni Islamic Northerners do not believe in democracy. To them, democracy is haram. Now, I challenge anybody. If you shut up the debate, because then I will have them tell the truth. They're not lying, they're being deceptive. To lie, you have to make a statement and say, blah, 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 then you lied, right? But if you're being deceptive, you use all kinds of duplicity, fraud, turning off the beavers, populating our agencies and branches of government with Muslims, and retarding our country. Instead of sending their people to school, they're playing stupid games. How do you turn off the beavers that we spent 400 billion naira? You turn it off. But you were so daft that you let all the Senate go through so that somebody's going to say to you, hey, it's the same system. How come the Senate, the Assembly went through? They do it that carelessly because at some point, they're not doing that. You can't catch them. The point is, what are you going to do if you catch us fooling you all these years since the inception of the country? They have been making a fool out of themselves. You populate a panel of justices, but now here's the interesting thing, because you could say, hey, how can you blame just Muslims? We have bad actors from all over the country. Yes, we do. But the trick is to go somebody like this Justice Enyang Okoro, right? It's don't be lost on you that they think that Okoro means, okay, it's an Igbo man, therefore he could do it, an Igbo did it. No, Justice Okoro is not an Igbo man.
Yeah.
Now, what they did in 2016 is to charge him. Now, this used to be a smart justice, a jurist that is doing his job, but they charged him with, they arrested him, the DSS arrested him in 2016 after Buhari came into office. And he then has a case. It's just like Ruben Abati. He has a case. So all these people, somebody like FFK should be a warrior. He has a case. They get these people and they make him have a case that can destroy their family. They won't have any money, or they're gonna go to jail. It's like a Showore. Now Showore is the kind of person that is incorruptible. But if he's like an FFK, he would have been corrupt by now. So what I'm saying is that we're gonna have to tell ourselves the truth, identify what the problem is. Don't let these northern Sunni Muslims keep wasting our time. We have to confront them either by education or by war.
All right.
Look at all of you here. Now, Rudolph, I say this in final thing. I see Ismail is shaking her head. She doesn't like me talking about stuff that is divisive, right? That's fair. Nobody wants to talk about it. You think I like talking about it? I don't like talking about it. But I want to be given a time to make my case. I want a Muslim scholar, come here, let's talk, let's debate. Because I want to poke you in the eyes and I'm going to say to you, knock it off.
All right.
Knock it off.
Pansada,
So,
I will arrange that debate if you are willing.
please, I want to have the debate so that our people like this will know what the problem is. Now, you don't have to like it. You don't have to participate in it. But at least if we identify that we'll be selling right now, we'll be doing very well.
All right.
If we solve this problem, and it's common in many places. So finally, Rudolph, right? Let me ask you a question. Can you answer this question for me? Right? Just answer this and I'll leave it alone.
Go ahead.
If in Israel, Netanyahu just went through an election, right? But
Yeah.
you go and you get Hamas to impanel their chief their system. Supreme Court. You have 7 Hamas. And then Netanyahu comes in there with an appeal to their Supreme Court composed of Hamas. What do you think is going to be the result of that verdict? What do you think is going to happen?
Hamas, where in Israel?
Yes.
They're not in Israel, are they?
Yeah, Palestine, Israel, they're in the same. They're in Israel and Palestinians. Please answer it, because you are fair, right? Do you think he's going to get justice in a place? Because that's exactly what we have in Nigeria. This Supreme Court in Nigeria, I can bet you none of them have a YX certificate. None of them.
All right, Pansat. Okay. Let's go. Let's move on. Thank you very much. Let's move on, and let's go to Austin. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Please, I wanted. I don't know. We're going wrong. Even though
no question to Pansat.
No. It's my comment.
No, yeah, not question.
I want to because I know that they go down with 2 minutes. I want to use my own 2 minutes.
Oh no! I thought we gave you your own time.
No, I've not. I've gone the first time, but people.
We are getting to people who are yet to speak for the first time. I'll come back to you. I know that you are there. That's why I left you on. And there's Ngozika is also waiting, and there are people who just joined us. So we'll come back to you. Let me actually go to Ngozika. I forgot that she's in Nigeria. I thought she's like you guys who have free internet. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm exiting. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
General, so.
All right, Ngozika.
So before I could say anything the last time, my internet started acting up, and you were asking a question at the beginning of the show that with the Supreme Court's judgment, what have we achieved or something like that, and yet to be law. And I just want to say we have achieved a lot with this case because I am one of those people that stood firmly with me when he said he was going to court. I stood behind him knowing fully well that there are chances.
Your line is it's not good at all. And
can you hear me now? Is it better?
No, it's not. There's a lot of noise. I think friction or what is it? Or the scientists here.
Reverberation and the rest.
Yeah.
Static.
It's static. Yeah. Oh,
Is it better now?
Okay, good. Okay. Is that thing you were wearing? Go ahead.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now you can hear.
I can't hear anybody.
Okay. All right. We'll skip you for now. Let's go to Simile.
Oh Lord, what is going on?
Hello, Dr. Damages and
I'm taking off the headphones. So what's the problem?
The patient, Tinubu will renew your hope.
I am not.
Lord. Yeah.
I need silence, please.
All right, Ismail, go ahead. I'll mute yourself. We can't hear you if you are speaking.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
No?
Can you guys hear
me?
Yes,
okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. To be honest, I'm not surprised. From day one, I've been the prophetess on this platform, but you guys are seeing some contributions from women as flawed, maybe because politics is filled with men with a lot of biabia and buzuzu. I did say before the election that I said, he's going to win. He is smart. And people were throwing shades at me. I used to handle this with emotions, and stuff like that. I got to understand that politics is it's a game. People play games. It's like playing God and with cards and what they call Siki. You need to, it's a gang. Where do you belong? Who is the person at the topmost position calling the shots? Whether they are corrupt or not, we are saying they are corrupt, but I can tell you with the kind of mindsets we have that when we get there, we may even do worse. We keep throwing stones, but we forget to look inside ourselves and first of all, start from our small environments of a family unit to correct the way we think, our mindsets. Because when we have a good mindset, we will be able to train our children the best way to behave. They have good hearts. They know right and wrong, and they have that strong ethics and belief to choose the right and just all the times. And when they go forward to become presidents, they are more likely to do the right thing. But in a society whereby everyone wants to be rich overnight, Yahoo doing stuff, because other countries are corrupt, we're not going to say we should be doing the same. If you want the best in the society, you should act accordingly. This is not the first Supreme Court. This is not the first judgment by the Supreme Court that people might not like. But all these years, the Supreme Court, how has it been performing? Why is this one different? Why is it hitting home hard? Why is that? What is different about this election? What is different? I'm asking. How long has Nigeria politics had grown K-leg? Is it just now? Did you guys just woke up and realize, oh, today it's not working? How long? Why have you not been doing something about it? It is us that ruined the country, and it is our children, the people we produce as children, we grow up to be with their mindsets to sit in that position one day. It is some of us that go and collect money at the polling station to do the wrong stuff, so we cannot just sit down there and be throwing stones. This Tinubu was given back by someone, a Nigerian, and he's played the politics to the way he thinks the society allows him to do. So now here comes the judgment, and people don't like it. For me, I respect the rule of law. People may say it's wrong. For me, I believe in evidence. Like when you're in the lab, it's what you see. The evidence is what you're seeing, but people will say it's wrong, until proven wrong. For now, the highest court in Nigeria is the Supreme Court, and they've passed their verdict. We may not like it, but for me, I know nobody is going to remove Tinubu there. He said Emilokon and Omulokon, and he got it. He said, snatch it, grab it, and run with it, and he did that. And you're saying he's silly, he's not smart. And you guys are sitting here every day, you come here and make all the noise in the world. What are you, one of you, one by, what are you doing to move Nigeria forward in your little corner, in your platforms? What are you doing? Do you just come here like today is Saturday, is Dr. Dabeji's place where the Debaloro? You come here and open your gob and say whatever, and then you go back. It doesn't work that way. You need to invest in your country if you really want it to move forward. Talking is cheap. Do something about it. For me, if Tinubu is going to be, like he's going to be the president for a very long time, unless something happens, which I don't wish him bad. I wish him long life because I'm not a hater. I cannot hate anyone based on politics. No. All I want is for the government, if you're listening to me now and you're in Tinubu's cabinet, please think of the social welfare for the masses and make sure that Nigerians live by the honorable standards, providing good roads, good education, electricity, security in the country. Prove people wrong. Now everyone is thinking that this government is corrupt, is bad, is not going to do right. But I always believe in giving chances until proven wrong. I may be proven wrong, but it doesn't mean I will stop believing in my country, Nigeria. I am proud to be a Nigerian. And my passport, I will never tear it to. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Simile. Let's go to Omoye's corner. She's been patient. Omoye, welcome back, Omoye.
Hi. Greetings, Dr. Damages.
Nice
and everyone. Greetings. I'm surprised that you guys are still talking. That's what I'm surprised. You ought to be on the road right now. You ought to be on the streets right now. You ought to be flooding every Nigerian embassy right now. Because I don't know, what are you going to tell your kids? A lot of you have kids. What are you going to tell them? That you allowed a criminal become your own president. And your children are going to grow up in that flawed system. Everything I've heard so far is really sad. It really speaks to the acceptance of evil. People have been accepting this bad behavior for such a long time. It's become a pattern. So people look for ways to justify the decadence. That's what I hear going on. That's what I see. People don't care anymore. They're like, okay, well, he's there. He got it however way he got in. That's cool. He's there now. There is no way you can grow anything on a foundation of evil. It is not possible. It can never be possible. It's only been what, a couple of months, and the dollar is almost at 2,000. It might even hit 3,000 the way I'm looking at it. Every corner of Nigeria, there's kidnapping, there's bribery, there's banditry, there's terrorism. We're literally witnessing genocides happening in Nigeria. And we are here talking, still talking. We talked from last year, we are still talking now. Talk is good, but they say in a club, they say they enter dance. After you have talked, you have to back your talk with action. What I'm hearing is a lot of very spineless people that ought to be on the streets for the sake of your children. Is this what you want your children to grow into? If they wake up tomorrow and say they want to go home, which home are they going to? You think that your children are going to grow up to be leaders of tomorrow? Hell to the no. It's not going to happen. They've already positioned their children to remain perpetual masters, and your children become slaves. If you don't know that, know it now. I don't care how much you try to justify whatever happened. I don't care. Evil is evil. Some people will come and say, oh, you know, Nigerians are this. Now speak for yourself. Individualize your experience. If you grow up in a crooked fashion, with crooked parents, with crooked character, speak for yourself and your associations. Do not speak for those of us that grew up under high discipline. I will not accept it as long as I hear it. I think as men on this platform, you should take it upon yourselves to make your voices heard. Enough of the talk. Do we realize what's going on in Nigeria? Do we understand what we have welcomed and we're allowing in our presence? Do we understand it at all? I don't think we understand it. I don't think so. Some people don't have any family in Nigeria anymore, so maybe they might not care. You understand? Some people still do. You might not have direct relatives, but you have relatives, distant relatives. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria has soiled you. As long as you're Nigerian and it runs in your DNA, you are soiled. We are walking traumatized people. We don't know that yet. We have not even started to deal with the issues, the layers of abuse as Nigerians. We have not even started to deal with that. And then add to it this conglomerate of evil that has taken over. Yeah, some people are celebrating. Yeah, my brother is there now. Our local, yes, whatever. Salute to you. I celebrate. I am happy for you. But guess what? It is turn by turn Nigeria Limited right now. They don't even need to announce anymore. All they do is show up. And they take anybody's life. Are you people excited that children now that are supposed to be having a normal childhood, teenage years, in the university, whatever they are now using each other as sacrificial lambs just to get wealthy? Is that what you want? What law? I don't understand. You don't have any systems. Your systems have been destroyed completely. Your judiciary that you're talking about, I mean, Dr. Damages, yeah, I heard you play the clip of the guy, but where has he been? Where has he been? Why is it now that he feels the importance to come out and say, oh, by the way, I don't give a damn for such people. I'm not interested in what you have to say. A lot of societies all over the world, they're fighting for their land. What is our excuse? What is our own excuse? What kind of docility is this? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. I expect people to be enraged. Even if the ones back home, okay, let's say because they are living under heavy cloak of trauma, they're taking their time to gear themselves up to come out and make their voices heard. It's taking a lot of going to one by one, talking to them and sensitizing them to understand that what you're going through is evil. There is no way you can justify this. If that is what you're teaching your children at home, kudos to you. But guess what? Whatever you grow, you will live long enough to enjoy the benefit of it. Those children are going to grow up and they will turn against their parents. we're already saying it. So what am I talking about? What are we saying? Who are we kidding? Do you know how people are laughing at you right now? If I hear any Nigerian, oh my God, come out in this obodo and say they are racially profiling you, Omo, I go do live session for your head. You better shut all the way up, because you are not better than any slave. I'm telling you the truth. You have children, yet you cannot stand to fight for your country. People are being slaughtered, and I don't understand these southern leaders. You see what is going on. Why don't you borrow yourself sense? The Emilocos have told you clearly, our local, it is our turn, and they have claimed it. You are there, you are speaking, you are following them to be chopping money. Instead of you to borrow yourself senses now and gather as southern leaders and start to form alliances to effectuate this break up. Yes, I said it. Break up. I don't give a which Nigeria. There has never been a Nigeria. There has never been. They've been lying to us. I grew up. The youth of today will become the leaders of tomorrow. Here I am. Are you kidding me? Anybody that is justifying this evil, your children will be exactly the same, and they will come for you first before they come for other people. They will, yes. It is not a cause, it is a fact. It will happen to you if you are supporting this. Your children, your children's children, your descendants, the ones that you are here to see, they will become like this evil. They will come for you and they will take over from you. That is what will happen, whether you like it or not. If it affects you, then you are guilty. I don't give a damn. You can speak all the tongues you want to speak. Your religion is borrowed. Everything you have is borrowed. It's not going to work because your prayers are not going past the air. It is hitting the ceiling. If you don't know, God has departed from you. He has departed from you. So if you like, kill yourself. The Nigeria that you people are clamoring for, it will collapse. It will not work. Everyone in diaspora, do not send your money home. Use your money to benefit yourself and your children wherever you are. Do not support this government. Everyone that is supporting this government, this evil will befall all of you. Guess what? If you're sending money home, do not send. Send only to your parents. Let the hunger hit them at home. By the time the hunger hits them hard enough, they will come out and they will destroy this fake Nigeria that's nothing to be written home about. Whoever it affects, let them speak. Whoever it affects, let them speak. Your children will inherit this evil and they will start in your homes. I say it again. So shall it be, as the earth is and as the breeze in the air that is passing across, it will become like that. Nigeria will collapse. It will collapse. You like it or not, say all the prayers you want. Go to all the night vigil. Your God has departed you. If you don't know now. Know now. Men of Nigeria, get out and protest. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you.
It will not collapse. As long
my
as
son now Dr. Damage.
It will never collapse. We are said.
Rudolph,
I will tell my daughter, this is not Asaba women riots. I will tell my daughter, this is not Asaba women riots.
Okay, shut up. What's this on about?
Rudolph, my son.
This is not Asaba women riots.
Rudolph, I can't hear you.
I think you are muted, sir.
You are still muted. We can't hear you.
Is the confusion now? The confusion entered the technology.
Rudolph, we can't hear you.
Rudolph, you are muted or what? We can't hear you.
They don't prayer.
You don't collect bullets. You don't collect fake bullets.
Prayer warriors, they don't start
that's fake bullets. He collects fake bullets. Now prayer don't they work. You start with the Rudolph.
Are you
2
related
women
to
witchcraft
Tinubu? This
everywhere.
one with the prayer affect you.
Rudolph, can I go?
They don't start everywhere. No, my turn. No,
Lala.
no, my turn.
I
Forefathers, can
think
you
it's
step
my
in? I
turn
think
to speak.
Ngozika should come next. I don't
It's
know.
my
Okay,
Wow.
who's I think it's Augustine. Augustine hasn't
It's
said
No,
my
anything.
turn to
Ngozika should
speak.
come
Though.
next
Alaba,
after
I hear.
Ngozika. Then
Oh,
I
is it
think
Ngozika?
Alaba was supposed to speak before I speak.
I mean, I'm going to change the topic, sir.
Okay,
It's
I'm
my
going to go
turn.
other
Yeah, we
topic
will
now.
So
change
it's
the topic. It's my
Ngozika,
turn. Let's change the topic.
Alaba, and Augustine. Then Ngozika, please go ahead.
No, it's
We'll
my
go another
turn.
topic.
No, I
What
don't
do you
think
mean,
so, sir.
forefathers? It's my turn to
Augustine says it's
speak.
not your turn.
No,
Our
you're
ladies,
supposed
Just like
to
our
that.
ladies have ended this topic.
No,
Let's move to
Dr.
the next
Rudolph
topic.
said it's my turn. I'm speaking. Rudolph said
No, it's
after
supposed
the
to be
ladies
Ngozika, sir.
speak that I'm speaking. No,
Let's
I'm not going to
Supposed
let's
to
lose
be
my
retire
turn.
this.
Okay, okay.
The women,
Emiloko,
have called us to retire this topic. Let's do
Women
another
get
topic.
some privilege because they don't
Ngozika
have
no
the
come.
numbers here.
Ngozika no come, your brother.
Alaba, your turn is going to come now. Are you in a hurry? Let
No,
Ngozika
yes,
finish. She's in
no.
Nigeria too.
Rudolph said after the ladies speak, I speak. As Ngozika speak, yeah, Ngozika, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know. After the ladies speak, I speak. Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead, Ngozika.
You cannot mute. You are muted, MMA.
We cannot hear you.
Ngozika has a bad system. So if you need to speak Alaba, go ahead. We tried her, it didn't work.
Okay, Ngozika, we can't hear
I don't
you.
collect
When
stray
your
bullet.
system
I
comes
don't
back
collect
on,
stray
we'll
bullet.
let you
The
speak.
Nigerian system, Ngozika dey
She
now.
don't collect stray bullets.
Your mic is muted, Ngozika. I don't know why. Your mic is muted.
It's
No, it's not
Nigeria,
about her
that
mic.
is
She
why.
has her system is bad.
Her system was static earlier. She couldn't speak.
Oh, I see. Okay, Alaba, go ahead.
Now my turn. Since what's his name? Just a maker on the comment section has been calling me DJ. Let me spin a little bit. Now we're gonna go. Let's go down to the underground spiritual game. After you hear the truth to talk, if you like, you die. Gang. If you no like, you hang. If you hang, you go die. You go die for nothing. We go carry your body, go police station. Die wrongfully. Gang. So let me start. This conversation is not about Tinubu. It's not about Obi. It's not about Atiku. Because they're just one person in the contraception called Nigeria. It's about Nigeria. But the way I want to approach it is, I want to approach it from this perspective. Who are you? I mean, those of you on this panel, I mean, those of you listening to me, I mean, to every 200 million plus Nigerians. Who are you? Are you an enabler or are you the solution? So there are only two categories. You can only fall in one. Now, if you are an enabler, right now you will be saying, election has come and go, let us move on. You are an enabler. Wait for next time. If you are an enabler, you will be saying, well, if you say wait for next time, it even means that you are a fool. You are an idealist. You are an illiterate and you are an idiot. It's not a cause, it's a description. Now, if you are part of the solution, these are what you're going to be. You're going to be either naive or wrong in your purported action or hopeful. And let me warn you, hope is not a solution. So where are we? Pragmatism is a solution. Where are we? We all know we have a system since 1963 that has failed us. At least it failed me. I'll speak for myself. I don't know you. We don't have a system. I have been saying since 1999 that we have a permanent coup d'etat by the ruling elite against the masses. Now, thank God for Obi. Oh, God bless that man. The coming of Obi is like somebody who puts a fingerprint. You know, you need graphite for you to see the fingerprint. Obi has helped us. His movement shook the establishment. The establishment's been there since the 60s. His movement has shaken the environment, yet they've not gotten victory that they want. But the story has not ended. Now, thank God for that man. Thank God also for Tinubu.
Amen.
Thank God for Tinubu. If not for Tinubu, we would not know some people we call men are men. Dele has already said that. Thank God for Tinubu. You see, we will not know the rot within our system is this deep. We would not know we don't even have a system. We will not know that things are this bad. We will not know that we have a lawless society. Let me say this. Nigerian jurists just disqualified their authority, their own authority and themselves. And they have awakened a righteous response to remedy the situation. The people have now they have the right to establish a lawful state without this lawlessness we've been experiencing since the 60s. The judges have just established this and have made it very easy for us to do so. In fact, they have given roots and arms to, or not arms, and strength to all form of agitation.
Yes.
But with this, their action, they ignore the law. Now the people can now ignore their authority and take means they need to establish a lawful state. Let me say what Mandela said, and this is when it comes to you, everybody listening to me. Mandela said, Mandela said, I can hear voices, please. Somebody is on. Who is that? Somebody is on.
Your mic cannot be muted.
Yeah, let me finish. Yeah, I'll soon be done. Mandela said, I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if need be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die for. If every one of you on this platform or every Nigerian does not get to that state of mind, you are all hypocrites. You are all fooling yourself. If this ideal of an equal society, don't tell me we've had it. They've been deceiving you. We have democracy. We have a false democracy. Now you know. You don't have any excuses anymore. That I didn't know. So if you continue to participate in this madness, you are an enabler. So make up your mind now what you want to be. Do you want to be an enabler or do you want to be a solution? Now, it's not the time for us to fight each other like I almost saw women's civil war. This is the time we need to all to come together. If you are Yoruba nation, you need to get in touch with IPO. If you are Middle Belter, you need to get, this is time we all need to come together. Because what we think we have, we don't have a lawless state. Is that what you want to hand over to your children? Yes, make all the millions. Make all the billions. It will touch you. Money will not save you when it comes. Like it has not saved those that were in power. Where are they now? Those with Shagari. In fact, number 3 person to Shagari died in London. Nobody will claim his corpse. There are stories. Nigeria would happen. We want to disband this Nigeria. Get up one day and say we want to destroy this voter card. We will not participate. Okay. So now, what are my own solutions so that our children don't become slaves, don't become criminals? Because this thing is turning us to criminals and this thing is killing us. These are my own solutions. Pretty easy. First, we need to form coalitions with everybody that is against this government. No matter how we hate them. If you are revolutionary now, Sowore, we need to be talking. If you are obedient, we need to be talking. If we are hypo, we need to be talking. When hypo calls a rally, we need to be there. When Sowore calls a rally, we need to be there. When hypo calls a rally, we need to be there. This is how united we should be, because this is not what you can hand over to your children. You cannot pass on generational disaster. So we need to form coalition too to defeat this dictatorship, this fascism, These hijackers, this bunch of criminals that have taken over what you used to call your country. We need to come together. We need to form a powerful media that will drown out the voices of people like Abati, Dr. Rudolph. Champion this. You understand? We need to have a media from the diaspora that speaks to our people and their pain, and their suffering, the dead. We need to form a coalition, even if we have to operate illegally from the sea. We need to drown out Channel, drown out Arise, drown out TVC, drown out their propaganda machine that keeps them alive. That's number one. Number two, we need to start the process of boycott. Boycott all future elections. Anything election. Mahmoud is still there. What can I do? Boycott anything boycottable.
Do we have a time limit on this?
Please. Number three, because I wrote it down to make it easier. Hold people accountable. If you know somebody who is a lawyer, let them be our new gun. If I were me, sue anybody you can sue in that their unjust system. If a counselor is not doing anything, take him to God, even if you don't know. If NEPA takes lights, take NEPA to court. If anybody in there, bombard that their system, make that their injustice visible for them. This is what the Nigerian Bar Association should be doing, but that would never happen. Number three, organize protests in form of parties. Organize sports events, make speeches. But the key is information. Information education. Because our people are traumatized. You don't know. You have a combination of for trauma to succeed. You have three combinations: poverty, ignorance, and trauma. We need to uplift them. We got to do better. So what are you? I'm asking. Who are you? Who are you? Are you a solution? Or are you a problem? Or are you just here for people to hear your voice, to argue? Is this what you want to hand over? You can have billions. If you hand this over to your children, they will not hold on to that billion. I can assure you. I can assure you. So we have to answer this question. The seventh option I cannot put on here, but that one is still available.
Yes. Can we keep it for the next time so that we can? Please.
No. Lastly, we need to focus on the youth, on the young ones. Most of us are in our 40s, 30s. We need to focus on those in college, in high school. But the seventh option, I cannot put on here. But people who are smart know what I'm talking about. The ANC used it. The Irish Republican Army used it for us to have a home. We need to take our country back. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't operate any of my systems, and but I'll figure out what's going on. But thank you, everybody, and I want to thank Omoye for stopping by, and I just want to say something about her, just for those who are watching. In the last few months, I've watched her. She has a program, a channel of hers, and every day she talks about what is going on from her own perspective. She wouldn't care whether it's 3 people that are watching or 10 or 100. She was on it for hours talking about how she felt. And it goes to what I believe in, which is that everybody must be involved. I don't care what side you support. I don't care, but you have to be involved in the process. And if you are happy with how things are going, let me read this quote. It's something that I had on the show over the week. It's from James Baldwin, and he says, precisely at the point when you begin to develop a conscience, you must find yourself at war with your society. If you're looking at Nigeria and everything going on today, and you are not at war with that society, you're yet to find your conscience. And I don't care what side you want to belong to, but you have to insist that we could do better. And I respect her for what she has done for weeks and months. And she wasn't doing it because people were watching. She wasn't doing it because billions of people will watch her. She insisted that she must do this. and this is what I believe in. So I encourage everyone to, and that was why when she came here, I wanted to hear her. I wanted to hear her out, and I thank everybody. All right. So forefathers, you can. I want to get to, like we want to get to people who are here to say something. So someone like
Let me
Chim.
say something and go. And I've been
But
waiting for my.
us, let's get us in 2 minutes. Austin, go ahead.
Okay. First, the second part of my
But
words.
can we talk
about that?
Can we talk about that? Austin, go ahead.
Okay. I think
First,
there's
the second part of my
wow, somebody, I don't know.
No, I can't mute anybody. I can't do anything on the system.
The second part of what I'm supposed to has been taken by
Alaba.
Alaba, and I think I like one thing you said: good people should not become bad. Now, for my second part of my 2 minutes, I want to address one person in the comment section, Efosa. When Emetone said that some people come here to gaslight others, I just smile over the whole thing. For me, it's very difficult to make me angry. I know that you are an Agbado supporter. And let me tell you, you are the way you speak, I just try to weigh your profile. You be perceived where they beg money. So when I want to speak, sometimes I will just always smile and laugh, and most of you are just low-class citizens. Now, let me tell you, whether you want to do anything you want to do, it doesn't concern me. Presently, I was among the chief scientists who presented a work some weeks ago in New York, so I get my status. I relate with the big scientists shots in the game. So you are just a beggar of politicians for small money. That's why you come here and talk rubbish. And that is why most of you who come here and talk this and this, they give you small money, they talk, they move around, you think they don't do better thing. Until we learn, as Alaba said, that we do things not expecting rewards, have that high sense of consciousness that we are supposed to build our society, that's when things get better. If you think you want to gaslight me, I go laugh you from nothing. Next, even sometimes when my Oyibo students will be talking, they will say, sir, why is it that you sometimes always laugh at everything we do? It's just because people like you, when I know if you make me vex, at least my friends, I don't like talking about myself, but this time I want to talk about myself. My friends looked at me very well and said, you'll be the member to represent us at the Senate. So me too, I did. I follow for those who go talk. Say, if you agree to this policy, say hi. I'll say hi in New York. So my brother, let me just tell you, you are just petty, and I would like you to go and learn to grow up, increase your human capital, so that when you are talking next time, we will not say we rate people with it. Don't be taught way there for road with your commander in GFFR. You understand? People we wise going to say GFFR. So my brother, you and the people at the comment section, we no get levels. Next time, if you want, tell Dr. Damages may give you my number. If you want us to talk constructively, come I floor you. And that's why sometimes when people like Kulata talk, you see me, I'll be laughing because they use specious logic. They know they talk based on evidence, as Ismail will say. You do your this thing and see your observation. They don't talk based on evidence. They talk based on specious logic. So this second part, I just want to address those who are petty beggars in the comment section. Please try to grow up, okay? So that we can build the Nigeria of our dream and make everything better. So I'll see you later. Let me go and do the work where they don't send my drum now. So take care of yourself and enjoy and learn to grow up, petty beggars.
All right, thank you. It's similar 2 minutes. Then we'll go to
Dr. Damages. Anyone can come on shows to air their views constructively, respectfully. You can even say things that may jar people in a constructive way without laying curses on people. Growing up, from my background, I have been taught to disallow any curse upon myself because there is power in the tongue. I'm a spiritual person. So if someone is coming, even if they want to act like gods, they are big, they have trillions of followers, we are not supposed to worship human beings. No one is above the other. I see human beings as equal, but I give respect when respect is due. But if you come in a public place, even if I look like a rat and you are a Goliath, you think you can raise your voice and lay a curse on anyone that has a diverse opinion, I will not accept that. Anyone else can accept it. We don't have to all be on the same page at the same time. If we all on this platform are singing the same song, sounding alike, looking alike, then it's a boring place. There's no need for me to be here. regardless who you are, I give you respect, but don't come here to lay a general curse on people for their beliefs that does not align with yours. We all want Nigeria to work. If I have said what I said, I have a reason. People deal with issues differently. You know, the mental health is important. For me, I believe when what's done is done. I believe in solution. What now? It's not about talking and shouting and making noise and tearing panties and all that. I don't believe in that. I believe in action. But don't come here because you think you are God or you have whatever platform. Thank goodness for you. I respect you, but don't come here and lay a general curse on people where I am. I will not accept that. That curse shall never work upon me. That's why I responded that way as a spiritual person. Do not lay a curse where I am, because I am under that umbrella at that moment. If I'm not here, no problem. When people air their views, I do not say, oh, you're not supposed to have your views. Every view is important. We are supposed to be one. Every voice is important, whether it's on the other side, whichever side you are on. We're all Nigerians, but don't take it personal to lay curses on people, regardless who you are. You ain't no God, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Isimile. We go to, I will give forefathers. I know I want the people who are here to speak. Forefathers, hold on, okay, you will speak, but let's go to Chim.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. I was just gonna go watch movies today. You know, I went out for a
How
function.
dare you?
See, bro, I was just watching a video where Chibike Amechi was speaking. I've just sent that to you if you've seen it on your phone.
We played it already, but we
okay.
That's the next topic.
Okay. So, but there's one, even though I don't agree with the man as a person, but there's one thing he said there that I just want to reiterate. And that is the fact that Nigerians, we accept anything. And you know, sometimes when people say, oh, why you want people to, Nigerians accept anything and just move on. And first, I beg, can you, Omoye, I want to twerk for you. I want to twerk for Omoye. I'm not joking. I want to. So I don't, whatever anybody, if I let her lay more courses, if the person who says he or she is spiritual, if I don't know why you are afraid of, you are so spiritual and then you are afraid of somebody's this thing, and you forget that you are spiritual, there's a word that says that a curse without a curse shall not stay. So if Omoye is making endless, empty spiritual courses, why are you worried? Why are you worried? If you're guilty, you don't have a conscience that is prickly. Why are you worried? That lady spoke. It is because of Omoye that I came on. I was just going to watch you guys and then go and watch movie today. But when she started speaking, I got energized and came here. You know what? I saw someone sent me a chat where, I mean, yes, it's a conspiracy where I hear that our man who won a Supreme Court judgment is paying the military to stay away from removing him from office. Many of us may have seen it. And I'm just saying, so if you are this popular, you won an election, why are you paying? You stole an election. Then you are doing everything to the same democracy. You claim you're a Democrat. You are a Democrat. You fought for democracy. You ran away from Nigeria because of your belief in democratic tenets. You came in and became part of it, and you are desecrating every part of that democratic process. And people are clapping. People are saying he's smart. Smart where? I heard somebody here tell me he's a smart person. What smartness? You live in the UK. Did Boris Johnson steal an election? Did David Cameron steal an election? Did even Sunak steal an election? And you sit down in the UK, enjoy the benefits of people who struggle to get a parliamentary system of government. And you dare say, telling us you are one Christian, you are one this thing. I beg, Omoye, I want to twerk for you. Thank you very much. I don't have words enough to explain to our people who are supporting evil. People are telling us to accept a man who desecrated everything called civility. And you are there telling me, look, that damage is nothing is going to happen, no, because Nigerians are going to accept it. We've already accepted it. In fact, it was when I realized that Nigerians accept problems. That is the day I dusted my butt and carried my load and left Nigeria. Yes, I have never been one to live abroad. I had a good job. I worked in fantastic places. I'm not going to blow my, but I was okay before I came to sit in this cold where I live now. So it is not because of I wasn't doing well. I was doing well, but the people I was sharing space with, I was sounding like a strange person in the midst of plenty of people. People accept rubbish. You can't stand for your right. It's the person sometimes the person you want to defend will put you into trouble, and you ask yourself, why am I defending this person?
Thank you.
Stand up to pursue a godly cause with people. They will step up. Look at Mr. Durotoye. I want to speak to him today. He ran for president. He was busy motivationally speaking and running all over the whole country. And then they gave him a crumb to go and be part of a 20-something man communication team that will be disseminating information. And he accepted. Those are the people I should share space with. Look, you know what the truth is? I don't really want to. I want to keep believing that somewhere, somehow, a crop of us will come out and start doing the right thing. But if it is this kind of Nigerians I'm seeing, the ones from the comments, some who come on space here, yes. Listen, and let me address one more thing. Someone said it doesn't. Nobody should come and tell us this place is not an echo chamber. If suddenly we come here and 100% of people are speaking righteousness, and you think it's an echo chamber, fine. But we don't have to have divergent views for divergence sake. I am not one of those who believes in that. And what we need to have people who are clear-minded, know what is right to do. In the midst of knowing what is right to do, we may have different opinions on how to accomplish it. Yes, but not when somebody tells me to accept a drug dealer as president. And that's that's not a divergent view. That is a corrupt mindset. I don't want to share space with such people. And that's part of the reason why today I wanted to stay away, just enjoy myself, watch whatever movie I can watch on Netflix. But when I saw Omoye speak, I said, no, I will come in here and give her a thumbs up. And if she's listening, I give her a thumbs up. She spoke so intelligently that I presume some people don't even understand what she was saying.
I gave her two. That's what I gave her.
I'm going to end here. Gradually we're eroding everything right and everything reasonable in Nigeria. And we think it's a joke. We're eroding everything and we're accepting it. We are saying people are coming, oh, what are you doing? You're complaining. We are eroding everything righteous. There used to be a time when there was dignity in labor in Nigeria. It's gone. What we're simply doing now is anybody can buy anything. You went to school, you spent 4 years pursuing a degree. Some of you 8, depending on the length of the program. And somebody stole certificate. I said it, stole certificate and ran for the highest office of Nigeria. And our judiciary, our gatekeepers, just waved it aside. We're even angry at majority of Nigerians. In fact, the judiciary is literally saying to Nigerians, how dare you try to ask for what is right? That's what the judiciary is telling us. And people are there clapping their fingers. I don't even know what people think. You know what?
Jim, I agree with you. Omoye, brain and beauty.
You know, I'm so proud of her. In fact, when I saw her, I'm like, no, I will come on air because of her. I will. She spoke the minds of. There are people who may not be able to do anything.
Chim, God bless you. Chim, God bless you. Chim, God bless you.
It's annoying. So let me not overvent my views, but you know what? We are eroding that country, chipping it off gradually. We don't even know what we're doing. We will wake up one day and realize that there's no country with the way we are going. God bless everybody.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Let's hear.
Sorry, Dr. Rudolph. My apologies, please. Just for those in the comment section, I'm monitoring comments here, and I'm asking you guys to keep your comment respectful and decent. And I have the authority of Dr. Rudolph. Another moderator is here, forefathers. And when I run it by them, you will be timed out and ultimately be banned. That is the new rule. I don't know if Dr. Rudolph has announced it to you people, but put me back in the backstage, please. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for that.
All right. Richard, no, righteous man. Can you say that in 1 minute, or should you wait? I want to hear from Richard.
Yeah, Dr. Damage, pleasure to be on your show, and I do follow you consistently, and appreciate everything that you do. Just a quick one. I think we all have passion for Nigeria, and we want Nigeria to be better, and we want Nigeria to work the way it is supposed to work. And my first comment is, I think when we come to your platform, we should be mindful of the tone and the vocabularies that we use. Okay, because I don't think anybody comes here to come and defend the indefensible. I think we can disagree, and we can have dissenting opinions. We can have dissenting views, but at the same time be respectful to your fellow panelists and those in the comment section or whatever. And just like the brother said a few minutes ago, those in the comment section, I think you should keep it respectful too, and just respect people for their view, even if you disagree with them, because I think we all want Nigeria to work. So to my point, I want to agree with Chin for the last comment he just made, because after the Supreme Court judgment this week, there was something that really caught my attention, not just the judgment, that made me I told myself, I said, I will never comment in Nigeria issues anymore. I'll just watch and see. And what was that? When I saw the governor of Bayelsa State at the State House, minutes after the judgment was passed, go to congratulate the president. I mean, he has the right and his prerogative to do that. But the question I asked myself was, where is the opposition in Nigeria? Because we are gradually slipping to a one-party state in Nigeria right now, whether you like it or not. The PDP is virtually, in my opinion, dead. Labour Party is coming up, and thanks to Peter Obi for the work he did to bring Labour Party to the limelight. But I think we are gradually slipping to a one-party state, because if you, the opposition, a governor that is currently running for a second term, in about 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you should be running for re-election, which is the next coming election in Bayelsa State. And you are there laughing, jubilating, congratulating the president. You see Wike there. And I ask, where is the opposition? Opposition doesn't mean that you are the enemy of the president. Opposition means that you are patriotic and you are holding those in power, you are holding their feet to the fire so that they can do the right thing. Somebody made mention of the National Assembly impeaching the president. I'm like, which National Assembly are you talking about? Nigerian National Assembly. What a joke. The same National Assembly that said they want to spend billions of dollars in new vehicles, including those in Labour Party that ran on accountability, integrity, competence. They all accepted it, right? Which National Assembly are you talking about? So we don't really have a vibrant opposition. We need a vibrant opposition in Nigeria in order for everything we are talking about here to work. But where is the PDP today? PDP is virtually no more. The Abati we are talking about for few hours now, Abati is a PDP guy, right? Abati doesn't want to lose his job in our eyes. And that's why you see he's making the kind of statement he's making. So I think we all have passion for Nigeria, but we must make Nigeria work. And for me, there was another thing a brother said. I think Mazi Prince made a statement or his experience last week in Vegas. I experienced the same thing about 2 weeks ago in my job. Our system got corrupted, and immediately I was talking to one of the senior managers just reporting the incidents. And the next thing she said was the Nigerian boys, they were the one that brought it down. I was so enraged. I was so mad. But you know what? I looked at myself and I said, I don't blame her. Why? The Russians are one of the biggest hackers in the world. The Chinese are one of the biggest hackers in the world. The North Koreans are one of the biggest hackers in the world. And when you have things like this happen, they don't call them. They only call Nigeria, right? They call Nigeria because we have a case where clearly the result of the president was forged. And we have a Supreme Court that accepted it and said it's okay. So if your Supreme Court accepts something like that, why won't other people assume that all Nigerians or most Nigerians do the same thing? So we have a system that needs serious work. And finally, and I'm going to give others the opportunity to speak as well, I think for Bola Tinubu, he should be careful, in my opinion. And the reason why I said he should be careful is because I think he will meet the same fate President Jonathan experienced or met during the last days of his presidency. Why do I say that? Nigeria made so much money between President Obasanjo and Jonathan with the sale of oil. So much money. But the people did not see the impact in their lives. And that was why after that election, during that election between Jonathan and Buhari, people just wanted anybody to come and be the president because they were tired. Okay, and they gave up on him. Look at the Naira, look at the dollar. There are so many businesses in Nigeria today that are going under. There are so many people that used to go to China and other places to import things that cannot do that anymore because the Naira has tanked. So it's upon him to make things right. It's upon him to turn things around. It's upon him to make Nigeria work. And if he doesn't do that, I think the rebellion that is going to come is not, I don't think anybody has foreseen that revolution that is coming, because we are getting to a point whereby people can't take it anymore. A brother was talking about the price of yam and rice and whatever. These are basic things that people need and they can't have it today. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Thank you so much. Let me...
Doc, before I forget, please, guys, I just want to offer you guys this. Okay. This is flowers. This is, I would say, my weekend ritual. So, Ishmiri, I don't come on Saturdays here to talk. Okay. It's kind of like, for me, this platform is somewhat a therapy, and being in the field is kind of like a way we can talk. Okay. We are not violent, but at the end of the day, yes, it's not just talk. They listen. They hear all we're saying. That's all I can say for now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Righteous man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, I will give you a chart. There's some information I want to disclose to you, and then I will explain a lot of things that happened in 1993 to you, because somehow, something happened and something happened. I don't want to say the other one. Now, I went to Seme, that is Cotonou. A friend of mine, we drove down to Seme, went to price a vehicle there, and the embarrassment we got at the border. I'm just talking of Cotonou. Cotonou survives on what comes from Nigeria. If Lagos economy collapse, that country called Cotonou, Benin Republic, will collapse immediately. But we go to the border and we show them our passport, show them the necessary things, it's visa-free West Africa. And the man told us that we need to pay. that if we cannot pay, we should go back to that our useless country. I mean somebody from Benin Republic that is not up to Alimosho local government in Lagos State. So I asked him, I said, my friend, excuse me, I said, you are calling Nigeria useless? He said, if I am angry, I should go back to my country. Why am I coming here? That is how bad, excuse me, it has become. That is how bad that a country that cannot stand a local government in Nigeria is challenging a whole giant of Africa because of this evil precedent that is being set by political office holders, by the judiciary, by our military personnel. We have no value again. It was a big insult. We were forced and we paid because we needed to go there to get the motto. Now, Jim made a very, very good submission with the brother that spoke last. Please. Omoye is the pride of women in Nigeria today because there are thousands of Nigerians that listen to this broadcast every Saturday and Sunday. And Omoye represented the honest Nigerian women that knows that Nigeria is like a banana republic today. Nothing is working, absolutely nothing. We generate light for ourselves. Everything we have here, we do it ourselves, the water, the security, everything. There's nothing we are benefiting from the federal government of Nigeria, not from the state, not from the local government, absolutely nothing. Your motor will get spoiled by let me round up. Your motor will get damaged. They will ask you for your roadworthiness when the road is not worthy. So the issue that Omoye raised, I want to highlight on three of it just briefly. One, and that's the thing I have said here. Let's make a purposeful submission in this platform that can gender the reaction or the change that we're looking forward to achieve in Nigeria. This platform should bring a harmonized thoughts that we can sell out to bring a change, not just to come and talk. Then number two, we should be respectful when we are addressing each other. Nobody is less than 20 years here. Let me just be fair to every one of us. So if we are up to that age that can rule this country, because Gowon was 27 when he ruled Nigeria, then we should respect ourselves. Some of us are married, some of us are double married, like a brother said last time. He went and picked a second wife, because the economy was good for him. So let's just try and respect ourselves. We that are in Nigeria, we are this one that's supposed to be boiling because we are living in hell here. You guys that are in abroad, thank God for your lives. You don't know what we're facing here. I'm telling you. Let me tell you, do you know this medicine they call, what is it called? Augmentin. Is usually used in treatment of malaria. Typhoid and other light bacteria. The highest that medicine was before the election was 5,800 naira. As I am talking to you today, Augmentin in Nigeria is 28,000 naira. 28,000. From 5,800 naira to 28,000. And that is the drug that most hospitals in Nigeria use for treatment of typhoid, which is everyday sickness in Nigeria. So how will a poor man survive? A bag of rice is clocking 60,000. A tuber of yam is 5,000 naira. So what are we going to do? We should proffer solution. And that solution, just like one brother, I think Alaba said or thereabout, Dr. Damages, you have a good platform that is global. This platform should be able to create awareness, harness with other platforms so that we can rescue this country. Nigeria needs to be rescued right now. If not, maybe in 3 years to come, we may not have a nation called Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Righteous Man. I want to hear from forefathers, but I'll give if you can do that in 2 minutes. I told the righteous man 2 minutes, but he went on for a long time. If you can do that in 2 minutes,
yeah, you know me, I don't waste time because I always go to the point. And after this too, I'll be going to my daily work again in the very cold city where I'm living, you know. Anyway, what I want to say, I've always said it right from time. Revolution, revolution, revolution. There's no system. When I left Nigeria 30-something years ago, you can imagine that time till now. I ran away because they saw me as nobody. You know, sometimes I feel ashamed of being a human being. You understand? 30-something years ago. And I swear I will never live in that country. And God did a miracle because I don't have father who paid anything for me. I was a street boy. But thank God of today. That's why you see me every time I'm smiling, because I never knew that I can even afford something of myself. So sometimes I keep the faith and I smile to God, say thank you that I escaped that Nigeria. All the brothers here, they've spoken a lot. And let me just follow the people who will clap for that lady who came and gave me some blood tonic in my body. She just make my body, all my body just did well, kaka, you know. So she did well, Omoye, I don't know what her name. May God bless that woman. You understand? May God give her strength. That's all I want to say, and I want to sign off for today. And I will be listening on the background while I'm doing my job. Thank you, brothers. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much. Electricity, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I'm in the comment section. Dr. Rudolph, there are certain issues raised up in the comment section about curses or someone cursing from the platform. I wasn't here, and I need to respond to them because they are aggrieved. So could you shed some light on it for me, please? Because I need to respond, please. I come in here and I go back to the comment section, please. I need to respond to them.
No,
respect is reciprocal, so we have to respect them.
Yeah. What we're going to do, we will talk about it later on. It's not everything that we have to stop the show to discuss and then go back to them.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
I can wait to
okay, all right. I'll put myself back in backstage. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'll give Ismail 2 minutes and then we'll go to forefathers.
Okay, I'm back. Say Ororo Obano they go. Ororo no they fade. Obano they go transfer. Whether it makes sense to you or not, I have my fans. They might not be on this platform. And as far as I am talking, there are Nigerians who have similar mindset or whatever that I'm saying. They believe in it. Not everyone will believe what I'm saying or accept it. That's fine. I love that. That's why we are different. I'm not going to hush you for your own points, but if you have a side that you're taking, don't use it. You can speak up for yourself, but don't be a follower and come here and clamber and twerk with your brain. Every day, all your twerkings, what have you gained? All these years you've been twerking. Where have you been? Nigeria has been going bad for years.
I hope the person talking about brain. I hope the person talking about brain.
How can you twerk with your brain and twerk with your bollocks all these years? Where have you been? Nigeria has been twerked out till now. So now, because Tinubu is here, I didn't vote for Tinubu. I didn't vote for Nigeria. But my voice is my voice. Okay, you can never shut me down. Whatever you say does not totally represent me. You have your belief. I'm never going to say don't believe in what you want to believe. No, I will never do that. I believe in fairness and justice. But when someone insults, that I cannot take. But if anybody is joining someone that is insulting and saying it is good and they twerk, and then you use someone like me as a reference, I'm going to come back for you. I don't care.
By the way, I didn't even mention your name.
I don't even see myself as a woman or man, but I have a voice.
I praise Omoye. If you don't like, I praise Omoye. Your business, your name, not your name, didn't come out of my mouth.
I don't really care, to be honest, who you praise.
So why are you going on? What are you going on about? What are you going on about if you don't care? If you don't care, you will come back.
They don't say,
because you care, that's why you came back. If you did not care, you would not come back. If you
came back for you, mate.
Move on.
I came back for you. Don't be a coward, man. You're not a twerker now. Come on, twerk with your brain, right?
Chim, contain yourself now. Contain yourself, Chim. She's not saying anything that inflammatory. Leave it. Come on. She's not saying anything that inflammatory. What is she saying that's controversial?
When Omoye was speaking, Isimini was speaking. Nobody muted her. I was speaking it.
I was the one that muted her. So don't tell me I didn't mute. I did.
Let her talk. That's not fairness.
I did. Actually, she was complaining that we muted her.
Her voice was loud. She was visible. You didn't mute her, and now you're muting me.
Indeed. But you are not on Moye for you are not even on Moye, so I don't know.
No, I don't have to be on Moye. We're in the program. We're talking about fairness. I don't have to be on Moye.
Can you just let her finish?
Hold on.
I won't let her finish. I won't.
Hold on. Okay, she's done now. Chim, thank you. I was the one who was moderating when Omoye was speaking. I was trying to mute the similar couldn't. That was when I started having problems with the system I had.
I hear you, but forefathers came in, he could have done it. He was here when I was saying mute her. He didn't
I
mute
did.
her.
She complained that she was being muted. I did.
Oh, now I'm muting. I'm also doing the same thing. Why do we have a problem with it?
We are muting you now. We are muting you, and we are saying she's
I'm
not
a
even saying.
gentleman.
She's not even cursing anybody.
You know this. I mute myself and let others speak. But if we're going to be rowdy, I can play that game too. I also can play it.
I can't believe this.
No, you better believe it. You better believe it.
That's okay, guys. I'm hearing someone is. Can you mute yourself if you're not speaking, please? I think Shola, maybe it's you that just came in. All right, so thank you, everybody. I know it's been hectic and for everybody really, and no matter the side you're supporting, we continue to have a discussions about Nigeria. It's going to be ongoing. You know, we thought that after the election, after the judgment, that things will cool down, that the nation will maybe the temperature will come down, but it doesn't look like. But that tells you something about the world that we live in today. It's not really just about Nigeria. That's what the mistake that people make. We have a new generation of young people who are impatient. You know, in the 60s, if you remember Martin Luther King, he talked about the urgency of now. I don't think the political leaders we have in Nigeria understand that there is a very urgent situation, that people are reacting to it. They are still looking at things the way they used to look at things. And that's the mistake that they are making. And if you listen to Amechi is a crazy guy, but most of the time he says things that people should pay attention to. I think if there are politicians who understand the temperature where things are, I think he's one of them. I think we're making a mistake by thinking that things will continue to move along this way, and one day things, you know, there's something that is different. Go ahead, Electricity. What do you want?
For me, Amechi.
Thanks for.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Was it me or the other person?
Thanks for allowing me.
Electricity. Yeah, he's working for us. So
there's only one electricity on this planet Earth, and that is me. Anybody who takes that name is looking for.
I could be the second one.
Go ahead. This is me weighing in on the issue of causes. Okay, this is me. I didn't hear Omoye speaking. Chim, you're a religious person, correct? Good. Now,
oh yes, yeah, go ahead.
When it comes to the issue of cause and causes, would you agree the Bible refrains us from doing so?
I agree totally, but there's a context.
Okay.
So when you finish, I'll give that context.
Okay, so the scripture says, "Love your enemy."
True.
So even your enemy, you cannot cause. It is not in our place to do so. So that is just my own position. If people are offended by it, I believe they have the right to be offended by it. I will not support, even when the preachers or churches start to curse people. When we curse everybody, I was talking to someone the other day. There's this church called Mountain of Fire. They always pray fall down and die, fall down and die. I said, you've prayed for everybody. Everybody have fell down. They've all died. It has affected your tithe and offering. Even your members also have died. Nobody comes to church again. So I think we can put our point across without having to place a call. It is not in our place. I know we are all aggrieved. And people come, and that is my own view. I will never applaud or support anyone who calls. Okay, I yield the floor back. Thank you.
Okay, if I may quickly, I don't want to dwell on that. The video is there. We can always go back. I'm not here to defend Omoye. I don't know who she is, but she spoke truth that I align with. Like I said, and I wasn't even intending to come into this program. I just wanted to go and have a nice time today and have fun. Yes. When Omoye used curses, she did not say anybody will die, curse and die. She just said may you enjoy that Nigeria that you are praying for. So my concern is that some people say they are so spiritual, and I believe that a curse without a curse shall not stick. Am I correct? Electricity. So in my own view, if you don't, because you can curse for whether you curse, if she's not saying anything that is, you know, I mean, it's a word. She didn't use machete with you. She didn't use Gaza tactics by Hamas. She just expressed herself, and you're so afraid and you're worried. I don't understand why you're worried, and you're just going on and on about her. She has made her point and she has moved on. I came here, I said I support her. I didn't mention anybody's name. The only name that came out of my mouth when I was speaking was Omoye. And somebody is worried and coming back to attack me. I don't get it. So if Omoye has made a curse and you believe her curse is meaningless, move on with your life, make your contributions and move on. But when you start sticking on it, it means you have a conscience. It means she has touched a chord in you. So live with it. But I'm not in support of anybody cursing anybody. I'll be honest with that. But she expressed my views and I support her. If you don't like it, too bad. I support Omoye from now till the day Jesus Christ comes. I support her.
Thank you.
Electricity. Let me, there's something you said about the Bible does not support curse. What are we talking about curse? Is it in terms of the word used or in terms of what it's actually meant? Like, some people can say F-U-C-K. F-U-C-K, is it a curse? We all do it, right? And some people can say that. We all do it. But are we going to be religious and say, oh, it's a curse word? No, it's not.
No, that's not what I meant.
I'm just using that. No, I'm using that as in context. Okay. Now, if you tell me,
that issue alone and go to more important things, please.
Exactly.
All right, let's go. Let's leave this. Okay. Thank you.
What is more important to you than what we are just talking about?
For my country to be okay.
Yeah. Maz, it's okay. What I said is this: we're going to meet the moderators. We meet and we talk about it. It's not everything that we'll bring up immediately and have to agree and discuss it now. All right. So let's go to forefathers. Forefathers, Eunice.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and Dr. Damages. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. This has been a bit interesting conversation. I think Omoye made some good points, and I also believe that Ismiri made a lot of better points personally. You see, some people, they are more pained in this election cycle because of whom they are supporting. They are not looking at the entire Nigerian state itself. I think you see what I mean. And I've always said it from the beginning when I came here, it's not necessarily about one election cycle, because it's really inconsequential from my point of view, the way I look at the way things are going on in the country right now. We lost something 100, 200, 300 years ago that we've never restored. We've never restored our sovereignty, and we never restored our ability to project into the future. And that is why I'm here. If somebody thinks this one election is an issue for me, I don't look at it like that. And I can paint a lot of positive picture about what the opposition can be doing to fight this current situation, because they are free to criticize, they are free to protest, they are free to do everything they want to do. They don't even have to be in office. So they can do a lot of things to make sure this government is held accountable. That said, what I disagree with is people cursing the country. It's just not right. There are certain things, it's not even scientific, but it's just not done. There are natural causes. Palestinians are being decimated every day on their land. You don't see them cursing the land. They may curse their faith, but they don't curse the land that gives them life, and they fight tooth and nail for that land. Russians, 18 million died in the Second World War. They still call it the motherland. Stalin went on to cause millions of loss of life. They still call it the motherland. What is wrong with us? What is wrong with our people? We've been given the Garden of Eden, and we just are so quick to insult it. And God help you, you will lose it someday. And I fear it may already be too late. Some of the stuff our people do, they don't even understand what they are doing. And some people come here to praise them. Okay, don't take my word for it. Look at how other people are treating their land. Look at how other people fight tooth and nail for what they have. No wonder we are able to sell each other, because we don't even value anything. You come here, you insult your own people, you cost your land, you cost everything because you didn't get your way. What is wrong with our people? I guess I do understand what is wrong with us. We have not been given the treatment other people have been given. Oyibo came here, took all our power, groomed our leaders to love them, and that's what they've been doing. We've not supported, we've not done anything to sever that link. Our elites are all beholden to them, and that's why we are all here. Because we thought this is an extension of our own homeland. But it's not. Clearly it's not. And we need to wake up to that and start fixing that problem. And hence, why not? And this is why sometimes I admire the way Ismiri talks, because she tries to see from a different level. Not always going to the minutiae every time. Just because you didn't win, it pains you. When you get your people get into office, they are going to do the same thing. Because you simply don't understand the forces you are fighting against. If you don't understand it, you might as well shout all you want. It's not going to matter. It's not. And we have a big challenge here. And it's funny because the Israeli ambassador that was in Nigeria, I was talking to in Nigeria the other day. It was like, we'll keep for this type of land. And he was saying it in passing, but literally they were killing people for land that is a desert, really, basically a desert. While he was saying that, they will, and truly, they will kill for the land they don't even have to desalinate water to even water. We are living in the Garden of Eden and we curse it. We come online and curse it. Can you believe? Can you imagine what an Israeli or Palestinian will be thinking when they hear you doing that? Russia that lives in a frozen wasteland. Somalia, they are begging food every year. They are the face of charity where they are begging food. Children are emaciated, but we don't know anything. All we know is if we don't get our way, it's always about our ego. All I will say is that in terms of what is happening in Nigeria, it's corruption, it's state capture, it's our leaders that are not serving us. But if we know the right things to do to restore our nation, our sovereignty, the people that are interested in those things have to start working now. Because the world, for me, the way the world is going right now, I don't look at our leaders as a big deal. The current leaders you have, the visions that they have, it's not that big. If people have good vision, you will surpass them. You will surpass them, and people, they will see it coming and they won't be able to stop it. Because you have something more to offer to the people. Find a good message that you can offer to the people. Like somebody said, even the Labour Party members that went into the House of Assembly, they want to accept this too. They want to be the same. Why are they not doing the right thing? Because they don't have any message. They don't have any real idea. They don't have real convictions. Even the same Nigerians today that are coming here crying Nigeria, they want to do everything. You ask them a few questions, you just discover that they are just like every other leader. They are just like, I tell them, you are hidden in plain sight. You don't even see yourself in the leaders that you are cursing right now. You are one of them. But I will leave it there. I don't want to over preach this message. But I like to think that Omoye said some things that I agree with, but the cursing thing, I completely disagree with it. And Ismiri, for me, said all the things she said, I don't see what people disagree with. Most of them are factual. So the thing she said was going to happen is what happened. It doesn't mean that she's supporting it. She even went on to talk about all the things that you need to do to change it. Come on, people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Let's go to Shola. Shola, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for allowing me to come in and just present a few points that I have written down. And I want to just greet all the members of the panelists and those who are on the other side writing. Well, I'm calling from Canada. I've been on your show a couple of times. I actually came in because of the two ladies who were, who engaged themselves in this, what I can call fracas. You know what I mean? But I think the young lady, Omoye, I guess, spoke well. But I have two things that I want to disagree with. Emery spoke well, and like Professor said, I totally support going in line with Emery. And I have my reasons for that. Number one, Omoye said he doesn't know why we are still here talking. We should be at the embassy. That's not nice. because Dr. Debeji has provided a platform for him. For him, he's doing his own what best he can do. So she can, if she's good at going to the embassy to protest, she can arrange and do that. You don't have to criticize other people on what they are doing. We can do it differently, but that does not mean that everybody should follow your own way of thinking. We can disagree on issues, but we don't have to think everybody should be the way you want to go, want to do your things. That said, secondly, we don't come here to insult or lay curses on ourselves. We're all Nigerians. We want things to be good for, to be better for us. We may want to have it your way, but that doesn't mean that is the only way that things can get better for us. And we should also begin to listen to ourselves so that we don't think that we know it all. Nobody knows it all. We know it partly, and that person will bring his own thing. And then we put all the information together. And that make it very more like hybrid. You can't come here and think your solution is the best solution. No. Everybody here talking is bringing his own input. And we put all together. And that make it better for us. And that's why American is good. America bring all the talent all over the world. And see where America is today. If you think your idea is the best, then you must be joking. So we should learn to listen to one another. And that's why I will say that our allegiance should not be to an individual, it should be to the nation. Because if you love Nigeria, you will know that what we are going through, the president, the people are going through, it's irrespective of who gets there. People are suffering. It doesn't matter if Tinubu is there today, or B is there, or Atiku is there. It doesn't. Those guys, they're not going to suffer. Even right now, they're not going to suffer. But the average Nigerian is suffering now. So if you are allegiance to one person, then you don't really love that country. You're just being what they call being there. You just want to have it your own way because you want that person to be there. I don't care who gets there. Right? I'm not living in Nigeria. I'm living in the West. I don't care who gets there. If somebody is there, how do you make things? How do you go forward? That's what you should be thinking now. But if you go with this kind of mentality, I'm afraid 2027 will be elusive, maybe something that will not be achievable. If you go with this kind of mindset, we should learn to respect people's opinion. We shouldn't come here and begin to make courses. If you love Nigeria, you'll be laying courses on anyone. You never lay courses on your own country. Because if you lay courses on your own country, people there will still suffer. Who knows if the courses will be laid is the one that is affecting us. So we need to guide our mouth, guide what we say to help people. Now, last what I want to say again is that one righteous man said that when he went to Cotonou and he saw the level of hatred that people have towards us. I want to say that sometimes it's not because of our corrupt system people hate us. In the world, they hate us because we are go-getters. Anywhere we go, we are not just going to go sit down there and just begin to take peanuts. We work harder, want to break every ground and make ends meet. So Nigerian diaspora are not just sitting down and thinking that we don't just flow with it. We want to just be an average and be living on stipend. We don't do that. People hate us not because of our bad system. They hate us because we don't just sit down and begin to wait for stipend. We work hard and work harder to make ends meet, to make ourselves known, to give ourselves names. And I know here, I know in my own way of practice here, people when you say a Nigerian, they say, oh, become a threat to them. Not just necessarily because our system is bad, but because we are achievers in this part of the world. And so we should always be mindful that not always because the system is bad, but because we are making the Black nation proud in the West. And I'm saying it. In the UK, in the US, in Canada, in Australia, look at Nigerians. They are not just sitting down there. They are everywhere. And so we're a threat to other Black nations. So don't think because of the bad system, people hate us. They hate us because we are a threat to them. We're even a threat to India. And I'm saying it now. I know what I'm saying it from my own locality here. We are a threat to everybody. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chim, 1 minute. If it's more than 1 minute, no.
Okay, so I just wanted to say this and I'll let it go. I keep hearing everybody returning back to this curse. And, it's amazing for me to see people who I've had conversations here with who are so scientifically minded, but are so jiggled by somebody using a curse. Let me ask you a question. So since we say curse is so important, what can be worse than a curse than when we have a process, society lays down a process that we should follow and says that when you break that process, there are penalties. You snatch a ballot box. What can be worse than a curse? What can be worse than a curse when people are lining up to vote and thugs come and knock them off from where they're voting because you want to disrupt that vote so that it doesn't count for someone? What can be worse than a curse? What can be worse than a curse when senators sit in the National Assembly and appropriate 60-something billion to themselves to buy SUV vehicles when many Nigerians are perishing?
Both
Tell
are
me
wrong.
what can be worse than a
Both
curse.
are wrong. It's very simple. I don't know what.
Okay, so please, can I finish? Please, thank you. This is what I'm saying.
I don't know what.
Can I finish, please? I don't want to engage you in any banter. Let me do my own. When it's your turn, you come back and you speak for your views. Dr. Damages, while I'm in this forum, I keep mute. I raise my hand when I want to speak. I have started snatching it because I've realized that I think it has become a normal. No, this is not. I'm not even laughing anymore because I think that is why the guy who snatches boxes does it, because he feels the society does not allow people who want to follow process, and therefore the only way to get it is to be malbehaved. The people who are malbehaving are the ones ruling us because they discover that that's the only way to get through. And when we in these places, we reinforce those behaviors. So my question is, for those of us who are so entangled in this curse, can you tell me if it's not a curse when you have laid a law, a process, and you break it to accomplish your goals? Have you not laid a curse? So a curse is only when somebody uses their mouth to say it.
No.
But when you steal money, when you steal the wealth of the nation, that's not a curse. You know,
Chim, 1 minute. Can I quickly just add to the? Please, 1 minute. 1 minute. I will call it quick. 1 minute on this. I will not. I hate this topic, and I've told you all to stay on this topic, but you all did not listen. Just 1 minute, Dr. Rudolph. Please, 1 minute. Listen. If you allow prayers, you must allow curses. It's a secular state. You people come here and make some the prayer. I am going to tell you, how
many people do you see cursing their own country? If you want to go and curse yourself,
if you allow
prayers, you must allow curses. Be happy to curse yourself. Do you understand what curse means?
You don't listen.
Do you understand what curse means? If you don't know what curse means, go and grow up and learn what curse means. This is a scientific stuff. This scientific stuff. If you are saying something subliminally, you are absorbing that information and sending it to your own people. That's what it means. Subliminal stuff is consequential. Of course, it's nonsense to you now.
If you believe in it, you can.
That's what you don't understand in
this life. Today they've been cursing you forefathers as it touched you.
No, that is different.
Down, make me move to something
that is different.
Important.
Who told you? How do you know it's not affecting me? Maybe that's why I'm challenging you right now. Maybe it's affecting me. How do you know? Stop talking nonsense. You shouldn't be causing a land that gave you life and then gave your forefathers life.
Make we move to
your own parents if you want to
stay off this topic.
All right. Okay, thank you. Forefathers, please. You know why I just didn't want to touch on this topic. If I even air my opinion, all of you will be surprised. I don't, so I don't understand. I'm surprised really. But let's move on. I want to hear from the flagship, I think. My system, whenever you guys talk about this, my system all freezes. I can't even the whole thing freezes.
But all of them are able to talk twice or three times now. I've just spoken once and they won't let you say anything anymore.
I'm coming. I'm going to people who are here to speak.
Because when I start hosting now, they won't let me talk. Then when I'm in the panel, I will talk. When am I going to talk then? They will try to shut me up. The moment I start hosting now, that's the best thing they want to gag me.
We spent 4 hours on this topic.
Yeah, but I want to move on now. So the only person I want to hear from is the flagship, and I'll play Amechi. I want you guys to I want to hear what you guys think about what Amechi is saying. To me, Amechi is the most important person this week. Go ahead, flagship.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thanks. Greetings to you again for the opportunity to come on your platform to speak, and to the panelists and everyone in the comment section. We are here today. Nigeria is here right now. The question is, what do we do? Believe it or not, The entire globe is watching and looking at us. And the question they are asking is, what are you going to do? The people at home are also looking up to us in the diaspora, and they're asking for help. We can do better than come, sit down, and argue. Everybody here has great points, great facts. But at this point, I think we need to be talking about solutions. I'm not sure if we all understand how much power we in the diaspora have. I don't think we really know that we can effect changes within the Nigerian political system, the government, and how they rule the people. We just need to harness that energy. We need to go there. The people have been so numbed that nothing seems to bother them right now. It's like, oh, well, it happened, so let's wait and see what happens again. From 1960, when Nigeria had its independence, to the era where the military would grab power and put their claws on Nigeria, until 1999, when we adopted this democratic style of government, there is one common word or phrase that I've always heard Nigerians say. Oh, well, let's give this new government a chance. Maybe they'll make it better. 4 years rolls by. The same thing is said again. Here we are. To our face, they have told us, what can you do? We can't come here and sit down and argue amongst ourselves. Let us begin to prefer solutions. There are two sets of people in conflict resolution, in management of business that we talk about. Problem solvers and problem analyzers. Where do you belong? Everybody can talk about the problem. How many of us can come out with solutions to prefer, to see how we can at least effect some change? Wildfires do start with little sparks sometimes, and in most cases. So please, everybody here has great level of intelligence. We're not going to talk down on anybody. We're speaking based on how we feel and what it means to us. If Nigeria doesn't mean anything to anybody here, I don't think we're going to be here. It's not enough to say we're in the West or in the diaspora, so whatever happens there, oh, well, good luck to them. No, they're looking up to us. Perhaps it's the reason why we all got the chance to come abroad, so we can see what life really is, how government should be ran, and how the people should live. How much of this information and knowledge that we've gathered have we been able to piece together to say, let's take it back home, and maybe even start from our little local government chairman or levels and try to instill it and talk to them about it. The people are tied, their hands and feet are tied, and their mouths are gagged right now. They can't really speak. You and I can. Let's begin to talk about solutions. Let's bring them together. If you know how to, if your gift and ability is to analyze the problem, please join the group of those that do analyze it. We need you. If you know how to prefer solutions, join the group that prefers solutions. You are needed there. Again, I'm going to end with this. We in the diaspora, we have a lot of power. We just don't know it yet. We can begin to effect changes at minimal level. There is one guy that has so amazed me, and I sit down and look at myself and I'm like, what have I been doing? David Udain, he doesn't live here in the West. He doesn't have residency in anywhere in the West, but he's been able, with resources, to uncover a lot of things that you and I can talk about today. So please, let us, as gentlemen and women, commend ourselves. We're all here for one goal: how we can save Nigeria. Nigeria is no longer, it's almost out of life support right now. I'm very, very concerned about what's going to happen to that country. We are borrowing money. We don't know the terms and conditions on which this money is being borrowed. We might all wake up tomorrow morning and find out that Nigeria has been sold at 4 a.m. when the new owners of Nigeria start showing up in their boots and straps, and we can't do nothing. So please, the world is watching at us. Our integrity and everything we have in the West that they see us as competitors and all of that is about to fade. Those days, yeah, Nigeria used to be a big competition to them. But right now, this whole thing is about to fizzle out if we allow this. Let's figure a way out to come up with solutions and take it back home to help our people and our country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. Thank you so much for being patient. You know, I know that sometimes we have a lot of back and forth from people we typically hear from. That's why I'm always interested in hearing from people who are here to speak and who are not. All right, WC, go ahead. 2 minutes, because we have to round up on this topic. So.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a sad situation that we are facing back home, and it's melting into us who live outside Nigeria. That we have a certificate forger, among other crimes or criminal activities, as our president. And some people are asking us to see how we can accept it and work with it and wait for 2027. Are we even sure 2027 will be there? Are we going to do the same processes again? I will not say much. I think what we should be looking about now is solutions. We should start making our voices heard to people who care about having a sane society for our country. We should be going out, protesting, organizing ourselves to find a way to get our country working again. Because this set of people who are in power now, they don't care. If the country boils over, if people keep dropping on the streets due to hunger, they will never bother. They're already setting up their propaganda machine. They are oiling it very well to even get some of us to come to their side. And from what I hear some people saying, people are already, not that they are being bribed, but people are already taking to us that way. Let's talk to them to do the right thing. You can't expect justice in a place where criminals make the law. It can never happen. They made so much effort, be it crookedly, to get into that place. And they're saying that now that they have the knife and the yam, they will hear your cry. They will say, okay, there will be no more stealing. There will be no more this. We are just wasting our time. It will get worse. It will get really, really messy and worse. Just like Flagship said, we might wake up one day and see that one corporation in Nigeria is now being owned by one foreign country we got loan for. This new government have amassed so much loan, and they're using it frivolously for no just cause. And if you keep going on like that, if they survive the 4 years, by the time it is done, only God knows how much we've been indebted in. We have to start thinking of ways to apply pressure on them and ways to get our country working again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ndubese. Before Masker speaks, let me just announce that tomorrow we are going to have on the show 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to have Alex Kaba, who is a journalist, and he supports Bola Tinubu. So we want to hear from him. He will be with us from 4:30 Nigerian time to 5:30. Then we will have Dr. Haruna Goro, who is a Q&A. He will join us at 5:30 to talk about what next for Nigerians and for President Bola Tinubu after the Supreme Court ruling. So if you are able to join us tomorrow, that will be wonderful. So now, Mask, you're next.
All right, thank you.
Did you say Kappa supports President Tinubu?
Yes.
Okay, that would be interesting. Sorry, Maska, please go ahead.
All right, mine actually it's a very short one. in as much as we will talk about the long-run solutions, I would want to crave the indulgence of Mr. Rudolph. I don't know, maybe today or maybe next week, but I think here in Nigeria presently, there are two critical problems that are immediate problems. One of them is the high rate of inflation. I remember the last time we spoke about rice, I was saying that I went to buy rice, it was 52,000 naira, and it was a big issue. But today, rice is 62,000 naira. Okay, so the rate of inflation is really killing people, and there's clarity that there's no one soul in this country or any.
All right, his mic is gone.
Mask, we can't hear you anymore. Masker.
Yeah, I guess he seems to be expecting it now and again.
I think his internet is bad.
All right, he's joining us from Nigeria. We'll wait for him again to come back, and we usually like to hear from people who are in Nigeria who have real life experiences to share with us.
I wanted to say something to the black flagship, about what you said about one day we'll go and we'll find out they sold the country. I think maybe they're going to be getting a second receipt because the country has been sold a long time ago, and it's just that people just don't realize it. The government are governing for other people. That's why nothing works. They keep the country docile and everything underdeveloped. Any people that want to take control of their destiny by now, Nigeria will become industrialized. We'll be able to be manufacturing stuff, building our own railway, bridges. You'll be doing it. Even if you are doing it one sector at a time, by now would have done all of them. We've seen other nations that can do it within 4, 5, 10 years, but we've not done it for almost 70 years. It tells you that these people are not governing for you. And they tell you all the time. They go there all the time. They keep rushing to them and they keep coming here. Who do you think is guaranteeing our security in this world? Who is guaranteeing? You think it's us? Who are we fighting? Why are we not fighting anybody? Have you wondered why? Because we are not controlling our destiny. And that is why we are where we are. So if we are going to sell the country, it's just going to be a second receipt where they will say, you know what, we have come back to take over what we handed over to you. And I hope you guys did a good job. Thank you. Let's take over now. That is what you are going to see. And we see it all the time. The signs are already there because they are getting jittery about India, the Chinese, and the Russians rising. That's why they are becoming more and more assertive in the continent. Now, the other day, the British ship came to Nigeria. Why do you think they came to Nigeria? They said they are coming to help us monitor our waterways. Like, we don't know our waterways. Here in the UK, a British defense minister said they should invade Africa. And the countries they listed included Nigeria. And the way they are going to do it is exactly the way they are doing it now. The stuff is online. It's not like it's hidden. This is open secret. But we are here arguing about who is in office and who is not in office. Controlling what?
All
Just
right.
leave it there.
All right, thank you. Let's try Mask again and see if we can hear him. Go ahead. Masker? All right, still having the same problem. So let's change electricity. I already keyed in a video, so you can talk until the video plays. I can't control it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
No. Play the video. I can wait. No problem. I'm not in a rush.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Please, can I respond to a little from what Prophet has just said? Just a little comment. Just 1 minute.
Okay, go ahead. Once the video plays, you stop. And
okay, Prophet, please.
Individuals that approached me to speak on different issues since I left office.
Go ahead,
okay. Prophet, it's about you saying that we're talking about individuals here. Nobody's talking about individuals, whether it is Tinubu, Obi, or Atiku, or any other person. We're talking about the survival of our country. Our country is in a deep mess. So we shouldn't be talking about maybe some people are angry because maybe their own person didn't win. Also, it's not it.
Yeah, if you're talking, please don't be offended.
Okay, let me hold on.
Tell me one. I don't know why your guard is forgery. No forgery. What politician told that NYSC? Which politician?
Dr. Damages, your system seems to have frozen. Is the video there? Maybe.
Yeah, it's hold on, guys.
Or maybe Forefather can play it from his own side. Maybe if it's better that way.
If I have the link.
It's not on this system. It's from my computer. All right.
Okay.
You know what? I'm disappointed. All right.
Is he saying that we are all cheats?
No, basically what he was saying was that all of you.
The beginning is to say to you that.
Okay.
If some Nigerians were telling you that you shouldn't have given me an opportunity to speak, tell them that so many television houses and individuals had approached me to speak on different issues since I left office, and I declined. Two reasons why did I decline? Two reasons. My publicist said,
it almost looks like that's the end of the video.
No, it's not.
Okay. Rudolph, if I send the video to electricity, will electricity be able to play it?
And I chose to be my publicist, and he's very handed.
He's playing now.
He knows. Second reason, what is new to say? Nigerians don't react to anything. Has any politician told you that he's not a thief? Tell me one politician that has told you that he's not a thief. Tell me one. I don't know why you're gathering forgery, no forgery. What politician told you that I didn't forge? Which politician told you he went to university? Which politician told you he served in NYSC? Which politician told you he has a certificate? Nigerians know and still vote for them. So what's your problem? No, tell me, what's your problem? So I said, why should I speak when already there's nothing new? Okay, you observe Buhari's period. I will leave Port Harcourt 1 a.m. arrive Abuja, leave Abuja 3 a.m. Somebody said they made Buhari. Did I say anything? I didn't say anything. Who to believe and who not to believe. Nigerians choose who to vote and who not to vote. Even if you come to a Nigerian man's house and kill the mother, the father will continue his life. Nothing bothers you. Nothing. So why do I waste my time? Yes, that's the original. So give it to me. You see it? So that you won't say tomorrow he brought photocopies. But when we get there, that is when we're talking about Buhari's government. So there's nothing that our chairman said that is new. Absolutely not. Many things. The fight from Goodluck's government to Buhari's government, you all knew about it. My aircraft was seized. I was shot at. If I was killed, what will happen? Nothing. So you would die a useless life. So what did I choose? I chose to stay in my house quietly. Fortunately for me, I got admission to study in Nigerian law school. And rule number one is, like they told me if I came here, you are our property. You have no right to go anywhere unless we permit you. That's the rule in the Nigerian law school. So anybody who says, why have I not seen you? I'm a student of Nigerian law school. Until I graduate, I can't disobey them. So I chose not to speak again because there is nothing to say, and because Nigerians will do absolutely nothing. If you say it's a line up 10 Nigerians and shoot them tomorrow, and nothing will happen. If you say it's a in fact, the worst thing about Nigerians is that even when you claim you're not committing any crime, and they pick you up tomorrow, we said it is a thief. Nigerians will join. They will cross it, and you go to prison for nothing. The greatest fear I have is being found in prison for nothing, and you can be found in prison for doing. So I don't want to repeat what I used to say before because you hold it against me. Those who are close to me know. We repeated yesterday. I will just only use one word. I won't use the rest. I say it's a hopeless situation. Is it a lie? So let's go a bit further. Let's go a bit further. You will be shocked that I won't talk about Buhari's government for two reasons. And I won't talk about President Tinubu's government. One reason why I won't talk about Buhari's government, I'm a participant, but they asked me that question yesterday. What moral reason do you have to criticize Buhari's government, having been part of it? That was the argument. I do, if I want to argue it. But again, that was a huge debate amongst us, and we are all agreed I should say nothing about the government. So I now told them if I will say nothing about Buhari's government, I will also say nothing about President Tinubu's government because you know the problem. Instead of Nigerians finding solutions to their problem, they are committing suicide. I'm praying for you every day that you should continue to commit suicide so that by the time I wake up one day, all of you have died. I can now reap the benefit of your death by taking those things. What other people resist, like in Ghana, as is going on now, like in Kenya, is what Nigerians, no worry, not be 4 years. After 4 years, he will go. The man wins the second time, whether by magic or by crook or by listen. It not be only 8 years. No be good luck, no be good luck don't go so, no be worry don't go so. He go soon go. Another person will come and repeat the same thing. You'll be saying that until the day God will come. For those of us who are Christians. So I have chosen to be like you. Say nothing, hear and do.
All right.
Let's confess our maybe.
Yeah. So let's
All
go
right.
back, let's go back to Obie.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I'll keep it short. I just have 2 quotes, one appreciation and appeal, and advice. The first quote is coming from Newport Institution. They talk about gaslighting. Say gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation in which the abuser attempts to sow self-doubt and confusion in their victim's mind. Typically, gaslighters are seeking to gain power and control over other person by distorting reality and forcing them to question their own judgment and intuition. I'll come to that for last. The second quote is by our own brother here. Will not be fair. They quote people where I don't know people who died. I will not quote our own brother Chim. Chim, this is not to come for you, but I just like what you said, which is very important to this point I want to make. Chim said something. He said, I don't support cause. I don't like cause. I don't like cause. But only when that person is speaking my language, and that's why he's speaking what I believe in, I'll support that. And that brings me to, for me, that is at the core of our problem as a nation. But it brings me to the person in question, Amechi. Who be Amechi? All of the sudden, Amechi is 58 years old. All his adult life has been in power. All his adult life has been in power. From 1999 till 2022, he's been part of it. The 2 governments that put us where we are today are responsible. He has been a star of those 2 parties, both PDP, both APC. Now, first of all, I would say, let me appeal to our Arewa brothers. I appreciate the fact that when I carry people from our side, give them chief title. But at the same time, I want to say kudos. I hope you guys are proud of Amanandora. That is the title you guys gave him. But please, anytime I want to give person title, I think we should be consulted so that we give you our best. I said that to say this. If you pay attention to all the words he's saying, that is an homeless man speaking. For the first time in adult life, he's out of power. Completely is out of power. As a party man, no get party, but he refused to be a sportsman. When he lost, he refused to congratulate or work with the party. So he's out. Thanks to Wike, who has taken over that position. In his speech, he talked about jail. Yes. If you don't keep quiet, that's why I say he's not going to, he's psychologically speaking. Because I serve in Buhari administration, it is not morally for me to actually speak against that. And for that reason, I will not speak against this government. Try and you will be in jail. That's exactly what he's pointing at. So why am I saying all this? Please, this is my advice. We should not listen to him. He is looking for home. He's looking for followership. The first comment he made was when he came out to say Obasanjo are nationalists. I don't see a nationalist in Obasanjo who, under his watch, he wrote a book under my watch. Bakasi, part of our land was ceded away. And that is not a nationalist. But I understand why he has to go there, because deep down under Amechi, Obi has failed. Failed in the sense that failed the people who rallied behind and the likes of Obasanjo. So he's looking ahead of his time. Can this man come adopt me? Because he has no home. So the best way for him to do that is to come to our face and insult us directly. And I understand people will buy into it. But what has this man said that we don't know? Or what are we going through today that he is not directly or indirectly involved. So the fact that we are talking about it is okay, but I don't think we should give him that privilege. He is homeless. He is homeless. That is why he wants, instead of him to come and apologize or find a better way, he's insulting us to our face, expecting us to react. Please, we should ignore him. He's not, he don't get power again. He's not in any position to trigger us to any action. If we want fight, no, we should stop looking to their direction to tell us how to fight our fight, because that's what he's trying to do, so that we're ready around that. We should keep ignoring him. This man is out of the system, and I promise, as long as Bola Tinubu will be in power, he's going to be out for a very long time. So, and that's exactly what this guy is playing. He's trying to gaslight his victims, as if we don't know what we are going through. We don't need him to remind us. So, as far as I'm concerned, he's just here to gaslight us, and we should not encourage him. Instead, we should keep sowing discord that we need that mix, make them send and go jail. I press my case.
All right, thank you. Chim, go ahead. I'm going up that way.
Okay, thank you. So I had watched the video earlier on, and first and foremost, the only thing he said that I agree with is when he said nothing bothers Nigerians. That's the only comment he made that resonates with me, and that comment is very evident in this. Let's move on. 4 years, on those kind of nothing bothered. Nothing. He said if you kill a Nigerian man's father and walk away, the guy will move on with his life. We've seen it with the musician, and I don't want to belittle the fact that his life was cut short unnecessarily. His family is busy fighting over financial benefits that they're supposed to accrue to him and all that. That's a typical Nigerian. Even those of us who are in diaspora, we have this tendency. Everybody to your tent, oh Israel, we're busy, with our crab mind, chasing our individual goals and objectives. That is not to say we shouldn't chase our individual goals and objectives. I live in a community where, to my left, the person who bought a house to my left is Indian. The person who bought to my right is Indian. They dominate that entire street. They have tried to get me to sell my property to them, and I refused. Go and see the way these guys cooperate. Go and see the way they fight. Even trying to do things back home, which is why the Canadian government takes them very serious. India is a very important nation when it comes to Canada's foreign policy. But back to Amechi, you see, everything else he said, like I said, is gibberish. First of all, he's telling us that what is strange about any Nigerian politician not having a certificate, not having an NY certificate. So in other words, like I keep repeating, what can be worse than when a collective, a group of people sit down, agree on a ground norm, tell themselves these are the processes we need to follow as a nation. These things should guide us. Anyone who breaches it, this is a penalty for breaching it. That's what happens across the world. Everywhere in the world, when people break their laws, they pay for it. It doesn't matter how highly placed you are. If the prime minister is caught speeding in his private car, a police officer will stop him, give him the ticket, he will go and pay it. But in Nigeria, it doesn't happen. And the same people who are supposed to superimpose themselves and make sure our laws work are the ones who break it, and people sit in the comment section and clap for them. And then we're supposed to just, like I said, just allow it be, which is what he's saying. So, like Ovie has said, I cannot disagree with anything Ovie has said. Interestingly, I hate to agree with Ovie, but I have no choice than to agree with Ovie in this instance. Amechi is seeking relevance. He's seeking relevance. He's literally trying to gaslight Nigerians. People are hurting, and they know, and you're part of the process that's hurting them, and you're coming to moralize and talk to them and do all those things. This is just gibberish. So I don't think he should be taken serious. As a matter of fact, the only thing he has said is that nothing moves us. I remember one of my lecturers, Dr. Aja, he said, you push a Nigerian, he will move. He keeps creating space. You push him to the wall, he hangs on. If you even push him on that wall, he will create a hole and get into that wall. Nigeria will never push back. The only person so far that has done something extraordinary, and I'm wondering if he has a DNA that is not Nigerian, is this David Hundeyin that Flagship has mentioned. His doggedness. In fact, I sat down and I thought about it. This guy went all his way, and yet with all, there's nothing this man has brought out that hasn't come to pass. But still, people will see it, especially those of us in our comment sections who call themselves Nigerians, and people are gaslighting and trying to rubbish the work he's done. So I don't think there's nothing Amechi has said that is fantastic. I only saw it and I decided to share with people because I just felt, you know what, can we look at this? He has said rubbish. Nothing he has said is meaningful. He's seeking relevance. Thanks.
All right. Alaba.
Thank you very much. I want to say back to the same key points. I want to talk much this time, and whatever of my time that is left, I reserve the right to use it later, like the lawyer said in court. Okay. Who is Amechi? Just the same way I asked, who are you? Who are those listening to us? Who is Amechi? In my book, let me look at it. Is he an enabler or is he a solution? It falls under the people that wants us to go on, move on to the next time. So to me, he is an enabler. Those who wants the system to stay the status quo. Why they keep, I love that definition from OVA, gaslighting us. You have to read that definition again. It's a standard. Gaslighting us. There's so many people who come on this panel to come and gaslight us. They keep gaslighting us. Next time it will be better. Next time we can do this. This we can do. We refuse to call a spade a spade. The system has not worked for the Nigerian people. It has created a lot of agitation. It has failed us. And to crown it all, thanks to the Supreme Court, which is not supreme, not neither a court, it is lawless. Do you understand me? So who is Amechi? Why would I listen to people like that? Very soon, I know Obedience will be very mad about this. Based on how Obi responds to this, we would answer the same question. Who is Obi? The same. We know who Atiku is. He told us, after the Supreme Court, I'm just going to go sit in Dubai and I'm done. Yeah. So we're waiting for Obi to tell us who is Obi. But let's take it back to us. It's not about these people. It's about each one of us hearing this. Who are we? Are we an enabler? Those who want the status quo to continue? Those that understand that the status quo is producing slaves, is producing criminals, is producing dead people? Or are we a solution, even though we might be naive? We might be wrong in our approach to the solution. We might be excessively hopeful. Who are we? So focus on solution. Nigeria, as it currently stands, is not working. The intellectuals are the master gaslighters. In fact, all of them deserve the title of Ashiwaju in gaslighting. The educated fools. I know that song. Educated fool. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Gangsters paradise. We're building our gangsters paradise right now.
Julio.
Gangsters paradise. Educated. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. I hope. What's that guy who said I'm rapping? I'm a DJ, whatever his name, on the comment section. Just to make. I hope you're listening. I hope you're dancing as I'm giving you the vibe. It's full with money on my mind.
All right.
So, you know, go understand that lyrics.
Thank you.
That's all for now. I reserve time to use my time for later.
So time is finished. Yeah.
That's another form of dictatorship.
All right. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just like Chima and Alaba, I always hate to agree with Ovie, but in the terms of Amechi, to be honest, I just don't understand what that guy is saying. I just have to be honest. I completely was lost. If you ask me what he said, honestly, I don't just get it. I just don't know. Now I'm going to speak about nation building because that is what I believe Alaba is referencing to. I stand to be corrected. Nation building, and I am not bringing this issue up again, but my argument in nation building and in respect to those who hold the position of causing the nation, you cannot achieve anything in that regard. So if we're going to focus on nation building, then we have to what? Remain positive. Now, those who have put the nation in where it is today, I don't need to curse them. You know why? Because they will always reap what they sow. But we have to now do pushback and start to ask ourselves, how do we go about changing the status quo? Because if I cause a nation, I will not be able to change the status quo. So I have to now go about what? Nation building. When Nehemiah heard the destruction of Jerusalem, I'm speaking to a few people here who understand what I'm saying. It did not cause Jerusalem. It is part of those who destroyed Jerusalem are what? Are those are citizens of Jerusalem. He stood up, he prayed, he asked God for favor, and he got the favor, and he went back to Jerusalem and he rebuilt Jerusalem. So that is, let's take that step and say, okay, you know what? The country is messed up without a shadow of that. I didn't know that the price of rice I got to 62,000 naira. Yesterday morning, I only sent 60,000 naira to buy a bag of rice. So they've added 2,000 naira to it. I believe they'll come and draw me for that 2,000 naira because they said we contribute to destroying the nation. That's what they always tell me. So, Maka, thank you very much. I didn't know it's gone to 62,000 naira just in the space of how many hours? Less than 24 hours. So, how do we go about building the nation? That should be the next thing. We are not denying what is happening. I will not live in denial. It's painful. It pushes one to cause them or cause whatever, but I think we should try, where possible, to avoid treading in that path, where possible. I'm not going to, like I said, the pain, we are feeling the pain. It's like if Dr. Damage is doing something bad to me, for example, I may be forced to raise my voice to say, let me cause Dr. Damage or let me harm you or whatever it is. What difference will it make? It ain't going to make any much difference in my life. So that's all I have to say. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. For this.
Yeah, thank you. I guess Amici, I never took him seriously for what he's saying, even if some of the sentences we're saying were basic facts of life. It's like these people are clever at talking to people. I don't know whether he actually believes what he's saying, because if he does, personally, I may not consider that gaslighting. But if he doesn't and he knows better, then we have a problem on our hands, because he doesn't seem to know why our people tolerate some of the stuff they tolerate. If you've been in power, you should understand that. And from what I've seen, what we see going on in Nigeria shouldn't be that unexpected. I don't see anything happening in Nigeria that is unexpected, really. It's something to be expected. We don't have things, we don't have catalytic events or leaders or anything that has happened to really galvanize the people to, in other words, increase their collective performance and intelligence, as some people would describe it. We don't have anything. And you can see most other people that have gone on to do great things in this world, they've always had uniting things that have happened to them, most of the time common enemy, actually, which it turns out to be one of the most galvanizing things. This is why you see movies where you say, oh, this leader is unpopular, so he triggers a war with the neighbors, because they want to unite the people to act in concert. But we've never even been given that that kind of gift of, it's a curse, but at the same time it's a gift, because it allows you, like, even the Chinese people, when after the Japanese invaded them, they thanked the Japanese, because they said the Japanese were woken them up. And when that man was saying it then, that was all the way 1940s or so. Look at what has happened now because of what he said. So it tells you, and if you look at most of these leaders that go on to forge great things, is so uniform the way they all emerge. Not in this environment that we are in. Nigeria needs to be in. I don't know, maybe there are new ways to doing it. Obviously, there might be. It's not only one way to unite the people, to really get them to really unite and set their differences aside and not be petty. To do that, something drastic needs to happen. Because human beings don't do that willingly. This is something that is behind them. And this is why even when our people are suffering, their feelings of suffering is not enough. They have to fear for their very existence, their very survival. Before people will set their differences aside. They said Israel was almost at a point of civil war barely about a month ago because of a constitutional change, a change that the current government wanted to make. But with one attack, they formed a unity government immediately. The whole country is in one focus right now. They've never been more united before on anything. That is what happens to a nation when there is a uniting factor. You don't, and Ehud Olmert, a former prime minister, said it himself. He said, "We have set our differences aside and we have chosen to come together." Because that's what happens when you have a uniting factor. The beauty of what Europeans have done to us, they are so clever. They never give us any uniting factor. They never come and deal with us the way they deal with, like the Middle East. Look at how quickly America carried its warship straight to in the Middle East and bombing Syria and all the rest of it. They never even given us that, because they know if they give us that, 1.3 billion people will wake up in the world. This is not the Middle East we are talking about. This is a lion that has been asleep for a very long time. Slavery, after slavery, you know what they did? They send your kings away in exile as hostages, and they raise their children. They cultured them to love them, and they handed the power over to them. Any nation that has had that happen to them, they never go on to do well, because they are beholden. They see the West as an extension of themselves. They don't see themselves as independent. And guess what our leaders are doing right now? That's all they've been doing for the last 60-something years. They never see us as independent. Even North Korea, with all the sanctions, look at what they've accomplished. In 4 years, North Koreans with about 10 million population built a 100-meter underground railway system in their capital in 4 years. That's what people are capable of doing when they own their sovereignty. But we have not been able to do that for how many decades? It tells you that these our leaders are standing us down. They are not governing for us. Some people might be under some illusion that that is happening. It's not. The day of reckoning will come. And that day, hope that we come out of it to be able to build again. Our eyes will open. Because when Amechi is saying what he's saying right now.
Sorry to just an advice. Have you read this book by John Perkins?
No.
Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Oh, I've read something.
No, have you read it? No, have you read it?
No, I've not read it. No.
I think you should read it from this night, please. Don't delay.
Well, I think I have a gist of what it's all about. They're talking about what they do in Africa and other countries. They come to sabotage other countries. That is part of what I'm talking about. You are muted. Oh, sorry, your mic is gone. Why do I? It doesn't take away from my point. The point I'm making is that what Amechi is saying, because everything he said is factual, there's nothing wrong with what he's saying in terms of being factual. Well, I guess what Ovie was saying was that maybe he's doing it because he wants to garner the people that are disenchanted.
He is homeless.
I don't think Nigerians. I don't think Nigerians are that stupid. The Nigerians do a lot of silly things now and again, but they can see through. I don't think he even expects that, and I really don't think he expects. We have people to be around. We have a lot of other more credible people around. Nobody will rush and surround themselves with Amechi anytime soon. So I don't think that is going to happen. But what he's saying, technically, it may not be wrong. Maybe that's all he knows. Who knows? Whether he knows any better? Because I've been in Nigeria. No, I'm saying this because I've been in Nigeria.
This man has been in power for over 24 years.
Exactly. Maybe he believes maybe he believes like Buhari that we are an extension of the Western states. Maybe he believes that.
Oh, that's a fact.
So if they believe that, then they are not part of the future. They are not part of preserving us. What they are all going to do is surrender us to foreign powers to be able to do as they please with us. That's what they are going to do. Masker, I don't know what I'm saying that you disagree with precisely. If you have anything that you disagree with, I want to hear it.
Forefathers, thank you. You've done 7 minutes.
Oh, nice one.
All right. Let's go to Simile.
Dr. Damages, I don't even know what to say, because now when I open my mouth now, they say this one not get brain bet, man.
You have fans. You have fans. Don't worry.
Okay, no one knows it all. I'm learning from you guys, but I won't learn from everyone, because I know what I want to learn. They say all mediums online. There are a lot of rubbish online. You just have to select what you want to learn. Okay. From what Amechi was saying, everyone have said everything that I believe in. Obie said it. Electricity said it. Forefather said it. I believe in all what they've said. He's trying to get a reaction from the masses. Actually, he's calling for anarchy indirectly. You know, his speech would actually hurt the losers more to action. Maybe go on the street and see Obi as a weakling. Yes, because if he's saying, okay, Nigerians didn't do anything, if he does that, so he is one of the reasons why Nigeria is the way it is now. He's been in government for a long time.
Yeah.
When he was in government, did he hold his actions to accountability? Did he judge himself? Now he's not in power. He's judging people for some reason. I don't know why he's not in power. He's saying he refused some positions, but we don't know what happened behind closed doors. Maybe they didn't offer him a very juicy one that could make him rich overnight. But whatever he was told was bullshit. But will Nigerians learn? That is my point. My point is that I'm not a Tinubu supporter. Don't get me wrong. I was obedient 50%. I supported Obi before the election 50% and 50% with my brain. I'm not a fool. That is the way I think, being logical, because I want to hear his manifesto of what he's going to offer. If it's not conducive for me, I can't give him the remaining percentage, because I'm a very, very strict scorer. I'm not a pushover. I score by what I see. I don't believe in what people say. Words are cheap. I believe in action. That is why I was 50% Obi, 50% with my head, keeping it open, like, okay, let's see. He may not be Obi, I never supported Tinubu, like I said before, but my point is that I'm not for criminality or for what the Supreme Court have just decided. But this Nigerian society has had K-leg for a very long time, and some of our forefathers contributed to this. And we are here now. What are we going to do? That's my point. We are here now. It's like when you're on a journey and you fall, you have to stand up. You can't stay on the floor there with your eyes complaining and do something. What are we going to do about it? That's my point. What are we going to do?
All right.
We are now pointing out what this man has said. We're always zooming in on problems. What Amechi has said, he's faulty. Can we have a session that is positive? People bringing out, go away with your books. You are all bright, more educated than me, more smart, politically savvy. Write out your points, how you want Nigeria to move forward. Start practicing, start doing now. Don't come and speak all the grammars, and do all the gang ups with, these things in Nigeria that are problems need to be better. Nigeria is for everyone. Whatever that has happened with the other lady, I don't dislike anyone, but I speak up when I believe, the line was crossed. And I'm not against Chim. Okay, Chim, I'm not against you, but I have a strong voice and I make my points clear. Okay, so I want Nigeria to work. You don't know me. You're not inside me. You don't know how I feel. People present their feelings differently. I'm not a crier. If I get hot, I have to move on. That is life. I can't stay in my heart because I'm going to be blind. What are we going to do? It's not easy, but we have to do something. We always complain. Mama Hecho, I miss her. She used to be here. when we used to nag and complain, nothing has changed. You know, I'm getting tired of it. It's not about the grammar you speak, you know, but let's do something. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I agree with everything, but why has she go with against K-legs now? You know, this K-leg thing, I've had people having a go at K-legs in Nigeria. What is this? What's wrong with K-legs?
What I meant is that it's spoiling now. Where have we been? How old are you, forefathers? How are you? How old are you?
I'm Papa now.
Where have you
Papa
guys
now.
been?
Well,
What
you
have
just
you
the
done for
K-leg
Nigeria to make it
thing,
better?
I agree with you. I agree with you. See, I really respect the way you
Including
look at
myself,
things.
please.
Yeah, I respect the way you look at things, but this K-leg thing, let's leave our K-legs alone, Jare.
Tuna, Professor, do you have a K-leg?
You don't know, eh? But you know this type of things they are saying, eh? Just we have to leave our K-legs alone.
All right, Jagon, you're next.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Good day, good morning, wherever you may be. You know, listening today.
Sorry, just an aside, Dr. Daniel, you have too many shy people on this program. Why do they always have to come with their glasses to cover their faces?
Me, I'm not shy. I'm covering my face for tears of yourself. I'm crying for you people. Just to say, you know, Nigerians, we were always going to come here. Everything from the 1960s, whenever you climb on board the understanding of what Nigeria is about, even before we had independence, this, where we find ourselves, is where we were always headed. I can remember when I was young, speaking to my parents about Nigeria, and I told them that Nigeria is going to go through a second slavery because they haven't understood the first one. We who are sat around this panel right now have no real, or we were late, very late in appreciating what happened during slavery. And the fact that we were called, part of us were called the slave coast. A lot of slaves was taken from us, from our elites, which are the kingship at that time. We were always heading to this point. What always fascinates me is the time that we use in not understanding. You know, the Supreme Court is what gives us this mood today. Yet everyone knew that the Supreme Court were going to do more or less what they did. Now, we've been waiting, really, for the Supreme Court. We've been behaving ourselves. We've been polite with receiving slaps in the face. We've been lying down in order for people to tread on us to get to where they are going. And I feel that, you know, everyone around this panel, everybody in the comment section, if we were in the government, I don't believe that any of us would have been able to do anything different that doesn't bring us to where we are today. Because we are all ready to accept advantages above another. We are. We really have to look at ourselves. As we're pointing a finger at all these people here, just know that you're exactly the same. Just know that. Because I think people are in constant denial of what Nigeria is. Constant denial. Do you know, just a quick aside, when they used to bring slaves into America, there were already slaves there who knew what it was to be in slavery. But when a fresh African came, do you know what they did? They abused him for being African. You bubble this, African that. I mean, slavery, during slavery times, when the whip is on my back, a fresh African slave comes over, and what I choose to do is abuse him until his mind has completely divorced himself and he changes into who I am. This is what we do, I'm afraid. We need really to look in the mirror. That's what we need to do. We need to look in the mirror because we don't know how ugly we really stand. We say that the world is looking at us right now. The world is looking at us. But the country, I'm afraid, I think it's already sold. I think Nigeria is exactly where it needs to be for the vultures to come in and reap. What I'm saying is that the amount of projects that are going on in Nigeria at the moment, if you look at them, you'll be inspired. You think, wow, look what we're doing fantastic. But it's not for us. All of the infrastructure that is being put in place now isn't for us. It isn't. And we are watching all these things happening, and we aren't understanding that after 60 years, when we could have done all of this, why is it that it's coming in now? Why is it now that these infrastructural projects that make sense are coming in now? You see, I don't think we really love ourselves. You know, that guy comes on every so often, I've forgotten his name, and talks about love. And I question him because I want to know where he's coming from in terms of what he speaks about love. We don't love each other one iota. I'll leave it there. I'll come back.
Thank you so much. Righteous man, you're next.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, on a lighter note, you know, you will always say I ask much questions. This bell you are using, is it the one we use in Cherubim and Seraphim or Sele? Okay. That's good. Jegu, good evening.
Good evening to you, sir.
Quite a long time.
Indeed.
Yeah. For the first time, I want to disagree with Ovie, Chim, and electricity. Slightly, I want to agree with forefathers. You know, he's a technical man, very technical. You know, he will make a good politician if he comes to Nigeria, but I'm afraid if they will not corrupt him.
They've corrupted him all.
Okay. So you see, we have one proverb, and with my in-law sister there from Mbise, you know, my other brother married an Mbise woman, so, but she's giving us trouble, big trouble. So, there is one proverb in Igbo land. They said, "Onye na-amaro ebe lili ozu, asị ya bịa bọọ ozu, obide n'ụkwụ." Let me translate it to English. If you are not there, if one is not there when a body was buried, a dead body was buried, if you ask him to go and exhume the body, he will start from the leg. The reason why most of you gave the submission about His Excellency, the former governor of Rivers State, Chibika Amechi, apart from Chim, that most often say that he had a good job in Nigeria, he just left. I think most of you that are in diaspora were people who left at a tender age. Some of you were born with a silver spoon and you went for schooling and then you decided to settle down there.
Don't assume too much.
Righteous man, can you use the word appears, please? I will appreciate if you use the word appears.
Okay. Appears. Please. Okay. Apology appears.
I left Nigeria when I was adult and I was doing well. They didn't force me out there. So please, can you direct your argument properly, please, if you don't mind?
Okay. Yeah, I have done that. But that shouldn't bring a quarrel. I have done that apology. But it appears that most of you left maybe on the basis of the background of your families. Some of us that are here today will not interpret the action or the sayings of a former governor with the way you have interpreted it. That is the basic truth, because most of the information you get is what you read on the internet or on the pages of newspapers. But we that are on ground here, every day we meet these people, sometimes when they come for campaign or thereabout. Amechi Chibike was saying the truth. And he was not saying it because he's presenting himself as a saint or he's eyeing to be the president of Nigeria in 2027. I will give you reasons why I said that. Are you seeing vision damages?
You're 4 minutes into it, so round up.
Okay. Let me submit. Let me just leave. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you, righteous man.
We like to hold Next, you're next.
I don't think we should laugh at him.
So
you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So talking about
we can't hear you this time.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
All right, we skip you. We go to
I can hear him. I can hear him.
All right. If you
am I live?
Go ahead.
You're coming to me.
No.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to talk much about this topic because I think, like they say, if you play the game of chess, they normally say chess speaks for itself. I think what Amechi has said speaks for itself, really. You know, I think people like Amechi are among the kind of politicians that are looking at Nigeria. They really want something good, but there needs to be a reaction. You know, the fear I have though is that Nigeria is getting to a point whereby if there is a reaction, Nigeria will break up like the Soviet Union broke up. You know, that's something that I don't think many of us are seeing that possibility. There's a possibility that when there's a reaction in Nigeria, there will be no Nigeria again. What will be called Nigeria will be a fragment of what it is today, because there's a great need for restructuring or going back to what was handed over in 1960. But the question is, will the people agree? Will the power blocks agree? Because you have different nationalities, everybody is getting educated. Back in 1960, you were just having people, the first set of people that were going to school. Right now, some of us are in their third generation of graduates, you know, and the truth about it is that the resources are limited, but the human beings are increasing. And the same people that have held the state down and don't realize it that things have changed. So what people like Amechi is calling for, the truth is that when it happens, it's not going to happen in the scale we imagine. It might just fragment Nigeria in a way that our lives will not be the same again. So, well, what can I say? Maybe Nigeria just missed the last boss to be able to keep it together. And maybe they just missed the last boss. And truth is that when you get to the tip of a triangle, what happens next is that you collapse. You come down to the base again. I don't think there's any more where Tinubu is now. And I think we are like at the pinnacle of it. And it's just a matter of time before everything comes crashing down. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dexter, for that submission. Before we call on Pansat, which is an event, and let me say that for Amechi, I just want to put in this so that when people are discussing that, they will probably remember.
Sorry, Masca hasn't spoken, no. Masca.
Oh, we'll get to him. He comes in and out. It's not our fault. We call him and then, yeah, we'll get to him next after Pansat. I just want to mention that if you remember the history of Amechi and how he got into a political position and the key things, interventions, you can say, he was one that said one time that the reason why they are stealing was because you guys have not stoned them. He was the one who came out and said that Buhari's government was useless when he was serving under Buhari. The reason why I think that there are characters like that in political situations or political culture of countries, why they are important is that it's not that they are telling you what you don't know. It's that they are inside and every now and then they open up something. Because I can say the same thing Amati said. It means nothing to a lot of people. You can say it means nothing to a lot of people. But for ordinary people in Nigeria who are listening to political leaders, to hear one of them say that the reason why they are stealing is because you have not stoned them. To say that you guys are not doing anything. That's why they are doing what they are doing. I think it means a lot for people who otherwise, not that they didn't know that, but it's a reminder. All right, let's go to Pansat Tennis.
All right, thank you very much. Everybody's doing a fantastic job today. They brought, each one of you brought your game, and Chim, whoever Amadioha muted, it's not your job to try to unmute them. Now, there were a few people who came here earlier that I think they should really be commended. One of them is, we had the moniker, the flagship. He made quite eloquent and important contribution to the panel. And our regular Alaba took his vitamins today. He did a fantastic job. Why I came back is to use Ishimiri London Cosmetics to answer a question that's recurrent on this platform and other platforms. It's actually a problem that's universal, which is to have us try to resolve the question of the chicken or the egg. Represents an ancient folk paradox, addressing the problem of origins and first cause, causality. Probably if you want to just Google it later on. If you're saying, why should we get good leaders before we have a good country? So you have to be able to determine, would you have a good country before you have good leadership? Or do you have to have good leadership before you have a good country? So we can't be mired in that dilemma, because let me ask the Shimere right now, the chicken and the egg, which one came first? Could you answer me, Shimere? All right, if she's not listening.
Am I allowed to answer?
Yes, just chicken and the egg, which one came first? Just tell me.
If you've come to face me one-to-one, because I understand that when you disagree with points, you face people squarely, but please be careful with me.
No, let's go. Let's go.
I want to give you respect, but don't cross the line, please.
I respect you. Please, I want you, let's have a little dialogue. Please allow us.
I'm not Tinubu. I'm not the problem of Nigeria. Can you contribute positively how to move Nigeria forward with all your levels of academics, all your big grammars? Go home, take a pen and paper, write the points down of how we should move our country forward. We are not here to attack one another. We're not here to go back and forth on points, who agrees or disagrees. No one knows it all, man. Okay?
That's right.
I'm not your problem. I'm not the problem of Nigeria. I'm here to contribute to see if Nigeria can be better. I have people in Nigeria.
Wow.
All right?
I agree. 100%.
Please.
By the way,
respect yourself, especially how you address people. No, I don't want to cross my line now.
Let me chime in then.
For you to have the audacity to even think of asking me a question that is irrelevant right now is so disrespectful, man.
Okay, all right. Please
take
mute
it
her
back
then.
and apologize, please.
Please
don't
mute her,
talk to me anyhow.
Please mute her. Let me respond to her, because there is no.
Be careful when you talk to me next time. Think twice.
Please mute her, please. Okay, I agree with you 100%. By the way, right? But it seems to me that when you come on this platform, you don't even think before you come in. You just here to make trouble.
Mr. Rudolph, I hope your time is Pansat.
I have
Rudolph likes Pansat too much. Rudolph, you're very biased with Pansat. Extremely.
Pansat, please leave her alone and get to your point. Get to your point and leave her alone.
Please,
just leave her alone. Get to your point.
It's Rudolph. It's Rudolph that's allowing this.
Let's have order.
Pansat, I've got nothing against what you're saying. But Rudolph, you want to check yourself, bruv.
Thank you.
Let me please, let's have order here. I don't disagree with my sister, Shimiri, right? But I'm saying, I've watched her when she was, Bia was her name. And she used to be on other platforms. And she was respectful and she made positive contributions.
Which platforms? Please, I like honesty. Just say it out. I have
one man goes to, I don't know, one man goes to something.
I was there.
Yeah, okay. I was there, I've been there with you, and trust me, I have nothing against you whatsoever. Now, what I'm saying is that we in the Southeast, for example, right? What do we want? We want a progressive country. So it doesn't really make any sense to be antagonistic. Let's say you want to say, Tinubu, let's give him a chance. I'm not for him, but circumstances has brought us to this level, which is actually what I think you're saying, and you're being defensive about it. Well, we disagree with you. There's a process. There's a constitution, right? So those of us who are as shambolic as that constitution is, and we're trying to hold things to be in order, we think that our leadership is not doing the right thing. We believe that elections are rigged. No matter what idea I give you today, for example, I'm going to leave you with one before I conclude. I have one.
Before you go
solid...
further, just know that I'm not against your decision or wherever you stand politically.
Okay.
And
I do.
Not, you understand?
No, I do. I do understand you very well.
So you're not my problem.
Yeah, no.
I want Nigeria to work. You need to send your messages to all the politicians that are listening now. I am just one tiny person from Nigeria, please.
I understand, but listen,
don't
cut yourself short.
I don't want to engage in this kind of discussion now, please. Thank you.
No, you're important. Just try to listen now. You don't have to respond, right? Especially if I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not disrespecting you. I believe you're important. I'm using you as a bounce off to the politicians, right? I know you can't wait to debate me, and I'm looking forward to it. But what I'm saying to you, listen, please. This is important. I'm going to give you one solid idea before I go. Let me say.
I don't want to debate, please. I'm not the problem of Nigeria, please.
No, you're not.
Forward, please.
No, it's a bounce off.
Thank you so much. I respect you, brother.
I understand.
Can you move forward?
You win, so but let me.
I'm not a hater. That's me. Everyone is different, and the way people heal. If I get hot now, I have a way to heal. I'm not someone that keeps complaining on every time crying. No. I'm gonna be woman now. Come on. Man.
Okay, so let me, Rudolph, please. Let me take a couple of minutes to end.
No. 1 minute or two, okay. Max. Yeah, please.
What I'm saying is that it's modular. The way we're going to solve this problem. Nigeria is a behemoth where nothing works. Nothing, right? So it's a behemoth. We don't have to take the whole thing one piece. First, for example, the Supreme Court rendered a decision that I believe adversely affects Abuja, for example. And this Abuja cannot be, like Supreme Court says, it's like a state. They cannot be in a situation where there's taxation without representation. The way Section 134 2B of our Constitution made it is that if there's two or more candidates, you have to win Abuja. In that case, then the president would appoint the quote-unquote governor of Abuja. In essence, you have to win Abuja so that then you can appoint somebody like Wike. But if the Supreme Court says, no, you don't have to win Abuja, then Abuja does not have anybody now that they elected. For example, Wike is not elected by them. The person who appointed Wike was not elected by Abuja. So Abuja has to reject Wike. Now that's how we're going to start these things. Abuja has to be taken back by the indigenes and citizens of Abuja. They have to reject Wike because he's imposed by nobody. There's no nexus to with their votes. You understand? So now that goes, of course, that comes to us in the Southeast, right? All Southeastern states, we believe that we give our vote to Peter Obi. It's indisputable. We cannot accept Tinubu as president. So I believe that when the FBI release the documents and then we hear from the candidate, Peter Obi, and hear what he has to say, then we'll go forward from there. So it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. And I said earlier that the House has to originate articles of impeachment. You can't stop that. It's in the Constitution, right? It's not extra constitutional. And Shimiri, let me also say, by the way, I like Omoye's Corner a lot. I've listened to her many times. She's one lady that has her head screwed on tight, a beautiful lady. And then you're beautiful as well. And you have your head screwed on tight. But today's occasion, you are way, way off and way wrong. A cause that was generic. Yeah, you're sui generis, but he wasn't talking about you. He's saying anybody we say it all the time, colloquially. If you are wishing this, May you visit your own, may you be like Nigeria, may your family be like Nigeria. So there's no reason to pick a fight like that with your fellow beautiful, strong woman in public. You do that all the time. You could see somebody like me who could be your dad, for example. I could be your father, right? And then you
Oh
start.
my God, you can never be my dad. You don't know my age.
Okay,
Please.
and you start abusing me, even though you don't mean it.
Abuse
Everybody knows
you?
it's a facade. You don't mean it.
Abuse.
You're not evil, right? And you have to help us build that country. Don't flim flam from evil
All right,
to good and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
And a curse, it's an insult, be it in a religious way or in a traditional way. When someone is cursing out, it is insultive. Whether it's going to come to pass or not, you are not just cursing people, you're cursing the generations, you're cursing Nigeria, and you don't know who's going to be born into that Nigeria, who is going to marry your own sister or brother, you're cursing. Imagine, it goes round.
It's similar. Thank you so much. I don't want us to get into this debate now and stop the show. Let me meet with moderators. But I can tell you, and you guys are forcing me to say that, and that will be maybe when the final words, I will say my thing. And then I will leave. But let me go to Masca. Let's see if we can.
Before you go to Masca, Rudolph, before you go to I need to ask you, and this is nothing against you, Pansat, please, be calm. Why is it that you give, bro, I need to ask you, on a serious note, why do you give Pansat so much undeserved respect? He had at least 25 minutes just there. When I finished speaking, it was 2 minutes. I didn't even round up my point. It's almost like you weren't listening. I came back. Righteous Man did the same. He was making a point. As far as you're concerned, whatever you were saying wasn't important, so you moved on from him. Why do you give Pansat so much space? I need to know.
That's a good question. And you can see the strategy that Pansat uses, and you guys.
No, it's not Pansat.
Hold on. Let me finish.
It can't be Pansat. You can't put Pansat's name there. He's just like anyone else. It's you that's giving him the allowance. That's what I'm asking.
Hold on, Jagun. Hold on. You see the strategy he uses today. He brought it. That's a new. I've not seen it before. Which is when he's talking and I'm giving.
So Pansat bamboozles you. Is that what you're telling me? Pansat is a bamboozler.
No, what I do is I speak and I leave. Right? Hold on. Rudolph, I speak and I leave.
No, Pansat, hold on. So
speak and leave and come back. Why don't you try that, Jagun? Speak, go and shave, and go get on the platform, and then come back later.
How I insulted
Pansat, bro. Pansat, and let me tell you, bro.
Dr. Damian,
today,
I don't want him to soil my name in vain. Can you tell the public right now what I have said that is an insult, Pansat? Please, I beg you, please.
You did not say anything that's an insult. I didn't say that.
You said I was insulting you. Didn't you say that?
No. I said the way you're talking to me is like a demeanor kind of thing. That you're just being careless when you're approaching a guy like me, right? You're supposed to be, you're
giving him more space.
Well.
You're giving him more space.
You will never hear where I insulted anybody on this platform. Ever. I never done it.
All right. You guys fit into this, and it continues. Mascot, you're next.
Mascot, we can't hear you.
All right. Someone was saying that I have not let him speak. This is like the fourth time. It's not our fault. It's just that we can't hear him.
I said Amadioha stopped him from talking.
It's not our fault. All right. Let's hear CJ. CJ, you're next.
Hi, everyone. So I've actually heard everybody. But the one question I always want us to ask ourselves is, did anyone of us respect?
You can't hear me now?
Oh, Masca, go ahead. If you can, if we have.
Yeah, I can hear you, Masca. I don't know about others.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. First, Rudolph, I think you are afraid of Pansat, and it's not nice. This guy came to this platform. He threatened this platform that he will come after this platform. And you are giving him so much leeway, and sometimes it's very aggressive.
And it's obvious. It's obvious. You're smiling, Rudolph. I'm not happy.
Let's try to be a little bit, he is just trying to give people freedom of speech here.
What are you talking about? What are you talking rubbish for? Why would you come and talk rubbish?
It's about freedom of speech. If it's about timing,
look,
fine.
look,
I
what
agree
we're
with you.
saying, if you're not understanding,
It's not time, Mr. Rudolph.
forefather,
Can
if
you
you're
mute
not
every other
understanding,
person?
all that we are putting forward is that there is a specific bias towards Ansat coming from Rudolph and I suppose the platform, and that is what I'm charging you with. Why?
Okay, you know what? You know what? We are going to try one of these days. When I'm on,
the last thing that Rudolph said is that he wants Pansat to be a speaker, that we will be coming to. That will be a
Please
failed.
allow Mascot to talk before his line freezes. Allow Mascot to speak before his line freezes
What is going
again.
to happen? See,
me?
Rudolph, hold on there. See, let me just tell them something. You know, Jagun, I'm going to try this with you. When we are on, hold on, Mascot. When we are on, Jagun, I'm going to try this with you. Pansat comes on. If Pansat comes on, I will say I'm not going to moderate. I will allow you to moderate Pansat. So you put yourself in the shoes of Rudolph, so you understand the context.
As you said,
Mascot, calm down. I get where you're coming from.
Forefather, as you said before, I am not Rudolph and I am not you. So I won't do it in the way you people are doing things. Believe me. Just believe that.
Yeah, but I would like to see it. I would like to see it. So maybe there's something to be learned from you.
Me, I don't like that. I don't like the idea of timing, as you know. But I do understand that sometimes we need to rationalize what we're saying because everyone's talking at the same time. So a period of timing will come in. I understand all this, but what I'm not understanding is that a clear 20 minutes to 2 minutes. You know what that is? Do you know what that is? You're telling me that you can't. I mean, it's poor. It's poor.
I agree with you.
And you're not accepting. You're not accepting how poor it is. It's poor.
Chim
and it's
can go for
obvious.
20 minutes too now. Chim can go for 20 minutes.
Can you please keep quiet?
Masca, Masca, you need to stop it. Oh, you don't stop
right,
me.
so, anyway, Pansat, I was listening when you threw out a challenge. I'm willing for Mr. Rudolph to organize a debate. I'm a Sunni Muslim. I'm a Northerner. I'm a Nigerian. I'm willing for Mr. Rudolph to organize a debate so that I can trash out this your half-baked theories that you push around. Okay? I'm ready for that challenge.
Can you answer just one question for now?
No, not now. Let him speak, please.
I just wanted to answer if
no,
democracy is haram in his
religion. Go ahead, Master.
All right. So, having said that, I'm also going to tell you, Mr. Rudolph, okay? I need to speak for 20 good minutes like you allow Pansat spoke. Yes.
Go ahead.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. So, well, I came on to plead with you, Mr. Rudolph. I am in Nigeria, and unfortunately, Mr. Righteous Man has gone. But there are present what they call clear and present danger, or I would say clear present problems. One of them is hyperinflation. Like I was saying before the network went bad, rice at some point we were saying was 52, and it was a big debate for us at the late night session. Forefathers, I'm sure, will remember that discussion. But today rice is 62,000. Fuel at some point was about 430. Today it's almost 630 per liter. Everything is going up by the day. I have some sort of understanding of where some of these problems are coming from because there is what is called waste and means. And the long and short of it is a situation where a country prints money to solve its financial problems. Okay, I think that's part of it. But what I'm asking you, Mr. Rudolph, is to couch some of these sessions to discuss some of these clear and present issues. Yes, Nigeria as a whole is a big problem, but we that are here sitting down here, we need people to put heads together to see how we can discuss some of these issues. I'm sure even the government of the day wants to solve this problem, but the reality is that I don't think there's anybody that knows how to solve this problem. So I think it's important that we begin to have some of these issues as
Can you guys hear him?
Yeah, no, his mic is gone.
I can. I can hear him.
No, you can't hear him. What kind of this thing are you using?
Well, you're gonna
Just
tell me
making it
what I
up.
can hear.
No, you can't. I can tell you what. Whatever you're hearing, you are back in 10 seconds or 20 seconds ago.
Rudolph, please, 1 second, please.
No.
Just 1 second. Now, you saw all of them pile on me. They talked about me. Let me
No,
just
no,
say
not
something.
yet,
1
not yet,
minute.
not yet, not yet.
I'm saying just 1 minute.
No, not yet, Pansat.
Oh,
All right.
just because they say you're letting me talk, now you're not gonna let me
you're
talk.
back now.
I'll let you talk, but wait.
I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
Oh, he's back? Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, forefathers. You are a good man. God will bless you.
Oh, now I'm a good man. Okay.
All right, so I think, yeah, we have our differences, but you're a good man, forefathers. We always say, even your intervention after the lady spoke, I like it. It's a bit high level. It's good. So I'm pleading with Mr. Rudolph, please, let's have a session where we can discuss inflation as it is in Nigeria. Let's look at data. Let's look at scenarios. Let's look at possible solution. No solution is stupid because right now there's no solution at all. So please, I need a session on inflation and probably a session on exchange rate at some point.
And they are connected. All right.
Okay. So
are you done? Oh.
So that's one. No, I'm not. I say I'll talk for 20 minutes. I have lots of things to discuss. So you guys should chill.
Rudolph, you cheated on Rudolph. I'm the whipping baby in the house today. Anytime I want to talk, you just ring your bell. I will yield the floor.
If you want to talk, yeah,
continue.
You talk. You can talk on your time. But we have me and you. We have 20 minutes. You can take 10 minutes and talk. I will do the
exactly. Thank you, my brother. At least both of us are in Nigeria. Thank you.
Yes.
Rudolph, I want to respond to Jegun and Masker, please. Jegun, do you?
Sorry, Pansat. Why are you telling me to go to hell? I said to you that this is not about you. I'm targeting my
anger,
my opinion towards towards the damages, not to you, because in your position maybe I'll do the same. You understand? But what you're telling me to go to hell? Why? Can you?
Okay, let me say.
One of you guys fitting into this. I don't want Pansat to speak. Don't talk about Pansat. Let me hear from Master. After him, we go to CJ. I'll come back and address this. I don't know why. When you talk to him, then he wants to talk. And then you.
But he already talked to me. Well, he already talked to me.
I know you will talk, but not now. Let me hear Master finish up, please.
Okay, so let me just put myself. Let me peg myself. So there are two more issues I will discuss. The next one I want to talk about is I've been listening to the platform for a while now, and the bulk of the discussions mostly have been emotional. And then sometimes comparable analysis and stuff. But I think the platform, I'm pleading also that the platform should begin to progress into scenario building. Let's begin to look at probably what are the root causes, what are the possible solutions. In terms of what is the scenario, I mean, I hear Pansa talking about waiting for Peter Obi to speak. What I can say categorically, I haven't looked at Peter Obi over a while. I know that Peter Obi will never tell Nigerians to go on the street if any other person is waiting for that. So that's one scenario. If anybody is painting a scenario where probably the opposition party will say, go to the street. I'm already putting together a scenario. I don't think it's part of the scenario. One of the scenario I'm seeing, and I think we can begin to have that discussion, is what are the possible other alternatives? Let's begin to build scenarios, not to just continue to talk in the air. Let's begin to build what is the possible scenario. What do we see happen? What do we envisage happen? Probably what do we want happen? And this is the kind of discussion I want to begin to hear on the platform, because consistently
could you yield me some of your time, Jegun? Could you yield me a couple of minutes?
No, I'm not lying. Where do you think I come from, Mr. Pansa? Do I look like a goat to you? Give you my time so that you harass me. Go and sit down. All right. So I think I'm thinking that, look, this should be a natural progression of the discussions. Let's not continue to harp on complaints only. We know Nigeria is bad. We know the leaders are bad. And I like the the quandary Mr. Pansat put forward, the egg or the chicken. And I think he's right. We cannot sit down and begin to do that quandary. We need to begin to, if it is the egg, we need to even break the egg ourselves.
All right. Thank you, Maska. Sister speaking. Can you guys hear him?
No, we can't. Though he was still speaking.
CJ.
All right. Thank you, Maska. Before CJ, okay. Let me just say this. Maska, are you willing to debate Pansat on Saturday next week? Okay, we can't hear him. Okay, we'll get back to that.
Speculate.
Okay, what? No, sorry, Mr. Rudolph. What I think we can do, okay, so that it will be enlightened discussion. I think me and Pansat need to have a discussion offline. Let's understand and agree as gentlemen what kind of discussions we are going to have, what is the terms of reference, so that we won't just come here and just be talking a lot of nothing. I think if you can put me through, connect me, you have my number, you can connect me to.
All right.
Audio is gone again.
Your audio is gone, Maska. Yeah.
We understand him. I think he's right.
All right. So I'll reach out to two of you if you guys want to have that conversation. We can do that. CJ, go ahead.
Okay. So I agree with what's his name, Mascot. I think Nigerians have been looking at this issue from the emotional angle. The question we should ask ourselves first of all is: did any one of us expect anybody other than Tinubu to be the president of Nigeria right from the inception of their primaries and every other thing? No. The answer is no. Let's be truthful. The answer is no. We all knew President Tinubu was going to win that election, no matter what. We all know that election does not happen in Nigeria. We all know. Now, what do we do to make sure that we have the country we crave for? That's the next question we should ask. One thing I tell everyone to ask yourself here is, if given the opportunity to go back to Nigeria to replicate all the good things we've been speaking about here, how many of you will be able to do that? The answer is, if you don't have the right institution to checkmate you, you're going to do the wrong thing. You're going to be like them. There's a lot of diaspora Nigerians who have gone to Nigeria and messed up too. So how do you, I don't know the reason why we want to build a country out of nothing. You want to build a nation out of nothing. Like, it's impossible. How do you think Peter Obi, do you think Peter Obi would have changed Nigeria? The answer is no. No, he wouldn't. You need institutions to checkmate people. Humans are naturally greedy. Humans are naturally bad. But humans do the right thing when people are there watching them, when there are things that checkmate them. So you don't expect, okay, now, look at, we have Labour Party members, even people who once rode Okada, who couldn't afford to buy a bag of rice, who are now in Senate, but they are the ones receiving prayer requests. How many of them have come out to say, no, I don't need the prayer request? Nigerians need that prayer request. How many of them have come out to say, no, protest against buying cars? Why? Because you don't have institutions to checkmate them. So the question now we should ask ourselves is, how do we build a nation? You only build a nation through institutions. How do we make those institutions? We should provide the funds to fund genuine civil societies that would be able to push for these laws to build independent institutions to checkmate the government. Other than that, Nigeria will still remain Nigeria. Tinubu will stay there for 8 years, so nothing will happen. Another person will come, the same thing. The same thing over and over again. We keep speaking, Supreme Court, this, man, Nigeria is done if we don't build institutions to checkmate people and to change the mindsets of people. That's it. Forget about emotions. Forget about who you support. If you decide to break out of Nigeria today, what do you expect? You think the thieves who are in your ethnicity, who are in present Nigeria, won't come over there and do the same thing? They're still going to do the same thing. Institutions is what make nations. That's it. You can't get nothing. You can't build nothing on something or nothing. That's a fact.
All right. Thank you, CJ. Let me give Chim just 2 minutes, and I'll decide what to do with Pansat. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so I want to agree with what CJ just said, but where I have a problem with some of this when we shout institutions, you know, and please, I mean no ill. Isimiri, ceasefire. I accept your apologies. I apologize also if I missed the point. Yes, at some point our emotions did boil up, and I admit that. Now, the first time I spoke here, I said nations build. Good nations or nations that succeed build institutions. And somebody has said it, and lots of people have been saying it. But you see, when we keep saying this, the judiciary is an institution. The Constitution is an institution. The Constitution is an institution. It's actually the base institution on which every successive society builds on. Our judiciary was supposed to interpret that Constitution and force that institution called the Constitution, and they didn't do it. Honest truth. Anybody can say whatever they want to say. They didn't do that. And so if our constitution is faulty, I'm not even talking about, you know, the arguments people keep coming here to say that, oh, we need to change it. I'm not saying change the constitution. I'm even saying this constitution that we all complain about, we had an opportunity to interpret it properly, and the institution responsible for enforcing and giving this constitution a bite that it required failed in its principle. So what other institution are we expecting to build? Because you see, everything about the society is checks and balance. Everything is like a chain. If one side is failing, there's somebody who holds you accountable. That person is their role. And that was what the judiciary, that was why everybody was saying all eyes on the judiciary. For those who understood the original concept of all eyes on them, it wasn't as if anybody was abusing them or trying to make a mockery of them. People were saying, okay, it has fallen on you now. Will you do the right thing? And we all know they failed. We can come here and gloss over it. In the heart of our hearts, we know that the judiciary did not do its job. So
but your institutions are not independent. The judiciary
that's
is
what
not
I'm saying.
independent.
That's what
It's
I'm saying. I'm
impossible
saying
for it to work.
That CJ, if you heard me right, I said everything is like a chain. When one is failing, there is something that supports it and tries to get it back on track. It's systems. The systems, when a part of the system is failing, something else somewhere loops it up to get it back into process. And when it comes to elections and what politicians do, the judiciary is supposed to be the arbiter that comes in and correct whatever mistakes people are making. And this judiciary did not do it. So I don't know how we're going to build that institution we keep hoping we're going to build. If one part that is supposed to help us do that has failed in its functions. So for me personally, this is my view. And I love what Masker said. Let's not come here and blow hot air. I agree. Let's look for solutions. Let's discuss issues and all those. But you know what? The problem I have with our system is this. You see, I remember a few weeks ago when we came here and we're talking about the American speakership. And I said, America will be fine. They will deal with their issue. They have it didn't take them too long. They've replaced the speaker. Someone has come on board and he's doing his job. And when it gets to the time for them to do the next thing, you will see them, they will move on and do the right thing. So if we are going to build that institution and our judiciary is already not doing its job, it's supposed to be that body is supposed to be something that is immune to an extent. I know we're human beings. You might have your areas of support. If you're a judge's vote, I agree, they vote. They may not come out to say who, but they vote. But at least when it comes to basic truths, a basic truth was staring us Nigerians in the face. Nobody can deny that. And all of a sudden, a judgment was passed a few days just to quickly, preempt whatever will come out. Suppose, let's assuming the FBI does its job and brings out whatever. Just to preempt that thing, they quickly passed it. They fast-forwarded the judgment to give somebody, a landing, a landing pad or whatever it is you call it. So my point, what I'm trying to say, this is my rambling, is that I don't see how we're going to build these institutions we keep hoping on if a particular one, especially the judiciary that is supposed to be seemingly above board, is failing. Look, my personal belief is that if we have a good president, I know one man can do it. I'm not talking about Peter B. This has nothing to do with Peter Obi. Personally, I don't even want Peter Obi to have run. There was a place where I was, and I told them, I said, I don't want this guy to run. It doesn't matter. Let's even assume that Tinubu didn't have all the baggages that we're talking about today, and he won the election free and fair. Nobody will be talking about this. I will not. I will be the least person coming here to come and castigate him. I'm saying he has broken our laws. We know this. All those supporting him, they know it in their heart. So what institution exactly are we going to build again when the basic ground norm was desecrated? Please, guys, I mean, spare me these build institutions. The basic one, the constitution, was desecrated. What grammar are we speaking? That's the biggest.
So are you saying you can push for laws to make the judiciary?
Who's going to make the law? Which law? Who's making this law? Who's making this law?
Have you pushed for it? This
okay,
effort
so
we use.
This my last comment, and I yield the floor. We have a National Assembly. So I've heard somebody say, impeach him. I don't understand how you're going to impeach somebody who literally holds the thread. No, you're not independent. The National Assembly is not independent, so they can't even do a good job. You and I know this. Well, unless we're trying to delude ourselves. My views have always been this. It might not be perfect, but I've always believed that if we have a good leader that has some measure of, hold on, please, some measure of sincerity, and he comes in and begins to live by some measure of example, it will rub off on the other parts of the government. Why we are where we are today is that we don't have a National Assembly that wants to do its job. We don't have a good president that wants to stand above board, at least make Nigeria say, you know what, I'm on your side. Look at, I want to run, I know that Nigeria is having hyperinflation. I want to run a lean government. I'm going to cut the cost of governance, starting from my office. This is my right, but I will cut it. You know what? Let me woo you. At that point, others begin to see a mirror. He begins to become a kind of like a conscience on anybody who wants to do
institutions are both formal and informal.
But we're talking about the legal ones for now. I'm not talking about the informal ones. Let's talk with the legal ones.
If you
you can't decide which one you want to talk and what you don't want to talk. You have to talk to both of them, the formal and the informal.
If we decide to move, you see the efforts and the interest we have in the presidential election. If we concentrate that effort and interest in our House of Rep and Senate elections, things would have changed. That's a fact. Forget about presidency. You should be looking at.
And it is not only the formal institutions that we should look at. There is the informal institutions. At the rate Mr. Rudolph is going, he will soon be an institution himself.
Like the civil societies, all the stuff. Those things matter.
And his institution can only succeed because it is founded in a society where there is free speech, where he can do what he's trying to do.
Who make those
but the good news is that from that society, he can move into that bad society you can talk about. I'm talking from that bad society, thanks to whatever it is, technology or whatever you call it.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Me and Rudolph cannot now be mutually exclusive. The two of us can work together.
Let me just a few things, and then I'll call it a day. But first of all, let me say to you, Jagun, I feel if you feel that I haven't been fair, I'm sorry, especially for you and everybody else who are feeling that way. There's a secret to some of the things we do here. Like when Omoye came on, she spoke for a long time. I hope you noticed that. I don't think we can, even though we have a guideline for the moderators, sometimes they have to make some judgment calls. One of the things we do here, everybody is important. Ovie is important. Everybody, forefathers. I take everybody as very important. But there's some other things behind the. I don't want to be a long editorial, but there are some things we want to encourage. I want to encourage, for me, if I'm moderating, I want to encourage diverse opinion. It's very important to me. I don't want to hear from the same people. I mean, I want to hear from you, but not the same thing. We repeat the same thing. Anybody that we encourage debate, we want to hear that. Anybody that has, I do give special attention to people who have platforms like Omoye who are talking to other people. When you are talking to other people, you are having this conversation. There's a wealth of knowledge that you have that I think is important. And when I'm hearing from you, I'm not just hearing from you. I know I'm hearing from what other things you heard from other people. So that's important. It's just like bringing a guest to us here. The guest will tell us certain things. The politician will tell me things I don't know. I've not been in the field. I'm not a politician. So there are certain things like that we do. We put that into consideration to make this an interesting conversation. But again, there are other things that I will say it here. I don't have to say it, but I want to say it because I want to make sure that people understand why things are the way they are. There are some people who I think we need to get them out here, make them even a guest, because I want to know why they think the way they think. And I think you want to know, especially people who may not, maybe they annoy you by the way they talk. And I think by engaging these people, we want to, maybe we can understand them. Maybe they will understand us. Maybe they will change their position. That's why I want to have Pansat and Master debate. I really want to have, because this idea he has about Sunni Muslims, I want to see this debate. I want people to challenge it. Okay? So these are some of the things behind the scene. It's not that anybody is treated, that nobody is appreciated, or there are some people who we favor. But behind the scene, this is a production. You may not think this is a production. This is a production. I wake up at 4 a.m. trying to prepare for this show. There are certain things we have, because it's a production. Otherwise, it will go in a different way. So there are certain aspects of it that I don't have to reveal everything. We don't have the time. That's not the show we're producing. But I don't want you to feel that way, that there is any special. We've been able to get, even though he's here and I'm talking about it, I think we've been able to make progress with Pansat understanding what we're trying to do and we understanding him. And I think we need to do more. It's not just about Pansat. It's not one person. But there are people, like one man. Let me use that as an example. I want one man to come here, and even though he upsets some people by the way he talks, but I want to hear from him. I want to hear from Kulata. Okay, I want to hear from people, not to shut them down. I don't think we achieve anything, but it's not that we're giving them.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Rudolph?
Go ahead, Master. Go ahead.
I have listened to Pansat severally. I mean, today, is there any new thing that Pansat has said today that he hasn't said before? No, let's be honest. Let's be fair. Is there a new thing that Pansat has said today that he has not said before on this platform?
But you know what came out today that I like? The fact that you felt that I should challenge him. And I'm in support of that.
No. We've had, maybe forefathers can tell you. I had a small debate with Pansat. He's here, he's alive. Forefathers is there.
I didn't know.
It's not a new thing. I was the one who volunteered. He threw that. I wasn't on the platform when he threw that challenge. I was at the back end. I was only watching through YouTube. But I really, and
so we want to give two of you a platform to debate that, and we will learn. And I really want someone to debate him. Okay.
Could I talk for myself? I'm right here, right?
I know you can. I know you can.
Let me speak.
Before you speak, Pansat, I'll just round up. So, Jagan, I hope you understand what I'm saying. It may not be convincing to you, but I'm just saying this is
Thank you for speaking to me directly about and trying to answer my question. But you see, I've got nothing against what you're saying. I'm a production man. I'm a media man myself, so I understand what goes on in the background. It's clear on me. What is particular is that if we're having rules and we are saying 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is, and we allow somebody to go way over that time, I have an issue. So what you've said doesn't necessarily answer that question, because I like when the conversation flows without timing, because people have things to say and a point to make, and I'm here to listen to these things. I don't want anybody's point to be shown because of time. However, when there is time, for the practical reasons that the production house would exclaim, when there is a timing factor and you're allowing someone to go way over that, obviously there's an issue. I'm afraid you didn't answer to that, and this is my issue. So let's leave it there.
And to add to that, please, I want to come here and be civil. I want to come here, and if it's 2 minutes, I speak within my 2 minutes. And even when I have a lot to say, and as a moderator, whether it's you or forefathers or whoever, and you ring that bell, I want to respect it. That I'm respecting it doesn't mean
That's right.
I cannot be an agboro. That's why I keep using that joke. Wrong with it. I know what I'm trying. I'm passing a message because I see there are people who come here when they speak endlessly. They interject. You see, when I want to interject, I raise my hand. It's not because I'm so much of a gentleman.
Yeah.
Nobody has the monopoly of anything terrible as a behavior. We can all do that because some people choose to be respectful, and that's why, like I said, our political system back home is the way it is. Someone is trying to be, nice. We think he's not we think he's weak. No, it's just because he wants to be civil. But if you want us to play the punch and agboro, trust me, guys, I can fold my fingers, fold my shirt, and do it like anybody.
Just to be fair, just to be fair, let me just say what I just observed just now. There's a little bit of dissonance, if you want to call it, in some of the stuff that has just been said. Because first, this in Dr. Damages or Rudolph said that there are sometimes judgment calls made by moderators, which is true. If they put you here, you have that too. And there is also the aspect that even Jagun said he would like people to speak freely, that they don't like people being timed. If you don't like people being timed and somebody makes a judgment call and you're against that, you see there is a little bit of contradiction there. You can't eat our cake and have it. Sometimes there is always a middle ground, and allow somebody that is in charge in the end to do their job.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is, as the moderator, when you want to make that call, I'm not in your mind. I'm not a mind reader. You can say, you know what, guys, I'm going to give Jago an extra 20 minutes. He's saying something that I feel would need to hear. At that point, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It doesn't also mean that if I only have 2 seconds to speak, I have to speak for 20 minutes. I will speak for 20 seconds. But what I have a problem with is when certain people just go on tangent, unhinged, and especially when we need to maybe mute them. You guys have the power. Go ahead and mute it. So if you notice today when you were muting me, I resisted. I kept unmuting myself because I felt, and it's similar. I have a recommendation. When Omoye was speaking and Isimili was speaking above, nobody muted her. I was here. I saw it.
No more, righteous man. No more. Just we hear you, man.
But guys, I respect your authorities. I am not here to undermine you.
Dr. Damages.
If you don't mind.
All right.
Damages, I have a recommendation. You don't mind.
Righteous man, go ahead.
He has muted himself.
All right.
You have muted me now because I'm calling from Nigeria. You see, Dr. Damages. Hold on, Dr. Damages. You see, I respectfully want to talk to you outside this platform today. I will call you. You see, I'm of age. I'm not a kid. I'm above 50s. I'm a grandfather. So there are some certain things I've noticed that I don't like. But I wouldn't want to say it as an elder. I wouldn't want to say it in this platform. But I think Jago had made a very good recommendation, and Chim, that we all should abide. And it will make this place a very progressive platform. Please, I am begging you.
So what is the recommendation precisely? Let's get it precisely. What is the recommendation?
If it is 2 minutes, if no matter whatever the person is saying, no matter the presentation of that person, is binding on all of us that is 2 minutes. Once it's that 2 minutes, you ring the bell. If the person failed to stop, like when you rang the bell, I yielded to the floor immediately.
Yeah, but Jagun said he would like people to speak freely. Didn't you say that?
I said it, but you're not.
No, he said in a situation where there is no law, he would have wanted. But since there is a law that restricts every one of us to 2 or 3 minutes, that law should be binding on everybody.
I don't know what.
Maybe I missed that part.
Yeah, you must have, because I don't know the difficulty. I said it clearly that my only issue was timing. When we're under timing, let's stick to the time.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you. Let me just.
I'm clear now.
Okay, hold on. Let me just point out that nobody followed the my bell. Most people went over by a lot. Almost everybody. But it's okay. Okay, go ahead.
I think we like to address issue from the fruits, instead of going down to the roots. why is it that most of us they overtake time or with a cultural section, other than the privileges that Rudolph is giving? Most of the time, we attack personality just because we don't like that point. And we find that easy because we don't have a counterpoint. So we go after that person, and that person will respond. My recommendation is that if forefather says something, for instance, if forefather make a point, for instance, and I don't like it, I'll wait till my turn to address that point. I should make sure to avoid addressing to Nigeria, because if I address to Nigeria, there's tendency we are going to continue. And if I now use that my time to address his own point, that is my own pay. That is the price I'm paying for it, right? Because I have the choice to ignore his point and make my own point. But I decide to want to respond to his point, but then I'm still looking for another privilege to also make my point at the same time. I will end up exceeding my time. If it's 2 minutes, let me use that 2 minutes to address Nigeria and leave it and forget my point. Or I will have a choice to say, okay, I'll use that 2 minutes, forget to Nigeria, and make my own point instead. So if we start taking on issue point by point rather than personality and trying to export another, then that's where that route will become. If we can expect that, if you make your point, I don't agree with it, I wait for my turn to address it rather than addressing you. Now, if I use your time to address that point, that is the price I'm paying instead of making my own point. You have to forgo one for each, or you shorten your responding to the point and shorten your own point. But rather than I want to have the privilege to address his own point now, then I say, hey, this is my point. And if they stop, you say, oh, you did not make your point. Of course, you spend your time addressing him or that point.
Okay, thank you.
That's my observation.
So we end this so that we can continue with the show. But let me just say this in conclusion. Ovie was touching on a very important thing. So sometimes someone is speaking, or someone finished speaking, and you want to talk about what the person said. It's okay. I'm okay with that, you know. But then what it means is that sometimes when you finish and you say certain things about that person, the person wants to continue or respond to you. And it goes back and forth. I don't really like that because I'm interested in hearing everybody. But at the end, like now, if I had allowed Pansai to speak or certain people to speak now, that what will happen is that you say something and he wants to respond and he continues to, it continues the number of hours or minutes and time he's speaking, we keep adding up. But let's see what works. I'm happy for the feedback. I'm always welcoming feedback from people, you know, because if we don't get it, we know we're not getting right. So that's very important. So that's why I want to hear from Jagon and I know, and I do get calls from people. A lot of people call me and send me messages outside of this after every show, even when I'm not here. So I get feedbacks from people and we try to adjust. It's difficult. It's not easy. You know, I can tell you that it's not easy to please everyone. It's not easy to do productions that, but you guys make it work and there will be other issues and we deal with them. So thank you. And thank you everybody for your feedback and for your contribution. No, let me now hear Pansat. Just 2 minutes, Pansat.
That's not fair. That would not be fair. Everybody's talked about me and I was patient. I have to respond to every single person who had an issue because that's the only way we're going to do this. Don't be intimidated. It is your platform. You're not just a host. This is your station.
No.
Nobody should. Rudolph, please let me be hard. Please.
Say something I want to
You're
make
interrupting me.
No, I'm not interrupting. I want to make sure that it's clear to you. This is our platform. I can't do this alone. If I stand here, I don't want to do a show where I stand and talk. That's not what I'm doing. It's you. It's the people that make this platform. It's not mine. There's something I'm doing here other than to moderate. I have my own show. I have my own show, and I go there and say whatever I want to say.
I understand, but you're being magnanimous, and that's fine. That's not my issue.
I just want to make sure you understand that.
I understand. It is your show, and you're doing quite well. Yeah, you're democratic. You want to get inputs. But let me say something before we get distracted while we're here. I'm not here so I could be talking with the guys, right? Some people come here, they want to have fun, and that's okay. When you're gone, this Jegun, Maska, forefathers, they stay here for hours, sometimes 10 hours, dealing with all kinds of topics. So when you have issues such as the reverse prodigal son, right? When some of us come in and you say, oh, you were gone. My son of mine was gone for a long time. He's back here. you have those in the house, like Master say, give me the inheritance because I've been here all the time with you, right? That's what's going on with Maska. He's in the case of Jegun, he's new. I don't even think this guy's been here 2 months, but he wants to take over.
6 months,
right? 6 months. Some of us
Yeah.
been here years, right?
Well,
We have seniority on this platform.
Nah, man.
Now, hold up, please don't interrupt me.
I will interrupt you. I will interrupt if you talk rubbish, bro.
This is my observation, and you like to, when you're talking to me, use the word rubbish. It's like water off the back of a dog. You can insult me if
see
you
the
want,
words that
right?
you've used. See the words that you've used.
Please, you said you don't like people being interrupted. You want to let it free flow. Let me talk. Keep your mouth shut while I'm talking. It's my turn. I waited for my turn. All right, so Rudolph, you can intimidate Rudolph.
Pansat, I had to mute you.
Why? I'm not coming to your show again. Don't do that again. Don't do that again. I'm very strict about
No,
that.
it's okay. This is not the first time you said you won't come again.
Yeah, but it's not when they criticize you that you want to show, you want to go overboard to show.
And we wonder why
talk.
we have the kind of country we have.
No, let me talk.
We wonder why we have the president we have.
The point is this: I want to make sure you know this. You don't say shut up. And we said that. We read the rules.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I meant keep quiet. Right? I wanted to keep his lips together. Right? How do you say shut up in a polite way? So, Maska, let me tell you, I don't mind debating you even when Rudolph is gone. Let's do it with forefathers, right? But here's what I want to tell you. I'm not just here to talk and debate. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I want you to be honest because you come here, people from the north, northern Muslims, you think we're stupid and you want to be deceitful, right? That's what the genesis of the debate that you're talking about, which I accept under any terms. I said that to Sunni Muslims, democracy is haram. Now, you could make the argument and say, okay, there was a beginning and it was chaotic from the traditions. You had central authority figures, oligarchic, right? And then there's been progress. You understand? So there was a beginning and then there's an evolution. But one thing I don't want you to do when you come here and we want to be polite, you see how we're trying to democratically hash it out. Islamists are anti-democratic. So now, if you take it all the way to fundamental Islam, that is for sure anti-democratic. I know you're not going to debate that. I don't want to have that kind of silly debate with you. Do you know what the Shura is? That's my first question to you. No, hold on.
We're having the
Let me
debate.
ask him a question.
No, we're not having the debate now. Answer. That's
no, it's not a debate. I'm trying to forge.
You are going too long now.
He wants to formulate the debate.
Answer. That's why. No, we do that off air. I'll talk to two of you, and then we come up with guidelines. We'll have the debate, but not now.
Okay. So let me just then conclude by saying I have no tolerance for any scheming, unscrupulous, deceiving, untruthful person. Our country is in trouble. This is not academic. In an academic debate, I'm going to wipe the floor with you. That's not what I want to do. What I want to do is to discuss the problem we have in the country. I've identified it. I believe that the only problem we have, Sunni Islam, is not the tenets of the religion, right? It's not the tenets. So everything is under that. We have to talk about it respectfully. We can debate about that. But you're going to have to come here and you're going to say why I'm wrong.
All right.
Because we observe it right now.
Rudolph,
if you look at our country, let me land, please.
Yeah.
So to say that a guy like
the guy is eating the time again like a caterpillar that just keep chewing the leaves off a tree. Come on, man.
We're having a debate on Saturday.
No problem. But be ready. I'm gonna come back with forefathers. I want you and I to let's have a mini debate before the debate because we don't have time to wait.
All right.
We're going to have to resolve the problem in that country. And if you think what we have in that country is going to keep going on, you got something else coming.
Can we stop this guy? Passat has a way of smuggling his way through every this debate.
Thank you so much.
Jargon is going to moderate it.
I'll give it to him tomorrow. So one last thing. Alaba, 1 minute or two. Then I hear Ike, and then I have to go.
No, I can't have 1 minute. So
Okay,
I have
hold on. You can talk later on. Let me hear Ike, and then you can talk later on when I'm gone. Go ahead. Because I have to go in a minute. Yeah. So
thank you for remembering me at last, finally.
Even though, within Nigeria.
Why is everybody complaining? Jesus Christ.
This is our government right here.
Jesus.
Okay. Don't worry. Let me be civil, like Chim said. Listen. First of all, I didn't follow from the morning, but I want to come in because I already understood what we are talking about. This is my own personal opinion. If there is any Nigerian, whether you're in this platform or anywhere, who is listening to this program, anywhere in the world, and you are against what Omoyo said here today, for me personally, I'm speaking you can go and hit electric transformer. It doesn't matter. If there is any Nigerian anywhere in the world who felt offended with what Omoye said here today, or who has any reason to defend what Omoye said here today, listen, my brothers and my sister, you can go and jump into the River Niger. I don't care not, because I am 1000% behind what Omoye said here today. And listen, so that is my point. I wish she's still here, but I know where I'm going to get her to tell her thank you for her contribution today.
Can I ask you something?
Don't ask me a question.
Of course, you don't want to hear questions.
No, don't ask me a question. Let me just finish. Because you're a moderator, but most of the time you speak more than the people that are talking. So just allow me to
come on, don't do that, man. Just because you disagree with me doesn't mean I speak more than everybody. I just wanted to ask a question.
You are just proving him right. You are just proving him right.
How am I proving it right? By speaking too much? I'm allowed to reply. Come on, stop it.
Thank you, everybody.
That is not a fact. What is he talking about?
I'm still speaking.
Is it my turn now?
Not about replying back.
No. You are still speaking.
As you're leaving.
No, you have to take the whole session into account.
You are still talking.
Makes sense.
Because that one will not let someone talk.
All our politics, you need to stop it. You have to start to make sense.
Allow me to speak now, please, Rodolphe.
No, I want to hear from Sure. Go ahead.
Why do you? But I've not finished. I've been trying to.
I thought you were done.
I'm not done.
We are who we are. We are our leaders.
Let's not try. Don't gaslight us now. Don't try to gaslight. No, you just define gaslight here. You want to start gaslighting us now. Please, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So as I said, if we are talking about institution, my brother CJ was talking about building institution. My brother Chim, God bless you. You almost spoke my mind, because the institution we have already built in Nigeria is what has kept us where we are today. Those institutions from the beginning was built for the betterment of Nigeria, but the few Nigerians have decided to take over the institution and use it for themselves, and that is where we are today. So when you're talking about the institution we have to build, this one that we saw, the institution of the judiciary, I don't know which kind of institution we are going to build anymore. If anybody didn't see what the judiciary has done to Nigeria today. So if you're talking about building institutions, this is, for me, on the day of the judgment, is the beginning of the resistance in Nigeria. This is the beginning of the new Nigeria we are talking about. Nobody's giving up anything. Nobody's talking about healing. Nobody should tell me about healing about in Nigeria. This is the beginning of the struggle. This is just the beginning. I am waiting patiently for Mr. Obi to speak to the world. That's my point. That's where I'm standing. But if anybody is telling you it's less time to heal on what? On illegitimacy? To heal on corruption? To heal on deceit? To heal on trampling upon the right of Nigerians who took the risk they took risk to go out and elect somebody and cast their vote and somebody decided to steal that vote. And you're telling me right now that is it time to heal or time to listen? This is the beginning of the struggle. The new Nigeria we are talking about, this is the beginning. This is where you have to fight. You have to persevere to the end. So what I'm trying to say is, I am waiting for Mr. P2B to speak. He has not spoken. He will speak. When he speaks, then people like me will hear the direction where he's going. But what I am standing with Omoye, anybody who said that we should heal and move on, anybody who said that Nigeria is good for him right now, may Nigeria happen to you, or what is happening right now in Nigeria happen to you. The man who just retired from the judge, 47 years he was there. He was part of the criminality in Nigerian judiciary. But he's coming out tomorrow yesterday to make us to believe him that he's now is a sect. He's telling us the corruption in the Supreme Court and whatever, the Chief Justice and whatever. He has been there for 47 years. When he talked about the ruling of Hope Uzodinma and the former president of the Senate and Ababio, what did he do after those rulings? What was his own opinion? What was his position? Hope Uzodinma is staying 4 years in Imo State as the governor of Imo State. What did he do? 47 years in the bench. And now you come yesterday and you tell us, you're telling us the corruption that is in the judiciary. You're telling us now that why is it that there's nobody from the southeast that is member of the bench? You're telling us now, but you have been there for 47 years. Nigerians has grown too big to be deceived by simple statements. Nigeria has moved beyond these old criminals. These are the people that are the problem of Nigeria. They are the architect of Nigerian problem, because these are the people who want to rule. Their children will rule, their grandchildren will rule, their great-grandchildren will rule, their family and friends will continue to rule Nigeria. So I don't care what he says. He was there for 47 years. He was there when these people who make this judgment was constituted. What did he say before these people went to the final judgment? What was his own opinion? You cannot deceive Nigerians. We have moved above being deceived. Nigerians have decided that Nigeria must be a better country. It doesn't matter what he said or what Amechi said or what any other person is saying. They are talking to themselves. They are talking to their family and their friends, among them that are sharing the national wealth. But as for new Nigeria, as for the struggle, as for a better Nigeria, it is just the beginning. Because this is what we wanted. We wanted to hear the last word from the Supreme Court. Then the Nigerians will decide what they want for themselves. So I am waiting for my principal, Mr. P2B, to speak. When he speaks, then we move on from there. God bless you.
Mr.
Right.
May your days be long.
Let me just say one thing.
May your days be long. May you live long. The simple truth, they are talking to themselves. They are talking to themselves.
Yes. Let me say something before show. Hold on now.
The thing of the ice is empty. The freezer is empty. No ice.
Okay.
Lisa Payama handed the ice. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Tell Lisa. Okay.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Ike. Let me say that most likely P2B we scheduled him to be on the show on tomorrow. Yeah, that's on Sunday. But certain things happened, and he's now coming tomorrow. I've announced it to people who are within my WhatsApp group. But he's promised that he will come and he will make our platform the first place he will make his statements. So wow. I'm thinking that will happen next week. So we'll let you know. I'm willing to have a show during the week if he's going to.
I won't go to church on that day.
No, he's coming. I'm 100% sure he's coming. So, and hopefully to be at the first place he will speak before he said he will do that. So I just wanted to let guys know about that. I will now hand it show. I want to hear you. What do you think about all these things that happened today?
Good evening, Rudolph, or let me say Dr. Rudolph, as many people say. You need to start telling these people you're not Dr. Rudolph.
No, I've said it. I've said it, but I'm working on it now.
Maybe they need to watch the interview we had, the first 10 minutes where we discussed you as a person and I asked you personal questions. Because people will run with it and say, oh, it's a fake doctor. They call him Dr. Rudolph and they never corrected it.
But it's a fake doctor now. Is it not a fake doctor?
It's Dr. Damages and Mr. Rudolph.
And on the day we will ask for your certificate, we won't see one, and we have problems.
Sure, he's a fake doctor now. Why are you
talking now that you can go and print it, it doesn't matter. I can go and print it.
You can design it the way you like.
He's a fake doctor. Don't legitimize him. He's a fake doctor.
So, I mean, today it's been a very interesting show. I've watched from the beginning till this point. There are times I can just take myself out of it and there's nothing to say, so I won't just come on for the sake of coming on. I like to listen to people sometimes. And as expected, I was expecting a bit of fire, which we've seen today. People have, spoken out, lashed out, apologized to each other, made up and all of that. And that's one of the reasons why I just thought, let me just watch people today. It's not every time I have something to say or wish to say something. I always have something to say. I talk a lot, but nothing came as a surprise from the Supreme Court. For most of us, I wasn't expecting anything. Like I said, going to the FBI case as well, or the dossier, whatever they're releasing, I'm not expecting any smoking guns. I can manage my expectations, So Peter B will say what he would say. If people are expecting him to lead a riot, they should look, away. Peter B wouldn't lead anything like that. He's a politician, and he has a lot, at stake if Nigeria burns tomorrow. When there's a fight at a party, the rich people leave first. It's those who have nothing to lose that will stay and start breaking bottles. So Peter B is a billionaire. He wouldn't want Nigeria to go up in flames. So he would run again until he's tired or until he wins, one or the other. So nothing. There's not much to add. I only came because I know you're leaving soon. So I came to support forefathers, if I can sort of, keep an eye on the comment section and think I've timed out. I'm having fun with somebody. Said my head is big and I'm having fun. So I've timed him out. He's come back. I said, oh, go to the naughty corner. I said, oh, I've come back from the naughty corner. And he said, your head is big again or something like that. And I've timed him. I said, let's see who gets tired first. I have the power to time you out. I won't ban you, but I'll time you out until you are timed out and tired. So I'm having a bit of fun and banter in the comment section. Forefathers, you know how you do the late night show. You're a lot of buzz boosts.
Oh no, why are you not supporting Dr. Damage coming to support me? That kind of support, I don't know. Why are you not here when Dr. Damage is here?
I'm not going to be on the platform. I'm not going to be in the studio. I can see about 4 people at the background. Me, I have nothing to say. Righteous man has nothing to say. I can see him. The way he's looking, he wants to speak so bad. I can see Dexter is there at the background. Ismail is back. MVPC is there. So me, I would leave for them to come and speak. There's not much I want to say in terms of...
Explain what you mean by Ismail is back. I used to say she's coming back to make trouble. What do you mean by Ismail is back?
No, I mean she's back in the...
Don't worry. Don't listen to Via. You should know.
No. I saw Ismail's gesture almost like agreeing.
Ignore him. That's what you do.
No. I wasn't answering Ovie. It's because Ismail herself was... I can see her. She's almost agreeing with Ovie. Like, what does that mean?
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Like I said, tomorrow we are going to have Dr. Haruna. Haruna is coming back tomorrow.
Oh, Haruna Goro.
Yeah. You've known him. Yeah, he's coming back tomorrow. And then we have Tinubu supporter that will come in the morning before Haruna, Alex Kaba, journalist and publisher. So he's coming tomorrow. So any question? Yeah,
so have a lot of support.
Yeah, we should listen to him.
We'll welcome him. The way they welcome people like David Udeyin.
Yeah,
we'll welcome their man.
Yes,
I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah,
you can bet. I'll be in the comments.
Yeah, that guy is gonna be drawn and quartered.
All right, thank you. I will see you next week.
Take care, Rudolph.
All right.
Body is here. Body the lawyer. Plenty go.
Okay.
Let me go backstage and bring somebody in. I don't know who came first. Who should I bring?
It's my turn now.
Wait, now.
This meeting needs to be on.
That's can speak for 48 hours on this Nigeria matter. I'm just asking who should I bring on board first? Forefathers or Rudolph? Do you know who came first?
Oh, sure. This question you're asking, that's how that justice was asking, what should I do with this document?
I think Alaba should talk.
You didn't answer my question, but that's fine.
Yeah.
All
right, guys.
Okay, thank you, guys. All protocols duly observed. So I just wanted to take on a few issues based on what Masca said and CJ. Is Masca gone? Oh, he's still there. Yeah. First of all, I always hear all the time when people use the word, oh, people talking are just being emotional. People talking are just being, and Master was talking about the rice being 62,000 naira, and I'm thinking, Master, that's an emotional issue for you, man. I don't eat rice that much, but you understand. But my point is that emotional issues are the primary focus of every political issue. When George Floyd was killed and people marched, they were emotional. When America was segregated and blacks couldn't attend white school, they were emotional. You cannot keep using these emotional positions. Who is that talking at the background?
Sorry, I'm trying to find who that is.
Yeah, you can't keep using this emotional position as a pushback or as if the people being emotional are not making points. They are emotional because it hurts. They are in pain. They are reacting to pain. They are in grief. They are reacting to grief. They are responding to grief. So let's put this aside. I hear that a lot from the Agbadomians. So let's put that aside. So being emotional doesn't mean you're not rational. That's number one. Number two, when CJ spoke, he said the word, don't we all expect Tinubu to win? That's the problem with Nigeria, low expectation. Let me tell you my own story about this whole scenario. In January, I visited a friend here in Chicago. And he was talking, there's this big thing in Nigeria, this movement. I just waved him off. Nonsense. Nothing's going to change in Nigeria. I waved him. There's this movement. I'm telling you, I've been watching you too. There's this group called, there's Disobedience. I said, oh, Lenny, they're all thieves. And, I didn't know who. I just knew Atiku and Tinubu were thieves. So I have cut myself totally off from Nigerian event. But he keep insisting. So I called my friend Bashiru in London. I called Bashiru. Ayo is saying Nigeria there's something boiling up in Nigeria. There's something. I said, so what? Because Bashiru tends to go to Nigeria regularly, unlike me and Ayo, at least 2 or 3 times in a year, or 4 or 5 times. Bashiru will go to Nigeria. He's deeply involved in Nigerian politics. Bashiru gave me the response I needed to hear. Mama down low. Structure. That was his word. One, structure. Okay. So it's not going to amount to anything. Then came the election. I was all glued into it on YouTube and everything. And I was following all these things were coming out. And I called Bashiru that, it seems that they have rigged the election in Nigeria. He said, I won't only rig it. They can't rig it because this IREF thing they have is a checkmate thing, blah, blah, blah. Bashiru gave all the definition of the word. I said, well, intelligence report that I am digging up myself here shows that something is wrong in Nigeria. That was how I got all involved until the day I went into total depression when Agbado was sworn in. I couldn't believe that day. So that's how I've gotten involved in this thing. Not that I'm an obedient or I voted or anything. So I always thank these obedient people. So when TJ said nobody expected, that's part of our problem. We write off things. But this obedient movement, whoever they have shaken the establishment. And the establishment is afraid. They might not make it to the end point, but the establishment is afraid. And this is good. We need to build on it. They not only shake the establishment, they painted a picture that was invisible for most Nigerians to see how corrupt the system is. This is a good thing. Give them kudos for that. Praise them for that. This will move the nation forward. This takes us to the issue of institution. You understand? You were talking about we don't have institution. You're talking in literal sense without pragmatic response. We all know in Nigeria it's a dictatorship. Whoever controls the state controls the institution. So, like Maska also said, very intelligent people on this panel, and I love you all. Maska also said, you're focusing on one institution. There are two types of institution. There's the governmental institution and there's the non-governmental institution. The non-governmental ones are like the press, the civil societies, the NGOs. Let me give you an example. When they fought Brown versus Board of Education versus Brown in the USA to desegregate schools, it was the non-governmental institution that led the legal fight in that process to make Brown to desegregate schools in America. You would think Nigeria, organizations like the NBA will have a specific cause in their lifetime they will focus on and champion. You would think the Medical Association will have a mission they will focus on and champion. You would think the Nigerian Union of Journalists will have something related to their profession that they will focus on and fight on. No, but Nigeria is the feudal system. Baba Sokwe, whatever the one at the top says, let us go beg. Let us go beg. Whatever they give us, we'll take and we'll say yes, sir. That is why we have a Supreme Court that have 7 years, no objection, no legal arguments. That is why we have an Abati of Arise, always talking rubbish. No, well, Rufai is trying. That's why we have stations like the TVC. That was what the NTA used to be when we were growing up. Thanks for Frank Olizier, who will go into the local areas and show us the other parts of beautiful Nigeria.
Is this time? Thank you, Alaba. Thank you, Alaba.
Yeah, so institutions,
right to round
we
up.
have to build institutions to checkmate government. But Nigeria we are not building institutions because we are all complicit in the Nigerian crime. We are all complicit in the Nigerian crime. That's why Nigeria is a crime scene. So but this opportunity that the judges have already told us is a lawless state. We now have to start to demand a new Nigeria, a new state with laws and order. We have to demand it. We have to join hands. We have to have a diaspora media that will stand against the media at home. Maska was focused on solutions.
Thank you. I think you have gone well past the time. There are other people here. We have to consider
am I
people
making
now.
points, Mr.
Of course, you are making points, but there are people here that
my point more important than the time you want to cut me off.
No, because
this is what I'm saying.
Then
we
I
don't
will
allow
bring up.
ourselves
Hold on,
to make
Alaba. Other
solutions
people need to
that
talk.
helps. I know other
You
people
are still
will
here.
talk,
Other people, you
but
will
the
get your
time
turn to
you're
speak
cutting
again.
me off defeats the point I'm trying to.
I gave you time to round up, but you're not rounding up. You are
I will.
You are not rounding up. You're taking too long.
For who?
There are other people here to speak.
I have people
get your chance to
attentively
speak again.
listening to me. They're not complaining.
Alaba, wait now. We'll go around again.
That's the problem with Nigeria. You see what we are saying? Nigerian problem. That's the problem.
Okay,
everybody
let me round up in conclusion.
We'll go around again now. We are still here. So
Okay, you 30 seconds to round up, please.
The roundup, in conclusion, let us be focused on solutions. Now, we can be enablers or we can be solution seekers. Solutions, powerful. Diaspora media is my own number one. There are others, but others can now take over.
Thank you. So let's start from Jago now. I want to start timing it so that they can be able to go around. Otherwise, we're going to be here for 5 hours, and the people that someone like Bumi will not even have any say at all. So let's start with Jago. 3 minutes each, so that we can be able to go around. Please go ahead, Jago.
Okay, I mean, I don't have that much to say, really. I'm still listening and hoping the conversation would progress. I would just like to say this, and I think, thank you, actually. Is he gone?
He's at the backstage, Alaba.
I like what he had to say. I must say, this week, I don't know if you guys did, I listened for the first time really in an awfully long time because I don't like the way he speaks. I listened to what's his name now? The president. I've forgotten his name. Or
Bola Tinubu.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I listened to Tinubu's speak twice this week. Once at the business conference, and again after the Supreme Court decision. And I must say, both times he made a lot of sense. And to me, he never makes sense. He made a lot of sense. And I looked at this and I was almost afraid, thinking, are we going to have this for 4 years? And in 4 years, it's going to be 8 years, for real, for real. And is it even possible that this man, with all his jabujantis, I will put it that way, would he actually be successful in Nigeria? Can he be successful? Can he be the person that we're looking for? I was just thinking out of the box, because this is not the way I think. Just in listening to him and understanding the parlance and the skill that he had in bringing people on board. I don't know what his game is. I don't know what his game is. But the other day we were in a deep discussion, and AY made a point that Tinubu, as it stands right now, is the greatest Nigerian politician. And I asked him, what do you mean by that? So he broke it down. He said from coming back to Nigeria from wherever he was to becoming governor of Lagos, to positioning all kinds of political appointments, from the president himself to the vice president, and now becoming the president himself. He said that's a feat that nobody's really been able to do. And I looked at it and I really did understand him. However, I still disagreed that he is the greatest of anything. But having listened to him this week, and me, who is a serious opposer of him and whatever policies he may have, I wasn't bought over, but I'm really wondering what dispensation that we are presently in. For me, we have to get that man out of office. Now, we have to get him out of office. The Supreme Court hasn't been able to be successful, as we all knew, but that doesn't mean we, who are the real institution, as Masca said, we are the real non-governmental institution. And it is highly possible that we take him away from that position. However, I say that we've got really deep questions to ask. And some of these, if I could just quickly round up, some of these questions haven't even really been founded. We haven't even got these questions to hand, but we have to really endeavor to go really deep to understand what the way forward is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jago. You know, that thing that you saw, I saw that too. It's just that when I go back in time and listen to his previous speeches, he was saying the same thing about Buhari and about all the people. They say the right things. That's what makes it so. It's so sad, really. But let's see. Because now he's in office. It's not Buhari that is in office. He might do different, but so far, not much has changed. If anything, it's getting worse. So, Chim, please go ahead.
Yeah, ordinarily, I was just going to keep quiet a little bit more, but the little point I just want to make back to the issue of the institutions we're talking about building, just to reemphasize my point, I don't see us building any institutions if we're desecrating anything. The truth about life is life works on principles. Many of us, especially those of us who have claimed today to be spiritual people, life is based on principles. You can't break natural principles and then think you can build, principles that are within the human context. It's not possible. I don't understand how anybody is imagining it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. See, already, if you have broken, and I still stand on my ground, I might sound like a broken record, that's fine. If there is a ground norm, as imperfect as it is, but that we have already agreed that this is the thing, this is the way we should build, We sat down and we said we want to vote. And when we vote, our vote will be counted, and whoever wins the vote will legally, say the truth. And we subverted that process. And somebody subverted it. It doesn't matter what anybody's going to come and tell me here. Anybody who has subverted the process, in fact, the person who killed your father, he killed your father and stole your land. He poisoned your father and took your ancestral land. That person cannot pay your school fees. That person cannot care for you. It's what thinking. Anybody who's thinking, I haven't seen it anywhere, either in folklore or in reality, where somebody who does not mean well for you wants to forcefully take what belongs to you, comes in any fashion to do you good. So I don't want to keep going around the circles. That's just what I want to say. And honestly, nothing more to say. But I don't expect anything fantastic from somebody who stole. Anybody who is stealing, my Bible tells me that Lazarus, they didn't even ask him. He just said to Jesus Christ, for those of us who believe in Christ, Master, anybody I have stolen from, I will return it back to them. And you know what? The little one that I have from the half, I will start giving back, fourfold. Anybody I have forcefully taken anything from. So the only way Nigeria will move forward is when we start saying the truth. The moment we start saying the truth, all this our running around the circle will start reversing. It's a law. It's a spiritual law. The moment we start saying it, just guys, watch and see how Nigeria will progress. For as long as we can't say the truth, we'll be back here in 4 years, 8 years. God forbid it. My family, it will favor my family. You can say that as much as you want. It's not going to work. So that's all I want to say. Forefathers, let the next person take on.
Thank you, Chim. Maska, please go ahead. Maska, can you hear us? I think you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I think we can hear you now. Now you're gone again. We can't hear you anymore. It's a bit of a shame, Maska. CJ, you can go ahead.
Okay, so when I talk about institution, I'm talking about formal and informal institution. And I was talking about the informal institution. That's why I said we can come up with helping genuine civil societies groups to educate the people, let them understand where to focus their energy on, the tier of the government to focus their energy on. And I expected us to focus our energy on the judiciary and the parliament, especially the parliament, so that we can make the judiciary independent. How do you expect the judges of the Supreme Court or High Court to deliver a judgment when they go cap in hand to the executive to beg for money? It's impossible. Like, I don't get it. I understand people have to be emotional. For every action, there's a reaction. Your reaction might be emotional, but what I'm saying is, forget about the emotional aspect. Like, drop your emotional heart now. Wear the thinking cap, and then ask yourself, this is just a chess game, man. How are these guys beating me? Where do I place my men to attack these people back? It's a chess game. If you don't play it, you're not gonna win. That's what I'm saying. That's when I say forget about emotions. Let's focus our energy on the right thing, the right things, those things that can shake things. That's what I'm saying. Let's focus our energy on that. For God's sake, Nigerians are so good that they're comfortable in the situation they find themselves, right? A lot of Nigerians don't know the dividend of democracy. They don't know what democracy should be. They don't know what they should get. So it's up to us to educate them, to let them understand, man, this is what you're missing. That is where this informal civil society comes in. This is what you're missing. This is what you have to do. Okay, now let's focus on the parliamentary system. Let's make sure we vote in people who have the right mindsets of how a nation should function. Now, if we vote in these people, let's put pressure on them to make sure that they make laws that make the judiciary independent, so that the judiciary can have their own separate financial bills passed and not go to the executive for money, so that the other tiers of government can be independent. If we don't bring so that the EFCC can be independent, so that INEC chairman can be independent. If we don't make these institutions independent, these people depend on the presidency for appointments, for money, and everything. Man, there's nowhere we are going to. So let's focus on the institution that can bring about that change we need, right from the grassroots, like from the base, and then we build from ground up. If you're going to the presidency, man, you're going nowhere. It's impossible.
I think the point you're making seems to have a lot of substance. I think maybe people can excuse me to, that I've paused this clock so that it doesn't run out. About institutions, what particularly do the institutions, what can we infuse into the institutions to actually make them function? You said something about funding and about separation, but it's easy to say that from that point of view, yeah, we should separate it, but how do you separate?
So now, let's say Omoyele Sowore has the Revolution Now group, right? We can fund those groups. We can bring in people into that group if we see that he's genuine, because we have a lot of fake Nigerians who are dubious. Like, we see genuine Nigerians. We see David Dudain. We can fund him. We can fund that guy through that department of media. We attack them through him, through that aspect. We have someone like Omoyele. We have Serap and these other people. We fund those institutions to bring the people out, educate the Nigerians to stand up for their rights, and channel their energy on the National Assembly.
Don't you think that even all these individuals, they go on to have themselves, when they have the power, they will go on and do exactly the same thing. They will want to control the institution because they feel they know what is best for everyone.
That's what I'm saying. You need to get genuine people. Okay? Get people, genuine people, put the right people there. You can't, at some point, you just have to trust someone to do something. Put genuine people in there. You can't build a nation on your own by yourself. You have to trust someone.
The reason why I'm asking, I'm trying to get to a point, is because what I see in most countries when they are building institutions is based on the sense of ideology. And at the heart of their national institutions is patriotism. Yes. And then there are other areas of economy and other ways of looking at the national this is part of the society. I think that is where I'm trying to get to, so that we truly understand what needs to be put is beyond individuals. Sorry, go ahead.
Would you permit me to weigh in?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so
because I think he's made that point, and everybody seems to be talking about institutions. So yeah, go ahead.
And it's a very beautiful. Let's see, CJ, the principle of institution you're talking about, I don't disagree with you. I totally am in alignment with you. My problem is that Nigeria already has institutions. It's like the way we keep creating laws and laws. Nigeria has good laws. The truth about Nigeria has very fantastic laws. The problem is those who are operating those laws. That's where we have a problem. So, for instance, this institution, and you're talking about each of the institutions having autonomy. In the US, the justices of the Supreme Court are nominated by the president. But there is a thin line. The only power he has over those people is that nominate. The moment he nominates them and the Senate approves them, and they become they take their seats there, they become independent. He can't do anything about them. The FBI, I don't know what we like in the FBI in the US to Nigeria. The chief of the FBI, the head of the FBI, is nominated by the president. But the moment he nominates that person, he has lost his control over that person. The problem we have in Nigeria is the Nigerian presidency is the most powerful presidency anywhere in the world. It is very unchecked. Unfortunately for us, we don't have a legislative assembly, be it the National Assembly, upper house or the lower house, that is independent. I was hoping that in this current dispensation, at least the Senate, the oppositions could not have done anything. The Senate leadership would have gone to APC. But what I was expecting Labour Party and APC to do is to influence who will sit on that seat. They had the numbers to do it, and they failed to do it. And then lastly, did you know that the House of Reps, the Speaker did not necessarily have to be an APC person? Because combinedly, what Labour Party and PDP has in the House, plus the other smaller parties have in the lower house, outstrips what APC has, which means those two other groups could have come together and said, you know what, let's get somebody who's our own. That way, maybe that way, that group could have begun to now have an influence on how things are.
But we are saying the same thing. You know the reason why I'm saying we are saying the same thing. You know the reason why.
Chim, just for accuracy, the FBI one, the President of the United States can remove the head anytime. They serve at the pleasure of the president.
I know, but the point I'm making for is that if, for instance, let's say there is a case against the president, at that point you can't remove.
Yeah, you can't. That is conflict of
interest.
Until
that issue is over.
Yes, that's serious conflict of interest. Yeah.
In that case, but in the Nigerian case, see what president did. He went in and he just immediately removed Bawa.
Okay, I think let's round this thing up. I think, you know what, if you have anything to add, CJ, sorry, Chim, because I'm worried that the others are not.
I just wanted to chip in. I'm okay.
So CJ, if you are done, we can go to View.
He said something that he expected the National Assembly, especially the House of Rep, the opposition, to be able to nominate somebody. Now you ask yourself the question: why couldn't they do that? Why did they get in there and change? Why? Because Nigerians voted based on party, man. They were like, oh, LP, okay, LP, because of P2B. Even if somebody we don't thief like all his life, carry LP t-shirt, LP will vote. That's where those civil societies come in, engage, educate these people, let them understand. Like, you don't go at things, build a nation based on emotion. You need to understand, oh, what's my interest in this? It's all about interest. These people up there, it's all about their interest. We need to look for our own interest. What is my interest? How do I save my interest? How do I achieve my interest? It's an interest game in life. That's it.
Thank you. Righteous man, I see you there, but let Ovie go because we have to move this in line on. Ovie, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Godfather. First of all, let me use the opportunity to recognize the two new converts to Concosoya family. The two ladies in red attire, no other person that is me, the AKA the Firebrand, and Ambumi, who we asked her to settle based on what it concerns me. Anyway, I will start by, with what Pansat was, he was asking a kind of general question, the chicken and the egg. And he also trying to tie it to the ability for us to impeach our president. And CJ also talking about the institution. First of all, the chicken and egg for me here, I think a lot of people want to deal with the chicken first and all that, but I will tie that to another analogy here. It's like a question that you ask: does team spirit lead to winning, or does winning generate team spirit? As somebody who is a sport guy, somebody who is a track and field athlete, I took to track and field because it's an individual sport. But at the course of the championship, the Olympic, World Championship, African Championship, All African Game, National Festival, you will come at that point, you will have to build a team spirit because you have to run the 4x1, the relays, the 4x4. At that point, if there's no team spirit, I don't care how fast individual is, it no go work. So, and that goes to tie it to the idea of our institution. What is institution? Is it the buildings or the people that actually serve in those buildings? If I want to take us back a little, there's one word that APC family make popular during the campaign. They call it structure. Right? Your structure. When I know get structure, we get structure. And I think at the end of you, they will understand what structure means. And I see our institution from that angle, from the angle of as a conquered people. Because we don't talk about that a lot. We don't want to accept the fact that we are a conquered people, whether we want to accept it or not. And the people who conquered us, when they were living, they left structures in place. And that structure still guides us up to today. Our education system, for instance, is the most important one. Because all of us, that shapes the way we reason, the argument we make, the way we think, started from our primary school, nursery school, then religion and everything. Those are the institutions they left behind because it is their spirit of that conqueror that established those institutions. But because that school, we all went through that school, so no matter where we fix ourselves, even the institution that we end up building by ourselves, like the EFCC and the rest, it is us that are actually operating those quote-unquote institutions that are the problem. We are confused people. All of us went through the same education. I don't care where you go to, whether in America or in England, we all follow the same curriculum. So our ability to reason is the same. That's why if you bring an average person from Nigeria to Western world, he fits in and he start making exploits. But if you leave that person in Nigeria, it's find it hard to even think of any solution. That's why we resort to arguments. So when we look at it from that perspective, we have to go back, because I always suggest that we that are alive today, I don't see us bringing down Nigeria that we want because of the kind of education we have. We're all miseducated. We should not deliberately start writing curriculums that our unborn children will come and take over. Let's say from 2025, that all the curriculum in nursery and primary school should be tailored to our way of life, not to a way of the Western life, and see if those kids will not grow up and start thinking, how do I make my environment better? Because one question we are not asking, we are more people educated in Nigeria now than 50 years ago. We are more doctors, lawyers, engineers, whatever profession you can think of. But guess what? Our environment where we live is a shit hole. We cannot live in our immediate environment. Forget say everybody buy jet, jeep. No, just to have a good road, light, just simple the number one stage of life. We could not build it with all our education. That we are the institution. That's where I'm going with it. There's a solution to it. Not the only complaint. Sorry, let me just run through the solution. We have to look back to Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln is one of the most successful third-party candidates in American history, right? We can follow that solution, get a candidate, which Obi and Congo also try. Yes, we will not succeed, but we can still work on that. The civil rights movement of America in the 60s is one of the most successful civil rights movement in the history of humanity. We should go and study that, what they went through, and how that brings a lot of changes to their constitution, because our constitution is our problem. The Arab Spring, we should also go and study how the Arab brothers, how the military guys decided to step aside, but most importantly, when they succeeded in that revolution, what happened and where are they today? Then, whether we like it or not, APC and Buhari, what did they do different to kick APC out? So we should look at these four examples. We will see where we start building solutions from. Now we be the institution. Now we be our governors. We cannot beat our chest that our Senate will impeach Bola Tinubu. You know why? Because nobody will put them there. We are not in control. That same goes to America that the last speaker I was trying to use as an example, Chim, right? It took Republican time to get the speaker, because guess what? As far as America is concerned, the Senate and the House of Reps is bought and sold by corporation. The American people don't have a say who become their leaders in those houses. That's why I was taking them like that. So we are graduating towards that. Now, my individual, they still have money, they run election. We should pay attention. Corporation has started coming in. The lights are down with them, and then they control the Senate. So we should understand the fact that we are conquered, and the reason why we are conquered are institutions who are heading us. Our forefathers were forcefully took to America to come and work during the Industrial Revolution, during the Agricultural Revolution. During the Industrial Revolution, we begged to come and work. Our forefathers were
Ovie, I agree with you, but you are going well over the rule. Yeah, you have to stick to rules now.
We are not information age. They will not come and force us. We will not beg to come here. They will slave us in our bedroom, in our villages. That's what information revolution is all about. So now us, we should start asking our question: what is wrong with us? Are we beginning?
Yeah, if not, I would have asked a lot of questions, but you have taken a lot of time. But it's all good. But I agree with most of your point. Ismiri, please go ahead. You know, you are like an institution to yourself now. It's all good.
Firebrand.
It's you people that are igniting my fire. I beg, help me. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have much to say, but I believe. Okay, I will start from my observations. Like, I'm not deep into politics as most women, I can tell, or more than 40% of women are really not interested in politics. When they get married, their husbands will say, don't even talk politics here, I beg, what do you know, and stuff like that. So kudos to some of us that are even coming out to speak out, and kudos to young Bumi. More grace to your, I love your contributions. Keep it up, please. We need people like you, women for president. Okay, thank you so much. I believe that getting the young people involved into civic participation is very important. Like helping the young people know the importances of governance, keeping the rules, law and order, teaching them right from home, not to scare our children, even particularly the women, from getting into the civic participation, because it is their right. Politics, you want the country to be better for everyone involved. So from home, people should teach their young ones that it is okay to go into politics, and teach them to help them develop the right mindset to be upright from young. Not when we have become, like myself, old cargos, we've already formed our manners. Then when we are young, we're still forming, from our young basic institutions, teach them right, so that they can, when they grow, there is hope and chance, especially if they take part in politics. Sometimes they are saying the youths are lazy, they are watching big brothers, but I don't believe that. There is a research actually that civic participation varies by generation and education. For example, one study found out that while young people may be less likely to engage in mainstream media consumption, 90% of the high school students surveyed had engaged in politics in general, and 40% had engaged in participatory politics. You see, this civic engagement primarily occurs through social media. Individuals with higher education levels may have more opportunities for civic engagement. So when they grow in that part, they will not be afraid to take the right path and right decisions by training their mindset that although in human beings we have the negative and positive inside ourselves, that we can be bold to choose that right path and say, I will choose the right, even if I'm going to die in it. I stand by the right because I'm carrying everyone along, my country. You be proud to die for your country, for good. That is important. Secondly, we need to encourage young people to be active in their communities. It is important for promoting lifelong civic participation. Okay? Let's see. One study also found out that high school students, there are young people involved in their community services, are more likely to vote and volunteer in adulthood. So what am I talking about? We encourage these young people to even volunteer in their local civic participations, no matter how small, because we all are political human beings or animals, when they get involved that way, and when they come to you and report to you as parents or guardians or adults, every point of contact is important for the young people, and they are telling you what things they have done or the way they are thinking that it is negative. You serve the country right by telling them what is right, educating them on the right path, and condemning evil. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I agree with you. No, you can have 30 seconds to round up if you need to round up.
I want to say to Pansat, I love you regardless. I don't even have no fiber of bitterness or hatred. Me, I say it the way it is. When it is, I say it, and it's gone. I don't bear grudges and stuff. We are one. We are one big family with different opinions, diversified, beautiful, wonderful opinions. But let's stick together. There's no need to hate. Okay. Omonye, love you. Pansat, sorry if I was naughty a bit, okay? Even one name. There was sir.
Thank you. Well said. Body, please go ahead. No funny businesses, body.
Oh, thank you for further. Yeah, for the businesses, for my side, there's a usual saying they say there is no way people know they cook for nice. Now sweep where they sweep pass. Now soup where they sweet pass. That's the only difference. The only thing that I see is that oh, because whatever has a beginning must surely have an end. That's the saying. We saw everything at the beginning. So we follow it. And we said it here on this forum. We repeated it. Though the few voices that were saying it were muffled. I've been listening since morning. I know if I come up, people might be saying like, hey, is this, is anti that, is anti this. We've been talking about institution. We've been talking about principles. Before Chim left, he made certain assertion that President of Nigeria is most powerful. I want to call his attention. James Comey was fired abruptly by Donald Trump. That's the FBI director.
But I did call his attention to that. I think that
the guy was fired because what guy attempted to do that was like he was trying to investigate Donald Trump advisor about the collusion with Russia. And during the same period as well, Donald Trump nearly terminated Fauci's appointment. So we have to take our time a bit and sit back and reassess our institution and build what we call enduring institution. There's no institution that comes to stand overnight. This judiciary that we are bashing today, they were there during the military. We come here, we are certain as if our forefathers, people that were there have never done anything right. Do you remember James Kokori of Pengasan? When these people were holding the military to ransom, people have paid their dues. I've said it on this platform before. Not that Nigerians are cowards. No, not at all. We've been suppressed. We've been battered. I can remember vividly in 1990, 91, those seasons I can remember vividly up to 1999. If you could recollect stuff that happened in Nigeria, the way Nigerian masses were able to stood the press, the civil society, onto the military, they've given their best. It got to a point in 1993 where people were being killed on the street of Lagos every day. People were being buried nearly every day. Have we forgotten? What I just discovered is that like our people are tired. They just find out, oh, they fought the good fight of faith. That they are waiting to reap the that they are waiting to reap the benefit of the land.
30 seconds.
So what I would say is that like we should just put in our best, continue to believe in the system. It will work.
What is wrong with you?
That's the way to be that enduring institution.
See, okay, you forced me to ask this question. I didn't want to ask questions, so Abumi can go. But you see, when Pengasin and I've forgotten the name of the individual, Kokori that you're referring to, what they were fighting for was so that they would take over the shop. But in reality, they never had any vision like the kind of vision like somebody like this in Fela had, or people that really wanted sovereignty for our people. They are basically fight just like what they put the civil. They've been ruling for 23 years. What has changed? Do you know what people can do in 23 years in other nations? You'll be shocked. So that is why when you say believe in the system, you have to be careful.
You can't give what you don't have, or the best version of you is you. The best of you, the best of you is you. That's it.
We had the best of us once, like people like the Fellas and all that. We destroyed them. But that said, we have better people. They were in this country. I've seen videos that I didn't even think existed. People that were complaining about what is going on in Nigeria. A brave man criticizing the West and everything. But
you know our political party system. You know the last election, our political party system didn't give us the best. They only give us the options that are available to them, and they give you for us that we should choose. And none of them is good at all, to my standard. We've seen them. They've been at the governor at one point in time. Look at their state. They are disasters.
But when you say we should trust the system,
we
we are not heading anywhere. They're not heading us anywhere. That's the problem.
Because if we destroy the system, we left with nothing.
Nobody's saying you should destroy it, but you have to change certain things. Don't say trust it as it is.
In the good book, they say one thing: you don't fight evil spirit with evil spirit. You don't fight evil spirit with vegetable.
But you don't say you should trust it, though. You should say you should change it. Don't say you should trust it. What is that? Like trusting your kidnapper? What's that?
Let me shock you. Let me shock you. This Supreme Court that people are bashing, if you're familiar with Ghanaian weekly law reports, go and Google it, search it. I could tell you for the past 30 years, the cases that have been decided on, filter it, you will see the cases people keep on bringing to Supreme Court are the same cases that have been determined. They will claim that these cases are new. That, the case they are bringing to the Supreme Court. They erase people's hope unnecessarily.
I have no qualms with you on that one. It's
I
where
told
you
you,
start saying
I
that we
told
should
you in one of our
we
conversations
should trust
that
a
this case will
system
be dismissed
that
under
is
30
not
minutes.
delivering for the people. That's where I have an issue with. But thank you. Let's allow others to speak. We'll come back again when we have a freer session. I just want everybody to have their say first. Bumi, welcome. Thank you for coming in, and please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning everybody from my end, and thanks for having me. I don't know, am I supposed to just comment on the institution, or am I supposed
You are free to talk about anything. You can talk about the country you are in. You can talk about the institution. You can talk about the judgment. Whatever you like, really.
I actually wanted to comment on like the media and how
Yeah.
like one of our biggest problems is actually our media. And I feel like if there isn't like an action to kind of work on having a diverse media, or like have media be controlled, have media apart from Arise channels, AIT, NTA, because I feel like those ones have been corrupted to an extent, and they tend to pick and choose the main topic of the day, which can get people away from the real Nigerian problems. Because I don't know what the media has been talking about, but I'm very sure this week they were mostly focusing on the Supreme Court. And it's like, even though people are really focused on trying to see what the decision is, we still have a president that's currently making plans, and we have no idea when it comes to the loans that's being taken. We have no idea what those agreements are, and it's like those medias are supposed to be focusing on things like that. And I think in a way we need a media that should start going deep into critical areas in Nigeria. And I think maybe that would help in informing like Nigerians on how exactly or to what extent they can actually trust the present government. For the people who actually believe, let's say there are people who believe, for example, Tinubu is the best solution for Nigeria. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can actually believe that. But we also need media that will actually show you things that he's actually doing, so you can see for yourself, from actually believing to seeing his actions. And I think that's where we lack. We have medias that are just out there for what's the popping story that will get people like.
Okay, can I ask you, do you have any ideas on how we could have a media that it kind of does some of the stuff you talked about, like going to other areas that we don't tend to talk about, and also ensuring that we get to see what they're actually delivering. Do you have any idea how we can do that?
It all falls down to like individuals. I feel like there are two sides. I feel like one side is majority of Nigerians, or some of Nigerians don't want to be the ones that are doing the dirty works. They want other people to do it. But in the same situation, you could also argue that the country is so hard that people don't even have time to start doing those things because people are trying to survive. So they have to pick what they have to do. For example, today, have to wake up to either try and survive and even get food for today, or I try and figure out what my senator is doing or what my minister is doing or my representative. I do think that in a way it kind of falls down to the people in the diaspora. Not to say people in the diaspora are not going through a lot, but it's like compare to the Nigerian people who are constantly like trying to like figure things out. We're also doing that, but we also kind of some time to spare. For example, we are online on this platform. Right now it's 12 a.m. in my place, but I have time to come online. But most people don't have that opportunity to do that in Nigeria, not because they don't want to. Either the internet is completely bad or they don't have the money to actually do those things.
So do you think that the extra, disposable income that the diaspora have, instead of them to be spending like all of them on, sending to Nigeria for other, helping other issues, they should dedicate some of that to putting together to do some of these, come up with this idea that you got, like
Yes,
kind of
I do.
media?
Yeah, I think because a lot of people keep on bringing this example of China, saying that one of the key players in creating the China today are the people who fled the country and came back. So I would say it's the same too with the diaspora. It's like we can talk about how like Nigerians bad, but at the end of the day, we need to get our hands dirty. And before I leave, I will say something in regards to what Ovie also says. For us to get our hands dirty, we need to know how the game is being played. And we need to understand how our politicians move so we can know how to counter play them
Yeah.
in achieving
Yeah.
that. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Bumi. We are having our own sessions to come up with ideas and new ideas, and it'd be good for you to join. Young people are always welcome, and I don't patronize young people, to be fair. So don't expect me to patronize you. I will treat you like every one of us, because I think that's what gets you to where you need to be this soonest, as soon as possible. Let's put it that way. So we are trying to start coming up with things. There are very action-minded people that are around here. I spent quite a lot of time discussing some stuff with people even before I came on the panel. So that said, thank you very much for your suggestion. I think we've been having very good quality submissions this evening. I have to give it to the panelists. Rockland OJ, thank you for joining us. I'm not sure I've seen you here before, but I'm sure you've been here before. You don't look like you don't look like you're in a strange land at all.
Good evening. Thank you, forefathers, for
Welcome.
letting me in. Thank you to the panelists, and good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Respects to Righteous Man and Chim. I'm sure you always see me in the chat box under Rockland, but be that as it may. Importantly, for me, it's looking at the judgment of the Supreme Court. What struck me is that what the Supreme Court did is only symptomatic of what goes on in Nigeria. I haven't been in Nigeria for a very long time, but it would appear to me that looking at what happened, and there were very few people who expected anything different, it's not a Supreme Court fault. It's not a Tinubu fault. It's a societal problem. And I say this for this reason. Yeah, we look at Mr. Tinubu now. People say, oh, he's this, he's that. But if you look, these are not issues of today. These issues go back almost 20 years. The question to ask is, how was it that the checks and balances that we ought to have in our society, even going back to Ghani's time, how was it that an individual who was suspected, because we have no evidence to the contrary at this point, who was suspected to have had these experiences, was able to find his way through to Aso Rock. So if you look at it and the way he was able to get through, firstly, we look at the Gani case. Gani had, at least on paper, documents that he could show that there were issues with this candidate. But what happened? The police who was charged with investigating didn't do any investigation. In fact, they refused to do any investigation. That's why he went to court to compel the IGP to investigate this character. No disrespect to Mr. Tinubu, but this was what ought to have been done. Then that matter went through the court system down to the Supreme Court. And what they say? Oh, he has no locus to compel the IGP to investigate. You see, it's an institutional failure on many levels, down to the individual, down to even the market supporters, and MC Olumo also. It's down to that level. It's our mindset. There's something defective about the way we think and conduct our society. That is the problem. And how can we solve this? Thank you. I think I'd rather rest on what Chim and Isimiri said in that respect. But that's all I would say in view of my time. Thank you for bringing me in.
Thank you, Rockland OJ. Sorry, I was typing away while you were talking, and we have to manage several things sometimes when we are here. So I appreciate your presence, and I hope you join us. Whenever you have time. I know you are all busy. Righteous man. You are always appreciated, especially given you are coming from Nigeria. So this is why you are looking at me like this. No smiles, righteous man. What is this? Thank you. Please, righteous man, please go ahead.
No, I think forefathers should be me anyway.
Forefathers.
Yeah, welcome. Go ahead.
Do you know why I'm looking at you like that? All these things when they talk here, na story, na story.
You'll be wasting your time now, Mr. Righteous Man, instead of to the point.
No, he just wanted you to go ahead, please.
Yeah, you see, the guy that just spoke lastly made a very critical point, and that was what I was about. In fact, I was having in mind to say or ask. Don't we think that this problem is not Tinubu problem? That if you ask me as an individual, the person who caused this problem we are facing in this country today is Goodluck Jonathan. Because he was the commander-in-chief. They were giving him brief. He knew about this man's case. He had opportunity to even use the federal might to get every needed information from Chicago State University and pursue it to a logical conclusion. And then we wouldn't have the Tinubu today as president of Nigeria.
Point of correction. Goodluck was not the president. Obasanjo was the president.
Exactly. Yeah.
How? What are you talking about? Point of correction. Goodluck took over from when this man Omuro Yaradua died. Goodluck took over. He was the commander-in-chief. All the case, all the briefing were given to him. He was in PDP when Obasanjo was president. So he had knowledge of what was going on at that time. And when he became the commander-in-chief, and he knew that this guy is going to be a stumbling block, because it was Tinubu that made Goodluck Jonathan not to win 2015 election, if you don't know. And he said it. He said, I was the one that made Buhari to become president. So Jonathan caused us. Jonathan brought us into this pain we are in today. He didn't play his card well. He didn't use the office well to achieve what would have benefited Nigerians. So for me, yes, Tinubu must have not done well, but just like the former president of America, Trump, said when they were asking about the tax whatever. He said yes, he exploited the loophole he discovered in the revenue whatever. And I think this man was smart enough to discover that the system we have, the institution we have here, are not effective. He was able to utilize it to get to the position where he is today. So we have to look back and say, and find out those who caused this problem for us. And the people that caused this problem was PDP, especially this man called Goodluck Jonathan. He put Nigeria into the club where we are.
Let me correct that. Let me
No,
explain.
AY, allow him to land.
You know, when you jump into when they are batting
If you want to ask me a question, you can ask me a question.
That statement. I just want to correct it. What he's saying.
Are you correcting me or you are asking me a question? If you want to ask me a question, you ask me a question.
Here is what I want to correct. So,
AY, please, let's just wait. After this round, we can
do you want to ask me a question? AY, do you want to ask me a question?
I want to correct what you
his time is up. We have to go round. Dexter hasn't spoken. I don't even know how he sounds. I've never heard him say anything at all.
Later. We'll discuss it later.
Let
you know, forefather, you know that's how you treat me.
I know.
I think. Sorry, you muted me. Or rather, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think it should be Dexter has spoken before I came in. All right, good evening, everyone.
Francis, sorry. I'm trying to go in order from the top. Masca hasn't spoken. He tried to speak and his this thing went off. So I'm trying to go round, then it will come to you because Jago hasn't said anything. I think Jago was the first, then Jago has said something. So Dexter will speak, then I'll come to you. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
If you remember, they are taking people out. Otherwise, it would have gone through every. I think he's gone. The fact that he got to Bumi shows that he's gone through almost everybody.
It was
apart
Bumi,
from Masca.
Me in, and then the other person that spoke before, it would have been me.
Were you before Bumi?
No. After Bumi.
AY is supposed to speak. AY is supposed to speak and Masca.
No, Righteous Man. No. After Bumi was supposed to be me. Before Righteous Man. Before
AY.
I've not, forefathers. I've not even spent my 4 minutes. You are giving orders.
Righteous Man is here.
I think your time is up. And this thing. I think it's Masca because Masca is done. Yeah, he came, but he didn't speak. He lost.
Okay, go ahead. No problem.
The mic wasn't working. So, Masca, Francis, allow Masca to finish there.
Because I wanted to draw, because they were referencing what Masca said.
Let Francis talk.
What made me to come in.
Because his microphone went off a bit. But so, okay, it's all right anyway. Since Masca also prefers you speak. So, Francis, please go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I think I will start from the banter between Similia and the other lady and Chim. But at the end of the day, I think I like the way it all ended. Everyone appreciating and apologizing and all that. So the thing is this: we should endeavor to always offer regards to each and every one of us. I mean, like somebody was for father will always say he's not a small boy, this and that. I mean, we all what do you call it? Matured individuals, adults here and all that, or elders here. So the way you go out on, talking to someone or talking over someone, obviously he's not here, but he's kind of fond of it. The way you raise your, and there's some people talk at different tone levels. So the way another person will talk, like a Simire, for instance, when she's talking, you will think she's attacking, and then what's the other guy that usually give her an issue? Sorry, what's his name? Pansat and all that. To know how to manage or modulate everybody's temperament. And then I don't like this idea of insulting people using some words that are not really appropriate. If we all work in different places, sorry for that, I'm taking this time to really admonish us because it's very, this is something people watch over time and people from even other parts of the world, other countries. But the thing I want to throw a peg in the spanner in the engine. If we have a white people, not racist or whatever, but if we have white nationals amongst us here, I don't think all of us will be behaving the way we behave. okay, places where we work, we talk about inclusion, diversity, and all that. Being able to accommodate each people and their faith and their beliefs and their whatever the ideologies, and then we're able to cooperate and work with them and achieve a success for various establishments. When we come together as
So
as
let
one
me
country,
ask now,
one
John, I'm a
country.
bit curious when you brought Igbo people into it. You know, you're clearly a racist, but it's all right.
No, 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 no.
No, I'm just
Fine.
joking. Hold on. But what do you think our behavior is going to be like if a white
People
person
will
was
be
here?
checkmate. They will checkmate. I mean, is it not Nigerians? Where we work, every unit, every department, every what do you call it, business unit, you must have a female in the. If you are for every 5, there must be 2 female minimum. For every 10, there must be people 2, 3 from different nationalities. You can't have a department of 10, 15 people.
So you think if white people were here, we would checkmate ourselves better?
Yes, just like in a
That,
team of 5 guys,
but
if you have
why do
1
you
or
think
2
so
girls.
though? Why do you think that is the case?
Respect, what do you call it? Respect for us in our own case, diversity, we call it in my office. We make sure that you have the opposite sex to be able to tone down or whatever temperaments when you want to go up. At the same time, if you have people from different nationalities, the Muslims, Indians, Hindu and whatever, and Christians, and everybody, you would respect each other's religion as a norm
So
before your
I'm
whatever.
just trying to understand precisely what you mean by white people being here, because white people are in Nigeria right now, and if anything,
I mean, in this forum,
yeah,
yeah.
it's not a given that if they are. Is it a given that if they are here, they are going to alter our behavior? Is it a given that we
Yes,
are going to be better behaved?
it's my observation.
If a child is here, we are going to be better behaved. Isn't it? If there's certain things, if anybody is here that doesn't conform to our way, you will see your behavior will be modified.
Yeah,
Could that just be what it
it's
is
not
than
necessary,
just
child.
it
When
being
the
a white
lady that
person?
left, Bumi, right, when she came in, well, you don't see people. Even when the other lady from Enugu, I can't remember her name now, comes in, you see some people would, I think I can't remember her name. The lady from Enugu that usually have stuff.
Ngozika.
Ngozika, yeah. You see people kind of subpedal. I guess that was the time somebody was insisting that he's going to talk until he say, hey, gentlemen, ladies first. I say, okay, maybe I can't remember the guy. So that plays a part in our psychological, sociological relationship and behavior. That's why I joined your show in the afternoon when we wanted to talk about the ideas. I wanted to understand
Philosophical
where
and
you are going and all
ideological
that.
this thing based,
Yeah.
yeah.
So he has a way of modulating how we all behave. But the one that pains me is when you have adults shouting over one another, be it in the case of the 2 ladies or guys over girls, or as case may be. It shouldn't really be welcome. But I mean, the other guy, the guy from military guy, you always react to what goes on in the comment. Yeah, tune. It gets on him. But show has already told him, forget about these guys. But you can't stop people. Some people will gaslight other people just to get you to react in a certain way. But at least
Thank you.
let's try to leave some of those. The underscore word is the insult, or I don't want to elevate it beyond that word, but we shouldn't be allowed to be talking down on any other person, no matter what.
Thank
Okay,
you.
the few things just
And
time.
there's no few things, so their time
No,
is
no,
well
no,
up.
no. Okay,
Your time
if
is
he comes
well
back,
up.
fine.
Yeah,
If he
to
comes
be
back,
back.
I delve into
Uh,
the Nigerian thing. But this attitude really
mm,
gets on me. Jagun,
thank you.
I respect. Sometimes I listen to some educated output from some of you guys, but when it comes to this idea of shouting down on people, it doesn't really portray us very, very well.
Thank you.
It's a
Thank you.
share. Let's respect one another.
Thank you. I think it's AY. In short, I would choose to ignore AY. AY has because of problems. He's been looking for ways to start something. I'm sure he's going to start something now. But it's okay. Since it's the rules, we have to allow AY to speak.
You gotta obey the rules, man.
You're going to start something soon. Go ahead,
Allow
AY.
that I
Thank you,
forfeit my
Papa.
right.
Welcome,
Even
AY.
Master, give me time, sir. Thank you. So, Righteous Man, what I was trying to correct, Good Luck did not do anything, right? So, during the first time they were investigating Tinubu was when he was the governor. Obasanjo was the president then. So I don't think why you're mentioning good luck on that. Yes, good discussion so far. For further, I really appreciated your contribution today, this afternoon. You always speak my mind. That's why I didn't bother to come in. I said, you are there for me. You are my spokesman. So you are really...
Thank you.
AY, can I interject? AY.
No. Hold on. I have 10 minutes. You know this is my first
No,
time.
the correction you made is not
10
correct.
minutes. Where did you get 10 minutes?
Your correction was not right. That's what I want to correct
Why is
too.
it not right?
He was investigated when he was governor of Lagos State. And at that the same time, PDP, Goodluck Jonathan was in PDP. When Goodluck became the president, he had a briefing about this man. He ought to have finalized everything about this man and use it to stop him from contesting for any further election in Nigeria. He didn't do that.
Okay. Let's move on. So here is what I want to say, right? You see, election, we are done with the election. We are done with whatever the court cases. I think we need to move on as a country, to be honest. We have a precedent. If we keep fighting the things we are not supposed to be fighting over, this government will go 4 years. They will do what they like. We will fail again. So Ovie say a lot of things that we don't want to listen to. We have to be proactive, not reactive after 4 years. This is one part, because what can we do? Even the Supreme Court judgment, right? I want to say two things, right? I heard people criticizing Ruben Abati today. Ruben Abati. I think the criticism, Ruben Abati was talking as a lawyer. I don't think he was talking as a journalist. Not only him, the son, the elder statesman, Robert Clark, the way he criticized that Supreme Court cases, the way the article lawyer handled those cases, he said even his junior lawyers cannot deal with cases like that. So I didn't really go into details, but however, what I want to comment on, because our preferred candidate is not there, we cannot bring the country down. I respect everybody's opinion. I understand the feeling of the people, but it's Nigeria. Nigeria is not for Tinubu. It's not about Tinubu. After all, we've seen the worst during Abiola. I mean, Abiola even went to, they even arrested him and died there. Nothing happened. So for me, we cannot fight the government. What I think we should do, we should focus on correcting things that are not right. For example, one of the things the Supreme Court, one of the things they trash out was, it's not compulsory to transmit results, electronically transmit results. What I think the civil society needs to do, go to the parliament, make sure the electoral system is amended, result must be transmitted electronically. That's one loophole. That's one. The second thing, there are a lot of things going on now. We need to put pressure, civil society should put pressure on the government. I watched the senator that was interviewed. He was giving stupid reasons why they have to buy SUV for 160 million without remorse. So,
but let me ask one thing though. I think this is where one of the areas that really bothered me during the election period, and I've asked this question before. The people that were present during when they finished counting took the records. It turns out that I think the presidential candidate, I think Adewale was here, Prince Adewale was here to say that there were people, officials coming to politicians telling them to bribe them.
It's normal. It's normal. So you need to.
No, forefather, I was part of that election. Let me explain to you what happened. Let me explain to you. I was
Sorry,
part of. I don't want to.
sorry,
I
because
don't want to mention the position I played.
don't worry, we are going to make it free once everybody speaks. We are going to make it free, then everybody can suggest then. So I'm just interjecting now, just to, because your time is up already, to be fair, but I'm just asking that question.
1 more minute. So the thing is, there are a couple of things we can do. You need to know, forefather, Nigerian politicians, they are the same. This is one thing we need to know. People have been speaking here. Nigeria president, the power with Nigeria president is too much. They don't want to relinquish power. That's why any of them are coming to office. They don't want to touch it. The power is too much. This is the honest truth. We need to understand it as time protecting how they can relinquish.
Our presidents are not powerful. Our presidents are not powerful. They're not as powerful as you think. People just ascribe too much power to them. Are you talking about the one that Erufai was able to defy? Oh, come on, man. Let's not flog this thing here.
No. Within Nigeria context, they are very powerful.
Erufai literally crafted his own financial policy and financial during Buhari's time in office.
But don't forget, Erufai
this year.
Well. Yeah,
this year he did that.
Don't forget.
So when you say the president is too powerful, that's why I'm just trying to question.
Hold on, father. Another governor will not do that and go free with it. Erufai is Buhari, it's the Buhari camp. I'm telling you, it's politics.
Oh, is the Buhari camp by defying the president when the president make a statement and defied him?
Yes, Erufai is a son to President Buhari. I'm telling you the truth.
I don't know.
Another person will not do that. DSS will pick you up.
You're 100% correct.
I think I've seen local government defy the president. I think governors defy the president, not the local government. The governor defy the president.
But on what? I mean, bring more.
In terms of funding up for the local government, the president had to take them to court, and I think the president lost even on top of that.
Yeah. You can take the president to court. It's true. But to be honest, the Nigerian president is too. They have too much power. I'm telling you.
I don't know, man. Trump had a lot of power too. I don't understand why we make it look like our president are special. Trump had a lot of power too. He did a lot of crazy things. I'm not even sure our president would do some of the crazy things Trump did and got away with it. I don't know, man. And all these people that are talking about impeachment, I don't want to shut him out. If you go, people are not thinking when they keep talking about impeachment. If you want to remove this thing, Tinubu, you have to remove the entire government.
What did Trump do?
Huh?
What did Trump do?
From employing his son-in-law to run multiple departments of the state. Do you think the Nigerian president will be able to do that?
Was that against the United States law?
No, it's not against. Neither is he against Nigeria's law. But Nigerian government is not going to do that.
So he didn't do anything wrong. You shouldn't be crucifying him. He didn't do anything wrong.
I'm just stating a fact. I'm not crucifying. I'm just stating a fact of what he is able to do as a president too.
Trump will not go. He did not go above his power. To be honest, some of the stuff he was doing. He used executive power. Most of other stuff, like the House, will just stop him. No, you can't go. So you think the Senate can stop the president? Nigeria Senate? You think House of Rep can stop the president? They can't. They will not do it.
Which one has ever stopped Trump?
Oh, they stopped Trump a lot of time.
Which House of Senate stopped Trump?
House of Rep?
Yeah, they didn't. They gave him everything he wanted.
See,
except he belongs to the other party.
He belongs to the other party, but a lot of things Trump was unable to do without approval from the House. It's not done.
I'm just saying, I know what our people here can do. Like Tony Blair is like a god here. So let me just allow other people to go. I feel like we have to, this is a young president thing that they say they are too powerful. I'm not too convinced by it.
Can I? It's my turn anyway. Let me just correct you. This is the analogy. You try to compare Nigerian presidents.
My turn now because I said Francis was speaking.
I think it's my turn, is it not?
I think it's Oti's
I think Mr. Oti just want to interject. Let him interject.
Right, anyway, sorry, for us. So look, I don't know. Don't you understand? Now, for example, American president, he may be powerful, but he cannot afford to disobey a court order.
Yeah.
So look, we talk about institutions here. People are talking about institutions and all that. In America, they're well developed. All these the different arms of government, they do their job. Nobody can interfere with them.
So does it happen in Nigeria? So that you can begin to compare and say, okay, Nigerian president is not powerful. So when we not powerful in the good sense, not in a kind of in a sense of lawlessness.
Mr. Oti,
that's what we're
right
grappling with.
now they are investigating President Biden's son. Go and investigate President Tinubu's son.
In Nigeria?
Go and investigate President
any
Tinubu's son. I see if you will be there tomorrow. Go.
And
go
police officer investigate
Yeah, the president.
So come on, let's just.
I have a question for you.
Don't argue it.
You can't make it like you can't make it like for like. They have different areas where they are powerful and they have not demonstrated power.
I have a question for you. You see, when we gather at this medium is supposed to inform, educate, enlighten, and brighten our knowledge.
It's not AY's turn. AY's turn is past, so it's OT.
Yeah, but he's report. I have a question for him. Because he said something was
let OT finish and Free Nigeria finish, then Ike finish, then I will leave it open. You guys can self-regulate.
Maska no go talk again.
Maska, I will come back to you.
I want to actually speak to what
I just said Francis should go ahead and talk. That's all I said.
Yeah, okay, I see. Dexter, I've not heard Dexter say talk. I don't know how he managed to remain quiet. They said he has spoken and he just took it. I've not heard him speak. I'm
not a violent man.
Yeah, you just allow them to remove you know.
I'm not a violent man.
Just quickly. Okay, and actually, I'm kind of responding to what AY has been saying. So, my friend, you got it wrong. Okay. Now, first of all, Nigeria can fight their government. Okay, it is their government, and you don't seem to understand the difference between what it means to have a coup, be it military or civilian. Are you happy to live under a dictatorship? A government that is illegitimate, that you do not,
He's not saying that he's happy to live. He's only saying that this is the reality.
No, excuse me. Excuse me. When he says we should move on, what does that mean? No.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? How do you bring a change? Are you expecting come 2027 you make a difference? You're able to your vote
if you don't want to move on, tell us what should we be doing now?
What do you expect us to do now?
Oh, listen.
Yes,
listen. Excuse me.
You are eating notice. It's almost up. He's been arguing with people.
The only question I have for OT is that he said it is normal.
His time is up.
Is that the state we are in now?
I'm going to give you some more.
AY is the tactical destructor.
Don't mind him. He's going to start his problem now. Everybody wants to go back to him.
Innocent me.
Yeah,
sorry.
I hear you.
You want to take 1 minute to round up.
No, but they've been interrupting me, So look, see.
Let Mr. speak, please. Let him.
So now, if you're asking me, what do we have to do? The way forward, that's a different question entirely. But don't come and then tell us move on, right? In other words, you have accepted an illegitimacy, okay? A wrong is done.
Has accepted.
Come on, can you just wait now?
Hey, God, are people going to let him finish?
AY knows what he's doing.
Excuse me.
AY, you know what you are doing.
No, sorry, righteous man, can you just please calm down? Listen, that's what he's saying. Okay, we'll move on. I don't know, moving on to where? I don't, what is the solution? And then you turn around and ask me the solution. No, you are the one saying we should move on. We're saying we're not moving on, and then we cannot fight the government. We cannot fight the government. We're people. We're not slaves, right? So now, how we fight the government is a different question entirely. Okay, and again, you were talking about the Supreme Court and all that. How it helps, you castigating the petitioners' lawyers. You're not in the position to do that.
I'm not the one. It's Robert Clark and
sorry. Okay, you refer to
lawyers.
Hold on. Clark, yes.
I'm sorry. I gave you 1 extra minute to round up. You still use the entire thing, and they are still arguing with you.
Okay.
Your co-panelist.
Is it Robert Clark?
See.
Excuse me. Let me finish.
We're going to come back to you. You have used up to 4 or 5 minutes.
Give him 1 more minute, man. Come on, let Oti speak.
Okay, everybody agree to this.
I agree. I agree.
Okay,
Now,
one more minute.
AY, don't interject him again. AY, don't interject him
AY,
again.
no more interjection. Let OT just settle. OT, 1 minute, okay?
Right.
All right,
Okay.
go
Yes.
ahead.
So he refers to Robert Clark. Yes. I mean, is he the only lawyer you have listened to? Sorry, did you listen to the interview given by the retiring Chief Justice? Did you listen to Kenneth Okongwa? These are all lawyers as well. So I don't know. I don't know.
Why you calling
AY?
Kenneth Okongwa is a baby lawyer.
AY, come on, you need to stop this.
He's a baby lawyer, and the retired Supreme Court Justice is also a baby lawyer?
No. I will listen.
Don't talk to him, AY. We said no interjection.
So look.
AY, what? AY,
okay, I thought we agreed.
Why are you calling? Why are you calling Kenneth Okonkwo a baby lawyer?
It's over. It's over. This
What
boy
do you mean by that?
you.
All right, okay.
It's over.
He's a new lawyer. He's a new lawyer.
Why will you call him a baby lawyer? What do you mean by that?
Enough of this.
New lawyer is a baby lawyer.
Enough of this. I'm going to send you backstage.
AY, chill.
You boy, AY, stop now. You keep interrupting. He's not nice. He's trying to finish his time. Nice. No, he's not asking you. It's a rhetorical question. Eh? At least take it as that. Especially when we all agree for 1 minute. Please take 30 seconds again, OT. Get your point out without nobody interjecting. God.
All I'm saying is this. Okay, look, is nobody should really. Well, you can come here and say that, but I don't think it's a way out. It's not a solution. Is a dead end. You're not helping anybody. You're not encouraging. We have to have a resistance, okay, against the government. I mean, this is do we call this democracy? We all saw it. I mean, daylight robbery. So what do? You sit back and wait. It's gonna repeat. It's gonna be even worse in 4 years' time. You can be sure of that. What are you talking about?
Okay, thank you, AY. This is OT. I appreciate your contribution. It's a shame that people keep interrupting you. Masca, please make your submission so that we can go back to Tone and Ike. Please go ahead, Masca.
Okay, good to see you, Tone. Anyway, my submission really is where I started from. I think we need to start building scenarios, and I'm happy that the discussion between AY and OT is taking us there. The reason why I joined this session today was because I saw Mr. Rudolph was saying that, okay, what's the way forward for Nigeria? So what I would suggest, maybe if two people can suggest what they think is the way forward. I'm at a loss. I mean, yes, people won't disagree with AY, but the reality is I don't see how we plan to remove the government. Even if you are going to do a resistance, it will take a while. I don't think in 2 months, in 3 months, any resistance will remove this government. So what is the way forward as it is now? Let's start talking about the various scenarios. Are we hoping that in the next 2 weeks, people will come out on the street? Even the Labour Congress that said they wanted to do the strike, I can't hear anything again. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Where from here now, where do we go? Can we talk about it?
Okay, thank you. You see, he's the only one that has not used up his 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Can we allow Dexter to say something? This is a serious injustice that has happened here today. We completely put Dexter somewhere else. And that name you chose.
Everybody, I need to go and good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night, Masca. Thank you for joining us, and we always appreciate you. Always come in, whenever you have time to come and contribute. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, Dexter. I want to address that name first. Why is that your real name, or you just chose it out of being cheeky?
I didn't choose it out of being cheeky.
Because that name is associated to some terrible things.
You can associate it to some terrible good things with me.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I think in summary, I think I can say everybody on this panel actually wants something good to come out of Nigeria. I mean, that's one of the things that brings everybody here. However, what I can say is Well, it's very easy for us to speak about the problems because, I mean, it's easy for us to spot the problems. The question is the pathway to solving the problem. Sometimes I hear some of the things we say, and we think that, like Peter Obi said, in the words of Peter Obi, you cannot come in through the house through the window, and then you will now come and tell us, after you came through the window, you now come and tell us to start cleaning up the house, arranging the house. No, you're a thief. If you're a criminal, you have to come through the door, you know. And so that's something in Nigeria. We think that we can just, okay, oh, he's there now, let's start doing it. Let's start making it. It doesn't work that way. You know, even nature will work against us. And unfortunately, there are institutional lies that have been told in Nigeria, and it has accumulated over the years. And right now, we want something good, but truth be told, it's going to be very difficult, because if all you need to do is you have to go and read what was the report of people like the last British guy that ruled Nigeria. Before they left, the British had a report, and they made very comprehensive reports. And the truth is that what is happening in Nigeria today is not a mistake. They are not surprised about what's happening, you know. So the solution, the pathway to solution, until everybody comes to sit down on the table, every Nigerian comes to sit down on the table, and their voices are heard, their opinions are heard, we can't go anywhere. Right now, we are talking about what's happening in Palestine. Whether we like it or not, you have villages in northern part of Nigeria that are being eliminated, systematic elimination of indigenous people. Nobody is talking about it. The government is, everybody is quiet. You look at what's happening in Niger Delta. Okay, Niger Delta produces, in fact, the Niger Delta money is what has been used, or let me say the oil money, which is predominantly from the Niger Delta, was used to build Lagos. Now, all of a sudden, Lagos is for a particular set of people. The same thing is playing out in Abuja. Whether we like it or not, the same thing is about to play out, because the Niger Delta money has been used to build Abuja. Now, Sheikh Gumi has come out and said something. Now, whether we like it or not, he has passed that message, and the message, some people will run with it. It will only take a short time. One time, people will say, oh, elections are coming in Abuja, it has to be our people. It has to be this person. And until everybody comes to sit down on the table as Nigerians, people that call themselves Nigerians agree they're Nigerians. In fact, there was a senator, is it a senator or a House of Rep member that was saying something recently? He's from the Middle Belt. He says Nigeria has not arrived. That's what we call Nigeria today has not arrived. It really has not arrived. Because I'll be rounding up. The people in the Middle Belt, and we are talking people, there are people that are not even considered at all. We don't think about them. And so all these solutions we are talking, institution, it can't work. It can't work. No matter how, in fact, if Peter Obi entered there, it will not still work. Unfortunately, it will still work until the people that are called Nigerians sit down on the table and determine how they want to run their country. What we have now is state capture. And what we can be praying for is, oh, let a man with good intentions capture the state. And that's what maybe people were expecting from Peter Obi. Oh, let a man with good intentions capture the state. Then maybe we'll start from there. But what we need is not state capture. What we need is the nation belongs to everybody. And the citizens are the ones that determine who their leaders will be. I think until we get to that point, we will just be, is this forward and backward? That's how the nation, and we will keep on having all these talks and having good intentions. And unfortunately, maybe our great-grandchildren will use the same system, but God forbid.
Sorry,
Thank you.
And then a question for him, just a simple question.
I am sorry. No, this is not the time for a question. I think you had a lot of interjection. It's like the line is growing. We have three people that haven't said anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I want it to get to a point where everybody is free to just interject and stuff. So, free Nigeria.
Father, who are those three people?
Who are those three people?
There is Free Nigeria, there is Oga Ike, there is the Blackstone, which we
I haven't said
well.
anything.
I know you won't count
we know
me.
the Black Phone.
I just know it. I know you
Alaba,
won't count
haven't
me.
you not spoken? I thought you've spoken now.
When?
Alaba, I thought you've spoken. Hi. How did that happen? I think they took you backstage. Yeah, they took you backstage. Now they took you backstage.
They took me backstage as well. They took me back. Since I've come back, I haven't spoken.
Man, this 3 minutes talk, you know what has happened? Almost 20 people have spoken 3 minutes. That's the problem. They take people out, bring more people out. So they just keep rotating. So it's hard to come back to jargon again. I'm trying to run everybody through so that they'll allow it to be free. So that it can be more self-regulating conversation that we can have amongst each other. Sorry about that, Alaba. Okay, do you want to go ahead first before we go to Tone?
Yeah, I just
all right.
want
Please
to
go
say,
ahead.
Yes, I want to go ahead. I want to keep focusing on solution. I am on the side that whatever we have now has not worked. It will not work. It will not bring change. And those who continue to participate in it are just enabling it. We all need to burn or cut our voters' card and start marching. But before we start marching, we need a coordinated media house to hear our own version of the story. Dexter is on point until we all sit down as Nigerians and talk. All this sweep under the rug. Let us move on. Election is over. Only mad people, only insane people do the same thing over.
Alaba, can I ask
over.
you something, Alaba?
Before you do, let me run my 3 minutes then, because I don't want you to
worry,
I'll
pause it. So if the question is, after you have that conversation, people will still come out and disagree with the conclusions. So what happens?
I agree. If the conversation does not, they don't put limits to it. Let them have. If they want to go their way, let them go. If they want to stay, let them stay. Whatever they want, that's what is called democracy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if everybody agree, you come out of that meeting, then some people that were not a part of that conversation will disagree with it, and they will start agitating
you make sure
again.
every language is represented in that meeting. They said they've had it before, like a confab.
Every tribe don't have every opinion in there. You will still have people that disagree with their conclusion. That is the problem.
Go to that extreme. There will be. Look, we have right now the forefathers. Right now, they're not even letting people speak. They're not even letting them come up, talk about themselves. They're shutting. You can go this area. You can't go this area. I will pick who will rule for you. I will do. This is no more. This is 2023. We are no longer in the 50s, 40s, or 30s. We need to wake up. Technology is everywhere. A village is just a thrown stone away. We have to wake up to our reality. We have to let Nigerians talk. Whatever they want to say, whatever they want, it's either we do it peacefully or we do it violently. It's the violent ones that we are trying to avoid. It will happen. And these are my own suggestions. Okay, how many minutes do I say I've left? My time, start reading now from your question.
Still have over a minute.
Okay, good. Now, my own is this media, diaspora media, because without a voice, without people relating to. Now, our people have suffered a lot from trauma. The media will help us wake them up from their trauma. Then secondly, we need to have more lawyers, more litigation, even in this unjust system. We sue anything you can sue. Local government chairman, police commissioner, police officer, anybody you can sue them.
Hold on. You know, you've said this before. You are trying to clog the justice system. You know, they said our Supreme Court.
It's to make their evil visible.
They said our Supreme Court is exhausted because of everybody's bringing every case.
They've not seen anything yet. If they want to keep sitting on just rule, you keep suing them. You don't get tired of suing. You sue anything you can sue. Let them throw it away. As soon as they're throwing one away, you file another lawsuit. Then go see men.
I see your point, I guess.
Until they know. Then as they are throwing it away, media is covering it. Then there is agitation, there is demonstration. Then all these agitators will join hand. IPOs join hand with Yoruba Nation. This one join hand with Revolutionary Night, join hand with Obedience.
And that is fighting the state, isn't it? That's fighting the government.
Yeah?
Correct. That is
What?
fighting the government. That's what you say.
Exactly. Exactly. In a peaceful way.
Fight the government. Yeah.
You can, of course,
with all the judges that are on their side, they will just when you finish filing, the judges will just write their
those judges will get tired. Remember, we have our own media. As the judge is corrupt, we they put their hands out. And we dey like so now, as people don't bring her out, say they don't charge them before for 2016. Now, so if we have our own media, now those things we go at the end of the day, it will get to a point. It will be hard for them to continue.
Or to travel.
I think it's an interesting
suggestion. How about embarrassing them when they travel out of Nigeria? I mean, that's another thing.
When they travel out, you embarrass them. When they buy house, you embarrass them. That's what paparazzi do in America.
I think when they travel out, we should be trying to chase them back to Nigeria.
Exactly.
They don't let them stay wherever they stay.
Unless you have a media and we are well coordinated and organized.
It will take time, but it's possible.
But there is this setup. I think the name is setup. This organization in Nigeria.
Yes.
They sue them constantly. That organization is suing federal government repeatedly. I don't know whatever comes out of their lawsuits.
No, you know, and
you see,
of course they will need funding.
Listen, guys, let me finish my point. They want to conduct election, you boycott election, you have your own demonstration, you do your own stay at home, you frustrate them.
All these our Nigerian people that are going to tell them, give me money. That they give you position to go and work for INEC. They go, the INEC staff go to the police and tell them, settle me. They are the ones. These are the same people that you expect to check them. How are they supposed to check them? I think what somebody said about the diaspora, I think that was Bumi actually, that the diaspora has a hand here because they are not that influenced by some of the things that is on the ground.
And Alaba, sorry, by the way, Alaba, in what you said, you know, this Tony Nadi, remember, he's a movement. So this is again where everything's gonna tie in, you know, within Tony Nadi and
everything's gonna tie in.
Exactly. So that is the only thing, really, only way forward. It's gonna take time, but kind of determined effort.
Yeah, it's a determined effort. And diasporans have huge impact because financially we hold the baton. If we decide today we want a diaspora media, we want a diaspora voice, we just keep attack with diasporans. Is the key to this change.
Yeah, I think we do have some say, especially if we organize ourselves in the diaspora.
I think perhaps maybe one of these politicians, when they come here, you know, we have to start. It's not just talking, okay? Perhaps one of the leaders for the political parties.
People have been waiting.
We should have people in the diaspora that are lined up waiting for politicians to come from Nigeria. So we know the itinerary. The moment they come to London, we send that one to go and flog them at the airport. We keep saying them. So it's okay. We'll figure something out. Free Nigeria. The Black Stone has already started. Free Nigeria, please go ahead. You know, you are looking smart today. I don't know. You went to get a haircut or something. I might miss something here. Free Nigeria. It looks like your haircut is a little bit different today. Yeah, that's true now. Please go ahead there, Toad.
Hey, hi. See, I just don't know what to say. But we don't know what we're dealing with. These are unrepentant criminals, hardened criminals. They're already grooming their children. They are grooming their nieces. They are grooming their nephews. And we're talking about talking. Talking is not going to do this thing, though. Guys, let's just be truthful to ourselves. I don't care what anybody wants to tell me. In fact, somebody on this channel on the day when they gave the judgments, because I didn't come. I was working, so I just came on the comments, and he said he was going to pass on my name to the DSS. I said, okay, please, civil play. But trust me, this is what is going to happen. Because the next phase is they will start picking people up to put fear into people. They will start picking people up. Some people will go on exile. That is what we're dealing with. And we're here talking about moving forward. I mean, AY, I know you're listening to me, bro. You spoil my hand, though. Why are we moving forward? These people are already planning for 8 years. Some people, some bigots will come to this channel, pretend as if they are some elders, some distinguished elders with some funny name to themselves, and are calling themselves chief, doctor, or whatever, and all that. And because they are giving $5, $10 and all that, they think they can come here and talk rubbish. We should start calling them out. They say charity begins at home. Charity begins at home, just like what Francis was saying some few minutes ago about people bullying. By the way, Francis, I don't know whether you were here when we started. There's a new rule here. Doctor has already addressed it. People need to be disrespectful, and if you step out of line, all the officers here are mandated to put you on timeout, and if you persist, you'll be banned. So going forward to this thing, these people need to be kicked out, all of them. They have ruined Nigeria. In fact, sometimes when I look at Peter Obi, I will say, my God, how even if he comes to power, where is he going to start from? But there's still hope anyway, because we are too blessed. We're just too blessed in this country, you know. So where do we start? Where do we start from? I went to the market today just to get some stuff and all that, to make some Nigerian cuisine. And I saw yams and all that. Yams are coming from Ghana. Or your state can feed the whole Nigeria if the federal government supports it and still export. Yeah. Plantain. We have a lot of plantain in Nigeria. Let's even forget the natural resources. Let's talk about food. We can feed Nigeria and export as well. But yet, all we're hearing every day is loan for what?
Oil theft.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or
$4 billion loan, and that's their first birthday cake.
it's just that they're telling me that they are getting 4x4s because the roads are not good. They cannot access their wards and all that. Whose responsibility is for the road to be built? Is it not their responsibility? You saw the other chap, the senator that was just talking and all that. He appeared so drunk and all that. He was just chatting absolute. You can tell that man was rigged into power. Most of us here are very, very intelligent people and all that. I'm sure if most people here are given the opportunity to go into government and all that, we will do 100 times better than most people.
Tone, see, one of the most baffling things that I've noticed in government, this last government, which is very weird, because when Tinubu was a candidate, he sounded very obnoxious and, uptight, and he kind of like, looking down on everybody else. But since he got into office, he seems to be the most reasonably sounding officials I've seen in Nigeria, actually. That from what he is actually saying, he sounds more reasonable than all the crazies that come on TV and talk nonsense. Like he's talking about, Nigeria can be $1 trillion economy. We can look at becoming a $3 trillion economy in the next 3 years. He's talking about, we are here to do the work. We are going to be doing the work, even if he's not doing much. It's causing much confusion. But in terms of what he's saying, he seems to be more coherent than the other crazies. They just come and talk nonsense.
What you are saying is packaging.
Are you sure you're not using
packaging.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say.
No, it's likely to be that. My point is that the people that he's appointing are so terrible that he sounds more reasonable than them. Because when he was coming to office, he was very, very careless with his words, talking about taking it and running it and all. But since he got into office,
no, I think what is happening now is that he's coached right now before he comes on camera and talk.
Polished.
People that are really
didn't coach
coaching
him before he got into it. before he became president.
No. With all due respect, I know
Campaigning
he's
now,
somebody's father and an
Mm,
old man. Yeah. With all due
mm,
respect, that man has nothing in his head. The only thing he has is his head is criminality. He has nothing good in his head. He's being coached now. He's being carried. He's being pampered. The thing is, at the end of the day, like my brother Alaba said, is these people he has to take force. There is all this KRSing, and I know something is gonna. We're in phase 2 now. The obedience have learned their lesson, and I think we'll be seeing more of action than talking and talking. And like Alaba did say, we can start something here and start putting pressure on them.
Sure.
I know they're watching this program. A couple of them are watching this program. One of the one senior officer called me 2 weeks ago. I was saying that he saw me here, that things I was saying very interesting. Just said, just be careful. I said, well, I mean, I'm not afraid. I can only speak the truth. They know that is the truth. You know, when you hold up the truth and all that, you can only the truth will always stand. This is me. I've
Don't go to
not come.
Nigeria.
You've seen on me.
If you go to
I'm not one
Nigeria,
of those
they
people
hold you for airport.
that yeah, I'm not. Don't worry. I can look after myself. I'm not one of those people that bear Jaguda names and come on the panel and be talking tough and will never show their face on camera.
Okay, and I just have to try to distract you from the comments, people. Point is, I think what you are saying regarding their behavior is not this thing. It's not misplaced. Actually, I think everybody agrees with that. But in terms of okay, well, I think we'll do that later on. Let me allow this because
So let me just round up in a minute. Well, all I'm saying is that we cannot move on, because if we move on, it's a bad precedent. These people come 4 years, they're gonna do worse. They're gonna do worse. The bigots that are supporting them are gonna be further empowered, and we're sending wrong messages to the upcoming generation. So they have to be stopped. It's just as simple as that. That's where I stand. And that's why I changed my name to Free Nigeria. Has been captured by criminals, and that's why for now
Free
I'm
Nigeria.
identifying with Free Nigeria.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. That we will remember that. Welcome. This in Oga Ike. Please go ahead.
Yes. I want to just speak and I leave. You can see I'm working. I'm in the office, and I just want to remind Mr. AY or some of our brothers or Nigerians to say, when they say let us move on, he's claiming that they just say that the electronically transmitted result is not possible. Then if it is not possible, why do we have to spend 4 billion naira?
400
or 400 billion Nigerian resources to organize an election, and was told to the whole world that the election is going to be transmitted at the real time. And AY, at his level of understanding, living in a Western world where things work, is trying to tell us that we should move on because the Supreme Court have said, the Supreme Court that has no credibility. It's not just now. It's not just because of what they did last week. The judiciary in Nigeria is already dead for so many years. And that's what my first contribution here, when the retiring Chief Justice was talking about the corruption in the system. And I was asking a question here. Where has he been for the past 47 years that he was in the bench? He spoke against what he spoke about Hope Uzodinma's victory. He spoke about the former president of the Senate, and he spoke about Ababio. But he was in the bench. What did he do? What was his contribution? He was there for 47 years. What impact did he create for Nigerians to know, oh, you are different from the other people? He never did anything. Now he's looking for us to clap hand for him. No. And I am one of those people who do not believe in moving on, like my Free Nigeria said and Dexter said. I am not moving on to anything. But this is the beginning of the revolution. This is the beginning of the struggle for a better Nigeria. Anybody that is telling me that I'm going to move on to where? Where am I moving to? Which platform am I going to move on? For the first time, my grandson, we were talking with them over Skype last night. He was asking me, Grandpa, my daddy told me that we cannot visit Nigeria anymore because Nigeria is not safe. I said, why? He said, because daddy told me that we cannot go to Nigeria. We can't eat bitter leaf soup anymore. We can't go to Nigeria to eat Nigerian food. So this is the reality on the ground. So for anybody that is telling me to move on, listen, we have said it here. I said it here from the beginning when I joined this platform. I don't care who wins this election. But what I want in this election is a free and fair and credible election. If Tinubu has won this election credibly without any problem, I don't think me and you is going to be here. Nobody is going to be in this platform talking about the election. But this is a bright day robbery that everybody saw it. And that's why they say go to court. INEC say go to court. APC say go to court. So this is a script that has been written already. And we have gone to the court. And the court has already buried themselves already. We know that they buried themselves already. But this is the final straw. They put hammer onto their grave. Because if Hope Uzodinma could do 4 years as governor in Nigeria, if Abio is the president of the Nigerian Senate today, where are you moving on to? Which country? We don't have a nation. We don't have a country. Where are you moving to? If the former president of the Senate could still be in the Senate today, what are you talking about? I mean, can't we just be honest ourselves? So what I'm saying finally is this. I'm waiting for Mr. P2B to make a comment. He has not spoken to Nigerians since after the court. We want to hear what he's going to say. And when we hear what he's going to say, what I am saying is that instead of honest and patriotic and credible Nigerians to run away from their country, these politicians must run away from that country.
Supported.
Genuine Nigerians, hard-working Nigerians should not abandon this country for these few criminal elements in Nigeria. Rather, they are the people that we are going to chase away from that country. And there is no country that is going to welcome them. And any country that welcomes them becomes an enemy of Nigeria. Because this is it. Because I've been saying here that Nigeria, if Nigeria has not happened to you, we have seen the final straw. So I am waiting for Mr. P2B to speak. When he speaks, then Nigerians themselves will be able, he will give us, because he is the figure we are looking at. Whether you support the Labour Party, your APC, you whatever you are, this is the man that is standing. This is the only man standing right now. I am not talking about political party, but I am talking about a Nigerian who is ready to stand. And
Thank you.
He says is the truth. So
Thank you.
I'm not moving on. When he speaks, then Nigerians, people like me, who has children and grandchildren, I will make sure that I fight for my children. Oh, that's my point. My children must have a place they call home. My grandchildren should not be denied to go to Nigeria and eat bitter leaf soup instead of buying from Amazon. They should go to Nigeria and enjoy the village, but they cannot do it. And you're telling me we should move on because no, move on. The election is over. Let's move on. Let's unite. Let's heal. What are you healing? Healing from what? I don't have a wound in my body. I don't have any problems. I'm not healing from anything. All I want is the truth. All I want is my country. I want to take my country back. So Nigerians themselves should stand up and take their country back. That is where I stand. So anybody who is telling me, the Supreme Court have said, Abati is looking for appointment. Listen, these people. Abati has lost his credibility. He doesn't have any credibility anywhere anymore. He's looking for power. He's looking for position. So he can say anything that arises. Who cares? Who cares what Abati says? I don't care what he says because I know what he's looking for. Because a politician why is he putting on suit? He's putting on suit every day because he's looking for a job at Tinubu's office. He wants a new job because he doesn't have a job. So these people, are not the voice that are speaking for Nigerians. We know the people that are speaking for Nigerians.
Thank you, Oga. And let's
Sorry, I
allow.
want to leave you guys because I have to go, and I wish everybody the best of the new week. Okay, God bless you all.
Thank you for coming in, sir. All right, the Blackstone, we appreciate you for coming in, and yes, you know, we know our mischievous guests. We always know the troublemakers when they come in.
It's very good. It's a good
Please,
sign.
the Blackstone, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you, and a good day to everybody wherever you are. Anyway, I think all of us is deep in this panel. I think only one person is based in Nigeria. I don't know, all right? So, and then most of the time, I see Nigerians as people that talk too much. Yes, it's the truth, because they said actions speak louder than words, but in Nigeria, talk speak louder than action. You understand me? We are all sitting here in diaspora. We are trying to give Nigeria instructions what to do. What are we doing ourselves? Right? How many of us here were in Nigeria or was involved in NSAS demonstration, in NSAS struggle? How many of us was involved in it, or how many of us was in Nigeria at that time? So are we going to sit down here and begin to talk and give instructions to people in Nigeria and say this is what they should do? So that's my question, right? So because when we are talking here, because we are sitting in a place that is very comfortable, and we now can stay here and talk and give instruction, we should do this, we do. And I know that Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is very, very bad. But our talk will not change anything.
Sorry,
The last,
I will give them
let me finish. Let me finish. Yes, when we post says, yeah.
We're not giving them instructions.
No, what you are saying is like an instruction. You are giving opinions, what they should do, right? There are many Nigerians in Nigeria.
And you think they shouldn't do anything?
Let me finish. I'll go OT. You are interjecting. Let me finish. There are so many Nigerians in Nigeria there that are fighting for Nigeria, not we here in diaspora, who are really involved trying to make things change. There are people who were involved in that election who were the spokespeople, people like Asha Yusuf and other people who are talking. They are trying to find a change, to make a pathway, to make a positive change. They are all there in Nigeria. They are all there. They are not running away from Nigeria. So if we are sitting down here and talking and say this is what we should do, or what they should do, this is what we expect, what should take place and everything, I think that you're just like talking too much. You're just talking and talking and talking. You understand me? Because that's the way I see it. Because none of us here today, if anything going to take place in Nigeria, that we buy a ticket and go back and go to Nigeria and go and fight. None of us.
And what's the point?
No. Wait.
How far we go? The Prime Minister.
We should shut up, is it?
I'm not saying you shut up. No, I'm not saying we should shut up. So when we are talking, let us also realize that the people in Nigeria are fighting hard, and also they are suffering. You understand me? So because like we are trying to say, okay, this is what should be done. Who will take the initiative? Is it we in the diaspora or those in Nigeria? That's my question. Who will take the initiative? You know,
the Blackstone. You just asked a question. 3 minutes has gone. How did that happen?
No.
How does he do it? How does he do it? I don't know.
Why is your bell ringing so loud? He's making a point.
I don't know. The bell is partial too. Some people it rings low, other people it rings loud. I don't know why he's doing that. I'm sure there must be a reason. I don't know why.
No, this is the truth. The last retreat of the I think of the House of Assembly or the don't know, the last chairman, he gave some point, trying to say, okay, why don't we now fight for diaspora voting? There are many things the guy brought out. At least we should be fighting for. So we have to start it from a point of view, a point whereby we have we ourselves in diaspora, we have a voice. You understand me?
Yeah.
No, so it is law that need to change, and the people. You understand me? It's the law that need to change. The people that change the law, that go out and say, okay, we want this. We are presenting this law. We need this thing to be changed and everything, right? Okay, like for example, the Supreme Court says, okay, the electronic transmission of or the RF should not be. It is a bit of a collection center, right? Why don't we make it as mandatory in the law? Why was it mandatory in the law? Why don't they say INEC? This is what you must do. That would be in the law, in the electoral law and everything. So that's the things we should fight for.
Yeah.
That's why I say 2027. We will get there. No matter how we are going to fight, we are not going to remove them from power. It's only the law and the changes we are going to make to the law that will remove them from power. That at the end of the next election, we have a place where we can put our leg on and say, this is what it is in the law, this is what will happen. The judge cannot go and say tomorrow, because when it's mandatory in the law, and say it's against the law or this is something different.
Thank you. Thank you. I think all these suggestions are good. Who is that? Sorry.
Fofana, can I respond to Black Diamond? Can I respond to Black Diamond, Fofana?
Hold on.
My man.
Welcome.
Where you go? My man. Where you go?
Who's has come now? Concerns is there now.
Where did you go?
I'm trying to finish everybody, but more people keep coming in. You know what? I'm just gonna, after the next person, we just open it up. I don't think it's
man, just respond to Black Diamond Lelero. Let me just.
Good evening, everybody. Do you think I should just open it up for free conversation so that we can just talk free?
No, let me just respond to him a little.
Ending.
Hello? No. Let me just respond to Black Diamond a little. Because for me, I begin to reason all this. It looks like we are fighting on the wrong side of the battle. All right? What he just said now have so many meanings because I just think we are always fighting on the wrong side of the barrel.
I came before also.
No, I'm just responding to Black Diamond though. All right. I feel that we are fighting on the wrong side of the barrel. Even Professor Jaga, during his time, what did he do? All right. Even the Supreme Judge that just stepped down and talking rubbish. What did they do when they were there? So all these things are something we'll be fighting for. We are fighting on the right battle because when they were there, they do nothing. All right. No, I'm always on the point of just like Amechi said. People think you see Amechi interview. The guy said this in 3 years ago, 4 years ago. We laugh about it, and the guy take his head out that one day Nigeria will stone them. We'll start stoning them. We all start laughing. And he still said that again. But why I say we are fighting the wrong battle is this: let's be fighting the way to not the president. All of us will say Nigeria president is the most powerful president in the world. All of us are saying that. Why? Because he can do and undo. He can appoint a chairman. He can't impeach president of Nigeria. He cannot impeach him. He cannot do him anything.
Okay, hold on. You know, consensus is right before you.
Yeah, I have to.
Okay,
so
Uzo, thank you for your interjection. Concerns, please go ahead. Then Uzo will speak. Then, at last, everybody can go ahead and have a more relaxed conversation. Let's put it that way. Concerns, please go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening, good morning, and to the
good night.
Good night.
Good night, everything. So,
you see,
the problem we have in Nigeria is so complex. When you look at Nigeria today, we have many regions. We have many tribes, and we have religion also in it. Then when you look at all these things, there is a region that doesn't want the country to restructure. There is a region that doesn't want the country to change the constitution. There is also a region that controls the military, the police, controls everything you can think of in that country. there's one region that controls all these things. And that region believes that they own the country. So that is why we're having a problem we have in Nigeria today. Now, that region is also using some satanas to destroy whatever good that is coming to Nigeria. When you look at Tinubu, we know that Tinubu is bad and everything. If for only the South, let's say only the South will never bring Tinubu to rule them. Who are those that bring Tinubu up? Is the North. And is the Fulani mafias that bring Tinubu up.
Concerns though, concerns.
Let me finish.
Tinubu ran Lagos now.
Eh?
Tinubu was governor of Lagos.
No, forget about it. That Lagos is different. Now,
okay.
let me finish. When the Southerners like Adeba, I think Adebayo or Adebanjo, when they were saying if the South are not giving the this thing to rule this time, they are going to divide the country. Because Buhari initial this thing of the Fulanis was to bring Lawan to rule the country. But when the Southerners rise up and say no, the Southerners are going to rule, now they bring Tinubu. Why they bring Tinubu? Because they know that Tinubu have many baggages. And because of the baggages the Tinubu have, they know that they are going to control Tinubu more than any other person. They're not going to control Obi. They're not going, because Obi is talking about restructure. Obi is talking about, even what Atiku is also talking about restructure. But they believe that for them, whom they can not support and get what they want is Tinubu. Today, Tinubu can never restructure the country. Tinubu cannot change the constitution. Whether the Senate goes anywhere and make a new law for that election to be safe, election will never be safe. Because when the time comes, they will find a way to rig that election. Even if you say a president will come in before the what they call it before the judicial system we finish before the president can be sworn in. My brother, the government in power will still manipulate the justice system to give to the person they want. So it doesn't matter. The thing is this. Today, all these things we say here, ask yourself, how many times have the Fulanis or the Northerners come here to talk with you? They don't care. They don't care because they are benefiting more than you and me. They are benefiting much. Unless the Southerners rise up and say, let's change the country. Unless they rise up, other protests, other this thing. If not, my brother, we are not going anywhere. Right from since 1960, who have been ruling you? Which people have been ruling you? Which people have been controlling the country? Which people have been controlling all the institutions? And they tell you they are not ready to change the constitution. They are not ready to restructure. So if you don't restructure, if you don't change the constitution, how do you move forward? If Tinubu is there today as the president of Nigeria, how do you move forward? You see a man that even the nation, everybody in the world knows that Tinubu is a bad person. How do you restructure the country? How do the country move forward? All those that say, let's move forward. We cannot move forward unless the country is restructured. Unless those people that hold the power, hold the country to ransom, the people rise up against them. If not, the country cannot move forward. You can say that some Southerners are bad. Yes, some Southerners are bad because it's the North that makes those Southerners bad. Let us look at Wike. Wike is working with the judges. That is why Tinubu bring him to that government. He's working with the judges. He knows the judges very well. Now they use Tinubu to get what they don't use the Wike to get what they want. You understand? So, my brothers and sisters,
Mr. Kasai, let me ask you a question, please. I'm sorry, let me ask you a question.
Ask.
Okay. All the money that all the subventions or the money that paid to the state, right? What are the state government doing with it?
My brother, don't deceive. Let me tell you. Don't deceive yourself because of those things.
Okay.
If the head is not good, nothing can work.
Head? Who's the head? Okay.
The head is the federal government, and that federal government is being manipulated and supported by one group.
You see,
that's what you don't know.
This is where we fail in Nigeria because
the
federal government, federal government is not the state governor. So the state governor is responsible for his own state.
You know what? I think I should open it up for free conversation now. Now that
I want to
Now
answer.
that
let,
Uzo is here.
I want to answer the back.
let me throw my own mind before you open up.
Okay, hold on. Let me just say this. When I open it up, we have to be cordial, like people that are in a town hall or a beer parlor or a canteen,
I like that
or a
discussion.
canteen. You know, we don't want to encourage consumption of alcohol only. That's why I have to say canteen, the town hall or church. We have to conduct ourselves. This is self-regulating. I don't want to do a lot of contribution.
Absolutely.
And I will interject now and again, but very rarely. Okay, so
Can I just add that if somebody is going on too long or just hardcore rambling, please come in and just ring that bell for them.
Yeah, that's when I was stepping. Thank you. All right, I'll let you guys get on with it. Well done.
Okay, it's my turn, Mr. Consign. I will start from your last statement, all right? I didn't follow up from the beginning of this conversation, but I know that my people are here to do the injustice or justice of whatever comes on the way. But as I said, I was saying something, we always fight the wrong battle. Don't know everything you said right now, right? The Northerners, the Fulanis have benefit. How do they benefit? That average of 5% of people person in the north. Average of 5% of people Yoruba in the north. Average of 5% of Hausa Ijaw in the north. If the road is good, they enjoy it. If the road is bad, they also be part of it. So the average Nigeria are not enjoying anything. It's only the elite. According to Mama H.O., he says the battle is between the elite and the oppressor. So average Northerner doesn't enjoy the benefits of Nigeria. Just like average Easterner doesn't enjoy the benefit of Nigeria. It is centered all over Nigeria. So now I say we are fighting the wrong battle because all of us are just blaming our region, not even blaming the people that is in charge. That I think about this all night. I said, what's going on? Because we keep on blaming our region. We don't even blame who's in charge. Right?
Okay.
People in charge,
Miss Luzo, let me tell you now. Let me tell you one thing now.
Yeah, tell me.
Miss Luzo, let me tell you now. Do you know that in that country today, the resources are coming from the south and the southeast. The more of the resources are coming from there and the southwest. Okay? Now, that, for example, the oil wells are being controlled by who? Do you know who controls the oil wells in that country? No, just wait.
Give it to them.
Yes,
Who gave it to
excuse
them?
me. Let me finish.
Who gave it to them? Answer that one first. Who gave it to them?
Hold on, let him finish now. He has a point. Let him finish. And I have a response to him.
Who have been ruling? You asking me who gave it to them? Who have been ruling? Who is in charge of who is in charge of the military? Excuse me, who is in charge of the military today? Who is in charge of the security system in Nigeria? Who is in charge of the DSS? Is it you? Is it the Southerners? Is it the Yorubas? Is it the Igbos? No.
Do you know how many oil wells that Obasanjo gave to the Northerners?
He asked me a question. He asked me a question, Abi.
Let me tell you.
So,
wait. My issue is this. He asked me a question, Abi. Yes, I know that according to history.
Let me tell you now. Let me tell you now. If today Tinubu says he's going to restructure that country, you must see a coup within a week. If today Tinubu says he's going to restructure that country, my brother, let me tell you, before a month you must see a coup. Because these people don't want the country to be structured. When the country is restructured, it will favor everybody. But they don't want the country to be structured.
Okay, he done. You're wasting my time, You're wasting my time. Okay, now
we'll try to listen to the truth. That's the problem.
Let me put this in place.
If Tinubu said today the country must be restructured, you must see a coup. And why there's no coup now? Because they are getting what they want. They are getting what they want.
Mr. Consign, that is your own truth.
Can I ask this? Can I ask this? All of us follow B2B. We follow his campaign train. We follow his ideology. What does he tell you? Do a Northerner buy bread cheap? No. Do a Southerner buy bread cheap? No. Do a Northerner go to a different market, the same market? Do we listen? I'm a liberal guy, all right? I live in the north, I live in the south. I know how this will work. Let me just
In the
Uzo.
who's cutting the whole thing?
Uzo, my brother.
Sorry,
Please,
concern. Can you allow us
please.
to just wrap up? Sorry, go to someone else. The subsequent
No, hold on.
interjections.
Please, just a minute. Just a minute. My data is finished. Can I make my last
I
contribution?
go subscribe to you. I go subscribe. Give me and I go subscribe to you. That I finish. No wahala.
You will subscribe. Uzo that want to buy Tonton. Uzo disappear.
No, I'm not disappear. Tonton 2 for $5. Big business.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this.
Okay, Uzo, take my number, subscribe my data now.
I hold your number. When I get ready, I will give you a call. You see me now. So what I'm saying is this, all right? We will always fight the wrong battles. That's one thing we are not winning it. We will always fight the wrong battle. We fight ourselves, not the elite. Because as I said earlier on, the market in I would say Second Gary market, is it the only Northerners that go there to buy something for cheap? No, everybody goes there. All right. Now, if you want to talk about Oyinwe belongs to the elite, not to the masses. As much as we the Easterners are complaining, the Northerners are also complaining. All right. But the problem is that as when they are coming out to condemn it, that's why we have the differences. We from the South will come out to complain. They die on whatever complaint their grudges they have. That's the problem. Now we are fighting the wrong battle because we are fighting ourselves. When the riches, the elites are enjoying themselves. Also, Kano, the man from my own side, they are all enjoying themselves, going from wedding to wedding, going to bed to London. And with the elite, we are with the masses, we are dragging. When you say you well or not you well, all right? It doesn't matter, all right? But the issue is this: a Satana, example like Andoba is a Satanist, all right? Andoba is a Satana. He joined APC right now. Why did he jump to APC? Because of his allegations of whatever he has done. He had to go to APC to cover himself. Now, the issue is this: if the Southern politicians, they are corrupt as much as the Northern politicians. The Northern politicians are corrupt as much as the Western politicians. Now, Buhari ruled the nation for 8 years. Insecurity in his own town is no-go area. All right? The Northerners are tell military. Even to Kaduna, where we have the whole military base, they still attack Kaduna and move away with everything. So it's not about who is in charge. Now it's about we are attacking ourselves too much. Let's have to come together, East, West, North, and South, to fight this injustice because it's affecting everybody. That's my concern. I said we are fighting the wrong battle.
Uzo.
Okay.
Uzo.
Excuse me. If you said the law to show someone fight with you, are they not fighting with you?
No, what I mean is we are fighting the wrong battle by fighting people that doesn't even have nothing to do with what's going on in Nigeria.
I'm asking you. Okay, let me answer you. Let me answer you now.
Uzo, let me ask you a question. Uzo, can I ask you a question?
Ask me. Oh yes.
Okay, Uzo, in the US, what brought about the change that the US became the most prosperous country on earth? What brought about the change in France? What brought about the change in Rwanda and in Ghana and in South Africa? How did they turn around 360 degrees and become a prosperous country? Can you tell me?
Who told you that turn 360 degrees is a prosperous country? Who told you that? Everybody had their own problems. Come on. We're here in the United States.
No. My question is this.
That's what you don't understand.
Wait.
That's what you understand.
Okay, let me
country.
Uzo, let me simplify my question. Let me simplify my question. There was a civil war in the United States. There was French Revolution. There was civil war in Rwanda. There was Ghana Revolution. There was a fight between the black and the white in South Africa. Now, Nigeria has never, hold on.
And the white, they built South Africa, not the blacks.
Hold on.
White built it.
Nigeria has never had a revolution. Nigeria has never had a war. The war that they had in 1960 something was the rest of Nigeria fought a little geographical area of Nigeria. That's not the war. That's not a national war. So when you are talking of change, we've not actually done what will bring change in Nigeria. We've not done it at all.
Mr. Righteous might have
You know what I'm saying? You guys don't allow me to finish. You always interject me and always cut me off guard, all right? My point, bringing United States, every other country to this scene. None of these states, all right? None of these states are also free from everything. There's so many crime here.
We are not talking of being free from everything. But it is a prosperous country. That is why we are there.
Let's leave those in place and talk about our own town, our own Nigeria, which we belong, which we know what is going on. So my point is this, and I always stand in that. I'm an Igbo guy. I believe we are comfortable. The only thing I don't believe that an Igbo politician is as corrupt as a Hausa politician. And as a corrupt politician is as corrupt as a Fulani politician. As a Fulani politician is as corrupt as a Yoruba politician. They all eat and die in the same plate. And the masses like us that don't know what's going on will suffer. And we start blaming ourselves. We're supposed to come together to fight this. We allow them to be together and fight the masses. That's why Mama Echo will tell you that Nigeria is our back. The oppressors and the non-oppressors is two ways of Nigerian life. All right. So my point is this: where I'm landing is this: if you can go to the northern state and buy a bread, I got to all of follow P2B. We follow P2B ideology. If you can go to Sabongari and buy a loaf of bread for 200, and you come to Udumota, Lagos, and buy a bread for 1,000, they will start complaining. The same suffering, everybody is suffering the same thing. So how do we make this change? That's my point.
Okay. Uzo, forget about the cost of bread in the market. We are looking at the national policies. For example,
let
me tell you, Uzo, listen. Uzo, can you listen? Uzo, listen. Right now, Aspanda markets have been shut down. Aspanda market, trade fair have been shut down. Why? Can you tell me the reason? The judge or the justice that made validatory statement said he had been asking why the Southeast have been denied the position that the Constitution has given to them to have people representing them in the Supreme Court. The Southeast have not. It's a policy that is created to marginalize some certain people.
No go there, listen. Before you even talk about trade fair, I get brought for trade fair. Alaba International, no even go there. Problem of trade fair started from not today. It started from the market union. Let's not even go to the politics of trade fair. Alaba International Market. Those two markets have their own politics of their own with the Lagos State government.
No. Uzo, you are wrong. Uzo, the trade fair politics about electing who is the president and chairman, they have no problem. My immediate junior brother.
No, what I said, the politics of trade fair and the Lagos State government, you can't put it in like to every Nigeria, what I said. It's a different politics. Is that what I mean? It's a different politics of agreement of who ownership or who this, who that, agreement of this or that. So let's not use it to even talk about things here.
Okay.
Thank you. Something that the
Can you let Dexter say something?
So, there's a question that the Blackstone asked about what have the governors done with the money?
Give it to them. Give it to them.
Yes, that's the question.
Now, Nigeria can never go forward with the sharing formula. It's very simple. If you listen to
if we last up from somewhere, at
no.
Wait,
let me land on the point.
No.
Let me land. Just let me land.
No, in this point, I will counter you. You are being paid. You are working. They pay you.
Sorry,
let him just
validating why Nigeria cannot work.
You know one thing. Every team. Wait, excuse me. Every team.
Let me ask you. Can I ask you a question, sir?
Just ask me a question.
Let me ask you a question. Do you own your own business?
I don't have my business.
Are you working for someone?
I have my own business. I work for someone outside my business.
Okay, good. Now, when you work from someone, do they give you free cash or you have to put in the hard work? Do you just?
I don't have to put in I said no. I have to put in the hard work. Yeah, definitely.
You have to now. Okay, good. Now, so you've just validated what I'm saying.
Yes,
Look,
but let me tell you. Let me tell you where you are wrong at that point. Let me tell you. The state governor, the state, have some rights. Have some right to their natural resources. That's have some rights.
What rights?
No, they don't. They don't have any rights.
Can you tell me what rights they have?
Wait. And
Make una wait.
the state has a right to do some things for themselves, able to generate funds. Not everything that the federal government takes over in the state.
So please, can you expatiate on what exactly?
Okay. Let me tell you. How does Lagos State?
Let me tell you how Lagos State.
Let me finish now. Wait, listen to let me finish. Okay. How does Lagos State generate their funds and become the most richest state in Nigeria?
Can I answer you? Can I answer you?
Answer me.
Okay, now first of all, Lagos State is one of the only few states that has the only import sections for Nigeria. In case you don't know, Apapa and Tinkan Island produces billions for Lagos State. Now,
those money go to the federal government, not to the state. Am I right? To the federal government. Everything everything that they collect from the wharf, it go to the federal government.
Also, no.
The customs, excuse me, the customs excuse me, wait. Now, this custom is the third largest parastatal that generate for the federal government. Is it not the third largest in Nigeria?
Sorry, have you checked recently what last month's turnover is?
Last man. What does last man does? They collect funds. They collect from the people.
Sorry.
The black man. I know you have
Sorry, the black what?
The
black stone.
The black stone. I know you have answers that you have convinced yourself with, which is what you want to hear, but that's not what I'm going to give you. So just allow me land.
Land.
First of all, Lagos State is one of the only few states that has direct access to FDIs in Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, anywhere transactions take place, you have money there. In case you don't know, all the oil companies, Shell, Chevron, Mobil, all have their headquarters in Lagos State. I was in Akwa Ibom. Let me land. I was in Akwa Ibom when Governor Udom was begging Ibe Kachuku. I was in the meeting when he was begging Ibe Kachuku, please let ExxonMobil bring back their head office to Akwa Ibom State. Because ExxonMobil had a head office in Lagos, all the taxes ExxonMobil had to pay goes to the Lagos State government.
Every company has a right to establish their headquarters anywhere they like.
They are wrong.
But
there is a policy
about that. That's about the state.
Sorry, the Blackstone.
Sorry, Blackstone. Sorry, can you let's make this simple.
So how does the state influence investors? That's what I'm
okay. Let me tell you something. Now, in case you don't know, before 1999, oil companies had their headquarters wherever they were producing. Shell had their headquarters in Warri before they moved to Port Harcourt. ExxonMobil had their headquarters in Akwa Ibom. Eket used to be called Eket America because white people were coming there to invest. Calm down. Now, at the turn of democracy, we started having all this militancy that were sponsored by Let me land. All the militancy acts were sponsored by politicians. Politicians sponsored all that. Insecurity was spread everywhere, and all these companies started moving to Lagos. Now, let me land. Now, let me land.
Let's be straightforward. Let's be straight with ourselves.
You're talking about how revenue is generated. I said I was in the meeting. Udom guaranteed security to ExxonMobil. And Ibe Kachuku, do you know what Ibe Kachuku said? Ibe Kachuku said, look, what you're asking me to do, I would love to do it, but it is beyond me. Lagos has a lot of ways of generating funds. Oh, the oil majors, just ExxonMobil and Chevron in Lagos, will triple the taxes they get there. So when you say,
Mr. Jester, I agree with you.
Now,
Mr.
sorry.
Jester,
So now,
Mr. Jester,
the
I
case you
agree
just
with you. What I'm
now,
trying to tell you, what I'm trying to say,
I want to answer
every
your
state,
question.
excuse me, every state have a way of way investing to their
No,
state.
sorry.
No, let's not forget that one. You know, even in America there, you understand me? Each state fights to influence investors to come and invest in their state.
Oh,
So that's
do
one of the.
you know what you are saying? You are trying to drive a narrative, and you are not looking at the evidence. What is the states? What are the states doing that is creative? You are talking about taking taxes. The Lagos state gets money by taking taxes.
Why are you a governor? Why are you a governor? Why are you a governor? No, why are you a governor? No, why are you a governor?
What is why you're a governor?
Yes, well, what the governor does? That should be creative. That should be creative. I'm picking creative.
Nigerian governors are
sorry,
only
guys,
like
can we have the conversation go to other persons? It's been going.
That's the problem, though. We are not going good. We're not going smoothly. You know, we're not going smoothly. We are
Thanks
not
for
learning.
your submission. Oga Blackstone,
You don't
listen.
talk your own. Who is talking?
Sorry, I'm doing talking.
I know, Mr. Abudi.
No, Budi. Sorry, not Budi.
Okay.
Mr. Francis talking.
Okay,
So
Francis.
the thing is this: you are asking him. I mean, it's a rhetorical question. You know it, but I don't know why you are dragging it. What makes Lagos generate more revenue? Like Anthony, he started explaining. Every other company, most companies in Lagos have their headquarters in Lagos because of logistics, getting things off Papa and the seaport and what have you. Those companies pay tax in Lagos, just like he said. Most of the oil companies they all reside in Lagos. They move from Warri to Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt to Lagos. And then some are people now moving to Abuja. Two of those people are already moved to Abuja. But the thing is,
that's the question, right? What made they choose Lagos, or what made they leave other part of the where they were having their headquarters?
He mentioned it. Maybe he didn't want to take
it. Yes, of course.
He mentioned
insecurity,
what do you call it?
insecurity.
Insecurity.
Let's leave that.
Sorry, let us not lie to ourselves. Just recently, the government was supposed to build a what do you call it? A place like Niger Dock, where ships will be built in Nigeria. It was supposed to be built in Bonny. It was because it is NLNG that is sponsoring that project. It was supposed to be built in Bonny. After political meandering, it was taken to Badagry. The people in the Niger Delta protested. They stopped the contract, and all of a sudden, last, it was still moved to Badagry. Is it that there was insecurity in Bonny? Is there no Calabar? Is there no Edo? There are waterways all around. Why would you now take the money that comes from NLNG? 90% of Nigeria's gas comes from Escravos. The gas we want to pipe to Europe comes from Escravos in Warri. You take away the opportunities those people will have, the skills that they will get to become shipbuilders, and you take it to Badagry. What are we talking about? Let us not deceive ourselves. There is a concerted effort in Nigeria. You have power players, you have stakeholders who decide where they want these investments to go to, where they feel. If you listen to what told me recently,
my brother, listen. Let us say the truth, all right? And the truth has set us free. You have been to every part of Nigeria. I also been. I work with so many places in Warri. Let me tell you something. I will start my business where I'm secured. It's a private business.
I wonder.
Let me tell something. Let me tell something that happens.
Uzo, sorry, you're getting it wrong. Let's be frank. Let's be frank with ourselves. Okay, there is what do you call it? There is a generational gap. I mean, when I listen to the older folks who witnessed this war from the East, you see the way they come from. They are not forgiving because of the experiences or the stories and other. We, the younger ones, we don't seem to have that, what do you call it, exposure, even though we heard and saw. And just like you mentioned, the Gen Zs don't know anything about all this tribe we talk about. They were born as Nigerians. They know themselves as Nigerians and what have you. But if you want to go into the nitty-gritty of why economic nexus is within the Southwest or Lagos, it is, what do you call it? I wouldn't say premeditated, but it's been there because of one. Lagos was once what do you call it, the nation's capital. So a lot
right.
of commercial activity were set. It was even the seat of power before it moved to Abuja, but it still holds what do you call it, the economic power. Now, the incidences in the south, like from oil companies moving from Warri, they were to Port Harcourt, and then from Port Harcourt to Lagos. Yes, you might say these things were orchestrated. The thing is, there's a thin line there. If someone is orchestrating a problem within your family, your household, to disenfranchise your citizens or your wards from gaining the benefits of what naturally belongs to them, then you should have been smart enough to prevent that in-house implosion so that those assets will not go out. But the people in the Niger Delta or the South South didn't seem to be smart about that political dynamics and allow those things to move to Lagos. So that those things are in Lagos. You say you're going to invest where your asset is going to be secured. Which someone was asking a question, and maybe Dexter, which company would you say, okay, go to Enugu? Let's assume, I think recently there was a pronouncement that most of the cases results coming after this is it governorship election, something like that, will now be handled in Lagos and Abuja. There's
Yeah.
a ruling somewhere, or like one
Yes,
of
of
the
course.
justices
That-
mentioned it. What do you get from that? Whether the issue is in Calabar or Akwa Ibom or
Paul, good morning.
Maiduguri, it's either going to be resolved in the north
You know, it's a
or
worry
Lagos.
level for them too.
It's going to create, excuse me, it's going to create some kind of work for
You know,
sorry,
it's back up for them too.
okay. So it's going to create some kind of work, or what do you call it, job for people within these two locations, Lagos and Abuja. Okay, can we
My
continue?
brother, you're talking to more story. What I always said is this: Paul can tell us, Paul and backyard everything day. He goes everything waiting to grandpapa and papa.
No, actually, what I know, if you are even a businessman, you not even invest in a place whereby you know your investment not be secured. Why are there no investors going to Nigeria today? They said there's no security and their investment is not secured. That is simple business.
Listen.
Well,
I will say this. I will say this. If I'm a multi-billionaire, hold on. Let me say this. If I'm a multi-billionaire investor, right? I work in Warri, McDonald's Road, Efuru, all that area. I work in so many companies there. Let me tell you what happened there. If I have the money, I will take my company out. All right. I was involved of like, you bring like, for you, you see specialists, technicians, everything. All right. You see somebody, the chief will tell you, hey, 10 of my youth, they don't even know what they're talking about. Employ them. Let them just sit and collect salary. He paid them.
Sorry, I was in Warri as well. I
You know what I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, insecurity is what makes companies start moving out. We all know that.
What is all
So we can't deceive ourselves. Then Paul will tell us more. Paul will tell us more in his backyard. Paul will tell us more. He don't show. Maybe not trouble ourselves. Let's hear what the forces part.
Sorry, excuse me. You don't just say that chiefs tell the people to employ my youth or 10 of them, even when they don't have a technical know-how. What resulted for those guys not to have the technical know-how? They were 17 when you wanted them to be employed. From when they were 3 to when they were 15, did you train them?
My brother, is it my fault? Who trained me? Who trained me?
You didn't just evolve from nothing. I served in Warri, so you can't say that, incidences in Godwin, Port Harcourt, or South that made everything to move to Lagos is nobody's fault.
Wait, in Eleme, the refineries wanted to give a light to the community. The chief collect the money, say, you must go through us before you do anything. To develop the community. The chief is the chiefs are also the
Can we
problem.
allow Paul to say
Let
something? He's
You
more
know what?
authoritative on
You
this
know the
one.
reason
me
why.
say this abeg. It's too much.
I'm trying to
I think one of the
insinuate that
reasons
it's
why we have
politics
not
now.
what
what we are talking
Hold
about.
on
not what
now,
in that
because
place.
the next time he's
Let
saying
me
that
be sorry. Our people are also the ones suffering the masses.
I need to turn
I
down
Our
think
this.
chiefs
These people
are
are
the
not
ones suffering the masses.
I think we want to solve the problem in Nigeria.
Let me
I
turn my
think
volume up.
Peter Obi highlighted it. He said you must move from consumption to production. Now that's where I have a problem with what the Blackstone is saying. That sharing formula is consumption. The state governors sit down and wait for money for them to consume. And because of that, there is no accountability. Nobody can hold them. Now, when you move to production, it means that, look, if what River State has is 100 oil wells, the 100 oil wells belongs to the River State people.
You know,
The worst case scenario is that the River
there's
State will
there's no
pay tax.
country in the world. There's no country in the world who doesn't have a bit of sharing formula. There's no country in the world.
Sorry,
Please.
you will
Okay,
pay
let me ask you a
tax.
question. Okay,
Hold on. That's not happening. Let's allow Paul to say something because he understands a bit more about
He
this.
is not in backyard now. He not in backyard. Let him talk.
Why we can't see you? Why you busy?
I just came.
No.
Why you busy right now? You go
Allow it
understand.
to flow. No, I deliberately allow it to flow so that everybody just have their
Show your face, Father.
Okay. Okay, guys.
Hold on. Paul just came in.
No, because Paul knows about shipping lanes and all. He has gone through all of
No,
them.
only five for backyard. Now in grandfather the cheat. Let him talk. Tell us.
All this like water from a young age. Let him tell us what happened.
Okay.
Some people might be oil worker for you now.
Okay, thank you. It's not about the Niger Delta or no Niger Delta. First of all, from what Desta was saying the other time, if we want to take it from that angle, to some extent, it's making point, but that's not the real point. For some of us that live here in the US, will probably understand very well. So in America, we don't call headquarters. We call corporate. It's still the same form of headquarters. I can tell you 91% of the businesses in America, all the big businesses, they are all headquarters. Are in New York, Chicago, and a few of them in San Francisco. It has nothing to do. Headquarters don't really mean much, but because of the way Nigeria is designed, what you are concerned, if you put structures in place very well, I make the word about structures, institutions very well in place. If you put things in place very well, the numbers of people who work in your state, they're going to pay state taxes. So Shell might put their headquarters in Lagos. He has nothing. If Shell don't have staffs in Lagos, let's say they have 70 staff working in headquarters and 2,000 of their staff working in Warri, the 2,000 of their staff is paying taxes in Warri.
Exactly.
And for the fact that they have businesses in Warri, they are paying state taxes. You understand? What you pay in headquarters to some extent, maybe at the end of the day, is just called all those funny things called profit after tax. And every other thing because it just domiciled there. But you already pay your company tax. You already pay your payee. You understand? Those things solve those problems. Then somebody make mention of this, what we call community work. All over the world, I've never seen that kind of thing before. But do you know how painful it can be? Let me use the word, people who know about EFCC, Petroleum Training Institute. Now you go to Petroleum Training Institute as an Urobo man, as an Ijo man, as an Ishekiri man. It is that institute you learn how to even speak Hausa. You don't need to go to Kaduna or Kano because it's polarized with more of the Northern. It's polarized. You see Yorubas, you see Yoruba there. It is these oil companies, Yoruba in their nature, they don't know how to travel that much in their nature, apart from work, carry them travel. It is because of these big businesses makes you see Yoruba in places like River State, in places like Delta State, in places like Bayelsa. You understand? And the so-called local people, they don't have these opportunities. So over time, when they start fighting back, they now introduce what they call community work.
that if the work comes to your community, they give you the work. Then let me tell you how painful it could be. So when people started understanding that, oh, I'm doing security, I'm doing divers, I'm doing these little petty jobs, and they are paying me as helper. Then they started fighting. So people started devising another corny way of saying, I'm a technician, I'm a welder, I'm a filter. If a helper is earning 300, a technician is earning 500, a welder is earning 500, a welder that has gone to the level of a GRO is earning up to 800, and a filter is earning like 700. So this guy will say he is a welder. Take the position of a welder and go look for that Yoruba boy will be welder to take his position. Because that Yoruba boy is willing to pay him 500 and be going home with 200. He is the welder. He's still making money. So that other boy will stay in town, put his 190 Benz, at the same time pregnant 3 women.
How about
One
this
time.
Badagry stuff that Dexter was talking about, that it moved some contract that was supposed to be going to Bonny to Badagry? You know anything about that?
I don't really know, because nothing is going on in Badagry.
For politics.
So when Dexter talked that one, nothing is going on in Badagry. Badagry is
Sorry, go and check online. Nigeria is NLNG is supposed to build a place like Niger Dock. If you know of Niger Dock.
My brother, I know Fofana want to make me laugh. I walk in Niger Dock, Igologun, back of Tinkan water. It's a piece of land surrounded by water. So I want to use it again. So when you tell me, you go online, we are all connected now. You go online and go Google that place that you talk in Badagry. If anything has started.
No.
These are the things that people...
Whether anything has started or not is inconsequential.
That was why I told you.
Before Buhari left office.
That's why I told you. That's why I said politics.
It will be built. The port for building ships in Nigeria will be built in Badagry. That is a fact. On the tax issue, you missed the point completely. I'm not talking. Mobile does not pay tax of workers. I'm talking about Mobile as a corporation. You're looking about tax of workers. That's peanuts.
I just make mention. I just use the US because your company domicile there. I'll use the same thing for you when you understand very well. See, I work here in the US. If you put a warehouse, you have, say, Amazon. Now, Amazon is scattered in America. You understand? You put a warehouse in any city, the city will design their own plan of how you pay taxes there. I'm not talking about you are paying employee tax, what Nigeria will fondly call PE. The other PEF and whatever. You are also paying companies. You see, some cities have a lot of Amazon, a lot of Walmart. Do you know why? Because some of these people, the city will attract them to say, put your warehouse in my city, we'll give you 20 years tax waiver. Because when you put your warehouse there, it attracts jobs and it brings development. You understand? Amazon headquarters is in only 2 states. You understand? Amazon headquarters is only 2 states. You understand? But everywhere they put their businesses, they pay taxes there.
Please, I think Dexter said something that
I don't think you are getting this. I don't know. Sorry, you were the one that asked.
Let me just get to Dexter first for this point.
It's confusing the whole thing the more.
Francis, hold on. I just want to get to Paul on this. This is Dexter on this. Dexter, did you say something about manufacturing ships in Badagry or
No, there's a
for gas pipeline?
So if you know of Paul, you know of Niger Dock.
Yeah,
so,
it's in Igologun.
Where you can have what they call it now, where ships come in and dock.
Because you call it dockyard. Hold on, it's called dockyard.
Dockyard that is sponsored by NLNG, supposed to be built in Bonny, but has been moved to Badagry.
So now they do all their refurbishment and all those things there.
They would build they would. So when you have
Hold on, please.
yeah.
For the what
No, go ahead. I really want to
Paul said,
understand what
no,
he's saying.
listen. What
So
Paul
what
said that
happens is
project
when
have
a
not
ship,
started.
when you
So
have
Let him finish, Dexter.
Francis,
Dexter, let him finish. I
please,
want
yeah, please,
so when you
sometimes
have
you
a ship
relax. Make us
operating,
finish.
example, if you have a ship operating in the Nigerian waters, after a certain period of years, that ship has to go for dry dock. Now, when that ship goes for dry dock, you are going to have a turnaround maintenance of the ship. Now, there are very few places. I think it's Domalong, Niger Dock, very few places in Nigeria. So then I said, okay, let the Nigerian government, NLNG now said, let us have, because you have big ships coming into Bonny, let us have a place where you can dry dock your ships in Bonny. They move that contract, they move the location.
That is some serious stuff there.
Acquisition scheme for the people of Bonny. That was one of the reasons, so that the people of Bonny will get involved in the shipbuilding business.
Yes, that's wrong. They shouldn't do that.
Is Niger Dock only docking in Southwest? Is Niger Dock only?
Let me come in here.
Sorry, Uzo, let me ask you a question. Uzo, let me ask you a question.
Let's allow others to come in so that it will be a free flowing.
Can you mention one docking area and the capacity in Port Harcourt or any of the Niger Delta states?
That narration was wrong. It wasn't moved. There's nothing.
Niger Dock is not the only one that maintains ships in Niger Delta. They're not the only one.
Sorry, Uzo, please get my points. Listen to me and understand me.
Regardless
when I say Niger Dock, I said the Nigerian government is building something similar to Niger Dock.
Okay, similar.
Now, I just said Niger Dock is in Lagos.
Niger
Dock is in Lagos. So the Nigerian government said, okay, NLNG said, let us build something where you can have dry docks for ships. It was supposed to be in Bonny. It has been moved to Badagry. That is taking away the acquisition from the local Bonny people and putting it somewhere else that is already congested. I'm just talking about a system. When somebody talks about raising revenue, when you keep on moving all the viable investments to a particular place, you are depriving the people of the other areas. And it is a simple case. And you have
that
all over Nigeria.
That is not nice. If that's what it did, we have to confirm that we don't really have real evidence for this. That is wrong.
This thing started in Goodluck's time. It started in Goodluck's time. And the authorities fought against it. That contract
LNG is a private company, Abi. It's a private company.
Yeah. Wait for Blackstone.
NLNG is not a private company.
It's owned by federal government.
No, wait. It's owned by federal government with some affiliated with the.
No.
Don't say that.
It's owned by federal government.
Shell BP has a share there, right? The government has a share.
No matter. LNG na government, no worry.
Wait, it's a shareholding company, right? It's a shareholding
Let us not try to the Blackstone.
That's not what we are talking about. You ask LLNG, talk about LLNG.
No, I'm talking about that, but I want to say every company has a right to move.
It is not the company of the Blackstone. The Blackstone. Let me give you a typical example. Let me give you a typical example. I was working on a contract in Mobile. You have a space. 1% of the contract goes to development of the community, development of skills and all that. 1% of the contract. This contract was $40 million. 1% of the contract goes to development of skills. They are supposed to develop the local people around. We've done a plan for the local people. At the end of the day, somebody calls and says, no, that money that is supposed to go there, no, you will take it somewhere else.
My brother, that's you're wrong. I'll tell you why you are wrong.
Why?
I will tell you why you are wrong.
Paul, no.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you why. Can I tell you? Can I please tell you why you are wrong?
Paul, listen. See, man, give you a simple example. I think Uzo said something just not like that because but a typical example is in LML, right?
Okay.
LML, you see that project that Indorama is doing or is there right now. The project is supposed to give 247 lights to the 3 communities that has land housing in Indorama. right? Give 247 light to, you understand? Then give them standard healthcare center, good hospital. Then tar the whole road, the whole road for them, right? Then also with maintenance, so every was maintaining. Then build school for them, schools in the three community. I think Eleme, Akbajo, and the others are going to Abia, at the Port Harcourt Aba Road. They are going to Abia State. Forgot the name of the community. Those three community. But you know what happened? The community chiefs there, they came. They said, we know our problem. We know what we want. That those things that you are promising us, convert it to financial cash. Give to us. We know how to solve our problem.
Local P, thank you.
And what happened? Instantly, they took the stress off their hand. And politics from inside Indorama also came out to like, okay, since the value is supposed to be, let's say, maybe 100 billion, that's supposed to be the value. Okay, and you're asking us to give you cash. And we must say, okay, no problem now. Let's give you 50 million. You understand? 50 billion. And we keep 50 billion and share. You understand? Then, but in the federal government, it's supposed to be 100 billion. You understand? So they now put those chiefs, put them in payroll. As they gave them that, they said that whatever illegal contract, all the head chiefs, whatever, left LML, left this area. They now went to Abuja and bought houses or built houses in Abuja. They are not living in Abuja. So every salary or monthly when collecting time, they come to River State, collect their small thing, go back. That's the reason why you always see blockage in front of Element Petrochemical because of this money issue. By the time the people are aggrieved, money not share, they come out, give a small thing, they enter us. But those things that they promised to build, they never did.
So local. That's why I said Dexter is wrong. And at the same time, I'll tell you this thing. This lie has been an age-long lie.
No. Hold on. This is what I know. This is what I witnessed because I lived it.
Of course. That's why I said this lie has been an age-long lie because you are not in the meeting when you say these things. We also have others.
I say, hold on, not in the meeting. I'm telling you.
I said you are not in the meeting when these chiefs tell you all those things.
No,
you understand?
Okay,
oftentimes, local.
Let me put it in a way you understand. Listen, see. Let me put it in a way you understand. Normally, you see in element, the flaring, that's hold on. You see the flaring that they do in element and refinery, petrochemical and refinery. They pay all of us living around there. They pay us. Because let me see, because I'm not from there. But all the family living in there, they pay them money for flaring. They pay them money for flaring because they came and said no, whatever they're doing there is polluting the air and whatever. They used to pay them money for flaring. Because me, I received the money, even if I'm not from that community. Yes, I'm receiving the money too.
Yes.
So the one for the say because you say you're not there, the chief said the chief is not supposed to be lying against himself. You understand? The part of the contract for Element Petrochemical is to do those things. Element Petrochemical will not be lying against himself. I've seen the issue several times. Even I'm not there in the meeting.
So I will still tell you again. It's an age-long lie. It is the multinationals, you understand, gather these chiefs to bribe them than for them to spend those money.
No.
You can't hold on.
What you are saying is not. I'm talking of a contract.
Let me land now. Can you let me land? Let me land. You might always want to say it this way. And if you say it this way, it's like killing of twins. You will say it this way. Look, it is the multinationals don't want these things to work.
No.
And they bribe this chief because when I tell you they bribe this chief, when you talk 1%, you talk 5%, you talk 10%, you talk 13%, and then for that thing. My brother, let me land.
If you want to bribe, let me tell you what you do, right? You will not bribe with zero projects.
My brother, let me land. My brother, let me land.
You will bribe with 50% projects and eat the 50%.
That's exactly why I'm telling you that it's an age-long lie.
Not saying if the multinationals want to bribe, right? They will only do like, okay, we'll just give you like 2 schools, 1 hospital, and that's it. I'm saying nothing. That's why I say with zero projects. You understand?
So this is what I'm telling you, that the multinationals give people money and don't have any documents to back the money that they give to chief. Companies will give you money, no documents to no document to show that we give the king of this community 100 billion. These are the receipts.
It's a deal.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Then it is, my brother, common sense tell you say na bribe. When company give person money and there's no documents to back it up, sign here, this is our document. When let's use common sense. Let's use common sense. Where the multinationals have come out and said, these are the documents of the money that we are giving to these people every month. Let me land. I'm going somewhere with it. Let me land. That's why I tell you that it's an age-long lie. These people don't want to do these things, but they understand the people that my brother, let me land or let me leave. So continue with your story. When you give people money, the money is not their problem. When you said the local chief, I use your word back to you. The local chief said, don't develop our community. Give us the money. We know what we want. We'll develop. And they choose to say, we'll give you the 1%. But there is a document. Sign here, sign here, sign here. This is the money we'll give to you. The multinationals will beat their hand on their chest and said, we give them 100 billion. This is the account. These are the documents and everything. But when you give people money, like the way they will call it in journalists, brand envelope, there is no receipt, there is no document. My brother, let me laugh with it. It's called pride. It's called payroll. They put them on payroll and no documents. The multinational never come one day to say these are the documents. So you put some certain. There is never a document. If there's a document, tell me, let's share. This is the money we spend in this community. These are the people who give to.
Wait. You said you polisher?
Yeah, I am very sure.
Something I know that if you have 50 workers, you have 80 workers, 30 is on payroll. They're not working.
They're not working. Uzo, my brother, God will bless you. Let me tell you something. In Shell, let me tell you now, in Shell quarter. Do you know what they call share quarter? The Yoruba people call share quarter. They call it Kosi Wala quarter. That is quarter where there's no this thing. My sisters, our sisters, some of the young people, mothers, boys will send their sisters to shell quarter. If they enter shell quarter, come back. They don't hammer. We deliberately let our sisters become prostitutes.
I come back weekend like this. It doesn't
they deliberately become prostitutes.
Let me share something now. Let me share something interesting.
I beg you, please.
I'm just sharing the screen now.
I beg you. Let me just land with this.
Okay,
please. Let me just. I beg you, Father. Let me land with this.
Go ahead.
So now we talk shell quarter. The light in shell quarter is working 24 hours. The surrounding village, you give them transformer, you give them everything. But some youth will come outside and say, no, give us transformer. Let us use the same light together. Because when our light goes off, you say, oh, we should not offer. But if we share the same light, if we offer for 1 o'clock, the light go on for 1:01. The light will come up back. Because shell quarter light don't go off. Why are you giving us separate things from you? You understand?
Shell estate of Blackcoat. The Shell estate of Blackcoat. What do you call it?
So loco, when I'm telling you this thing, it's an age-long thing. The people does not want to develop that place. They choose to put certain people on payroll.
Petrochemical.
Want to develop the place. If they want to develop the place, they will develop the place.
Let me just add something to this. Hold on, Loco. I think you will carry on. I'll just interject and disappear. See, the idea, this thing, what Dexter was talking about. I've not found any evidence of Badagry here. However, we do. Hold on, I think there's one. No, this is the Badagry one here. Hold on, now this is the Badagry one here. To be fair, Koi makes 300 billion naira investment in Badagry. This is dockyard project. So, and there's another one for May to the same, almost the same year, but this one is, it looks like it's a different ones, and I find it disturbing because if you look at this year here, this is 2015. They started talking, feasibility study, and they still haven't built it. Even 2013. This is what I keep talking about. That These people just keep slow walking us. 2013, they are still talking about feasibility studies.
It's campaign.
Let's see what they said they are going to do now in this one.
It's
to
even
make
project. It's a private project.
This one is a private one.
It's the same thing our Sylvester was talking about. It's the same project.
Wednesday said it had invested $1.5 billion on the dry docks project in Badagry. So this one seems to have already put money down.
Yeah,
so I think this is the one he's talking about.
That's the one I'm talking about.
You see what I mean? This is something concrete here. While the other ones, they are slow walking it from 2015.
Trying to make people also look stupid. That's where they'll say, "Oh, we would have put this thing in Bonny Island, but we want to take it to Badagry."
I think it wasn't Bonny Island; it was Bayelsa actually. It was
maybe some of us that have not been to all these places that were saying it. Bonny Island is a very tiny piece of land surrounded by water.
Yep.
You understand? It's a very small piece of land. I have been to Bonny.
Sorry, Paul, you live in the US.
I do.
You live in the US.
I do.
And so you think Bonny Island cannot have any major infrastructure?
Can you listen? Telling people that you want to put this dock in Bonny Island, but because of you people are not serious, we will take it to Badagry. It makes sense to put it in Badagry.
Paul, I didn't say anything like that.
It makes sense. Don't use it like a form of demonizing one people, blame one people. It makes very good sense to put it in Badagry. You understand? It makes sense. There's nothing wrong in putting it in Badagry.
It appears both of them, they are looking to go ahead. That's what it is. If this is this year, this one is this year, and it's not Bonny, it's Brass Island in Yenegua. I keep saying it, look at that. It's Brass Island, not Bonny. That's where they want to do it. But what I find peculiar in this one is that this one, they're talking about feasibility study, while the other one has put $1.5 billion down. And I think, to an extent, when some Southeasterners say people are being manipulated, people are playing politics with the area that are getting developed in Nigeria, there is some truth there. And I really don't like this idea that Nigerians keep investing only in the southwest area.
Then when you talk about sheep going for dry dock, it also makes me laugh. You know why I said it makes me laugh? Those projects don't mean so much. Yes, in the long run, this is not what we want, what we need. But people just say it because of politics. Why do I use that word? Nigeria don't even have one sheep. So the multinationals who have that sheep can still say,
we are building ships. Where did you get that we don't build ships? We do build ships. Nigeria build ships now.
What are you talking about?
Let me put it like this.
Paul, on this one, Paul, on this one, I don't agree with you. I was in Morogu, was aside. See ways we build 2 oil ships in a year. So no time to build ships.
A Nigerian from Edo State. Go and check Project Masters Nigeria Limited.
These ones are Nigerian built warships. So Nigeria, we are building aircraft carriers. You should stop it. You are trying to highlight. I got to be aircraft carriers. Don't worry. We are going to be protecting our
power. Just yours finish.
We do build stuff things, so it's not like we do build stuff things.
Tell me the company that have all this shit that you are talking about. You are talking about
this one is Navy. Navy built it in Nigeria.
No, it's the same place they are building the nuclear power plant.
What nuclear power plant? Nigeria is building nuclear power plant. They've not even started the ground.
Oh, you don't know. You see Nigeria finish, eh?
Okay, let me see. Let me check the Nigerian nuclear. Nigeria haven't started building.
Stop googling for us now. I don't want to Google everything.
Mind your business. We are trying to find out the truth now.
We're planning one for
AY, are you serious that Nigeria has started building?
No, I'm
no, man, where? See me where?
Stop messing about.
All the people that are telling you. Dexter, I put it to you. Tell me where they are building ship in Edo State.
Ogun State.
Sorry, Paul, I think you are having a misconception of the things I say. First of all, you are saying Nigeria doesn't have one ship, and I'm telling you that I can give you a list of Nigerian owners of ships. I don't need to build a ship in Nigeria. You don't have a dockyard.
He didn't say Nigeria. So wait, Dexter, he didn't say Nigeria.
What they are building, I don't remember now. What they are building is oil tank, not ship.
Nigeria is small oil tank.
Sorry.
Oil tank, I remember now. Only oil tank, I remember now. Oil tank, not ship. Oil tank.
The Navy built a warship. What is wrong with you?
We don't have one.
They built something.
That carry gas. That carry energy.
Oil tank,
We
not
don't
ship.
have one.
Sorry, Paul.
Oil tank, not ship though. Oil tank, not ship.
Nigeria, I don't need to build a ship in Nigeria.
How are you?
What you need, you can have a ship built in Singapore, you can have a ship built in Panama, but you need to have a dockyard. You need to have a dockyard so that when you want to maintain the ship, you can go for a dry dock.
Don't forget
Nigeria own ships. And they do.
So I will tell you why I said Nigeria don't have ship, because I used to be a maritime boy before I become an aviator.
One Nigeria exam is oil tank. Oil tank is still oil.
Even when you said oil tank, Nigeria still don't even have oil tank. You know why I will tell you Nigeria don't even have that oil tank? I put it to you clearly. See, every Nigerian plane. Look at every Nigerian plane. Every country registered their ship and their plane. Every Nigerian plane is called 5th November. Look, every Nigerian plane, you see 5th November. You see 5N. You understand? If a Nigerian man, if Dangote...
We need to allow Ed to say something, because Ed doesn't like to interject. And Bonnie is being very quiet.
The difference between when you build a ship, you have to register where you build
Dexter. Let me land with this one. I tell you, I said Nigeria don't have ship.
And the flag the ship carries. I can build a ship in China, but it carries the Nigerian flag.
So that is exactly why I'm schooling you, where you don't really have knowledge about it. If Dangote have 100 of vessels, 100 ships, and register those ships in Ghana, will you still call that ship Nigerian ship? Do you know why Dangote registered those ships in Ghana? Because if Dangote registered that ship in Nigeria, if he take that ship to go fix in Ghana, he's going to pay almost 2 times the price.
Do you know how many? I know of an Indian man.
That's why we don't have.
Wait, follow. Don't go too far. Follow. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. I know of an Indian guy, Premier Group. He have 4 ships in Nigeria, but he fish in Holland.
Sorry, but you guys are saying things that you don't know. Go and check MV Gary. MV Gary, moving vessel Gary, registered a Nigerian flag. I know the owner of that ship. That's why I can tell you.
Was he built in Nigeria? No, it's
not about you.
You see that they are moving the goalposts all over the place. Dexter, to be fair to Dexter, all he's saying is that Nigerians own ships. And the point, the point Paul made was that because the ship is not registered in Nigeria, it could not be said to be owned by Nigeria. But technically, it's a Nigerian that owns the ship, no matter where it's registered.
No, Father, your technical has no technicality. What do I mean? You know why? Yes. You know why I said it? You know why I said it? Father, it makes no sense. Say you yourself now, you buy a ship, now you register that ship in Nigeria, and you take that ship. Panama generates a lot of revenue. So many countries register that ship in Panama. Do you know why? Because it's cheap to fix your ship.
Technically, okay, let me not go technically now. So if I buy anything now, does it hold on, Dexter? If I buy anything now, does it mean that Nigeria owns it? It might as well be just mine, not Nigeria. So to say that Nigeria owns it just because there may be a Dangote owns the ship or anybody owns the ship that is Nigerian, I'm not sure that is necessarily accurate. So if we are going to the point where we say an individual owns a property and is associated with the nation, then just because it's registered anywhere doesn't change that. It's still associated with a
it
Nigerian
changed
that owns
that.
the ship.
It changed that in the context. So context matters with what we are talking now. Context in the sense that why would Dangote not be so proud enough to register a ship that he bought with his own money in Nigerian name? So this is the context now, because if Dangote register it in Nigerian name, if time for him to go for maintenance, that vessel to go for maintenance in Panama, is paying times 2 of the amount.
But
So
it's
it
still
makes
Dangote
sense.
that owns it, and Dangote is Nigerian.
So Dangote is Nigerian. How is Nigeria now making money where Dangote is taking the revenue to Panama? So
If he gets the money, when he gets the money, he can take the money and put it anywhere in Nigeria.
I'm asking you, for father, if you are a businessman and your ship is going for maintenance in Panama for 100 million as registered in Panama, but if your ship is registered in Nigeria, if it's going for maintenance, you're going to pay $200 million for maintenance. You, as a businessman, for father, what will you register the vessel? It's a question.
I will register in Panama, but
exactly.
But that is not the point he's making. He's making it that the question is whether Nigerians own ships. That's what he's trying to say. The Nigerians do own ships.
Paul, I think you have your answer
Yes,
in
Nigeria.
mind. You have your answer in mind, that you want to drive to. Let me give you 2 examples.
Ed, hold on, Dexter. We have not let other people come into the discussion at all. Ed, are you there?
Dexter, please just tell me the vessel again, the name again.
MV Gary, owned by Project Masters Nigeria Limited, registered in Nigeria, carrying the Nigerian flag. I can give you another ship, Soft Supporter, registered. It's not. I don't know the country is registered, but its deed is dry dock in Nigeria, in Niger dock. In fact, what they did was that the vessel dry docked in Niger dock, and they flew in experts to refurbish the ship in Niger dock. I can give another example. Badge Venture. He did his dry dock in One. They flew in
Looks like we have another water boy here. Oh. This guy knows water too, Paul.
They flew in experts to do the dry dock in One. So all these things you are telling me Nigeria does not own ship. In fact, NCDMB, there's a new law in NCDMB that compels people to register their ships right now in Nigeria. So maybe you worked in the marine industry back in 1990s. The laws have changed.
See, that's just some petty hits now. Why are you saying he worked in the 1990s?
For father, he has nothing to say, because when he's talk about Niger, if he's talk about Niger dog, I know Niger dog up to date. Niger dog that he's talking about, Niger dog can't carry any jumbo. I've worked in that dog. Niger dog have only 2 small dogs. You understand? So if they've so when you're talking about all these things, so let me hold on.
I'm telling you that a ship just, I'm telling you of a ship that just recently left Niger dock as just
my brother, when you talk, send a link and show me the capacity of that ship.
I should send you a link.
Yes, send a link. Put it here left over and display it. The capacity of that ship. What is the capacity? What is the metric ton that ship can carry? Niger dog takes small ship. And when Niger dog takes small ship, hold on, let me tell you something. So when Niger dog takes...
Niger dog capacity is 25 tons.
My brother!
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so you see how small...
That is a small 25 tons. Yes,
okay, that's from Facebook though. It could be Dexter.
The Blackstone. No big ship.
25
big
ship.
ship.
Small ship. It's a very small.
It's a very small ship. No big ship can access. No big ship can even access Nigerian water. Those super jumbo silent ship like that.
What are you talking about, Paul? Just recently, one of the biggest ships, biggest rigs in the world was at One. What are you talking about? What is this guy talking about? What is Paul? Paul, please stop. Don't be bringing old news here. Just recently, one of the biggest.
Dexter, take it easy. Take it easy.
Dexter,
have you watched the program, Dexter? Hold on, Dexter, have you watched the program,
Dexter, you are ignorant. You are talking about a vessel that stay outside bar close to Nigerian shore, maybe a 200 nautical mile. You understand? You are talking. I am asking you. Do you know where Niger dock is? Niger Dock is just behind Tinkam. First gate.
I think this is Niger Dock, isn't it?
This is Niger Dock. It's just behind Tinkam first gate.
Oh my God, they Google like that dog. Listen, follow.
What do you
You
want me
can't
to
blame
do
them. They
now?
don't hear it.
Google has
They
got
follow
them.
Google.
Then they follow
What do you
Google.
want me to do?
They
This is
talk
Niger
power.
Dock. What do you want me to do? This is Niger Dock
Google
now.
fact.
20 tons is what Niger Dock can do. He can't do more than that. So let's take it easy on that one.
Forefather, there are ships. Forefather, there are ships that can carry 400 containers. In those ships, if we put a car, if we put container in those ships, one of the biggest transshipment centers in the world is in Spain. Those ships will get to Spain and offload. That's why it takes time to bring some of those things to Nigeria. To a smaller ship. You understand? So when you get to Nigeria, you see, because of you've not seen big ship before in your life, you see ship in Nigeria that carry 200 container, that carry 100 container. In your eye, it sounds good. It looks big. It's not big.
Paul, what you are talking about and what I'm talking about are complete different things.
Of course, you see so.
Paul, I was involved in bringing vessels that work in the offshore supply vessels. I'm not talking about vessels that are carrying containers. I'm talking about vessels that have that do dive vessels. That is the kind of vessels I'm talking about. Dive support vessels, offshore supply vessels that go and work offshore. Many of them. And I've sent
looks like we have fishermen here today. we have fishermen here today. They are not playing.
But follow. To be fair, follow. I enjoy when I was in a furu, all those water side, man. Fish and I call a lot of fish when they go back to Lagos.
Through where they go carry from Cameroon, come.
I tell you, a lot of fish. At the snap at the Gogoro, end of it at the Gogoro, you go enjoy life with there, not be small. All the guys when they tell the talk stories. Go life, you go enjoy your life. Leave all this over here.
That is not what we need. The problem we have in Nigeria is that.
So when we're talking about oil vessels, oil vessels
is different from ship, I beg.
That's why oil vessels ship. That's why you see some people will argue with the Niger Delta people that this oil is not in your land. Is in the deep sea. You understand? So this ship, they link pipes in the deep sea. They take all these things. That's why also it is easy for them to steal our oil. So these are the things that I'm telling you. When they link pipes and everything to explore all these things. But when we are talking about even our Nigerian water, with these jumbo-sized vessels, they can't come close. You understand? Now I'm talking about.
Paul, I know that you're talking about oil carrying vessels. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about vessels that are used to support.
But I forgot this topic. I forgot this topic.
Those are different. You're talking about tanker carriers. I'm not talking about tanker carriers. You know, I'm not talking about tanker carriers.
I just wanted to confirm something. Dexter, hold on. Let me just ask Dexter this. Have you watched the program Dexter?
How can you ask that question?
So you tell me you watch the program and you use the name. Okay, it's all good. I just want to confirm you know what you're working.
Is it a program or cartoon?
No, it's a TV series. It's a TV series program.
Cartoon, Dexter.
Yeah, it's quite a harrowing one. So
people should stop forget about this topic. Let's talk about.
Okay, what else? Emefiele seems to be handed from DSS to EFCC, and the EFCC head got released completely. And all this happened a day after the court hearing. Do you find it significant that they happened exactly after the Supreme Court judgment?
Oh, but it's simple. Emefiele just need to join Muslim. Take away that Bible. That is the only thing that man will suffer.
It's a bit petty. What this government is doing is a bit petty because it's so obvious. How can you release them on the day after the judgment? That's why you release two of them. It's like I'm so happy.
No. I think Bawa on a day too.
The truth is that Tinubu was fighting the people who were trying to fight him not to win the election.
And he's worried that if these people are free, they could cause problems for him.
Yes, that's what he was
So he
fighting
jailed
against.
them.
What problem with Emefiele cause for Tinubu?
No, forefather is just any deterrent. It's just a sign to threaten some other persons. It's just a deterrent. It's just a sign to threaten other persons. So if you try nonsense, you will see nonsense.
The change of Nigerian currency, don't say, you know, that they fought against it for affect to well. Do you know how much Tinubu spend in buying himself to buy that election?
I don't know why people are worried that Nigeria is going to turn to a one-party state. They've always been saying this thing. It's not always that simple, you know, to go and create a one-party state. It's very, very quickly to implode. And so let's not assume that.
If the people don't fight back, that's where it's leading to. That's where it's leading to. That's true.
To achieve a one-party state, the party has to have a legacy of great progress that they've contributed to the nation, like the
same
ANC
same
or
as
some
great
countries.
tyranny.
Fake tyranny, except if they succeed in something, they have to have succeeded in something to be able to create a one party. Like, let's say all the refineries in Nigeria are working by the time he finishes the first time. Yeah,
Okay,
he might get away with that.
Okay, forefathers now. Okay, there's going to be an election in Imo State. What do we expect? Are we sure people are going to vote?
They want their man to be in office now. I wish the Labour people vote because they need as many governors as possible
Are you sure
in
people
office.
still have confidence in INEC?
No, the people will vote. The people will vote. The question is,
I think the people will come out and vote because
allow the election to be free and fair. I think that's the question. In fact, the Imo State election is actually very tricky because as at Monday last week, the Supreme Court was supposed to hear the case that APC actually did not have a candidate for that election. Corpus Odima is actually not supposed to be in office, but the Supreme Court shifted the day for that judgment to December, waiting for the outcome of the election. So there's even a substantial, there's a case in court that
this not Supreme Court. I no go lie you. The way that they behave, like say they play where my grandmama they play City Fight.
Augustine, there's not more Supreme Court too. There's not more Supreme Court in Nigeria. They're not more supreme. They are more demolished. They are more demonic than anything.
Now military base, Supreme Court, now military too. Now uniform they said again.
So they are going to destroy Nigerian democracy. Actually,
Nigeria does not have a democracy. The Blackstone.
No, I said they are destroying it. At least democracy is a working process. So if at the beginning, even in less than 20 years, we have destroyed to this level, that means that are we going to be in the next 20 years?
Yeah.
So,
but to be fair to the Supreme Court, there was no substantial evidence against that was produced against the election, because even the constitution said that it has to be quite substantial before you overturn
I don't know.
an election.
What's your definition of being substantial?
Now, Papa, don't sleep.
Like because of the number of votes cast, you have to prove the number of votes cast that it
how
was.
do you prove that?
Okay.
When
That's why they have an attorney for themselves. It's not the year. So
INEC is a dictator. INEC is a
can you repeat what you just said? I didn't hear you.
To be fair,
INEC is a dictator.
I said, you said, how do they prove? I said that's why they have an attorney. That's why they hire an attorney.
That's what I'm telling you, that INEC is a dictator. Where do they?
Why are you calling INEC a dictator? Wait.
Why are you?
Let me just say this.
A dictator.
Hold on, I'm gonna go away soon. Why is it that Labour still today they still haven't published their own numbers that they want in each state? And you see, and they have their own numbers, and they could have gone, and they know they are supposed to go with the polling unit representatives or the evidence from polling unit, but they didn't do that. So if the court is telling you that this is what you are supposed to do and you didn't do that, then I don't understand it. Why are we blaming them?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask for further a question? The P&ID case between Nigeria and the UK companies, Did Nigeria do what they were supposed to do?
They did it. Those that they used to prosecute the case.
Did
They
Nigeria
were arrested by EFCC and they were prosecuted by Nigerian
I
courts.
think from what I got, they
Nigeria
most of their
I go the argument. Man, go just sleep a beg.
You know,
Nigeria follow court
we
process.
lost the case at arbitration.
Good.
It's
Did we wait? My question is this: did Nigeria file for their cases on time? Did they follow the court processes?
I don't understand the point.
They did.
If you listen to the judgment, Nigerian lawyers
you try to skew the narrative of the genesis of the whole matter.
Nigerian lawyers goofed. Nigeria goofed completely. In fact, people were not expecting Nigeria to win the case.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. You didn't know. You didn't get it. You are very wrong.
Okay, can somebody bring the judgment?
In 2014, listen. In 2014, before Jonathan left office.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking
about. Let him speak so that we can hear his own side.
You have a picture you wanted to paint. Nigeria didn't know about the judgment of arbitration until Buhari came down to power. It was even Osinbajo that blew the lead. That there's a particular judgment against Nigeria. On the eve of Jonathan leaving office, this lady that's been prosecuted in UK now, or the former Minister of Petroleum, they went to Jonathan that they should settle without going to court, out of court with these people by paying $830 million. And Jonathan said he couldn't sign it, that he should give that to the next administration. And the debt keep piling up. These people went to arbitration. They obtained a judgment against Nigeria in arbitration. And the Nigerian government investigated that case, and they find out that the basis of his office was fraud. It's just the connivance of some people, a Ministry of Petroleum then, and some share complex. And they started arresting these people. EFCC swing to action. Malami put them to task, and they were able to prosecute these people and bring the evidence before the law courts. So, when you say
now, according to, I want to ask a question.
Bring the evidences when it was supposed
we brought the evidence. That's why they call for the trial.
No, sorry, calm down. Yes. I'm asking you, based on filing, if that case, if it was in Nigeria, technicality will knock Nigeria off.
You are missing two different things. You are comparing two different jurisdictions.
No,
my point is this. Even the technicality that you are talking about. Technicality is part of law. That's what this law is for.
Emma, look. Look, technicality is part of law. But there are some times that you will throw technicalities and...
How will you throw technicality away?
No, wait.
What an example.
Listen to me. I don't like exchanging words with people. Okay. Just listen to me. I allowed you to speak. When they went to Chicago, I've forgotten this pretty woman's name. Is it the judge in the UK? She was in the US about the Chicago case, which Tinubu filed an appeal.
Maldonado.
She was Maldonado. Good.
Yeah.
She was supposed to give a judgment. I think that was on a Thursday, but there was conflicting evidence, and she said, "No, wait." She took additional 2 days to be sure that what I saw is the real thing before she now made up her mind that this is my pronouncement. That is the same thing we should look in the Nigerian scenario. Even though you have some evidence or what, look at it because it deals with the morals of the country. Not because this or that happens and this happened, you now decide to say, okay, put technicality. You are putting the morals of the country at stake. So you look, in that same law, it is said that you should not allow a thief to enjoy his loot. So it therefore means you need to look into the merit of the case and see that if there is something this person is supposed to answer, the person goes ahead and answer for it. Not that because you say, you did not file this on this day, or you did not file this on this day. We should try to make our country better by make sure that we support merit. If there are cases where there are technically, okay, let me say, for example, I'm not a judge. I don't know. There is time frame for everything to be done. But if I feel that we have the reputation of the country going at stake, if I cannot admit evidence, I will send you back to the lower court.
Okay. Let me now tell you the consequence of that. The main case, the interlocutory, the article filed at the Supreme Court. Do you know the implication if that interlocutory was allowed? You know what will happen?
Yeah, go on, let's hear.
It will have been a total disaster.
Tell me about it.
You know one thing about law practice in Nigeria is very decisive. Once you set the precedence, that's what they will continue to follow. That means people will abandon their case at the lower court. And once they get to the appeal court, they know, oh, it's that time I find my evidence. I cannot bring my evidence at any point in time. That will bring the whole stress, a calamity on our judiciary. That means there won't be.
Is there no calamity now on the judiciary?
Exactly.
No, that will bring on calamity.
Please answer that question. So is there no calamity now with the precedent that's been set?
Bigger calamity now.
No,
if it is
you don't get the point. You don't get the point. Like, because you find yourself.
Woody, answer the question. Is there not going to be consequence? This precedent has been set.
Okay, let me tell you something. I was talking to one of my friends who is an Indian, and he told me that sometimes corruption is found everywhere in the world. I said that, look, sometimes we have a lot of corruption in Nigeria, including the judiciary. He shout, say what? That even if in India politicians do rubbish, they enter judiciary, that they triumph. That one is a sacred holy ground. But Baba, we don't go Nigeria, we don't go dance for Market Square.
Okay.
When person Market Square,
you might not understand what I'm saying. Is this?
Agabudi, you are a lawyer.
Don't bring technicality. Come here.
It's not. Listen.
You are a lawyer. You are studying law.
You like
lawyers.
Whenever
it's not a lawyer. It's not a lawyer.
All people will talk like this.
Listen. Let me tell you one thing. I'm a scientist.
Very good.
We cherish law so much.
Yes.
And we respect principles.
Actually.
And if you give those things away, we remain an animal kingdom.
No, Mr. Budi.
Mr. Budi, you are exception to what you are saying. I take exception to what you are saying.
No,
I take serious exception.
These people are not foolish. They are supposed to start with it. They use all their life to practice law, and they are wrong.
It doesn't matter.
They are not foolish. Look, my tell. They are not foolish.
They know the implication of it.
Yes, it is very true.
And they did it.
True.
And they did it, and they have set that precedence there.
Listen,
they have set it there.
They have set the precedence.
Yes.
He didn't want to acknowledge that there's a precedent being set now.
You don't understand what they did.
Mr. Moody, we will all
understand. We have always known you. You don't ask logic. You say you're a scientist.
Make us understand. Make us understand. Listen, you know what will happen to thousands of cases. That already decided.
Look,
and then our nature.
There are some times where
that we don't give up easily. It's after judgment we start looking for evidence.
Agabudi.
I think we know that supposed to evidence.
Please, Ogabudi. on this case.
On this very case,
we need to go and apologize to Mesoma. Everybody.
People like you can apologize to Mesoma. People like you, because you never know anything about law.
Look, forget this issue.
Where are you?
They say we have always said everything that.
Where are you?
Let me ask you a question.
You lost election.
See,
I said it before.
Let me ask you something.
That they have no case.
Let me ask you something.
Let's take this and I tell you that they will lose in court with the way they are going about it.
Buddy, let me ask you.
You are not trying to blackmail the judiciary. Look, I will never take that. No.
Look, even this primary case,
you are like corruption judiciary.
On a normal day, INEC is supposed to set the guidelines for transmission of results. Is that true? That is what is in the Electoral Act. They come out in different fora and say this is what we are going to do. But when the process started, they now changed. Do you think that is now morally right? Hoping that we said we have changed the guidelines. Now, apart from that, when the appeal court started, when the presidential election tribunal started, the judges gave an order to INEC to provide things for councils to file their cases. INEC no bring them out. The judges are so weak that they cannot use the strong hand of the law to say, I demand that you do this thing.
Because
you know,
because
those are the little things you see which are setting the wrong precedent. Now,
the
worst thing, the worst thing
make your
can
case
happen
now. You said
is for when the people no longer trust the law.
The Labour Party lawyer, did they return back to the court? That they were not allowed to access that.
They did. Me self, I see that one. Me, I see that. They returned back to the court, and the judge was
several times. I've been listening to you ever since all these political
You are smiling today. This is injustice that has been planted. It will grow and reach you. It will grow and reach you. You see this injustice? It's going to germinate.
Which
it will germinate. It will bear fruit, and everybody will get their share. You too.
As a don't get emotional about what you know.
Let me tell you. The law is
go listen to senior lawyers, and the law they knew that those lawyers fumbled that case. They fumbled.
Nigerians have that.
I should listen to people like
the best of laws.
This person that explains something now.
Listen, I said it on this platform right from beginning. That the way they're going about that case, they will lose it. And it happened.
Forefather, where are you?
I'm not talking about whether anybody
is making money at the end of all these things that the guy was doing. My brother, trust very tall.
The only class of law is law. So that just it. Your moral keep is
Loco, where are you? Loco, don't sleep.
Situation now console.
Loco, don't sleep. It's after 2.
Normally now,
the truth is this.
I will make watch the full video.
This case, I'll tell you the truth. We used to know that the executive was corrupt. We know that the legislature.
Who they play that in there now?
I don't know.
Look, I think it should. Loco, are you the one?
He's Loco. I think it's Loco.
Loco, please,
you don't do it.
No.
Okay, then Francis.
Oh boy.
Francis is molded.
Make a talk.
Look up, mute yourself.
He's not here.
He's just lost.
It's after 2.
Anyhow, that's by the way. The point is this,
the truth, Mr. Moody. The truth is that you see, the election, I don't care who wins in the election. Basically, what we needed was the right thing to be done. The right thing to be done morally. Because if you don't do the right thing, you can't make progress.
Mute yourself.
Loco,
can you hear us? It's not good for the video.
When we start, only come outside from Delta
I'll be back.
I'm about to prepare cocktail.
Forefather.
Who got the number? Make it a column. You can tell him. Who got the number? Make it a column. He just carried away.
Idiots. Carry smelling single. They come online every time. They talk. They do rubbish. You have to see here for you. I'm not sure whether that way they back. Come on, play this song, bro. Play this song. You can invest. It's going to be big. They're going to invest. We'll start doing that.
No copy.
For those of you who don't understand, because like I said, people are rather dogmatic than pragmatic. You don't understand.
Anyway, so me, I want to say good night. Look copy, the dust spoil everything.
My Jesus Christ. My Jesus Christ.
Forefather too don't sleep.
Lord Jesus Christ. I'm proud of it forever.
Oh, now close the studio when it's time.
They did not reign forever. Do you understand? So, even
Loco, can you see us?
Good night, guys.
They're not going to reign forever.
Take care of yourself, sir.
Good night. Local P just carried away. What do you see?
If I collect all this money,
who has his number, self?
that will make me happy. It's not.
It's very funny that somebody be on the panel will be doing the different people to listen to people.
Like he's watching something on his laptop.
It's very funny.
All right. Now that I give you Cubana chief priest and the leader have gone by,
It's not even hearing also.
You know, local.
What?
You please, can you mute? You have been
for more than 1 hour. They just be disturbing us for more than 1 hour.
Oh, and okay, I was supposed to mute him. Like, you know what happened? I muted the speaker so that I will not be hearing you guys.
You see? I left the mic.
I knew that.
God damn it. Yes, I just feel like, okay, no need. I just feel mute. Okay, I muted the speaker. So I muted you guys. You don't need to mute my mic. I muted you guys. Man, so sorry. Please. I hope the chat session never chop me wrong. Oh, please.
It's been long. I'm even trying to call Dr. Damages. So now he's calling back. He's calling back now.
To do what?
To mute you.
No, but for would have muted me now.
I don't know if you don't sleep.
It's not there.
Are you guys kidding me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
let me ask a question. Let me ask a question.
Yeah,
right?
I'm so sorry. Yeah,
Over the week, I think last week, right? This guy, Otedola, give out a lot of scholarship.
Are you
right?
serious?
And he's one of the people that owns the power. It's one of the power sector player. You understand me? Yeah. I was like thinking.
Look, I just report you to Oga on top.
Why don't you invest this money in the power sector to give life to Nigerians?
The Blackstone, Otedola is generating power. He has Geregu power plants. The problem in Nigeria is not generation. That is not the problem. The problem is
distribution.
Let me finish now. Let me finish my question. That's that. Okay. You're just maybe like the movie. Hold on.
Hey, blend the movie. No matter not go for this platform.
Excuse me. One thing I believe that this is like a chain of network. Even the distributors or the generators, and they should be able to work together to find, because if you are generating, you are not distributing. You are also losing money.
No, you don't lose.
Wait now. Now let you know everything. Hold on. You understand? If you generate, you are not selling. What do you do?
The government is responsible for transmission and distribution. The government is the off-taker. If you generate, the government has to take it. That's where they say, so if you listen to the news, that news that you're talking about, it was an Arise news, and they talked about the subsidy. The government must pay whatever the consumers don't use, the government have to pay. If I generate, the government takes that amount. If I generate 1,000 kilowatts, the government takes it. It's the government's responsibility to distribute it and transmit it to the users. It is not my responsibility as the generator again. That is how it works in Nigeria. The way the government wants to steal, what you are saying is good. If the Nigerian government unbundles the power sector, it will be good. Leave it to the private sector. This thing you are saying is why I think there's this guy, Batsunaji, that wanted to power area market. But because government said they must handle distribution, his project, he's generating power.
But excuse me, but it has been unbundled now. Buhari signed the...
Buhari unbundled that the states now can... He did not unbundle distribution. Unbundle it, let private people put their own distribution lines.
Yes. Wait now. If a state generates power, the state can decide to generate only for their state and not distribute to other states. And not feed it into the national grid.
Yeah.
The national grid is that of the federal government. You understand me? So now it depends on the state how they want to power their own state. You understand me? Because like Lagos State has a mini power station. They used to power some areas in Lagos, the street light and the the state house and everything, right?
No,
So
sorry. The Blackstone, a generator.
That's generator. Is people that have this
Generator.
River State have, although they sold it out to Sahara.
okay.
But
Edo State,
Akwa
P. Edo State has a 10 megawatt power station, and they are just
You see?
Edo State has a 10 megawatt power station.
Is it gas turbines or generator?
Wait. Where did they get it from?
No, that you check it. What are you talking
The
about?
question I ask you, not check it. Where did they get it from? Where
did I get it from?
Yeah. No, where did they get it from? Where did they get it from?
Where did they get it from?
Mm.
Edo State built a power station.
Hold on, I think they build. Where are they getting the power from? Where?
From where are they getting it from? Isn't that their power station they built? They built a power station.
Hold on. Look.
What do you mean?
Wait now. You can build facility. You understand? It's two things you use to generate power. Either to gas turbine. The proposal is from gas. That Oredo gas oil this thing they get for Ologbo. You understand? That is the proposal. You understand? But my question is that one never starts. So where are they getting it from? No river, no dam there. No wind turbine. The only source of this thing is through gas turbine.
So
gas. So where are they getting this thing from?
So you want to mean that they can't get a gas?
I'm not telling you they cannot.
No, you say they have. You
are
say they have.
No, wait. From the information I have,
they can build facility. Doesn't mean they've connected it to the gas.
Local P. Sometimes, no, let's be realistic sometimes. You understand me? There was the problem they had in that place. Nobody to start itself. The
Blackstone, politician don't fool you. See, you don't get answer again. Politician don't fool you.
Let me explain it. Let me explain it. You understand me?
I know what you want to say. I know what you want to say. Hold on. You want to quote Obaseki. You want to quote Obaseki. I know. You want to quote Obaseki.
You know what? Sometimes
the information no clear with you. Politician don't fool you.
Wait,
no. See, you want to quote Obaseki. You want to quote Obaseki. I know.
I'm not quoting Obaseki. I'm quoting.
Okay. School us, educate us.
I know. Let's forget it because there's so much argument. No. I don't like. No,
forget about it.
I
want to learn. School us. Where is it?
I'm not going to school you because if I go to school, you have to listen to me. Before you start asking questions, before you start jumping in.
The plant is Osisiemo power plant. Osisiemo power plant. That is the one you're talking about. That one is what they're backing on. Nobody's saying it will not work. You understand? But my question is, right? You say you want to supply. You understand? Where is the power supposed to come from? Is that from gas for that Oredo oil at Ologbo before you cross to Ogara? You understand? That's where I'm getting it from. So, but the truth is, it's not started. The level started the function. Federal government level will give power, authority for 100% like that. Because if you want to do that, you understand, you can generate and transmit. You understand? Then you give the normal PACN not PACN, the new the DC, those EDCs. You understand? To distribute. You understand? So that's what you can do. But the thing is, I think from his narration the other time, he said he what he was trying to do was to have a deal with Funke was her name, the director for what's it called, BEDC, Benin Registry, because that BEDC from Benin is covering Delta. Is it Delta, Ekiti, Ondo, and Edo? I think 4 states. Yeah, I think Ekiti, Ondo, Edo, I think, and Delta. You understand? That is the BDC distribution. So the politics is not making the woman agree or whatever, but she's refusing to buy. You understand? But that doesn't mean they started producing. You understand? So the query you're talking about is what the Obaseki is quarreling that the woman for. That the woman is lobbying whatever not to buy from Edo State, that he wants to buy from the normal federal government generation. power generation.
It wasn't
It's not right in
buying.
the
It
state.
wasn't buying. What the play was that it said that they want to actually allow once they put it into the national grid, then that it should be now be taken to other states, that those states will be having short of power, because it be taken to be shared to other states. But basically was saying that first of all, those states have to have enough. If it's extra, you first go to other states. That was the issue. Then they started laying their own poles and laying their cables and everything. You understand me, right? So that if that does not work, they can leave their cables and their pole and everything. They cannot be able to supply within those states.
But see, blacks of common sense, you don't even need to even lay your own pole and cables or wherever. You understand? You know where the state is tapping from the national grid. Go to that tapping joints, right, and split it into two.
Who wants the facilities? That's the problem. But who wants the facilities?
Look, there's some things you don't understand, right? It's just because states is just governments, they don't even know the power that they have. First thing first, you understand? Once a product or whatever is in your state, you have the first authority over that product first before even federal. But because of politics, most people are just dancing to federal. You understand? Because if you tell your state now, look, before I'm having this power and give me the license, once you give me the license to distribute or to sell after generation, I can go there and switch from cutting off from a federal line and be supplying, because you're giving me the power to supply. You understand? So I can cut you off. I don't have to lay new pipes and new poles, standing new pole and new cable. No,
this was before Buhari on Bondo that made the state can generate their power and supply. This was before then.
No, what I'm trying to say is like first
you are right. You are right with what you are saying, right? But this issue was before Buhari now passed the bill that the state cannot generate powers and also distribute. So now I don't know.
Nothing is stopping them. If they really
nothing is stopping them.
That's why I said where is the power? If the power is there, nothing stops Obaseki from going there and cut off from what you want.
I know what I'm saying. I said this issue was before the Buhari passed the law, put it into law.
Now, why you that they play, they lie, don't mind them. Any country that is serious, if you want to do power, you don't need to do anything. Once you have it, you can even blackmail the government by even test running your power that you've generated. Test run it in one community. See that they have 247 lights. You blackmail the government. Use the media to blackmail them. If government no change, man. But there's no power to distribute. Not there. They are just laying, like, we are building the plants, but nothing to generate the power yet. So as we are building, we are negotiating with the distribution company. You understand? Which I think that's the reason why she was like, I mean, never see power. You tell me we can negotiate. I believe this guy, so something like that. So, but if you have it,
how long have they been building the plant? And you know that plant is a joint venture with one foreign company.
It doesn't matter, even if whatever it is, as far as the company is not, the company wants to make profit, so they won't spearhead it. As far as the governor is backing them up. So if the governor really know what he's doing, if he's complete and whatever, like I said, you can blackmail the government, the federal government. Very simple. The community that you are building the plants in, distribute the power to them.
The state governor will go bring 2 men from Lebanon, one from Turkey. People with a different color. They say now you go joint venture. They're just using this to steal state revenue and everything, and at the same time not do anything with it.
Yeah, yes, no.
This is what they do. You understand? If they want it to work, don't do things halfway and you spend all your money on media to deceive people up and down.
Yes, no.
Finished product. You understand? Dexter, I will still argue with you again. MV Gary, I've checked everywhere. MV Gary is just a tugboat. Just a small thing. I don't know whether I'm wrong. Prove it to me. I've checked online. I've checked the MV Gary that you talk about.
Yeah, MV Gary is a tugboat. So is it registered in Nigeria? Like I was telling you, so what I was telling you, when you were talking of vessel, apparently you were looking at big ships like crude carrying vessels. And when I was talking of vessels, I was not coming from the angle of crude carrying vessels. I was coming from the angle of supply. No, not tugboats alone. I was coming from the angle of supply, offshore supply vessels, construction vessels, tugboats. Like that tugboat, the owner of that tugboat, he has seven vessels, but that's for offshore business. He has, I think presently he has the biggest barge, Nigerian owned barge that in Nigeria. I think that one is a Nigerian flag badge. That's an individual in Port Harcourt, and he registers like that one. He has 7. I think he has about 4 of them registered under Nigerian flag.
Yeah,
so
it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense when you register tugboat in Nigeria because that is where you are doing business. Now they charge you less. But this is the thing now. It's like when we call shopper and we call aeroplane. They both fly. They are both bird, but they are different. So when I use my word, I said Nigeria don't own ship. And you argue with me and you are telling me about tugboat.
You are talking about obviously you are coming from the perspective of crude carrying vessels. Nigerians
that's why I said we don't.
Nigeria doesn't have capacity to do maintenance for that kind of
exactly. That's why even if the Nigerian man owns a ship today,
no, you can't register it in Nigeria.
We'll probably register it in Panama somewhere.
You won't even because it's not working. It will just come and carry crude and sail somewhere else. So
yes. So when it's time for maintenance, you go the other place. You understand? And these are the same.
Probably Singapore, Belize, all those countries that have dockyards. Yeah. So I'm not talking about. I'm talking about offshore supply vessels and all that. And,
the small tugboat and everything. All Niger dock can take all those tugboats. You understand? But when we talk ship, you understand? When I work with the maritime sector, I get to understand all these things. Like we that live here again, that do all the shipping container. You see your container, you track your container. Once your container gets to Spain, it's just like the container press pause. It's not moving again because they are transferring that vessel from a bigger vessel to a smaller vessel that can get to our Nigerian water.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I know that's right. That's right. I agree on that.
Oh yeah, Jonaba. They don't get ship where they carry yamo. I don't know what you want to talk now.
How many farmers do you gather together to farm a yam that the sheep will carry? That is to enslave the Mao people, and then monkey they walk, baboon the chop.
But for father, if you Jonaba, if you know what is called Benue yam growing up, it is the best thing that can happen to mankind. Benue yam, those days we say Benue yam in Lagos. Awusa yam. Now we come here with a chop yam, we be like this, my hand like this. He
so
live
I
like
don't
say
know
get
Benue
HIV.
yam, and I'm from Benue.
He was very rich. Good yam is coming from there.
Why can't I know the good thing that come out of me? Am I in Nigeria?
You may not know the value because the thing don't smell for your nose, so you don't know. Now we will the chop have know the value. Okay. You that say you sell out.
That is fair enough. So your argument end where now? Yes. What is the solution you guys have today? What is the summary of way forward?
The summary of way forward is that
they didn't give any. They were just debating about docklands and whether the politics were meaning that they were
this
moving
is the
it
voice
to
I'm
Southwest.
looking for.
Father, we've come to compromise now. I believe you hear it when I talk about sheep and tugboats. So finally, later we just come to compromise that.
So I'm listening to you, Father. You're giving me a summary.
Yeah, the summary was that they were having some discussion that politics was meaning that the development in the other areas of Nigeria was suffering because they were moving into certain regions which was specified as the Southwest. But it seems that they've come to some arrangement now that they've agreed to disagree or agreed to agree.
Paul,
Depending on how you want to look at it. But it's
Paul,
not a massive disagreement. I think everybody, are just saying that
Yeah.
things are not happening as they were meant to be
I'll share the
happening.
link. So go and see that link.
Okay, but okay, what other areas we want to look into? Because we can start going into the Israeli-Palestinian stuff. If everybody has finished, we've flogged the Nigerian one down.
Don't go there.
See,
with
I know. Hold on, stop it, Paul.
Don't go
Paul,
there. Don't go
America is see. Because you are in America, Paul, and many some of you are in America. How is America just like the people in the country don't even have any like real serious concerns that what America is doing is not right? Because the whole world, like the UK now, the protest you see in the UK is one of the largest you see. That this needs to stop. In all over the world, Chile, places far away.
UK have been a champion of such thing.
So
Even during when they lock up Mandela, the biggest protest was there in UK. So if you talk about that, they are very good, and I thumbs up for them. But then, if you look at it, it's the same problem. They plant them there.
Just let John Abba finish.
I share a link.
Yes, okay.
They are the one that plant them there. So they have to give them all the support. And this is what brought about the Ukraine war as well. That's what Putin is pushing, that, okay, you are planting another thing. So people understand the power dynamic. But the problem in here, they are not that well informed the way people look at it. The politicians look into the TV straight and lie to them, and they will just take it. So these people are not that well informed when it comes to internal and external affair of that. And they just whatever they tell them, and that's why they are not that. Even the foreigners are well informed, especially those involved in all those things, social and all of those things. But to them, there are places even in the remote area here, you don't see the two party in the ballot. You can only see one party.
Wow.
So it's not. They're being told. They know how to sell themselves well, and that's the problem. The problem of Africa, we have our own problem. We don't know how to sell ourselves. The good one, the good aspect of us, and the bad one overshadow us. And like we talk about our politicians, and our politicians too are victims of ordinary Nigeria. Even as much as you guys think that politicians are they the ordinary Nigerian that stay on the road trying to join the public transport because maybe they cannot even afford one that go to garage, which is not security wise is not nice. The ordinary Nigerian will take advantage, dose them, carry their phone. Are they the people that these are poor people like you? So Nigeria is a very diabolic. We are very diabolical, and we are whether you say we are Christian or we are Muslim, but I think we need to talk more about the human aspect and of it, that people should look at their own brothers and sisters, that they are all struggling. This individual you are torturing, asking the family for ransom, they are as poor as you. So why do you think what you are doing is the right thing to do in any society? So when there is no humanity, when there is no common sense that makes and no conscience, where do we go from here? So that is the problem why they think that they justify what they do even in the political arena. Look at David Oyedepo's son now, left church now, is having his own. Is it not all think that his father is still alive? He just know that he cannot be the general overseer. And then the other thing that will work now is to open a church on his own. So this gullible thing from the grass root, if we are not tackling it right.
So, in other words, are you saying that all nations are captured? But the problem is, See,
to some
things,
extent, the US government has started teaching to the other side a little bit. But in as much as they're trying to teach to the other side a little bit, the media is the biggest problem we are having.
wow,
Even more than the
did you see
government.
how they all behave like Gestapo? Just started
The medias are like zombies when it comes to this
They are not like
Israel.
They are not like zombie. They crafted a talking point for them, and these people is about their money and their own beat. They crafted a talking point.
Sometimes you can see it in the face of the journalists that they are not happy with what they are doing, and they are still. They just are. Yeah. It's weird, man.
They
And
are
people,
being controlled by they control the talking point, and then
yeah, and another thing again, Janaba, sorry, another thing again that makes it worse because of the 9/11, it makes it hard when you look, you just see like it is about the Gen Z, the young ones, that is the one that is coming outside when it comes to fighting for Palestine, that is coming outside to protest. Probably you see that good percentage of this one. These are citizens that know that where they can't deport me. But if you know that you naturalize like me, you're a bit scared that okay, they can come on my naturalization, throw me back to where they come from. you understand that kind of thing. That's why you see it's only the young people. So
let me ask all of you a question.
Hold on, let me finish so that you ask a question. So when you see the young people that are supporting Palestine, it's about young people. You see them in college and every other place. But one quality thing that is going on, one of the most strongest swing states that Democrat narrowly won for Biden is Michigan, because Michigan is a swing state. You understand? And Michigan have more of Arab people. It is clear that they're going to lose Michigan. Trump is taking Michigan back, if Trump will make it. Then silently, all those people that are not talking, I am telling you, plus myself, except maybe they give me Trump. I don't know how we'll manage Trump. I'm not giving Biden my vote. I'm saying it publicly. You understand? Because I'm really, really disappointed.
Biden is disappointing, man.
It's completely disappointing. See the way even press is they're trying to bully somebody like Obama. For Obama to even try to talk a little bit. You understand? They talk down on Obama like he's just like a mayor or something.
I don't cut you off. Well, in this thing, what Obama put out is not that different from Joe Biden.
No, my question is this. So let me ask you a question though. If a neighboring state in America come and attack American citizens in America, what will America do?
They will respond. They will respond, but not.
So that's what Israel also did. You know, Hamas. You know what? Hamas has been a terrorist group. Has been a pain.
Hamas is not a terrorist group. Hamas is not a terrorist group. Correct yourself. Correct yourself.
Yeah, this is another thing that.
No, wait, but do you know that Gaza belongs to Hamas? And
first, correct yourself. Hamas is not a terrorist group.
What are they?
They won an election. They hold power, so don't call them terrorist group. You understand? An individual there can be terrorists, like we have everywhere. But don't call Hamas in general terrorist group.
And especially,
Hamas has been labeled as terrorist group.
The Blackstone.
So who labeled them? Is it not their enemy? If me and you are fighting, are you expecting me to be praying for you? If we are fighting, are you expecting me to be praying for you?
Let me add something now. The Blackstone. They only are operating in Gaza. They are not spreading it anywhere, going to attack any other people. They are only focused on the people that are occupying their country. So that
the right English is called their freedom fighter. They are freedom fighter. That is not terrorist group. It's called freedom fighter. They are fighting for their own land. They are fighting for their own people.
They are said to be using terrorist tactics, but I think it's partly politics.
Yes, individual among them.
Wait. This issue of settlement, two-state issue and everything, that has been there for a long time. You understand me?
Correct.
Why don't they both of them come together and say, okay, this is what they
Who is stopping it?
Who is stopping it?
No.
That's the question.
No, wait. The issue Israel has is not because of Gaza Strip or Palestine. You understand me? The issue is that East Jerusalem. That's the major point of disagreement in all the.
That was the last time they were negotiating. That was the sticking point, and in the end, Israel didn't even want to hand over because they were gaining anyway. They were able to build more land, take more lands from the Palestinians.
Every time Israel fight them,
and
Israel
that's
will
what makes it
defeat,
different.
Israel will push, they'll claim more land.
This is
You
not
understand?
attack. This is not an attack from nowhere. This is an occupation, which technically under international law is illegal. You are not supposed to be doing it, and yet Israel is doing it. America is allowing them to carry on doing it. America has vetoed 54 UN resolutions. 54.
It is politics in the.
It's not politics. See, I think what America.
It is politics here. The Congress, most of the congressmen here, and the most powerful people in the Senate.
I think it's a strategic interest of the Americans.
That is what I'm trying to tell you.
Those interests. You know one thing. Every country is fighting for their own security.
But there is a level of in 24th century. There is a level of impunity. You can
on both sides.
Yes.
It's not necessarily on both sides. It goes on one side far more than the other.
It goes on one side, not both sides. The Blackstone, I want to put it to you.
Excuse me, when there is a fight, the one must be stronger than one. That's what it is.
It's not there is a fight. This is a control mechanism to torture one people.
The Blackstone,
it's like
I put it to you, the Blackstone. What the Germans did to the Jewish people, like they keep telling us every day, the Holocaust, the 6 million dead, and everything. They still find a way of resolving it. The Jewish people are free to go to Germany. They live in Germany. They do business in Germany, which means they resolve it. America have all it takes to bring that than taking side. This is what I'm telling you.
You know what?
These big nations have what it takes to bring peace than taking side.
Paul, what is the influence of the Jewish people in American business and in America?
Let me give you the reason now. We share the information now, so you see it for yourself.
So in general terms, what is the population of the Jewish like you think? They might be very, very industrious. The Jewish people are very...
I can't hear him though.
The audio, there's no audio for further.
Oh, sorry, but I think that I didn't know. Let me see. But there should be audio though. Are you sure no audio at all?
Mute. Look at the thing down. Maybe there's a place.
It's not muted. I can hear it on my end here. It's not muted.
No, we're not hearing you.
Okay,
it's a bit low at first, but to come up.
Do you know why? Stop arguing with me.
Young Biden.
I mean,
so did you hear that? Did you hear what he said?
No.
Maybe I didn't share properly. Let me share properly. Maybe I didn't do it. Yeah. He said they will have to invent it.
We'll have to invent. I think this issue of Israel.
This is something he has been saying for a long time, and people are not paying attention.
Paul, I think that you see this argument of Israel and the Arab world.
Yeah, let me play it properly. I think the sound is there now. Sorry.
The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
We're also going to discuss the ironclad commitment. And I'll say this 5,000 times in my career. The ironclad commitment the United States has to Israel based on our principles, our ideas, our values. They're the same values. And I've often said, Mr. President, if there were not in Israel, we'd have to invent one.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
Yeah, that's the truth.
I think also
this is what is behind what is fueling this conflict. It's not the Israelis; they are all captured. This is what is behind.
Yeah, it's harsh.
I think it's far beyond even what we are thinking.
Of course, it's far beyond what
it's far beyond. First of all, Jerusalem, that's the geographical place called Israel today, has been under siege for before the BC, before
for millions
Christ.
of years.
Yeah. So, and if you listen to what Benjamin Netanyahu has been trying to propose, the Abrahamic Accord, with which Saudi Arabia had accepted, Egypt had accepted, there is more politics. First of all, the people you are calling Palestinians today were not original to that place. That is the truth. It is the Romans. It is the Romans that call those people Palestinians. That is the truth. Yes, there has been a lot of displacement. That place, there's an argument. First of all, the problem is that the Arabs have one of their third most holy sites there, and the Arabs want to hold on to that. Those people you are calling Palestinians, they are just Arabs.
They are not Arabs, actually.
They are not even ahead. Even the Jews, they are all those people. It is beyond. This whole thing is beyond the whole Palestinian and these gimmicks we are seeing presently. You know, it's beyond it and taking sides. Because at the end of the day, it's not like the people that are calling Palestinians are original to that land. They are not actually original to that land.
They are actually original. Oh my God!
So who is original to the land? If they are not.
Anyway, John
if they are
Abba,
not.
John Abba, you are a pastor. The Bible says both of them cannot have peace. They cannot live together. Abi?
Why are you worried about what the Bible says?
Wait,
This is
because-
Yemen has been fighting
wait,
forever too. Are you going to say they have peace?
wait.
Somalia. What did the Bible say about that?
Father.
Somalia.
There are predictions, there are sayings that always come true. You understand me? So that you cannot deny.
Did you read
What
that thing
saying
in
did the Bible
Apocrypha?
say that place
Did
will
you
be
read that
fighting?
thing in the original
What
Apocrypha?
is the reality of 21st century is what Joe Biden said. That's all. It's about interest. They plant them there to tame the Arab war, and that is why.
That is exactly the reason.
That is it.
So
That is it.
I'm not gonna go religion,
who
and that is the reason that you
planted
see
them there?
Ukraine war is the same thing. So
This is the first time in history, in our entire human history, where a nation that is somewhere in the north of in the Italy and somewhere England, England now and France. This is the first time they are controlling the world, and most of the nations that have actually ruled the world in the past tend to come from that central region, from Middle East, this in Egypt, Israel, Persia, Babylon, Rome. If you look at that middle, it's because it's almost like the middle of the world from that point of view. It's almost like the middle. And that's why that area is always, there's a massive competition, because either you come from there to Africa, or you go from there to Europe, and from there to Middle East, or from there to Western Europe. So it's a very, very hotbed of competition. The first time people from that region is not governing the world for thousands of years is now. And it means to do that, you have to have a way of you have to have a control mechanism in the middle of that area. That is what Biden is talking about.
Sorry, okay.
That's why he said they have to invent Israel there.
Sorry, I don't agree with your concept. First of all,
it's not anybody's concept. It's a reality that
he is telling you with his own mouth. You're talking about my concept.
It's not a concept.
Rome is completely. It's not in the same geographical.
Actually, it is.
Whether it's not.
Actually, it is. Okay, let me get the map then, since it looks like we are disagreeing on
that. What I believe?
Rome is not in the same geographical location as the Middle East. And that area, what you are talking about, the interest America is talking about, it's not about rising war power. It's about the interest of their energy. You have a lot of supplies of energy that comes from the Middle East, and you have to make sure that the water, even China has vested interest there, because you have all of them have naval base there, all of them have carriers around there to protect their interest. It's not about whether another world power will come from there. I don't think that's what they are fighting against.
You don't think so?
No,
okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, let me share.
Let
me share this now. Hold on now.
But about one thing I believe, for there to be peace,
hold on.
There must be a compromise.
That is it. That's my take. Period.
Okay. Let me just share this map with him, so you see what I mean.
Yes.
So where is Rome here? Is it not somewhere around here? Spain. And this look at this belt we are talking about here. This same area, that's where Iran, Babylon, Persia, all of them, that's where they all are. This is Egypt here. This area is where the world powers have always emerged in the last 4,000-5,000 years. This area here, basically, this is the first time it's gone up to France and somewhere in the UK here.
Sorry,
it's never made it up to that point.
Yes, let me just correct something.
Okay.
UK is an offshoot of Rome. France is an offshoot of Rome.
Oh my God.
Spain, yes, go and check your history. Check your history. I mean, the UK, I confirmed this from even from British people.
What do you mean an offshoot? Is Britain, British Empire now a Roman Empire?
When the Roman Empire broke down, UK, what you are calling UK today, was actually a Roman garrison. The Romans, the place they did conquer was Ireland. That is where the Romans did conquer. What you call France today was part of the Roman Empire. What you call Spain today was part of the Roman Empire. So all those people.
Hold on. You see, your assertions will have more merit if after the fall of Rome, the UK was the one that just took over. But no, there was the let me finish my point now. Hold on now. There was the Ottoman Empire that came, the farthest one from the Roman this empire. Then before this thing, you had the British Empire come to fruition. As a matter of fact, it was mostly the Spanish and that were active at first. The Portuguese and the Spanish were more active at first before the even British showed up. So the British arrived late to the party. Actually,
the Dutch Empire came before the British. The Dutch Empire.
See, you are see, Dexter, you are shuffling now. I just gave you the facts that you are looking for. That this region have governed the world for the last 5,000 years, in short, for all known history, until just about how many hundred years ago, before people from this region started taking over. It means you have to control this region.
When the Mongols, what of when the Mongols governed the world?
The Mongols, guess what again? Guess what? Where did the Mongols come from? Look at them again. See where they come from? Or somewhere around that belt again.
Draw a line, my friend. If you draw a line, don't let maps deceive you. They say if you
the maps will deceive me, all right. The Mongols, is from these steppes area. That's where the Mongols come from. See, I see. Even the Mongols were very brief. If you think about it, the Mongols, their time in control of in this region, they barely control this region for long. Is this area they really dominated? But when they came, they didn't stay that long anyway. The ones that lasted for thousands of years, they tend to be from this area. That's what you have to understand. And I didn't make it up. I didn't make the Roman Empire up. I didn't make the Greek Empire. I didn't make the Egyptian one, Persian Empire, Babylonian Empire. Just name them. Ottoman Empire, they're all there. I didn't make them up.
Forefathers, do you know that all these empires we are talking now, we are all in the Bible. So when we are talking the Bible is not authentic.
You guys, you and your see. Yes, they are in the Bible. I agree, but not the Ottoman Empire. Not the Ottoman Empire.
Forefather, you cannot dispute the fact that what the Blackstone is saying has some validity because the Bible also is a historical document. That is the truth. You cannot.
You know why I will agree to an extent with it. What I don't want him to focus too much on is the fact that it's let's say Jerusalem, or that's the argument, because the whole area is a hotbed already.
I just told you that the Roman Empire and the Greek and everything all were documented in the Bible. You understand me?
My point is that the whole area is a hotbed. So it could be Israel, it could be anybody. It doesn't.
That's the beginning of the world.
What will it take, forefather? What is your solution? What will it take for there to be peace in the Middle East? There have been 7 resolutions, 7 resolutions for that state of Israel. None has been signed by
the one that the people that either want, if they want peace, that it will show up the very next day. Yes. If America wants peace, they will get peace.
No, forefather, I'm asking you, what should be done between the Jews and the Palestinians for there to be peace? Tell me what
I believe should be done right now. If you ask me, is for them to just go for a one-state solution.
Do you know that the one-state solution you're talking about, it is the Palestinians that have rejected. rejected.
Actually, the Israelis have rejected it. I can't believe some of the things you are saying.
Forefather, what do you mean by
I can't believe you are even saying
when you
it
say
at all.
one state?
Israelis have rejected it big time.
Sorry, forefathers. When you say one state, who is the so? So are you saying that the identity of Israel will be lost? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on first.
Israel, that's why they keep using the term Jewish state. They don't want to have a one state solution because it's going to mean that they can't call the Israeli Jewish state anymore.
Wait. No, that's hold on first. Let me tell you something. Just hold on for a minute. Before this so-called two-state initiative started, you understand me? Were we hearing all these issues? Because the Palestinians were going into Israel. Israel was accepting them. Come and work. They were having freedom in Israel. Come and work. They give them Israel citizenship. But most Palestinians are Israeli citizens today. You understand me? They go in there, they go out without no issue. But when they came up with this two-state issue with Arafat and everything, tried to pacify Arafat, that's when this problem started. It escalated. You understand me? So before then, it was like a one-state solution, as you said.
You know, there's a statement that Jagun made once. Sometimes I think people really need to pay attention to that. He says, "You expect empathy, but you give none." And people do this a lot. They don't empathize with other fellow human beings at all. The Palestinians used to live there for thousands of years, and they got displaced completely from their land. And the people that displaced them, instead of them to look for every way to, you would think it's incumbent on them to look for every way to reach peace. But no, they use their power to oppress them. And to be fair, they too became seduced by power. That's why they kept stealing land from the Palestinians on a regular basis. But Americans are enabling them for a reason.
The world is full of power.
Can I ask you a question, forefather?
The most powerful people in the world.
Forefather, the Jews that you are talking about today, were they ever inhabitants of that land?
Of course, they were inhabitants of the land.
When were they inhabitants of the land?
Somewhere around the Jerusalem area before the Romans destroyed Jerusalem.
So the area, the whole place you call Palestine today, were they ever inhabitants of that place?
They were inhabitants in that area once.
So what happened?
Rome destroyed it.
So
that's the Roman Empire destroyed displaced them. Yes.
Displaced them. So, forefather, let me ask you a question. Do you have any sympathy for the people that have been displaced in Borno State today? The people that are
yes, of course.
Calm down. So, forefather, if these people that have been living in IDPs for 10 years, and one day they decide, let me go back to my father's land, and they see new people occupying it, what will you say?
That is an occupied. That's their own land. They have to be able to go back to their land.
They go back and they see people occupying the land, and they start have to buy the land. They start buying what their fathers own. Though they have to start buying it back. That's why I say this discussion.
No, not to start buying it back. Hold on. We are not talking about. We are not talking about people in IDP camp living in the IDP camp for thousands of years and expecting to go back. That's a totally different scenario.
No.
You see what I mean?
So what you are telling me is that if somebody was displaced from his land, example, a country comes and displaces somebody from their land, and they displace them for over 100 years, but their generation.
No, 100 years, thousands of years.
Forefather, yes, thousands of years, but their ancestors have been passing it down to them that look, we were originally in this place, so they have been giving them the historical documents. We have been originally here. Don't forget to go back. This is where we are from. And they go back. So what forefather are telling me that because it has been thousands of years, they have no right again to their land?
Of course, you don't necessarily have a right to that land anymore because people have been living there for thousands of years. Of course you don't.
So, forefather, in the principle of displacement now, if you are saying that the person has, but what you are saying is that the person with the greater force has to take the day.
No, actually, you gave an example of the Nigerian people that are displaced from Borno. Let me answer him clearly. See, the issue of the Borno State where people are displaced is we are talking about short-term displacement. We're not talking about generations upon generations upon generations upon generations upon generations of the displacement.
Talking about people in Borno State that have not gone back to their lands in 10 years' time.
10 years is not 1,000 years.
Father, get my point. My point is
10
years have passed. Some
That's
people that are displaced in Borno State have not gone back. They might stay away for their
Oh my God. I can't believe there are many people around in the world today that have not lived in wherever they are living for 1,000 years, not to mention 2,000 years.
So if they
If
go
you
back, they don't have a right to it.
That's hold on first. One of the UN resolution about war, that if you fight a
somewhere
war,
for 2 years,
wait, any land you claim through war belongs to you. Have you not heard that?
That's not by international law today. See, okay, let's say every land you own.
Okay.
Let's say I agree with you that any land you claim is yours. Then when they fought the 1966 war or something war, where they claimed that land, the UN said, okay, this is where your land is now. We've agreed. The land that the UN said belongs to Israel. Israel has almost 80% of the original land. Now they said, okay, the remaining part, the people that used to have 100%, let them keep the 20%. That 20% is the one they have been negotiating all this while. They keep taking more of the 20% from them and not letting them go. If you don't want them to be part of your nation, because you want to call your nation a Jewish nation, which is fine, then let them go and their own. See, clearly, your security is not under threat because America is always there for you. You are a nuclear power.
Have you ever heard that the Israel government depend on America for any war or what they are fighting?
Oh, do you think if America is not there for this war, they would have been in soup with this war?
When they fought the 6-day war, was America?
Did not forget the 6-day war.
America was involved. You always think that if everything is Israel doing it by itself.
They wasn't involved.
America was involved. When Egypt and Jordan attacked Israel, was America involved?
See, let me tell you something. What people don't understand is, let me show you this so that you understand what I'm talking about. So these people say something, I don't know why we don't think this through. Hold on, let me point this out to you. Hold on now, let me just point this out to you. Israel is about, at the time when they fought those wars, were about maybe 5 million people or so, maybe at most, and many of them were 15 years. This is where Israel is, tiny area. This is Egypt, Libya, this thing. If I'm not mistaken, this is Morocco, Algeria, Morocco. There's Saudi Arabia. You think Israel will conquer all these people here if the West is not there stopping them?
I beg you,
when Israel fought with Egypt. When they had the fight with Egypt,
this is the war. America was not there.
America was not there. And why was Egypt fighting Israel?
They were there in the background. They were there. They've always been there. Don't make that mistake.
Let us stop creating this myth of America.
It's a fact. It's not even this thing. It's a fact. If you go and check, if you bother to check, you will see it. It's a fact. It's not me making it up.
All right, to everybody. Bye bye.
All right, the Blackstone. You have given a lot of. But it's all good. I don't know why we always recommend the Bible as a source of prediction. Because in reality, anything can be true.
It's an history book. It's not
anything that can be true.
It's an history book. The Bible.
There are a lot of things that it got wrong too.
Forefathers, the Bible contains history. It contains regulations. In fact, the Bible, the Old Testament is even part of the laws of the Jewish law. This is their constitution. It's part of the Bible. Is a part of it. You understand?
Of the state of Israel, you mean?
Yes, state of Israel. So
that is fine. It's your country.
Yes.
There is a historical document showing the territory of Israel. Now you are saying because they were displaced for over 1,000 years. Now the historical document is not useful, Abi?
Hold on. If you want to go back further, let's go back further then. Before they occupied that territory, they were in Egypt, and when they left and they came to the land, and when they tried to go out first, they said, "Oh my God, these people are so massive. We can't defeat them. We can't do everything." Then God asked them, "Okay, since you are so scared," they went wandering for 40 years. Then they came back, defeated those people, took the land from them, and over time, let me finish my point now. Over time, they were also conquered, taking, like when they were taken to Babylon, and they were conquered, displaced too. Even before the time the Romans did it. So the land has been changing hands. That area has been a kind of hotbed for competition. And it's a relatively small area where that competition is happening because it's just that area close to Egypt. That's where all that competition was happening.
Okay, forefather. So let me ask you a question. Though. I'm deviating. Though. What is the meaning of a diaspora?
Diaspora means people of a certain of a land that have left that land to travel overseas to go and inhabit, and while they still have relations with their homeland.
The actual meaning of diaspora. What I read that scattered people, a group of people that scattered everywhere, and that word diaspora was first used for the Jewish people. You understand me?
Because they were one of the first, the oldest ones.
So why am I asking it? Why am I saying it? Because I don't know why Nigerians always using Nigerians in diaspora. I don't know why they are using that word, because we are not scattered everywhere. We move. We let our country to go to a place.
This guy, man, you see this kind of talk. You see, this is what I mean by black story. He comes up with all these statements. So the slavery is moving. They were jackmarried all those slaves. They were jackmarried to the US.
Forefathers. Everybody leave their land, wants to go somewhere else. Have you heard? I don't know. Have you heard any other people?
But the slaves did not jackpot now. I don't know why you keep saying it, repeating it over and over again.
Oh, wait, father. I'm talking about the slave now. I'm talking about these we modern people who have left Nigeria, settled in another part of the world. I don't see any other country that use that word diaspora for their citizens, like Indians. There's are very many all over the world. They're all over the world.
What do they call their Indians? What do they call their Indians overseas?
I don't know, but I'm not.
It's diaspora too.
Anyway. I don't know. So for me, no,
the Blackstone,
the Blackstone. What is wrong with the meaning of diaspora? The meaning of diaspora,
I don't know. He just made an issue of it from nowhere.
Wait, I'm trying to get some information, or maybe it's not educated. Because with that word scattered, I don't think that should be a right to for people that deliberate. We are scattered by war. By something happened, like the slave trade, as you said, you understand me? But somebody that said, okay, I want to leave Nigeria, you understand me? For a reason, you understand me? I won't say you that was scattered because it's not forced to leave, it's a deliberate something to leave. For me, I would prefer Nigerians living in abroad or who are resident abroad. You understand me? So I don't feel comfortable.
What do you call them now? What do you prefer to call them? So I can think of it.
Nigerians who are living abroad or who are resident outside Nigeria.
Is that not so long to say? Every time you want to refer to them, you say Nigerians who are living abroad.
Blackstone. That is the only definition you like to use to bring your argument. There are so many definitions. Yes, there are so many. You don't like that definition that you read, and you like to stick by it. But I just check it now. There are so many definitions. You understand? The diaspora is a large group of people within a similar heritage or homelands who are since moved out of. Come on now.
The Blackstone has done it again. You know what? I'm beginning to enjoy the Blackstone. Every time he comes here, he comes up with facts.
No.
There are no facts. What now? What?
Why we are here is to learn, is to give us information.
Of course.
Try to find out what you don't know or what you
know. Oh my God, man.
Get other people's point of view. You understand me? And let's remember that dictionary meanings or what different dictionaries give different explanations.
The Blackstone is literally in Germany and says there is no mosque in Germany.
Exactly.
You keep coming up with these things.
I've not seen anyone. I've not seen a
Wait. We've shown you pictures of it. You still at this
Papa, when you just said Nigerian ship just now, what did he show to you? How many did he show to you? Millions, thousands, Abi? So yes. If you are checking Google, it gives you a lot of. It may not be exactly from where you are. There are pictures, and there are pictures we may not even be from that place. You understand me? And Paul was able, at least we are able to go that Nigeria doesn't even have sheep, and are those listed there. There are so many. So
I still prove my point. I say we don't have one sheep, and I still prove my point. And it's there. We don't.
Well, I agree with you.
Which are all the ones Dexter is saying that we are flying Nigerian flags?
Father is talk boat, not sheep.
Paul, what I'm
You can't
saying,
take bicycle and motorcycle as the same thing now.
Paul, hold on first, Paul. Father brought now a Google search showing all the pictures of ships writing Nigeria. Now, what I'm trying to tell him that if you put this search and click on image, it will give images of everywhere. It may not be from that place.
Okay, because find address. Forefather, check address. Nigerian mosques.
Yes, I said one thing that day. I said there's a place here close to me here. They said they have a mosque, but I'm not seeing that building that is built like a mosque. I said they have a place of worship. You can rent a hall, you can rent a place, but I'm not actually myself. I'm not actually see that building that is designed like a mosque, like a normal mosque building.
You want me to show you again?
Don't show me what you see on Google. You understand me? What I said, I'm not seeing.
You can check it out. You're in Germany. You are literally in Germany.
Wait. I live in Berlin. I live at the capital of Germany. You
can find out now.
Why are you arguing what you don't know? I said I'm not seeing a building that is built like a mosque. That's what I said. There can be mosque in other states. I don't know. What I said, I've not seen. And where I am, there is none. I've traveled around the old Berlin. In fact, the Cologne you are talking about, I worked in Cologne before. You understand me?
See, I'm seeing in Berlin, and they build it in the normal mosque way.
Paul, Paul, you are looking.
I'm looking image. No, I didn't look image. I didn't look image like Forefather gave you. There is an address to it.
Okay,
there is phone number to it.
Give me the address. I will go there. Send it on the chat. I will go there. I go and take a picture of it. If it's there, I'll send it to you.
In Berlin, okay. They want to bring Moss from Berlin now. Okay, that one next week we are going to get the results, or maybe tomorrow we're going to get the result from Berlin.
Send it to me now. I will go down and go and check the address.
Yeah, there has to be now. I see. I even from afar can tell there's a mosque in Berlin.
I just told you one of the addresses is very close to me here, where I live, very close to me. But there's no mosque like that. There's no building as a mosque. They can have a hall. They can have a hall. I know that happens everywhere. They have a lot of places.
You want me to show you images of the ones in Berlin?
Don't show me images. You send me the address. No, you send me the address. No.
Oh God. I really enjoy talking to you. So you see the one that looks like a mosque now.
Excuse me. This is a fact check. Send me the address. I will go there and I'll take a picture of it. Send me the address. This is a fact. This is a fact check. Send me the address. I will go there.
Okay, good. It's all right. It's not a big deal.
Put the address on the chat.
I'm putting it right now. Right now.
So I am Dexter. This conflict in the Middle East that has been going on I call it the most evil conflict on earth today, because there is no other conflict that has the hallmarks and all the qualities that it does. There's none.
There is.
Which one?
When you had 3,000 people starved to death in Nigeria, was it not evil?
Probably
3,000.
3 million people starved to death. Is it not worse?
Which 3 million people starved to death?
The Blackstone. I just sent you the Blackstone. I just sent you the address now.
Yes, of course.
I'm talking about today.
I'll type it out.
I just sent you, and when you use Google to even check the address, location.
Are you following what's happening in
Yemen? This is Berlin.
Yeah, I'm following what's happening in Yemen. This one is worse.
Are you following what's happening in Ethiopia?
This postal code is
yes. This one has been going on for 50 years or more.
Berlin Central.
That's the difference.
So I will go there. So
so I just use Google to even check the building itself. It's that same building. So it's not about image. I'm not talking about image. It's that same building.
I will go there. Don't worry.
I like this Edo man. The guy is stubborn. He wants to come until he goes and looks at the imam in his eyes and says, "Are you?" He's not going to believe it. He's not going to believe it until he says it's the imam. Yes.
There's what you call fact check. You understand?
Yes.
We all know this. So everything online are not true.
Of course.
No.
They blow up from
not all of them are true.
The Blackstone, I understand, but we are talking about when you use Google to check location, house address. The Blackstone, if I put If I put my house address here, you will see it as it is. If you put your house address here, I will see it as it is.
Blacks to look
So
like
this
kind
one
of
is
person
not
that would
about
rely on
image.
that he would rely on SatNav to get anywhere.
No.
Yeah, he doesn't believe on Google.
It is in my state. No, wait. It is in my state. You understand where I'm living. So it's not a big deal for me to go there and go and see for myself.
How are you going to get there? Are you going to use SatNav?
What?
Your car with your SatNav, or are you going to use public transport?
I'm going to use the public transport. That's no location. I live in Berlin now. Berlin, I believe here for more than 20 years. What are you telling me?
So you're going to drive there then?
So
So
you're not telling me that I don't know what I'm anywhere.
You know, SatNav to Google. SatNav comes to Google and you're trusting it.
No worry.
How are you sure it's not? How are you sure Google it?
The Blackstone. No worry. When I come Berlin, I go to the mosque. Call you Saturday Berlin. Oh.
I hear you.
Come carry me go Nigerian restaurants.
See.
How you go now? Yeah,
No, I said I will be on the mosque. I said I'm in the mosque. Come and pick me up. So that I will say, now the mosque really so.
Before you come me,
you know SatNav uses Google, eh? And you don't believe in Google. How do you know that place is sending you to is not in Mecca? Eh? You trust it to be. You're going to trust it to be in Berlin. You're going to trust that SatNav. I see. Google is just as good as any. And you can go to other sites. Google is not only one information. It's information from multiple sites. So that's what makes it a little bit more compelling. It's not one source of information that you see on Google. So, okay, it's all good on that one anyway. So, regarding Dexter, I was saying this is the most evil conflict because of the nature of the conflict. It's an occupation that refused to end. The apartheid system in South Africa actually ended, but this one refused to end. And then the people that are custodians of the system is Americans.
It will end. Don't worry.
Don't be too certain. No, don't be too certain that it's going to end because America, as long as America's interest is still there to keep that people divided in that area, they're not going to solve that problem.
We are overhammering on this America's interest. There is no this. What is happening in Israel is not like the apartheid system. The apartheid system was completely different. The apartheid system, the foreigners
was better than what is going on in Israel.
The apartheid system, the foreigners that came had no historical attachments to the lands. Calm down. The apartheid, the foreigners that came had no historical attachments to the lands. They were just the one you are talking about now. The Palestinians say they have historical attachment to the land. The Israelis, the Jews, they too say they have historical attachment to the land, which is valid. Both of them have historical attachments to the land.
Fair point.
One person's own is 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, or one person's own is 50 years ago. They both have historical attachments to the land. So they both have to come together to decide on what will work for both of them. Two-state solution. Why did they agree to this two-state solution? I don't know. And I'm not supporting.
That is just a charade.
I'm not supporting anybody. I don't support the killing on any side. I don't support.
Nobody does.
I don't support.
Some people actually do support killing on one side, but I don't support any of it.
I don't support any killing. But they should come. First of all, you see this. The problem in the Middle East can be easily solved. I think it can be easily solved if all the Arab states come together to solve the problem. First of all, you must realize that there's already a hatred intonation that some people don't want the Jews in the Middle East at all. That is the truth.
That's another thing. Both sides is saying the thing, so let's leave that.
Some people don't want the Jews in the Middle East at all. So there are some.
What about the Jews that say that? What about Jews that say they will wipe out the Palestinians?
No, you are talking of one.
It's about taking sides. Okay, see, let me just add this. I think the Arab people, they wanted to talk peace deal. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia was looking to establish diplomatic relations with Israel recently, and they even are beginning to come. I was speaking to a Saudi Arabian, and he was like, I was like, how is it that you have a nuclear power in that region? If you guys just get along with each other, you could be a very powerful bloc. I didn't too saw the sense in it. So it tells you that there's a reason why they are being kept apart. They are using them as a control. They are using Israel as a control in that region so that they don't come together. The same thing you see going on in Europe right now. They are using Ukraine to separate Eastern Europe from Western Europe, because remember, Russia was supplying gas to Germany and many other European countries. Even Trump, when he was in office, was concerned about that. Even if he was happy, he's not like that much against Putin. But Trump complained to Angela Merkel that they should stop this gas oil thing they are taking from Russia, because they want it to be from them. So
what Trump was saying, was simple. The Europeans are trying to get free. That's what do they call it now? Green energy. Zero emissions. So what they do is that the European states export their hydrocarbon footprint. That's what they try to do. What Trump was saying is that every nationality should be able to cater for its own needs. If you want to be energy efficient, you should be able to get it from yourself, first of all. And what he was encouraging them, that you don't have to don't put your energy demands on somebody foreign to you. That's what Trump was advocating. Not like he had any problem with Russia. And I don't think there's America is trying to look anywhere.
Let me share this now so you see what he's saying. Yeah, Richard, we are coming.
Will you prefer what was happening in former USSR? Do you think that is better?
It's not what I think. Whether it's better or not, what is the point?
The way you are painting it, it's as if there is they are trying to fight. I don't support any violence, but I don't think.
Okay, let's just hear what Trump was saying now.
USSR.
You see the title. You see this title of this. Hear what Trump was saying.
Yes.
Sad when Germany makes a massive oil and gas deal with Russia, where you're supposed to be guarding against Russia, and Germany goes out and pays billions and billions of dollars a year to Russia. So we're protecting Germany, we're protecting France, we're protecting all of these countries. And then numerous of the countries go out and make a pipeline deal with Russia, where they're paying billions of dollars into the coffers of Russia. So we're supposed to protect you against Russia, but they're paying billions of dollars to Russia. And I think that's very inappropriate. And the former chancellor of Germany is the head of the pipeline company that's supplying the gas. Ultimately, Germany will have almost 70% of their country controlled by Russia with natural gas. So you tell me, is that appropriate? I mean, I've been complaining about this from the time I got in. It should have never been allowed to have happened. But Germany is totally controlled by Russia, because they were getting from 60 to 70% of their energy from Russia and a new pipeline. And you tell me if that's appropriate, because I think it's not. And I think it's a very bad thing for NATO, and I don't think it should have happened. Now, if you...
That is clear about the point he was making.
What you're saying is very clear. I agree with you. Fofana, what you should also realize is that America provides security for all these states. America provides massive.
Why is he providing security against a country that technically is in Europe that wanted to join NATO? Do you know Russia wanted to join NATO? Who do you think rejected it? Guess who?
There was no way Russia could join NATO. Russia already had the Warsaw Pact, which was very
but
bad.
They wanted to join NATO.
That was a backdoor inside now. These were people that already had USSR, had the Warsaw Pact, who had put most of the
that's Soviet Union is past. That we're talking about Russia wanting to join NATO.
That was a back door to establish the USSR again. That was a back door.
Hold on. A back door. Okay, hold on. That's an interesting point that he just made. You see, now you're getting to the crux of the matter. You are saying that if Russia cooperates with Europeans, it creates a kind of Soviet Union. In other words, you are using the term Soviet Union as a trigger term, but in reality, they don't want to. Hold on, let me finish my point. You forget that Europeans have their own will too. Russia is not going to invade them to conquer them in the presence of America. So they don't want Europe to cooperate with Russia, because they know what people don't understand is that they know full well that they are all the way in an Atlantic American continent. They are not in Europe. China is on the landmass of Europe. India is on the landmass of Europe. This continent, if they come together, let's say Russia, India, China, Western Europe, Eastern Europe come together, they will be by far the most powerful entity in the world for a very, very long time. And America will not stand for that.
I think we are focused too much on who is becoming the most powerful and not the most powerful. I think the world has gone beyond whether you are the most powerful or not the most powerful.
Oh my God, how can you say that? That is where the world is. It's always been that way.
Let me land on the point.
Let me let Chad talk.
Oh, Richard, welcome.
Richard, please.
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm sorry I joined very late. I just got back from work.
It's okay.
Now,
it's okay.
What Trump was saying about the protection of Germany, Italy, and Japan, it's all because of war. War has consequences. Germany, Italy, and Japan were the three countries that fought against the rest of the world in the Second World War. So, and from that time, America never left any of the three. As of today, America has over 35,000 troops in Germany. They will never allow Germany to have nuclear weapons. America will not allow Germany, Italy, and Japan to have nuclear weapons. Can you believe a country with technology know-how like Germany, like Japan and Italy with no nuclear weapon? It's because of what they did in the Second World War. So that's why Trump was saying we are protecting you. The deal is that even immediately after the war, they did not allow any German to even have a firearm. Even if you are a hunter, you can't even have an ordinary rifle. It was later they allowed them to have firearms, but they cannot have nuclear weapons. America has 35,000 plus troops in Germany. They have about 15,000 troops in Japan, another 15,000 troops in Italy. They will never allow those three countries to have nuclear weapons. That's number one. Then number two, about Israel. I heard somebody was saying Israel could defend herself. No. Israel was created after the Second World War. And since then, America has been giving them average of $60 billion every year. Now, if you are getting $60 billion every year for more than 60 years, and they are giving you weapons, they are teaching you how to have weapons, you have nuclear weapons, definitely your country will be better than your neighbors. So Israel could not have done it alone. What Israel is getting from America alone is more than the budget times 2 of the budget of Nigeria. So if you are getting that free money, apart from what you can make by yourself, definitely you will be powerful. So Israel today, it's not that they made themselves. They are relying on the taxpayers every American is paying. And America is doing this all because of, I don't know.
I think
strategic interests is why they are doing it.
Sorry. How many of us know of the Rothschild plan?
How many countries, apart from Caucasian countries, white countries and Israel, as America lifted up?
It's not about lifting up.
Listen. Recently, India went to the moon. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. India has nuclear weapons. All those nuclear weapons and even the trip of India to the moon are based on the template Russia gave them. America has never helped any country.
No, America did uplift Japan, South Korea, Taiwan.
No, they came up with their own technologies.
Yeah, but they enabled it to happen. They would have prevented it if they didn't want it to succeed.
You have a bias. Towards them. You have a bias.
Listen,
you're having a bias towards America.
Richard, there's an echo coming from your system. Richard, check your echo setting.
I think you have a bias.
Yeah, there's an echo.
You have a bias towards what you are calling America today. First of all, what you are talking about Israel. What you talk about Israel. I hope you know. Check historically. Most of the greatest scientists in the world all had Jewish line blood. Isaac Newton, had Jewish line blood. Most of all the Oppenheimer, the guy that invented, the guy that was strategic in inventing the nuclear, the guy that was strategic in inventing the nuclear weapon. Sorry?
Isaac Newton is a pure Englishman.
It's not a pure Englishman. The guy that was, did you watch have you watched Oppenheimer? Have you watched the movie that talked about you need to go and watch it. The guy that was strategic in inventing the nuclear weapon.
You have two things open there. Details.
Richard.
It's not Richard.
We are getting a feedback from you.
No, it's not from Richard. It's from the other guy. It's from.
It can't be from
Dexter.
me.
Yeah.
No, it can't be from me. It can't be from me. It can't be from me.
Okay, let's do it this way. Richard, mute yourself.
Richard.
Let's see. It's from Richard.
Richard is coming from.
It's not from me.
I think, Richard, check your audio setting in the app, in the StreamYard app, and select noise echo cancellation. Then it will stop it. Because it doesn't seem like he has another device on his echo cancellation that is the issue in the settings.
So
or if you come through YouTube, mute your YouTube. Pause your YouTube.
If you need to watch Oppenheimer, the making of the nuclear weapon, nuclear bomb, the scientist Oppenheimer, he's Jewish. He's Jewish. And what you must realize.
What is the point you're making?
The point I'm trying to make is, first of all, when there was the Holocaust, what we call the Holocaust, you know that there were Russian Jews, there were German Jews, there were Jews all over Europe. The country that gave them asylum was America. Now, even the first bank, the Rothschild's bank, was owned by the Jews. So they went with that wealth of influence to America. That's why they have a stake. They've developed places in America.
Dexter.
That can happen
When
in Nigeria
the Holocaust happened, what year the Holocaust happened?
That was between 1940 and 1945 now.
So with all that money, they didn't prevent that.
So America just went to Second World War. America defeat. America don't have scientists. You know? Come on now. No, America who went to Second World War become world power. That's why they're influence and everything. They don't have scientists. It's until the Jewish people started seeking asylum in New York. That's when they started having scientists.
Sorry, in case you don't know,
the builders of the pyramids were Jewish, isn't it? The builders of the pyramids and the Romans that they scattered Jerusalem were Jewish too. See, I don't know why. I don't understand what your point is.
The point is that I think the point you are making is that are you trying to
Richard, we're still getting feedback from you.
You have to go to echo cancellation, Richard. You have to find your settings on your device. It has to be there somewhere.
Make a case that Israel are not receiving help. They're on their own.
I'm not saying they're not receiving help.
Okay, they are receiving help, but they are the brain behind the technology.
No, see what I'm saying. Let us not deceive ourselves, John Abba. The land you call Israel today.
Forget about the land. All of the
forget about the land. If Israel has the knowledge, how come they can't do it in Israel?
The place you come from, there are all kinds of movement in this life from generations.
Just hear me before what I'm trying to tell you. The land you call Israel today was an arid land. It was virtually a dead land. It was like a desert. It was a wilderness. When these guys moved in there, do you know that when Israel was formed as a state, do you know the thing they tried to export? Oranges. They took it to Argentina. That was what they had to sell in 1945.
I thought it was like desert. How can they be able to do all those things?
So the point you are making is that how far they have
the point I'm making
I
is
don't
that
understand the history.
Today, Israel exports technology. Today, Israel exports, they make weapons. My point is this: you cannot dispute that these guys they have intellectual sagacity.
We have in Nigeria, if you have the
my
money,
brother, America see put the technology in Israel. We also have Luxembourg that are doing well with technology.
Yes,
in terms of tech and everything.
Have all the resources
all we are saying is that if this Israel are so equipped and everything, and they're asking for Iron Dome, this dome, if they have all this technology, they can be building themselves. That ship all these things to them from America to Israel. My brother, we
It's
give
about
people power that
interest.
they
They
don't
are
have
planted
sometimes.
there for their own interest. For the
And the most
period.
powerful people in the world are fighting for basically a desert land for Nigeria. It makes that place look like hell because the land itself is not very rich. It doesn't have a lot to offer.
They don't. They
And,
don't.
and that's what we don't tend to understand. You are busy subscribing to some other person's stuff when you have abundance. And I say this to our people all the time. How are you envying the life of desert dwellers when God has given you all the bounties in the world? You should be trying to be proud of what you've got.
Their brain is upside down. You know what happened in Nigeria? Many times we come here, we talk about politicians, we talk about who ring election, who doesn't ring election. Ordinary Nigerian did worse, even in the immediate family. Worse. Even on the citizens, we afflict each other with evil, we afflict each other with diabolic things that put our nation down. Let's start with Nigeria, for instance. The level of crime going on, I don't know whether it's as a result of the economy, but then where is the humanity? Or like I was saying earlier, where ordinary Nigerian like you go and kidnap them and you want them to pay ransom. Okay, what do you think? Do you think the person you are holding asking for ransom from a very poor background? Because most definitely the rich people, you cannot access them. So this is the grassroots problem that kept on the diabolic nature of the black man, that they never think straight. Because look at the individual. When you are full of hate, you can't see far. You can't do so much because you'll be choked with it. And I think that is what is choking us in that part of the world. We are full of evil to ourselves. And that's why we become a slave for those people who think that they see us that way. Because light and darkness cannot coexist. So we cannot be this and be anything better. Look at all the blessing we have in our land. Look at even common orange. We are talking about flavor orange, flavor, all those things that they are putting inside the water and they give it to us. But our own raw one, organic, is wasting on the street. Because when you go to even to the office trying to obtain a license to produce it, you walk until your shoe chop. If you don't, then you give up at the end of the day. How many people have left abroad, have seen what is humanly possible, and went back to Nigeria, and they could not stay? Because the system frustrated the ordinary Nigerian in the office. Secretary will frustrate you. So you go to everybody frustrate everybody there. How can we move forward when we are choked like this? We choke ourselves. Even the people that have a clear vision couldn't help. They are tight. How much do you do in the midst of people? Everybody, you cannot even walk on the road freely. When I was a little kid, that time people can leave their child with their neighbor and go away. They can even breastfeed from even when your mom is not home. If another woman that have their own, this is a free society. It's a loving society. Now, I don't know, it's as a result of poverty. I don't know, it's as a result of the God of the land have somehow leave us and evil can just take over like that. And the security apparatus is doing nothing. Nobody is secure.
I think
Mr.
our God has
Jonaba,
been
I
too.
disagree with you.
Our God has been
Mr.
too generous
Jonaba, I
to us. That's
disagree
the
with
problem.
you. My Nigerians, they are living on what I call survival of the fittest. This is so bad that
so they'll have to kidnap another brother. That's what you doing.
So let me tell you one
Things
funny
are
thing
not
now.
so bad. I think we keep saying things are so bad.
No,
so we don't compare ourselves to fellow African countries that are going through worse.
Forefather, things are so bad. You may not see it, but when it happens, then you understand. What do I mean? We're talking about Nigerians that receive 50,000 naira and have 4 kids. And these 4 kids, they are going to private school. That Nigeria is a magician for him to send those kids to private school. And not because of he loves to send them to private school. It is because of our public school. It's not working. You understand? It's not working. And even though if our public school is working, do research in everywhere where you school in your public school for the past 30 years, if they've built another public school in that same area, around that area. and the population is increasing. Simply tell you that their government is not building. Go look all the public school you see. You hardly see any public school that they built 2001, 2002, 1990. You see 1976, 1948, 19 this, 19 that. And our population keep increasing. Now the private schools are there. So even though if the public school is doing well, for you to even get in that public school is hard.
So what
you
are
understand?
There are different levels of difficulties that we are talking about here. Let me add to the context.
So that's why when you say things are not hard, so it
I'm not
has
saying things
gone
are not
where,
hard, but in comparison to what other people are going through.
It has gone where we've now become human eat dog situation. You understand? Because a policeman will take 200 naira from an Okada driver. The Okada driver is not the one that deprived him from promotion. The Okada driver is not the one who deprived him for the police not to take good care of him. But like I said, is the dog eat dog.
The poverty is a no. It's now you got to go and take another poor man and take it as a meat because you are poor and it's
Jonaba, I think that what Paul is saying is the reality.
That's why we have the social the welfare system
now that,
in the West.
We're not justifying.
So Jonaba, let me tell you this funny thing. You said now, like a poor man now will not go steal from a rich man. If I'm to steal a Range Rover in Lagos, and I understand that there's a lot of security in that Range Rover, the person can use his phone to shut down the Range Rover while I'm driving it. The person can even lock me inside the Range Rover while I enter the Range Rover. And I can steal a golf car that there is no tracker. The man will literally wake up tomorrow and say, I parked my car here.
Let me just announce, we're going to be rounding up in about 15 minutes or so. I think it's past 12 hours now.
So if I'm to steal a golf car, and the owner of that golf car will not even notice, the man wake up in the morning and discover that I parked my car here, I can't find my car. I think it makes sense for me to steal a golf car than for me to steal a Range Rover that I know I will never get away with.
Okay, Paul, let somebody add to this now. Let somebody add to this. See, I'm not saying Nigerians are enjoying, but I'm saying in context to like the lives Somalis are living. And you know, in Europe, the people that they use for all these adverts for farming and all that, is Ethiopian children and sometimes northern Kenya. You never see Nigeria in those this thing, because West Africa by and large is relatively, especially the southern part of West Africa, is relatively lush and green, and there's a lot of resources, water, no major this farming issues there. So when we want to compare our suffering to suffering around the world, we tend to compare ourselves to like Western Europe and all those things. But there are other people doing far worse than we do, like Yemen now. Yemen is going through hell, but they are not like making it look like if they are in their country, the way they go after their problem, they want to solve it. I think for some reason, some people understand the nature of their land and what it means to them and why they have to fight for their heritage. But for us, we are so quick to just think that we don't have anything. And I don't understand how we can think that when we have one of the best lands on the face of the earth.
Justified. I don't, because there are a lot of suffering. The person that you are talking about is also suffering. So how does it come that it's somebody kidnapping order, taking order for ransom? It's as an essence of that is justified. No,
dog situation. You grow in crime, just like as you grow in success. You grow in crime too.
You can't justify.
It's just so bad.
So there's no justification for criminality in Nigeria. That's what I'll say. However, there is the means, there's the enablement of criminality in Nigeria. You cannot deny that. We can't justify it, but it is enabled in Nigeria. Number two, to forefathers, what you are saying, Nigeria is sitting on a bed of injustice. What do you expect? When you plant an orange tree, you can't expect to harvest a mango tree.
We always make it seem that way because of the way we want to do.
It's not because of the way, sir.
We don't have
until we address the root.
But
See,
there is other thing that society that don't do that, but there is a common humanity in the society that is safe.
There's no, you cannot see the problem. I think one of the things.
Let me let Kandu talk since he just came. I'm going to leave soon.
Yeah, good evening, people. On that day.
Welcome, Kandu.
Yeah, I've been hearing everyone from the very start. till now. And,